After suffering both unemployment and betrayal in quick succession, Su Jin was mistakenly recruited by a mysterious company at the lowest point of his life. Countless worlds now stand on the brink of annihilation, and only by saving each client can the embers of their civilizations be preserved. Su Jin is urgently assigned a mission under the code name Ember, sent to travel across myriad realms. The countdown to doomsday has already begun. The tolling of the final bell echoes through the worlds. Zombie sieges, demonic springs erupting from the earth, rampaging vegetation, solar flares, containment breaches. Disasters surge in relentless succession. A client says, "I have foreseen that the world will end in 7 days. No one believes me. Even my mother called the police claiming I have mental problems. Are you saying you believe me that you can save me?" Su Jin replies, "Of course. And I will help you survive through the early stage of doomsday." The client asks, "What abilities do you have?" Su Jin answers, "I never demand my client's trust. Well, I only ask them to look at my record of failures," implying that there are none. He adds, "Because I never fail." A heavy breath of smoke streams from his lips and drifts across the computer's job application page. On the screen, a rejection message pops up. "Hello, your profile does not match our position requirements. We will not consider your application for now. Thank you." Su Jin's eyes show a trace of impatience as he closes the pop-up without any expression. Just as he is about to continue searching for the next company, a vibration comes from beside his hand. He turns and picks up his phone to answer the call. A hoarse, familiar voice comes through the phone. "Hello, Su." Hearing it, a hint of sarcasm touches Su Jin's face. "Oldly, missing me already? Without me, the company's business can't move." The voice on the phone snaps back, irritated. "What kind of attitude is that? I sent you to negotiate with a client, and you ended up hitting him. Was I wrong to fire you?" Old Li's displeasure deepens. President Wang was just fooling around with Xiao Jing after a few drinks. His movements were a bit rough, but it wasn't real harassment. Did you really need to play the hero? He continues, "How old are you now, still thinking the world rewards good people? President Wang is someone I can't afford to offend. Do you have any idea how much influence he has?" Su Jin replies dryly, "He can take flights, so his power shouldn't exceed 30,000 milliamperes, turning the idea of power into a quip about battery capacity." Old Li is momentarily choked into silence, then takes a deep breath and says, "I finally managed to arrange a meeting with President Wang tonight, and he specifically named you to come and apologize. As long as you apologize, everything can be discussed. I can even give you another chance. You know I've always appreciated you most." The ceiling light suddenly flickers with a sharp sound, and Su Jin squints up to check it. When he looks back down, an unexpected pop-up has appeared on his computer screen. The pop-up reads, "System recommendation: after screening, you meet our company's requirements for the position of Special Risk Management. Would you like to submit your detailed resume immediately?" The options yes, no appear below. Assuming it is just spam, Su Jin instinctively moves to close the window. Old Li's nagging voice continues in his ear, and Su Jin's hand pauses. He lets out a soft, derisive. He says, "Old Li, plenty of companies are inviting me. Do you really think I need your job?" He clicks the mouse casually and selects the confirmation option. Old Li replies, "I know you're gutsy, but you don't have to act tough. You've earned well over the years, but you spend everything each month. I think you don't really want to lose this job, do you?" Exhaling smoke, Su Jin falls silent for a moment, and then says, "Fine, I'll take the loss this time. President Wang is with you now, right? I'll apologize, but we agreed. I bow my head and admit fault, and tomorrow I return to the company with the same benefits as before." Old Li hurriedly answers, "I'll ask President Wang to come now. As long as you appease him, I'll let you return to the company immediately. Later you'll have to apologize to him face to face again. One smile when you meet, and all grudges vanish. Who knows, he might even assign that deal to you." Old Li's urgent footsteps and voice spill through the speaker, clearly on loudspeaker. After a short wait, another man's voice is faintly heard over the phone. A faint male voice says, "Hello." Su Jin answers, "Hello, I'm your father." He drops the words lightly, then ends the call and tosses the phone aside. With a stray thought lingering, he returns to scanning job listings. He had acted impulsively to help someone only to be framed in return and lose his job. The incident is truly disgusting. Yet there is nothing to regret. After so many years in society, people must bear the consequences of what they choose to do, even good deeds. At least his conscience is clear. Treating himself as a person of integrity matters more than money. Besides, with his abilities, he may not lack job opportunities. One job posting after another scrolls past on the screen. Just as he is about to click to the next page, someone knocks on the door behind him. 2 knocks, then silence. "Who is it?" Su Jin calls out as he stands and walks toward the door. He opens the door and slowly lowers his gaze to the floor. A package has been placed there. Picking it up, Su Jin returns inside, lightly puzzled. He is sure he hasn't ordered anything, and it's nearly 8 o'clock. What kind of delivery arrives this late? Seeing that the package bears his correct name and address, Su Jin simply assumes it must be some cheap promotional item he once bought with a voucher, something like tissues from an online platform. He cuts the package open with scissors. Inside lies an A4 sheet full of tiny writing. He casually tosses the paper aside, revealing a refined black briefcase and a transparent mask beneath. Su Jin murmurs, completely perplexed. After years of work, he has seen many briefcases. This one is clearly expensive. Its design is simple and elegant, with an indescribable sense of high quality that is genuinely appealing. He wonders who would send him such a briefcase, and what the mask is supposed to mean. Still puzzled, Su Jin takes the briefcase out to inspect it. As soon as his hand reaches into the edge of the briefcase, he feels the cold touch of metal like a handle. When the object's full shape comes into view, Su Jin's eyebrows rise. Inside is a gun, a fully silver handgun, elegant and luxurious. It feels heavy and solid in his grip. He thinks wryly, so a high-end lighter comes with the briefcase. Without thinking much, Su Jin pulls the trigger. A sharp report cracks the air, a burst of flame flares from the muzzle, and the bullet shoots upward into the ceiling at an angle. Smoke trails upward from the barrel. This. The sudden event makes Su Jin jerk his head back, his mind blank with shock. The gun is real. Su Jin turns his neck, mechanically staring fixedly at the silver weapon in his hand. Breathing in short, trembling bursts, he finally comes to his senses, dives toward the bed, yanks the curtains closed, and hides the gun deep. He retreats several steps, and only then does the trembling in his heart subside slightly. A wave of intense confusion and dread sweeps over him. He wonders if this is the work of criminals, or if the package was meant for a previous tenant. But the name and phone number on the label are his. It can't have been sent by mistake. Guns are no trivial matter in a peaceful society. Their presence carries immense significance. Su Jin realizes he may have become entangled in something complex. His gaze focuses on the package. He strides to the desk and quickly picks up the sheet of paper he had dismissed as a trivial promotional note. His eyes race urgently over the text. As he reads line after line, a jolt like electricity runs through his entire body. The paper states, "Congratulations. Your resume has been received and approved by our company. Initial office supplies have been issued. Your internship assessment will now begin." Another line reads, "You will be transmitted to a dying world in 2 hours. Immediately contact and protect the client, ensuring their safety through the initial phase of doomsday. Once the client develops independent survival ability in the apocalypse, the task ends and the company will recall you." It continues, "During the task, our company will provide essential basic support, including, but not limited to, language translation, currency exchange, and identity assistance. Do not disclose any company information to outsiders, and strive to fully develop your abilities and potential." The message ends, "Upon successful completion of the task, you will be formally employed and granted greater company privileges." Another line states, "If you fail, you will be left to your fate." At this point, a thin red line of fire appears at the top of the notice, yet no flame can be seen. There is no smoke, not even any heat to feel. The notice burns in this strange way from top to bottom, leaving not a single speck of ash behind. When most of it is consumed, Su Jin lets his hand relax and allows the paper to spin and drift down to the floor. Under his trembling gaze, the fireline finally reaches the last line at the bottom, devouring the signature, "Beyond our responsibility, unlimited company." A prank. A carefully planned prank of the worst kind. A chill crawled down Su Jin's back as this thought suddenly burst into his mind. Strange contents, a courier slip, and a package that clearly could not have been sent by some assassin organization by mistake. The fact that the sheet of paper had spontaneously burned was in its own way not impossible to imagine. Perhaps it was some kind of advanced magic paper that would ignite after staying in contact with skin for a certain time. But why would the sender include a real gun in the package? That was far beyond anything reasonable. What on earth was this supposed to mean? Could it be that client Lao Wang? Impossible. That scoundrel had just demanded that he call and apologize. Su Jin's scalp tingled with unease as countless movie scenes flashed through his mind. All he could think of were plots where bored, overfed tycoons secretly set up schemes to manipulate and toy with ordinary people. Perhaps in a moment a group would burst and drag him away somewhere, and when he opened his eyes again, he would find himself in some wilderness survival ordeal or trapped in an... Under his breath, he cursed, then decisively dialed the emergency number. The tone beeped in his ear over and over. The ringtone kept sounding. Su Jin's lips felt dry as he silently rehearsed what he would say. At last the call connected, and he spoke at once. "Hello, I am." "Hello, this is..." Before either sentence could finish, the woman's voice on the line cut off, abruptly replaced by a cold mechanical sound that seemed to reverberate through Su Jin's mind. "Do not under any circumstances disclose company information. A second violation will incur severe punishment. Immediately put on the mask and prepare yourself." Beeps rang out. Listening to the harsh tone on the line, Su Jin sharply noticed something wrong. His pupils had already begun to lose focus. Strange. Everything was becoming stranger by the moment. A cut-off phone call could still be explained by technology, but the mechanical voice and the busy tone that followed did not sound like the same kind of audio at all. At first he had heard a normal voice over the phone. The mechanical voice that followed, however, had sounded as though it were speaking directly inside his head. His battered old phone had served him for years. There was no way its single speaker could produce such three-dimensional sound. Was he dreaming? Or encountering something truly strange? Su Jin's expression turned distant as he backed away 2 steps and dropped onto the chair before his computer. Out of the corner of his eye something caught his attention and his pupils suddenly contracted. In one corner of the recruitment page on his computer screen bright words stood out: Tiandao Responsibility Unlimited Company. Wait, was that the pop-up that had just appeared on his computer? Su Jin reacted quickly, snatching up the mouse and clicking toward the page. Yet the moment the cursor moved over it, the entire page closed by itself. In his haste, he began typing furiously, searching for the company. No such company could be found. It was as though nothing had ever existed. Su Jin's expression turned vacant as he breathed heavily, squeezing his eyes shut, fingers digging into his hair. What was really happening to him? Could he still run? No. Some unknown organization had already fixed its gaze on him. If he simply ignored everything and tried to flee now, the consequences might be even harder to predict. After a brief moment, he lifted his head and slowly reached to his left, picking up the transparent mask he had set aside and examining it closely. No matter how he looked at it, the thing resembled nothing more than an ordinary plastic mask. Yet the voice on the phone had ordered him to put it on. Frowning, he examined it again and again for several minutes, then cautiously pressed it against. The instant it touched his skin, a chill washed across his entire face, and then the mask vanished. His fingers now met only bare skin. Before he could react, something else seized his attention. A string of shifting numbers had appeared inexplicably before his eyes. 13211, 13210. Su Jin stared, eyes wide, frozen for a full 10 seconds. Finally, he sank into the chair, chest heaving. The room was silent save for his pounding heart and the faint whir of the computer fan. When he finally gathered himself, his first instinct was to run to the bathroom mirror. He clawed impatiently at his jawline over and over, trying to remove the mask that had disappeared. After fumbling for quite some time until his cheek turned flushed, he gave up and instead began to examine himself. In the mirror, apart from the extra string of numbers and his wildly twitching eyelids, everything looked normal. This was no game played by wealthy people anymore. This was unmistakably something ghostly. Gritting his teeth, Su Jin turned on the tap and splashed his face with cold water again and again. Calm down. He had to think clearly now. A strange thing had entered his body, but whether it was good or bad was impossible to judge, but since he could not remove it, he could only leave it be. If the mask was no ordinary object, then the gun and the briefcase were surely just as unusual. He should examine those 2 things first. 005923, 005922. Over half an hour had already passed. On the bed, Su Jin sat motionless, the briefcase and gun laid out before him. It was hard to say he had regained any composure after all the stream of bizarre events had shattered his understanding of reality. The mask could no longer be removed, and the 2 objects on the bed were indeed, as he had anticipated, far from ordinary. The handgun could not be found in any online catalog. The magazine could not be removed, and the single bullet he had accidentally fired had left neither shell nor projectile behind, rendering further testing impossible for now. The briefcase was stranger still. When his palm touched the bottom inside, he sensed a peculiar connection, as though another cubic meter of space existed beyond. It was simply invisible to the naked eye. He tried placing a few items inside, and found he could take them out at will. It was extremely convenient. This thing was almost like a treasure from a novel, except that very large objects could not be. If this had happened to him in the past, gaining such a treasure would have left him overjoyed. Yet right now he simply could not feel that way. The more miraculous these things were, the greater the pressure weighing on his heart. A dying world, an apocalypse. Each word alone was enough to grip a person's heart. The situation before him had completely exceeded his ability to understand, and there was no much time left for him to think. What should he do? Follow the instructions on that notice and prepare. After agonizing for a while, Su Jin forced himself to pick up his phone. Another half hour passed. In the tiny rental room, deliveries had piled up into a mass of supplies ordered online. Looking at the chaotic room, Su Jin felt a sour ache in his heart. He had considered trying to run, but the numbers followed him wherever he looked. He was clearly facing a supernatural event now, and the best decision was to prepare as thoroughly as possible. Otherwise, scrambling blindly would only lead to a faster death. 003109, 003108. He sorted the items into categories and packed them. Su Jin sat at the computer, panting, eyes wide, and selected a death insurance policy, listing his parents as beneficiaries. Payout would be possible after 2 years of disappearance. Then, through a reputable platform, he took out a loan. Altogether, it came to just under $170,000. Online, he drafted a donation agreement of $150,000 to his parents, minimizing the risk that the funds could be reclaimed. He left $10,000 for the landlord, paying 6 months' rent in advance, and leaving a few notes asking not to be disturbed. The rest he converted into cash and kept on his person. At the end, he cleared his browsing history. When everything was arranged, Su Jin, feeling heavy-hearted, dialed home. After a short wait, his mother's slightly muffled voice came through. "Son, why are you calling? Haven't you gone to bed yet? I've transferred some money to you and Dad. Can you check if it's arrived?" "Transferred money up. 15,000. Where did that kind of money come from?" His mother's voice suddenly grew alert, and his father's voice faintly joined in from the background. Forcing a smile, Su Jin made his tone sound excited. Of course, there's good news. A company wants to hire me away. Our manager gave me some money to try to keep me, but I don't really need it right now. You and Dad should take it and spend it however you like. Really, our son has made something of himself. Companies are competing for you now. You scared me earlier. I was worried the money wasn't from a proper source. His mother sounded much more excited. His mother's voice was bright with enthusiasm. That could never be. When have I ever gone down the wrong path? Su Jin replied. Manager Lee just transferred the money to me. I was so happy I forgot you two were already asleep. Well, there's a huge project at the company coming up. I might have to work overtime for several months straight. Don't call me on your own, okay? Wait for me to call. Son, his father's voice came through now. Overtime has its limits. Oh, don't overwork yourself. Don't let a bit of extra money go to your head. You're not selling your life to anyone. The harder you push, the more they'll lean on you. Just do your best in front of your leaders. I know. You two should get some sleep. I have to get to the company early tomorrow. After hanging up, Su Jin lowered his head and let out a long, deep sigh. He had done everything he could. So be it. If misfortune truly befell him, at least he would have fulfilled some part of his duty as a son. 000012, 000011, 000010. In the final 10 seconds, Su Jin stared fixedly at the numbers, both hands in the pockets of his coat, gripping the gun's handle tightly. 3210. As the time reached 0, Su Jin's pupils shrank. A piercing point of light burst into being before his eyes. Under his shocked gaze, the point expanded in an instant, becoming a golden gate of light, standing upright in front of him. Blinking hard twice, Su Jin forced himself out of his shock. A miracle. It was truly a miracle. Was this the work of aliens or gods and spirits? The gate remained motionless. If he did not step inside, perhaps nothing would happen. Should he test it by stretching in his phone first? Just as he was thinking that, Su Jin's eyes flew wide. The gate surged forward at extreme speed, rushing straight toward his face and swallowing him in an instant. Accompanied by a scream, Su Qingdai suddenly sat up from her bed. Cold sweat had drenched her light, white nightgown. Once again she woke up from a nightmare. Su Qingdai was slightly panting, her terrified eyes glistening with tears. Rain, hunger, madness, cannibalism. The entire world had turned into a hell on earth. This kind of nightmare had repeated for nearly half a month, each time feeling incomparably real, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood right before her eyes. Even the smell was indistinguishable from reality. If this were just a simple dream, it would be fine. Su Qingdai's breathing began to tremble as she fearfully pulled back the curtain. The sky outside was already slightly bright, with clouds faintly visible above. The clouds rolled like waves, layered and orderly. If this were daytime, such magnificent clouds would surely attract countless people to take photos. But at this moment, Su Qingdai was completely dumbfounded. The tears that had accumulated in her eyes finally began to flow uncontrollably. The scenes from her dream were indistinguishable from reality, and the peaceful daily life gradually flashed into a scene of apocalypse. She began to notice something unusual after the third dream. The celestial phenomena in reality often coincided with the scenes in her dreams. This time was no exception, and the cloud layer was vastly different from usual, making it particularly easy to recognize. Su Qingdai's thin shoulders trembled, and her right hand, clutching the curtain, had turned pale as she stifled her sobs. According to her previous dream records, the terrifying day was not far away. She had told others, told her parents, but no one believed her. She was just a student, as she had done all she could. What should she do? What should she do? Just at that moment, the door was pushed open. Zhang Wan entered, sitting by the bed, looking at the sobbing Su Qingdai with immense helplessness. Su Qingdai turned her head and threw herself into Zhang Wan's arms, her cries growing louder uncontrollably. Zhang Wan sighed. Did you have another dream? Mom, it's true, what I'm saying is true. The apocalypse is coming. Today's cloud layer is exactly the same as the one in my dream. It all matches. Su Qingdai raised her head, her eyes filled with tears. Mom, just believe me this once. We must prepare early. Or we should move to a place where there are no people. Zhang Wan sighed. Qingdai, you're just under too much academic pressure, that's why you feel this way. I've already consulted a doctor. With an exam coming in a month, you shouldn't think about other chaotic things. Focus on your studies and you won't feel pressured if you concentrate. You should do more homework at school today, sleep an hour earlier, and rest for a few days. Mom. Su Qingdai felt like she was breaking down again, the tears that had just stopped flowing uncontrollably. Once more, can you let me finish speaking? All right, go ahead. Zhang Wan sighed and added, once you're done, hurry up and eat and get to school early. Su Qingdai, holding back her discomfort, began to recount her dream. Zhang Wan shook her head repeatedly. Seeing her mother distracted, Su Qingdai snapped, Mom, are you even listening? Isn't this the same as what you said before? Zhang Wan replied perfunctorily. No. Su Qingdai's gaze suddenly changed. I haven't finished. This time is different. I saw a man and I heard a voice saying to me. What? Zhang Wan's eyes suddenly sharpened, as if she had discovered a truth. Seeing her mother respond seriously, now genuinely listening to her, Su Jin felt a glimmer of hope. What? Zhang Wan's eyes suddenly sharpened, as if she had discovered a truth. Seeing her mother respond seriously, now genuinely— What? Zhang Wan's eyes suddenly sharpened, as if she had discovered a truth. Seeing her mother respond seriously, now genuinely listening to her, Su Jin, let's hurry up and eat. Zhang Wan lost her patience, completely stood up, and prepared to leave the room. Su Jin reached out to grab her mother, pleading, Mom, can you give me some money? Haven't I been giving you some regularly? I want a bit more. I haven't been eating well at school these days, and I want to buy some practice books. Fine, how much do you need? 500. 500. Zhang Wan felt a surge of anger. This must be related to something at school. Oh, she was asking for 500 right away. Could she afford that? No. The most I can give you is 50. Hurry up and pack your things to get ready for school. Zhang Wan left that remark and quickly exited the room, leaving Su Jin alone, feeling despondent. Su Jin wiped her tears, feeling both sour and bitter inside. She had no voice, receiving no trust in this family. If only she were older and could earn money, she might be able to persuade them. After feeling dejected for a while, she got up, sat at her desk, and began to write. Outside, the sounds of news and chatter could be heard. Old Su, aren't you going to keep an eye on your daughter? She just sits there watching TV all day. Call Teacher Lee and ask if Jin is in a relationship. Sigh. I know, I'll call later. Later, you just keep delaying. Every day you don't take care of anything at home. I can't believe I ended up with such a useless man. In the classroom, morning self-study had already begun. Su Jin was absent-minded as she put her backpack down. Her mind still incessantly replayed the scenes from her dream. The noise in the classroom was relentless. Seeing this, her deskmate asked Jin, did you have another dream? Su Jin hesitated and nodded slightly, then turned serious. Xiao Ning, what I'm saying is true. The apocalypse is coming. If it rains, do not touch the rainwater. It's problematic. Prepare food in advance and seal the doors and windows. Xiao Ning nodded with a strange expression, then turned away, secretly sighing. She's completely lost it. The first few times she thought the other party was joking, but this had been going on for more than a day or two. Even her mental state had obviously become problematic. Her mom had contacted her early on to help keep an eye on her, and it seemed her condition was worsening. Shaking her head, Xiao Ning took out a Danmei novel. The front seat turned around, sweeping the desktop, and whispered, hey, why are you still reading? Jin has gone crazy reading novels. Aren't you afraid of getting in trouble? Take it easy, the school has been strict these past few days. Xiao Ning glanced at the person in front and replied quietly, I'm reading Danmei. Even if I go crazy, it's still to find a man. You should focus on your studies. I'll let me borrow it when you're done. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Countless students poured into the cafeteria. Su Jin was also among the crowd, her gaze sweeping across her classmates. Until she spotted someone, she quickened her pace and rushed forward, grabbing the hem of the person's clothes. Gao Peng was walking and feeling himself being pulled, turned back to see Su Jin standing timidly behind him. Seeing the delicate and beautiful face of the other party, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Su Jin was famously known as the school beauty. It's hard to say who gave her that title, but she was definitely the school beauty. Many male classmates had tried to strike up a conversation with her, but all had failed. Although her mental state had been abnormal lately, causing her popularity to decline, there were still quite a few boys sneaking around inquiring about her in class. He had never dared to talk to her before. Why was this school beauty approaching him? Thinking of this, Gao Peng nervously said, is there something you need? Su Jin bit her pink lips, staring at her toes, and shyly said, Gao Peng, can you lend me some money? I promise to pay you back next month. How much do you want to borrow? I can only lend you 100 at most. Gao Peng replied, his mind racing. He didn't have much money either, but since the school beauty asked, it would be hard to refuse. Hearing his agreement, Su Jin raised her head and smiled brightly. Gao Peng's heart raced instantly. Borrowing money. Borrowing money was a good thing. She smiled at me and even tugged at my clothes. Does that mean she has some thoughts about me? If I lend and borrow, doesn't that mean we'll interact twice? Then I'll borrow 100. Not far away, a pair of small eyes were fixated on Su Jin holding a phone. Aunt Zhang Qingdai is talking to a boy from our class. No, just a dull boy, or it's definitely not a relationship. But her condition is really getting worse. You should take her to see a doctor quickly. At the Longshan Mental Hospital, Su Jin muttered to himself while staring at the massive hospital sign. What the hell am I doing here? Suddenly a loud bang echoed through the air. Su Jin swiftly turned like a startled bird, only to see a blue and white tram barreling down the asphalt road behind him. Sparse cars followed closely behind the tram. Not far away, rows of shops lined the street, their wooden windows slightly ajar, painted in various colors, revealing glass counters adorned in a remarkably retro style. At the street corner, an old man was preparing popcorn. The earlier sound had come from the popcorn machine exploding. The sun blazed down, and the air was filled with the smell of popcorn mingled with diesel and asphalt. Su Jin's heart raced, and his eyes flickered. The scene before him was both strange and familiar. The sun was slightly red, and the people on the road appeared to be of Asian descent, dressed in a rather plain, yet unremarkable fashion. The style of cars and buildings also seemed somewhat rustic. Dressed in a stylish trench coat, he felt wholly out of place under the scorching sun. Some pedestrians on the street were casting sidelong glances at him. Noticing this, Su Jin quickly took off his trench coat, draping it over his arm to cover his briefcase. He turned back to glance at the mental hospital, his heart pounding fiercely. I really have traveled through time. Just moments ago, he was in his rental apartment, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself standing on a bustling street. Although it looked familiar at first glance, the details were definitely not from the world. The shock of such a time travel experience was truly indescribable. The strange company had spoken nothing but the truth. A world on the brink of collapse and apocalypse. This world appeared harmonious at first glance, neither resembling an impending apocalypse nor reflecting a state of urgent preparation for battle. Su Jin nervously wiped his face and took a couple of deep breaths to quickly stabilize his emotions. Let alone the notion of time travel, even being sent abroad in an instant would be too much for his heart to bear. But now it seemed there was no turning back. He had two options: either complete the mission or establish contact with the company. This was not the time to ponder these two issues. What he needed to do urgently was to find that client. It should be the guidance provided by the mask in his line of sight. There was a red dot flashing conspicuously inside the mental hospital. There was a security booth at the entrance, and a guard inside was staring intently at him. Furrowing his brow, Su Jin quickly walked past the security booth and headed towards a corner in the unremarkable shade of a tree, stopping there. Before long, he rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a stack of bills and an ID card. The bills were from Longshan Huitong Bank, and the ID card had a unique vertical layout similar to a work card. Su Jin pressed his lips together, feeling somewhat relieved. It seemed the company hadn't deceived him. They really did provide currency exchange and identification. The presence of Chinese characters everywhere on the street was likely the company's translation. The Heavenly Road Responsibility Unlimited company was entirely unfamiliar to him, and he probably had to rely on the client to learn more. Since this was a client, they must have communicated with the company. Only this client was in a mental hospital. He silently prayed that they were a doctor or nurse. Su Jin packed the money and gun into his bag and put his trench coat. Right beside him was the wall of the mental hospital, a low wall, less than 2 meters high. Su Jin reached out to grip the edge of the wall, peered around to see that no one was watching, and with a strong push of his legs, he vaulted over. Once inside the compound, he jogged directly into the building. Su Jin nervously glanced around. There were quite a few nurses and patients walking inside, but he could completely understand the language they were speaking. The text signs on the walls were also clear. Ahead was the restroom. Su Jin swiftly dashed inside. Inside the multifunctional hall of Longshan Mental Hospital, Fu Qingdai sat despondently in front of the window, clad in a patient's outfit. Outside, sunlight poured down, and the trees cast pleasant shade, creating a charming scene. Yet the creaking of the ceiling fan above, along with the surrounding patients who were either dull or screaming, left her too preoccupied with her worries to appreciate the view. Gradually, Fu Qingdai's eyes turned red, her small hands clenching the edge of her clothes. Time was running out. She had tried so hard, yet in the end no one believed she could help her. Could it truly be impossible to escape? No, there was still one chance. The voice in her dream told her that the man would come to find her. As long as she waited for that person to arrive, perhaps there was still hope if he didn't come. Well, that might be a good thing, indicating the dream was false and the apocalypse wouldn't. As long as there was no apocalypse, her mental illness would be worth it. With this thought, Fu Qingdai wiped her eyes and her mindset became a bit brighter. Though her emotions had been so tumultuous in the past few days. Growing tired of the view outside, Fu Qingdai stood up and prepared to return to her room. However, just as she turned her head, a shadow dressed in black with a fluttering robe and a briefcase caught her eye in the dimly lit corridor. In her mind, the silhouette of a figure holding a bag in one hand and a gun in the other perfectly coincided with the shadow before her under the dark sky, amidst a sea of corpses and blood. Like a bolt from the blue, tears streamed down Fu Qingdai's cheeks. At that moment, one thought consumed her mind. It's over. The apocalypse was indeed real. After washing his face in the restroom, Su Jin stepped out feeling somewhat calmer. The restroom was quite similar to those on Earth, with running water, albeit using squat toilets. Especially the familiar smell of urine that truly brought a sense of comfort. It was just like the scent of home. As he walked down the hallway, he immediately locked onto Fu Qingdai. His heart sank to the bottom. A child dressed in a patient's outfit, probably a high school student. Although she was exceptionally beautiful, her appearance hardly mattered now. Before entering the building, he had prayed that even if the client was mentally ill, as long as they could provide him with a robust man, he would accept it. But the reality was a mental patient, a student, a beauty. Each of these was a setback. Entering the hall, Su Jin glanced around the environment, casually grabbed a chair, and sat in front of Fu Qingdai. In that moment of facing each other, the red dot on Fu Qingdai's forehead suddenly vanished in his eyes. No one spoke. Su Jin scrutinized Fu Qingdai, who was looking down, her small hands twisting together. After a moment, Su Jin tentatively asked, the company has already contacted you in advance, right? Fu Qingdai nodded, her heartbeat racing to its limit. The character from his dreams had appeared in reality and represented the arrival of the apocalypse. What is your name? Fu Qingdai. Bro. I still don't know how to address you. Fu Qingdai mumbled with her head down. How should I address myself? Su Jin hesitated for a moment. Currently, the other party's state didn't seem like someone with a mental illness. Telling her his name wouldn't be a problem, but that damned company policy forbids disclosing company information. Since he was associated with the company, who knew where the confidentiality boundaries lay? Logically, there shouldn't be anything to hide from the client, but it was hard to predict what the client might say. It was best to fabricate a lie. These were trivial matters. The most important thing right now was to gain the client's trust and acquire more information. After a moment of silence, Su Jin straightened up and said, the upcoming conversation is to be kept strictly between us. I hope you won't disclose my identity to anyone. Do you understand? Fu Qingdai nodded heavily, her eyes filled with seriousness. I am the director of the company's special operations department and an elite agent. My name is Li Haoqing. You can call me director or Hao Go. Starting today, I hope we will refer to each other as cousins in front of outsiders. Do you understand? Understood. Cousin. I hope you will recount our conversation in detail without concealing anything. Su Jin said as he took out a notebook from his bag, looking up at Fu Qingdai. Tell me about your daily life, family relations, the conversations at your company, and why you are in a mental hospital. Fu Qingdai supported herself with her hands on her knees and replied earnestly, I am not mentally ill. I was mistakenly sent here. I am a student of Longshan Middle School, and I only have my parents at home. Su Jin listened carefully, nodding repeatedly. The fact that Fu Qingdai was not mentally ill surprised him, but it was clearly good news. From what she shared about her daily life, the customs here were very similar to those on Earth, albeit much more backward. He had experienced a similar developmental stage in his childhood. Currently adapting to this world did not seem too difficult. One could even say there was no difficulty at all. Fu Qingdai continued her narrative, and upon mentioning her dreams, Su Jin suddenly paused his pen and asked, Are you saying that the rain was problematic? A torrential rain lasted for 5 days, and people went insane, leading to cannibalism and chaos in the world. Yes. Su Jin's jaw clenched as if his heart was tightly gripped by someone. He had already accepted the notion of crossing over and had been made aware of the apocalypse in advance. Now the apparent emergence of a zombie crisis did not seem too surprising. But was the infection caused by the rain? The pervasive water pollution. Water is the most vital resource for survival. If there's a problem with the water, can people still live? Cousin, are you okay? Fu Qingdai softly inquired when she saw him lost in thought. Suppressing his anxiety, Su Jin forced a smile and said, It's fine, continue. You mentioned the company. When did they contact you, and when did they inform you that I would be coming? I know the company, and your appearance is a recent event. In my dream, a voice suddenly appeared saying it was the Tiandao company, asking if I wanted to live. I said yes. Then they mentioned that the contract was signed, and that someone would come to assist me, and after that there was no more sound. That's about it. That's right, if our company operates like this, Su Jin replied outwardly, but inwardly he was cursing profusely. Isn't this just extortion? Forcing someone to sign a contract just to live. He clicked a mouse and was sent off to outer space for labor dispatch. However, there were many problems with Fu Qingdai's words. She had known she would appear several days ago, while he had only been accepted by the company a few hours ago. There was quite a time discrepancy. Was it due to the crossing over? Was the company able to foresee the future, or was it a premeditated scheme, or something else? The underlying reasons were too complex to comprehend at once, and Fu Qingdai's understanding of the company was nearly zero. But based on this situation, it seemed unlikely they would establish any contact with the company unless they completed this task. In other words, he could only complete the task. Cursing in his heart once more, Su Jin continued to write. Let's go on, and I'll ask you everything first, and then you can ask. Okay, Fu Qingdai replied weakly. How many days are left before that rain? Do you have an accurate memory? Counting from today, there are 7 days left. Do I remember that very clearly? 7 days. Within those 7 days, whether pretending to be pitiful or acting, can you return home? I don't know. I said I wanted to go home, but my mom keeps insisting that I stay here for treatment. But she is quite worried about me being here and comes to see me every day. All right, let's skip this question. Is there any rental housing near your home? The closer the better. Yes. There are several rooms for rent in the same building as mine, and the contact number is posted on the window. Continue talking about your daily life and your parents. 10 minutes later, Su Jin paused his notes once again. Some information about the apocalypse had emerged, and he gained further understanding of the world. However, with only 7 days left, he had to speed things up. Fu Qingdai seemed quite clever, but she severely lacked social experience. Continuing to inquire about her personal life could likely mislead him. Twirling the pen twice, Su Jin shifted the subject and asked, How much does your family spend each month? How much do your parents earn? Fu Qingdai hesitated, a question mark slowly emerging above her head, and replied, Both earn over 2,000. It seems our family spends around 2,000 each month. Is this a society governed by law? Of course it is. We have many laws. If something happens at work or school, do you need to use connections or acquaintances? Of course you need to rely on connections, otherwise how would things get done? Alright, I understand. He paused his pen, pondering slightly. Do you think you are pretty? How can I not be? Do you think I am handsome? What do you think of my clothing style? Pretty handsome. The clothes look nice, but it feels particularly hot. Are there any audiovisual stores, markets, or internet cafes nearby? The first two exist, but I don't know about internet cafes. What is the molecular formula of water? H2O. Do you have menstruation? Do you use sanitary pads? Fu Qingdai's face gradually flushed. Hurry up and say, yes I do. After asking several more questions, Su Jin closed his notebook and fell into thought. This society had a weak legal awareness and placed great importance on personal. In 7 days it might be the apocalypse. After 5 consecutive days of torrential rain, problems began to surface and zombies seemed to emerge. The extent of the rainfall was unclear. Violent organizations in the rain-affected area would likely be swiftly dismantled, making the military power of this world unreliable in a short time. On a molecular level, water had no difference from Earth's and was safe to drink, but water pollution fundamentally severed the path for survival outdoors. There was not much time or money to prepare a refuge, and he could not forcefully take Fu Qingdai with him. However, the purchasing power of the 7,000 plus yuan in hand was quite strong. It was barely enough for renting and stockpiling supplies, and settling near her home was the best option. In terms of communication, cultural knowledge, and personal image, there was not much difference between Earth and this world, allowing for quick adaptation. During these 7 days, he should be as honest as possible without violating any laws or regulations and avoid provoking anyone. As for the rest, he could only explore on his own once he went out. While thinking, Su Jin suddenly realized a problem. He picked up the pen and wrote H2O on the paper. He showed it to Fu Qingdai. Do you recognize what I wrote? I don't recognize it. Fuck. Why are you cursing at me? Fu Qingdai looked bewildered. What is this? I really don't recognize it. As expected, Su Jin frowned deeply. He could understand and hear all the words and languages in this world, and others could understand his speech, which surely was due to the company's or the mask's effect. However, the characters he wrote on paper were completely incomprehensible to the people of this world. Renting here also required a contract, and if others could not understand what he wrote, that was a significant issue. Realizing this, Su Jin tore off another sheet of paper and handed the pen to Fu Qingdai. Write 2 characters for me, Su from Awakening and Jin from Ashes. Make the strokes heavy and write each character clearly. Fu Qingdai was puzzled but obediently complied. After she finished, Su Jin took back the paper and seeing the 2 Chinese characters above, he reached out to feel the back of the paper. Feeling the raised texture of the paper, he couldn't help but feel helpless. It should match his ID card, but what he saw with his eyes was completely different from the actual writing. The service provided by the company has a bug, forced translation. The mask cannot be removed, which means he could only use this method to figure out how to write his name. Helplessly putting away the signature paper, Su Jin said, I'll ask these for now. Feel free to say anything you want to ask. Fu Qingdai nodded nervously, then mustering her courage, asked the question in her heart. Cousin, are you an alien? Without a doubt, I am a Namekian, Su Jin replied calmly. Is it that you wear a human skin? Fu Qingdai asked tremulously. This is how we Namekians look. Hearing Su Jin's affirmative answer, Fu Qingdai felt a bit at ease, but her mind was still filled with countless questions. After pondering for a while, she finally asked her biggest doubt. Cousin, what exactly is going on with the situation in my dreams? Actually, this matter is a bit complex, so I will be brief. Su Jin thought while speaking. In fact, there are many civilizations in the universe. We are just one of them. According to our observations, you have been targeted by a group of star bandits, the Trisolarans. These people commit all kinds of evil. They enjoy slaughtering the life on a planet clean before turning it into fertilizer and plundering the planet's resources. Currently, this group of insane Trisolarans has spread a virus in your atmosphere. Once most of your people are dead, they will return in a few decades to reap the rewards. Fu Qingdai's pretty face instantly turned pale. Then why did they choose me? You should notify those big shots instead. Why would such a thing happen to me first? As she spoke more urgently, tears streamed down Fu Qingdai's face. How terrifying. I'm just an ordinary beautiful girl. Why is such a big event happening to me first? Seeing her start to cry again, Su Jin also looked troubled, feeling a wave of distress in his heart. Damn it, don't I also want to know why a strong, responsible, and capable ordinary pretty boy like me is caught up in this mess? Stop crying, Qingdai. Su Jin suppressed his own frustration and comforted her. Actually, the company chose you for a reason. Your body is special, and you have antibodies against the virus. As long as you are alive, we can research a cure. Then hurry up and research it. I can cooperate with anything. Fu Qingdai cried, extending her arms. Why don't we call the police first, cousin? You can contact them with an alien spaceship, they will definitely believe you. Currently that's not possible. When I came here I accidentally encountered the Trisolarans, and my spaceship was shot down and crashed. I don't even know where it is and all my teammates are dead, leaving just me. A disaster is certain of from here on out we can only take it one step at a time. Your biggest task right now is to stay alive. If you die, everyone else will be finished. As soon as these words were spoken, a mountain of pressure surged in. Fu Qingdai's face drained of color and her expression turned dazed. Seeing this, Su Jin said, "You need to adjust your mindset, many things haven't happened yet. We can still prepare in advance. The situation may not be as dire as you think." Perhaps due to long-term pressure, Fu Qingdai quickly regained her composure and in a hushed voice stammered, "Brother, I still don't understand why you came to save us. It's simple, where there are bad people there are good people. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to maintain peace in the universe, and to uphold love and true justice, we have been traveling through the universe to protect other civilizations. Moreover, the Trisolarans have attacked Namek several times. Just for this reason we cannot sit idly by. We Namekians love peace, but those who offend Namek must face retribution no matter how far they are." Su Jin spoke resolutely, but deep inside he felt increasingly desolate. Clearly he was so nervous that he almost wet himself, yet he had to crack jokes to help others relieve their stress. However, this little girl is indeed going through a lot. The pressure she bears is no less than his own. It sounds like you don't really love peace. We Namekians hate arguing. I won't ask any more, brother, I was wrong. Fu Qingdai wiped away her tears, feeling wronged. Just as Su Jin was about to continue speaking, a slightly indifferent voice came from behind. "Hey you, Namekian, come with me." Fu Qingdai stopped crying, and Su Jin turned around. A cold-faced female nurse about 23 or 24 years old stood behind him looking unkind. Su Jin exchanged a glance with Fu Qingdai and faced the nurse. The nurse said coldly, "Come with me for a moment." After she finished speaking, she walked towards an open balcony. Watching her back, Su Jin steadied his thoughts. Perfect. Negotiating with this nurse would serve as practice for integrating into society. The nurse fixed her gaze on Su Jin and asked, "Are you Fu Qingdai's relative?" "I am her cousin," Su Jin replied calmly. "Her mother came to see her this morning. Have you registered?" "Of course, is there any problem?" "There's no issue with that, but the girl is currently suffering from severe delusions. You continuing to speak nonsense with her is very detrimental to her condition." The nurse said seriously, "You can see her, but I hope you do not disrupt our treatment." "Nurse, I think there is some misunderstanding here. May I ask your name?" "Ding Jia." "What misunderstanding?" "When Qingdai was little I took care of her. We have a very close bond. I often played role-playing games with her, and this time I just wanted to relive those moments." Su Jin paused before continuing. "I just returned from abroad and was planning to give her a surprise at school, but unexpectedly I heard her classmates say she was hospitalized. I see that her thinking is still fairly clear. Aside from her poor emotions, there seems to be no major problems. How is she doing otherwise? Is she adapting to life here?" "Just returned from abroad. That's quite rare." Ding Jia looked Su Jin up and down and said, "Her situation isn't very optimistic. She often has delusions and keeps telling people that the end of the world is coming and that they should prepare in advance. However, speaking of this, I do find her behavior a bit strange." "What's strange about it?" Ding Jia sighed. "She doesn't behave like an ordinary patient, to be honest. I also think she seems quite normal most of the time, but what she says is extremely absurd, as if she truly has seen the apocalypse." Su Jin rubbed his forehead and smiled wryly. "I heard her classmates say her grades have been dropping sharply lately. Maybe her mother is putting too much pressure on her, causing her to become overly tense and speak like this to compensate for herself. But Miss Ding, I have an unreasonable request that I hope you can agree to." "What?" Ding Jia looked at Su Jin with confusion. "I don't want her to continue staying here. Qingdai doesn't want to either. You know this environment will only increase her stress and hinder her studies. My uncle is a doting father and definitely wouldn't want her to stay in this place. The main issue is that my aunt is not agreeing. I hope you can help me. Next time her mother comes, say a few words for me to let Qingdai go home with her mother." "That's absolutely not possible." Ding Jia said seriously. "We have rules. Unless her parents insist on taking her back, we will not interfere. I completely understand, so this is just a request. How about this, let's exchange phone numbers." Su Jin said discreetly, taking out his esteemed Xiaomi 6 and lighting up the 1080p ultra-clear screen. As soon as the phone appeared, Ding Jia's attention was swiftly diverted, and she asked with a look of surprise, "What is this?" "It's a phone." "This is a phone." Su Jin smiled casually. "Sorry, I forgot. This model isn't available in domestic markets yet. It's quite different from..." With that, he directly placed the Xiaomi 6 into Ding Jia's hands. Ding Jia was momentarily taken aback, and Su Jin gently took her finger and swiped it across the screen. He continued to spout some incomprehensible phrases like, "performance monster, thinner than a coin, the smoother it gets the more you use it, oh, and leaps and bounds ahead." "That's amazing. Are foreign phones like this now? What language is this?" Ding Jia exclaimed excitedly, even though all the words on the phone were foreign and she couldn't understand anything. She was completely unaware that the conversation had veered off topic and her right hand was entirely grasped by Su Jin. It wasn't until Su Jin took back the phone that Ding Jia suddenly realized her face growing slightly red as she pulled her hand back. Wakanda script. Wakanda. There's such a country. Which company is so impressive? Ding Jia muttered to herself. Wakanda is a small country, but its phone manufacturing company is well known. You can take a guess, Su Jin said with a smile. Is it Jumi? Smart. This phone can also take pictures. How about I help you take one? Su Jin decisively changed the subject. Really? Ding Jia was greatly surprised. Su Jin took 2 steps back, raised the Xiaomi without saying a word, and snapped a photo. Then he stood still and opened the photo editing software, editing the picture on the spot. 10 seconds later, a polished photo was presented before Ding Jia's eyes. Looking at the phone where she appeared 2 shades lighter with all sorts of beauty effects applied, Ding Jia's heart raced, and she gasped in astonishment. Is this me? Su Jin smiled awkwardly, saying sorry. After all, it's just a phone camera, it can't compare to professional ones. It's normal to make a beauty look like an 8 out of 10. Huh. 2 heavy blushes flew to Ding Jia's cheeks, and her originally cold demeanor had long since vanished. No, this is already very good. So, where can I buy this phone? It hasn't been released on the market yet. I only got it through a friend's internal connection. I heard that even when it is released, it will only be available to a select few. Oh, Ding Jia looked a bit disappointed, then asked, how much does this phone cost? Not expensive, just 20,000. Su Jin casually made up a price. 20,000. Ding Jia exclaimed, but quickly realized her reaction was a bit too loud, her face flushing as she added, for such a good phone, 20,000. That's really not expensive. Yes, I find it quite handy. It's also suitable to gift to relatives and friends. I originally wanted to get a few more through friends, but unfortunately, I couldn't secure an internal quota before returning home. Just 20,000. Not expensive. Getting a few more. Gifting to relatives and friends. How wealthy is he? And so young. Does he have some background? Ding Jia's mind was in turmoil until Su Jin's voice became clear to her ears. Miss Ding, it seems we have strayed off topic. Oh, right. Ding Jia nodded quickly. Let's talk about Qing Dai's situation. Su Jin turned to look at the position where Fu Qing Dai was sighing with concern. Originally, this child was quite lively, but unexpectedly, due to life's pressures, she was sent here. To be honest, it breaks my heart to see this, and I've also observed her condition. I feel that staying here isn't beneficial for her recovery. On the contrary, changing to a familiar environment would be more advantageous for her. Miss Ding, do you really think she must stay here for treatment? Actually, not necessarily. Ding Jia hesitated to respond. Su Jin nodded. I think so too, so I hope you can help me with a favor. Once she returns home, I can find someone to take care of her, and even if she isn't here, we can ensure that the necessary medications and guidance are in place. Besides, you are here, right? Miss Ding, I wonder if you could give me a phone number. Leaving a number. Ding Jia put her left hand in her pocket, holding on to her Shaolin tong, and after hesitating for a long time, she didn't dare to take it out, instead directly reciting a string of numbers. Alright, you can write it down. 800-820-8820. Su Jin pretended to type a string of numbers into his phone, then suddenly acted surprised. Oh, I'm sorry. I just returned to the country, and this number can't be used here yet. How about you leave me a number instead? Once I finish my procedures, I'll call you, okay? With that, he paid no heed to the other person's reaction, directly pulled out a notebook, tore out a page, and handed the paper and pen to Ding Jia. Once he got the phone number, Su Jin carefully folded it and put it in his pocket. Miss Ding, I'm counting on you for this matter. Hey, did I agree to help you? Ding Jia crossed her arms and looked at Su Jin with a half smile. Su Jin smiled faintly. That's true, I was presumptuous. But no matter what, I still hope to keep in touch with you and discuss Qing Dai's situation. It's clear that Miss Ding is kind-hearted and responsible for her patients. I must treat you to a meal when I have the time. By the way, if my uncle and his family come over tomorrow, I hope you won't tell them I visited. They don't know I'm back in the country, and I want to give them a surprise. You can skip helping with other things, but you must help me with this. You can rest assured I will definitely help with this. Ding Jia nodded. At this point in the conversation, a voice came from a distance. Ding Jia turned around, glanced back, and then turned to Su Jin with a slightly conflicted expression. I have things to attend to. Can we pause our chat for now? Su Jin nodded in acknowledgement. But just as Ding Jia was about to turn and leave, he raised his phone and called out to her, Miss Ding. What is it? Ding Jia looked back. Your photo is still with me. Can I keep it? When I have time, I'll print it out and send it to you. Su Jin wore a bright smile. That's fine. Wait for my call, take care. Ding Jia's cheeks, which had just lost their flush, turned bright red again as she turned and hurried away with a youthful gait. Watching Ding Jia's figure disappear, Su Jin's smile faded. He took out the phone number from his pocket, crumpled it up, and casually tossed it into the nearby trash bin. He quickly walked over to Fu Qing Dai, sitting down opposite her, and said seriously, let's keep this brief. This afternoon or evening if you have time, go chat with that nurse of Dingjia's. Just tell her that you're introducing me to a partner, trying to bring us together. Don't act too fake, you understand, right? When your mother comes tomorrow, you'll get Dingjia to help you talk. Just say you're suitable for home care. If she doesn't help you, you should cry and make a scene, even pretend to commit suicide if necessary. But don't mention me in front of your parents. Can you I can. Fu Qingdai answered seriously. Good, now tell me your home address. They'll go check things out today to try and arrange something close to your home as soon as possible. If I rent a place, remember that my house will have 2 white papers taped to the windows. Fu Qingdai didn't answer directly, but hesitated, biting her lower lip, and said, Cousin, I have another question. Now can I ask you? Go ahead. Are you only going to save me? What else would I do? Do you think I can save that many people? Su Jin replied without hesitation. Fu Qingdai's face turned pale, and she shrank back, saying, No. You must save my parents too. And my friends. If you can save me, you can't just watch them die. Upon hearing this, Su Jin instantly felt overwhelmed. Don't throw so many demands at me. I'm telling you, I'm feeling frustrated these days, and I'm tired of women. Then I might as well die. What's the point of living alone? Fu Qingdai trembled, looking at Su Jin defiantly. Su Jin was at a loss for words, contemplating his strategy. After a brief silence, he said, I can't take care of others for now, but I will definitely save your parents. Logically analyzing, Fu Qingdai's parents must be saved no matter what. A little girl has no ability to survive on her own, and her greatest support for survival is undoubtedly her parents. Perhaps this will help me expedite my task. Hearing his promise, Fu Qingdai's gaze softened, and she nodded slowly twice. I understand. As long as you can save my parents, it's fine. Cousin, I know I have no right to ask you for anything, but I'm really scared. Fu Qingdai's eyes turned red as she reached behind her back and pulled out 3 notebooks, handing them over. Su Jin received the notebooks with confusion and flipped through them. The first notebook recorded all of Fu Qingdai's dreams, every detail documented, even those she couldn't quite recall were clearly labeled. The second notebook contained a wealth of life knowledge newspaper clippings. The third notebook had a map of Longshan City tucked inside, marking significant buildings, grain stores, hospitals, police stations. The remaining sections recorded Fu Qingdai's home address, a rough hand-drawn map, as well as the distribution of nearby supermarkets, pharmacies, gas supply stations, and other buildings. Did you write all of this? Su Jin exclaimed in shock, looking at Fu Qingdai. Fu Qingdai nodded. Cousin, I knew you would come looking for me, and I suspected you might be an alien, so I prepared in advance because I was afraid you wouldn't understand our situation. I also have over 10,000 yuan buried under the big tree at the entrance of my building. There's only one tree at the entrance, so it's easy to recognize. I drew a red dot on the trunk. It's buried just below the red. 10,000. Where would a student like you get so much money? Are you a rich second generation? Su Jin was shocked for the second time. Fu Qingdai's face turned red, and she found it hard to speak. Finally, she lowered her head and said, I borrowed it from over 100 male classmates in our school. My goodness. Su Jin was taken aback. At such a young age, you already know how to con money from men. I didn't con them. Fu Qingdai exclaimed angrily, but her tone weakened again, mumbling. I never said I wouldn't pay it back. If they hadn't died, I would have definitely paid them back, even if it meant working or selling blood. All right. Su Jin praised repeatedly, looking at Fu Qingdai with admiration. A little girl of about 10 years old, aware of the impending apocalypse, issuing warnings to everyone, enduring countless doubts and misunderstandings, and taking action without giving up, even when sent to a psychiatric hospital. Such a powerful ability to withstand pressure and take action is truly humbling for adults. The information and money she provided are incredibly useful. Saintly. This isn't the material for being saintly. She's simply an angel. A remarkably high-quality client. She shouldn't be likely to hold me back. Putting away the 3 notebooks, Su Jin looked seriously at Fu Qingdai and said, You've done very well, we'll leave the rest to me. He'll wait. You're too thin. I'll remember to eat more these days. I understand it's all thanks to you. Cousin. Stepping out of the mental hospital, Su Jin squinted up at the sun in the sky. After meeting with the client and negotiating, much of the tension faded away, yet his heart remained shrouded in fog with many burdens accumulating. He couldn't tell if this alien son would give him tumors. But regardless, as things stood, he had completely severed ties with the company, and he couldn't return home without completing the task they had imposed on him. Even if a tumor would kill him, that was a matter for a decade later. He had to prepare in advance. Taking out the notes and map given by Fu Qingdai, Su Jin walked onward. Under the watchful gaze of the security guard at the gate, he swaggered out of the mental hospital. Upon reaching the roadside, Su Jin stopped and gazed into the distance. According to the map, the residential area where Fu Qingdai lived was called Talent Community, about 9 kilometers away from the mental hospital. There were taxis on the street that he could take. However, renting a place in Talent Community was not the highest priority. There was more important intelligence to investigate. After checking the map, Su Jin stepped to the right. After walking a few steps, he seemed to remember something. He took out a rope from his briefcase, tying one end to the handle and securely tying the other end to his wrist. He continued forward covered by his trench coat. This place was economically underdeveloped and the rule of law was not sound. If he encountered a motorcycle gang on the road, there would be no place to cry if he lost it. Although it was broad daylight, he still prepared to take precautions. His current destination was a large vegetable market nearby. The local food could greatly differ from that on Earth, and whether it was edible was still an unknown. It would be best to eat what he brought at first, and to buy some daily ingredients at the market to experiment with a small amount overnight. In the vegetable market, Su Jin walked while observing. This market was rather ordinary with not much surprise. However, seeing various vegetables and fruits made him feel. The good news was that many vegetables looked familiar, though some were entirely unrecognizable. There were radishes with strange patterns, huge leafy vegetables, and red vines. As he walked between the stalls, Su Jin secretly plucked some vegetable leaves, occasionally pretending to discuss and learn their names. He casually took a few leaves to bring back for experiments. He couldn't waste a single cent until he confirmed the safety of the food. Moreover, plant-based foods were not his main target. His focus was on meat. If the knowledge from Earth still applied, then based on common sense, he should prioritize the safety of unfamiliar foods. Generally, it should be meat, seeds, plants. Typically, large meat-producing animals do not carry toxins in their muscle fat. Large animals often depend on their physical bodies for survival, and generally organisms with low survival capabilities evolve special mechanisms to protect themselves with toxins. Moreover, when the apocalypse arrives, cold storage usually preserves meat, which is high in calories. Even if it spoils, its safety is still relatively high, making it a reliable and comprehensive food source. However, it was still necessary to test the safety of vegetables. The key was to indirectly verify the safety of supermarket processed foods. After circling the vegetable area, he reached the meat and seafood section. Looking at the rows of pink lights hanging over the meat stalls, Su Jin couldn't help but he hadn't expected that selling meat in this other world would follow the same pattern. With the lights shining on it, the meat appeared to look a little better. However, the large chunks of fatty and lean meat for sale, along with the fierce animal heads resembling cow skulls, were quite shocking. This roughly indicated the safety of the meat, which was a good sign. After stealing a few scraps of rotten vegetable leaves to take back for experiments, the meat seemed fine. Now he just needed to check the seafood. The seafood area was filled with interconnected fish tanks. Approaching one tank, Su Jin paused to observe. As he was looking, Su Jin's gaze suddenly fixed on a large gray fish that turned its body to face him, its big mouth pressed against the glass. Upon seeing the appearance of the gray fish, Su Jin's whole body trembled. This fish. He had risked his life to dive into the alien seafood market, and there it was, an alien giant carp. It had a mouth that resembled a human's, full of teeth, and what was key was that the mouth was oriented vertically. It was terrifying, giving an extremely unsettling feeling. "Hey brother, I see you've been staring for a while. I want a fish." "They're all fresh," said the stall owner's wife cheerfully, approaching from behind. "Free scaling and tooth knocking." "Oh, no thank you." Su Jin swallowed hard, waving his hand as he walked away. After wandering around the market, he let out a long sigh. The food seemed quite reliable for now, but he couldn't let his guard down. The necessary experiments still had to be conducted. Looking around, Su Jin moved on. After walking 100 steps or so, he entered a pharmacy. The two staff members stood behind the counter chatting casually, clearly not in the mood to attend to him. After lingering at the entrance for a few seconds, Su Jin walked towards the health supplement section. His gaze searched the shelves for a while, picking up a bottle of the most eye-catching multivitamin supplement. He took out the Centrum he had bought earlier and compared them carefully. Before he knew, he was about to be transported by the company. Aside from buying a large amount of food at the supermarket, the second most he bought was cigarettes and multivitamin supplements. 10 bottles of large Centrum vitamins. At that time, his thought process was not complicated. If he were truly sent to an unfamiliar place, food was obviously one issue, but there was another equally severe problem: vitamins and various trace elements. He was into fitness and had researched nutrition quite a bit. A long-term lack of trace elements would affect athletic ability in less than a month. Especially under high exercise loads and stress, the effects would be more pronounced. If the lack continued for an extended period, bodily functions would suffer damage and diseases would naturally follow. Declining physiological functions and diseases could each be life-threatening if not managed properly. Comparing the two bottles of nutritional supplements, Su Jin's tense mood eased considerably. Most of the nutritional components matched, and the unfamiliar ones were at least somewhat recognizable. After all, he wasn't a professional. Similar species, the same nutritional components. It seemed that even without personal testing, the safety of the food had a 90% guarantee. Putting the supplement back, Su Jin turned to leave the pharmacy. He had seen most of what he wanted. There was still the next stop, where he would buy a few things and head straight to rent a place in Talent Community. At the audiovisual store, about less than 2 kilometers from the vegetable market, there was one right on the street. Su Jin stood at the door of the audiovisual store, a deep wave of nostalgia washing over him. Through the glass window, he could see the walls adorned with movie boxes and the shabby packaging of discs. How similar these two worlds were. He couldn't help but remember renting movies of Lam Chingying as a child. That must have been the most carefree time of his childhood. After a moment of reflection, Su Jin pushed open the store door and saw the owner at the counter. He directly asked, "Boss, do you have disaster movies?" The store was filled with the scent of plastic wrap mixed with old paper. The boss behind the counter was searching for a disc while asking, "Disaster films are quite niche. Oh, what specific type are you looking for?" Virus infections, mutated beasts, alien invasions. You know, the kind where ordinary people struggle to survive before the apocalypse. Got it. Just wait a moment, I'll find something for you. Standing in the store, Su Jin's gaze swept across the movie wall. Although the movie covers were simple, they contained a wealth of information. Movies can essentially be seen as a condensation of society. This time Su Jin wanted to borrow disaster films to clarify the world's approach to calamities. If a disaster truly occurs, perhaps searching for real-life materials would be far less efficient than absorbing insights from movies. He had previously talked with Fu Qingdai, who mentioned that she often rented discs at home to watch animated films. He could find an opportunity to go to her house and borrow a disc player. However, from the boss' words, it seemed that disaster films were quite niche in this world. 2 minutes later, the boss emerged from behind the counter with 3 discs. He handed them to Su Jin and said, "Here, these 3 definitely meet your requirements." "Just these 3. Su Jin took the discs and examined them. "They're all scratched. They won't freeze, will they?" "Just these 3. Don't worry, if they freeze, I'll refund you," the boss smiled. "Brother, after so many years, do you think I don't know what you want to watch? I like this genre too. Other films are somewhat lacking, but these 3 have no romantic subplots. Pure disaster. You know your stuff? How much to rent?" "The same price as what's written outside, 5 yuan each with a 10 yuan deposit." "Alright, I'll take them all." Su Jin readily paid, and the boss accepted the money, smiling. "Do you want to pick some more? I have the latest films guaranteed to satisfy you." "Could you help me pick some historical, urban, and military war films? They must be based on true stories. Ooh, I don't want trash." "Don't worry, little brother, I don't have any trash films here." The boss turned and began searching through the disc collection again. Soon after, Su Jin had 3 more discs in his hands. After a quick glance at the covers, he said, "Not bad, I'll take them all. Want to look at anything else?" The boss smiled. There were many people who rented discs, but they usually rented 1 or 2 and took half an hour to browse. Today, this young man was quite interesting. He wasn't picky and was straightforward, suggesting he was a seasoned movie enthusiast. Su Jin raised his eyebrows, slightly leaning forward and lowering his voice. "Brother, do you have that kind of film?" The boss raised an eyebrow, unconsciously lowering his voice. "What? Good films? I have good films. Aren't all of these good films? I mean that kind of good film. I don't have those. Everything here is legitimate business." The boss straightened up and shook his head. Su Jin stared at the boss and clicked his tongue. "Brother, I've rented 6 discs from you already. Oh, I'll be back again in the future." "What type are you looking for?" The boss looked Su Jin up and down, cautiously asking. "As long as it's beautiful and exciting. I'm serious about buying, you can rest assured of that. But here's one thing we need to clarify up front. You have to let me preview it. I don't trust the cover." Not trusting the cover. That was a film enthusiast statement. After thinking for a few seconds, the boss nodded. "Alright, come over here." Following the boss, he pushed open another door in the store. Behind the door was a small room, simply decorated with a mattress on the floor and a low table holding an old TV. The floor was scattered with clothes and disc cases, looking like the boss' living space. The boss bent down to pick up a disc case from the floor, opened it, and presented it to Su Jin. "Here, you can choose for yourself. There are 21 discs, only for sale, not for rent." As he flipped through the discs, he noticed they were all filled with pictures of women in swimsuits. After a quick look, Su Jin asked, "Is this enough adult content?" "The way you asked this is quite refreshing, brother. If the adult content isn't adult, isn't that a crime?" "Alright, pick one for me to see." "No problem. All of these are top quality. You'll know once you see them." The boss randomly picked a disc, bent down, and inserted it into a device that looked like a VCD player. The sound of the disc spinning began, and the old TV displayed an image. "I'll speed it up for you." The boss picked up the remote and started fast-forwarding. As the video progressed, the content appeared quickly, and Su Jin focused his gaze. The 2 people on the TV were engaged in a lively fight, just like the battles he imagined. To be honest, this level of content was hardly enough for someone like him, a veteran who had withstood the impact of neon culture. But as the camera started to zoom in, Su Jin immediately widened his eyes and leaned closer to the TV. Just then, a close-up of a particular action appeared. Zooming in, and then zooming in again, every detail was crystal clear. Seeing Su Jin almost glued to the TV, the boss, who had previously smiled, began to frown, reaching out to pat Su Jin's lower back. Hey, are you really that into it? You're practically diving into the screen now." The journey was uneventful. After purchasing a backpack, Su Jin studied the documents provided by Fu Qingdai while taking a taxi to the outskirts of Talent Residential Complex. There were no high walls surrounding the compound. Standing on the roadside, he could clearly see the drab 6-story aging buildings within. The buildings stood at moderate intervals from one another, their facades etched with faint grayish-black cracks, evidence of decades of wear and quiet endurance. Nothing about them appeared extraordinary save for the numbered plaques affixed to each facade. Building No. 7, Fu Qingdai's residence, was immediately visible from outside the complex. Su Jin paused, scanning the structure for a moment before deciding not to enter just yet. Instead, he unfurled Fu Qingdai's hand-drawn map and began circling the perimeter of the compound. After roughly 30 minutes, he returned to the main entrance. Fu Qingdai, it seemed, possessed remarkable attention to detail. Her self-illustrated map had been meticulously drafted with a ruler, each line measured with precision. Even nearby shops, grocery stores, print shops, were proportionally rendered with striking accuracy. For now, he would need little additional effort to interpret the layout. He stepped inside the compound. There was no access control. The security booth at the gate stood empty and neglected. Standing beneath Unit 2 of Building No. 7, a pungent odor of stale food waste enveloped him. Beside the main entrance, a square aperture, roughly 40 centimeters wide, yawned open in the wall. Discarded food scraps, congealed broth, and plastic bags littered its base. A low concrete barrier stood adjacent, separating the building's entrance from this opening. A design Su Jin recalled from his childhood neighborhood, a garbage chute. Each apartment had its own dedicated chute. Residents simply tossed refuse down the corridor into the shaft below. Yet the system reeked perpetually and clogged all too easily. Such chutes had long since vanished from most modern residential blocks. Only a handful of aging structures still retained them. Before the building rose an ancient tree, its gnarled trunk rooted deep in the earth. Su Jin hurried to the tree and circled it once. Near its roots he spotted a faint but unmistakable red. This must be where Fu Qingdai had buried the money. Glancing left and right, confirming he was alone, Su Jin retrieved a pair of gloves from his backpack and began digging. After excavating roughly 10 centimeters, a weathered biscuit tin emerged. Its painted pattern faded and chipped. Opening it revealed tightly rolled wads of crumpled banknotes and scattered coins. He had no time to count them. Yet again admiration for Fu Qingdai swelled within him. Swiftly he sealed the tin, slipped it into his bag, and kicked soil back into the shallow pit. His gaze lifted toward the rows of glass windows above. A flicker of delight lit his eyes. Fu Qingdai lived on the 5th floor, and both the 2nd and 5th floors bore handwritten rental notices with contact numbers. If fortune smiled upon him, he might soon reside directly across from her, making coordination infinitely easier. He resolved then and there, rent it now. Having made his decision, he memorized the number and scanned the area, then fixed his attention on a middle-aged woman nearby and approached without hesitation. "Sister, may I borrow your phone? My battery's dead." 30 minutes later, at the 5th floor landing, a man in a gray short-sleeve shirt unlocked the door. Su Jin stood quietly behind him. "Xiao Su, you've got good taste. Don't let the age fool you. These apartments were once allocated exclusively to distinguished personnel, professors, cadres, veterans, men of stature and service." The landlord swung the door wide and gestured Su Jin inside. "Your neighbor across the hall is old Fu, and Xiao Cheng, the security guard downstairs. He's ex-military. The surroundings may be modest, but living here brings peace of mind and genuine comfort. My son used to live downstairs. I'd never have moved if he hadn't insisted. Truly, I was reluctant to leave. I've taken excellent care of this place. What do you think? Your son's devoted and financially independent. If I had such talent, my parents would be overjoyed. Countless people envy your fortune." Not bad at all. You're no slouch yourself, young man." Though speaking modestly, the landlord beamed with quiet pride. Su Jin said nothing more and began touring the rooms. 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. Only the toilet lacked modern fixtures. All furniture, tables, chairs, stools, was present and functional. The total area measured approximately 70 square. The landlord trailed behind, explaining, "All basic furnishings are included, enough for daily life, but appliances are your responsibility. For cooking, there's a gas station just outside the compound. A cylinder costs 61 yuan with a 100 yuan deposit. The morning market is only 1 street away. So what do you think?" They both halted simultaneously in the living room. Su Jin cut straight to the point. "It's suitable. How much per month?" 500. Deposit? Well, Xiao Su, you strike me as a conscientious fellow, so 1 month's rent will suffice." "Agreed. No problem." He paused, then shifted tone. "Brother, you mentioned your son moved out, previously residing downstairs. Is that unit vacant as well?" "Yes, it's empty, but it belongs to my son. He never intended to rent it out, so it's remained unoccupied. Would he consider renting it?" "Huh." The landlord blinked, then nodded. "Downstairs is nearly identical in condition. If you're serious, I can arrange it. But how many people will actually live there?" Su Jin hesitated briefly. "Brother, I'll be honest. I've just arrived in Longshan to seek work. This apartment is for me alone, but a friend of mine plans to join me soon, a woman. I'd like to secure her accommodation ahead of time, as a gesture of goodwill. I swear, 1 person per room, no complications whatsoever." "Ah, you're courting someone." The landlord chuckled. Fine, no issue. Su Jin offered a bashful smile of thanks, then added slightly flustered, but brother, one more thing. I'm newly arrived. Renting 2 units up front strains my budget. My friend arrives in a few days and expenses will mount further. I'll pay the first month's rent for both units now. The deposits can wait. Collect them in half a month. We'll formalize this in the contract. You can inspect both units then. If anything's damaged or neglected, withhold the deposit entirely, or even evict me outright. Does that sound fair? The landlord pondered briefly, then clapped Su Jin's shoulder with a warm grin. You're refreshingly sincere, young man. And I certainly won't stand in the way of love. Done, it's settled. An hour later, silence reigned within the rented apartment. Su Jin stood alone by the window, chewing bitter, nameless leaf greens, gazing pensively into the distance. Before him the sun sank westward, spilling amber light across the world, gilding rooftops, trees, and pavement alike. In a single day, he had traveled from home to an alien reality, visited a psychiatric hospital, and secured 2 apartments, establishing a fragile foothold. While navigating the city, tension and helplessness had been ruthlessly suppressed by unfamiliarity, by sheer rational discipline. Now within this safe, solitary space, his body and spirit finally everything felt dreamlike, yet terrifyingly real. Leaning forward, Su Jin pressed his forehead gently against the cool glass and closed his eyes, releasing a long, weary sigh. The bitterness intensified on his tongue, long-buried panic and disorientation surged violently upward. A job imposed upon him, while preparing for the end of the world. How had he crossed over? Why was the world ending? Why had this fallen upon him? He was ordinary. He had never asked for any of this. Su Jin clutched his chest, heart racing, thoughts unraveling. After lamenting for a long time, Su Jin turned around and helplessly collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving irregularly. Even when he had to work like a beast, his back had never bent. But this time he truly felt cowardly to an unbearable extent. With his fingers tangled in his hair, Su Jin felt an infinite regret in his heart. I was wrong, I was wrong from the very beginning. If I hadn't gone to drink with the client back then, I wouldn't have provoked them. If I hadn't provoked them, I wouldn't have had to look for a new job. And if I hadn't had to look for a new job, I wouldn't have been forced into this unfortunate place. Is the company there? Can anyone hear me? Su Jin swallowed hard and tentatively spoke, his gaze nervously fixed on the empty space. But soon he was disappointed. Everything was just him talking to himself. A person's value in the workplace is basically equal to their market value minus the cost of changing jobs. Those who excessively flatter their leaders and love the company indicate a high dependency on work, a high cost of switching jobs, and a great probability of being laid off. If he were truly to be laid off, revealing vulnerabilities like car loans, house loans, and family would further give the company leverage, making it likely that any compensation would be reduced. From the day he graduated, Su Jin had firmly rejected this theory and continuously delved into the art of upward management, always appearing confident in the workplace, even earning more respect from clients. His colleagues from the same company had been laid off several times, yet he remained as steady as a mountain. If it weren't for the serious mistakes he made, Old Lee would never have laid him off. But this damned company with its infinite responsibilities had no one around. Even finding a leader to manage things was impossible. He sat there until the sun set. The last ray of light vanished from above Su Jin's head, plunging the room into darkness. In the dark, Su Jin rubbed his face and let out a heavy sigh once again. He got up and turned on the light, feeling self-pity for a while, but his expression had softened considerably. Then he resolutely walked towards the bathroom. There was no turning. The only option was to abandon fantasy, prepare for struggle, and complete the task. The company ignoring him could actually be a good thing, at least it likely proved that no one was spying on him. The fact that the other party could engage him in a hollow conversation made him feel like there were countless eyes watching him since his arrival. He couldn't even dare to go to the bathroom, having held it in all day. He didn't know how the protagonists in those online novels encountered systems, or how the old souls overcame these issues. The next day, sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating Su Jin's face. Su Jin furrowed his brows, his eyelids fluttering. After struggling in his heart for a long time, he finally opened his eyes with a hint of hope. What met his gaze was still the unfamiliar bedroom. Though he had expected it, disappointment was inevitable. The only consolation was that the vegetable leaves he had eaten at night had no side effects. There were still 6 days until the apocalypse arrived. That night, he slept fully clothed, tossing and turning, only managing to doze for 2 or 3 hours. He got up to wash up in the bathroom briefly. Su Jin walked into the living room, glanced at the windows already covered with 2 sheets of white paper, and turned to sit at the dining table. He took out a notebook and a piece of bread, eating while jotting down notes. He had already made arrangements with Su Qingdai, who lived across from him. She would come looking for him as soon as she was discharged. He would observe for 3 days. If she hadn't returned by then, he would have to make another trip to the mental hospital. Currently, the client wasn't the highest priority. The most pressing matter was to prepare for the crisis. There were still 6 days left, and it was unquestionable that water, food, and medicine needed to be stockpiled in large quantities. But the problem was that water. Water could be contaminated, making it difficult to replenish later. With high consumption, it couldn't be compressed, and its quality was much higher compared to other supplies. Using containers to hold it would place tremendous weight on a small area, making it challenging to store enough water without putting immense pressure on the floor. If stored separately, it would waste space. The construction standards in this world were not clearly defined, and design standards did not guarantee construction standards. Construction standards did not determine worker quality did not guarantee building material quality, and the aging condition of the materials was unknown. Based on this situation, he had temporarily decided to rent 2 apartments yesterday. A normal person's daily water consumption is about 2 liters. If one were to conserve a ton of water, could last an individual for a year and a half. But it couldn't be calculated simply. Under high-pressure injury or other special circumstances, water consumption would definitely increase. He also had to consider Su Jin and her parents. Alternatively, he might need to recruit others to increase their chances of survival. 2 apartments, 4 tons of water placed under load-bearing walls should be a relatively reasonable and safe range with ample surplus. That 100 liters of water would require 40 buckets. Larger buckets could be bought, and then wooden boards could be placed underneath to distribute. He also needed purification tablets and cling film to prevent excessive evaporation. He meticulously recorded everything, pausing momentarily before beginning to write down the food storage plan. Staple foods must be stockpiled, but buying grain required going far away, and he also needed to buy some cardboard boxes to have the grain store pack them for night delivery. Once he had staple grains, he also needed fats and proteins. Both bottled vegetable oil and animal fat would suffice. The best choice for protein should be protein powder, but it was currently assumed that it might not be available on the market. Judging from the actual situation in this world, the fitness market was practically zero. He hadn't seen a gym, even when taking a taxi. As a fallback, milk powder should be selected. It is nutritious, easy to obtain, compressible, and calorie-dense. Other nutritional needs would largely have to rely on tap. After pondering and sketching for over 20 minutes, Su Jin continued to flip pages and write. Confirming the food and water, the most important thing was weapons. The industry in this world had already developed, and the large-scale use of firearms was inevitable. However, obtaining firearms was currently impossible to estimate. He had asked Su Jin about this, and ordinary citizens were unable to possess guns. Finding a way to acquire firearms was difficult, and the legal risks and costs were prohibitive. With the 7,000 yuan he had plus Su Jin's money, he counted a total of over 25,000 yuan last night. Stockpiling supplies was slightly insufficient. Firearms had to be given up, and even if they had some effect, they would not be significant. Firstly, without practice, wasting bullets would be severe, and resupplying would be extremely difficult. Secondly, if gunfire attracted the attention of zombies, it would be better not to use them. Currently, the greatest function of guns in the short term is to deter living people. Not shooting is more cost-effective than shooting. Having one gun on hand was more. Thus, the preparation for weapons would have to shift to cold weapons. Long weapons would be best. He could buy some steel pipes at the hardware store and modify them with knives and axes for use. If he could get a bow and arrows, that would be even better. He would have time to practice while hiding in a safe house. However, if he were still at the age of a thug, going to butcher some live animals would not only not scare him, but might even excite him. But having already been through society, his respect for the law and understanding of the fragility of life were increasing day by day. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but if asked to kill someone, even if it was a zombie, he would likely panic and feel fear. But when that time came, he must not waver, his hand must not shake. Otherwise, one careless moment could lead to death. An adult's greatest virtue is to never overestimate oneself. Perhaps the most urgent task, besides familiarizing himself with the environment for a day, was to find an opportunity to go to the slaughterhouse to butcher some live animals for desensitization. There are only 5 days left until the apocalypse descends. Once again, the sun sets at 7 in the afternoon. Su Jin returned to his rental apartment with a backpack, his clothes now changed into a locally purchased tank top and shirt. This day can be described as fruitful. He spent half a day in a bookstore rapidly reading numerous encyclopedias, deepening his understanding of the world. The remaining half of the day was spent scouting locations, studying market prices, budgeting costs, and getting friendly with the community security. After calculations, the money in hand was just barely enough. Of course, the supplies were calculated based on a super-saturated estimate. Just for food, considering 4 people, it would last for several months. If it weren't for the need to purchase a large quantity of other functional supplies, this money could last for over 2 years just for food. The purchasing power is truly impressive. Upon returning home, he immediately set down his backpack and took out a handbag. From the handbag, he pulled out a notebook followed by 2 plastic bags. One plastic bag contained rice, while the other held stir-fried meat slices. Having some vegetable leaves for dinner wasn't a problem today. He had the audacity to order a meat dish at a small restaurant out. The taste was quite good, and he was pleasantly surprised to find normal rice and chopsticks at the restaurant. As for the 2 portions on the dining table, they were leftovers packed from the restaurant. Su Jin flipped open his notebook with one hand, while unwrapping the plastic bag with the other. Before he could even unwrap it, a wave of warmth transmitted from his fingers. Looking at the still warm food, Su Jin was momentarily stunned. He had read some novels where there were always spatial rings that could keep food fresh indefinitely. But seeing this with his own eyes, the food still warm, felt incredibly magical. Isn't this akin to time standing still? The skills in those novels about time freezing seemed rather low-level, ubiquitous. The food looked just like it had been freshly bought, indicating that the items brought from home need not worry about spoiling. After unwrapping the plastic bag, Su Jin picked up a clump of rice with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. After chewing a couple of times, his expression changed slightly, and he quickly picked up a piece of vegetable. It wasn't time standing still. The temperature remained unchanged, the rice had revived, and the taste of the vegetables seemed to have changed. So this bag's space is actually a thermally insulated environment, yet the molecules can still move. I wonder if microorganisms and bacteria can survive. This would need to be tested in a petri dish. Oh dear. So looking at it this way, wouldn't pills stored in spatial rings also expire? What is the principle behind this space? Su Jin slapped his forehead and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Why bother with that? Using science to explain the metaphysical is itself unscientific. Ever since I crossed over, nothing has been normal. However, upon reflection, he felt a pang of sadness. Having received a lifetime of scientific education, he hadn't learned much else. What else could he believe in besides science? Surely he couldn't trust the ancestors, considering they had never been well fed. Suppressing his stray thoughts, Su Jin began eating while organizing his notes. Halfway through his meal, there was a knock on the door. Su Jin instantly jolted, setting down his chopsticks and rushing to the door in 3 strides. Peering through the peephole, it was Fu Qingdai. At that moment, she was nervously fidgeting at the door, completely alone. Su Jin quickly opened the door and yanked Fu Qingdai inside. Startled by the sudden pull, Fu Qingdai gasped. Once she focused on Su Jin's face, she quickly calmed down and said nervously, "Well done. When did you come out? Was there any difficulty?" Su Jin asked with delight. I got home at noon today. My mom just left for work." Fu Qingdai lowered her head, not daring to look at Su Jin. "There wasn't any difficulty, but I don't know what happened with that nurse. She kept trying to talk to me. By the way, she privately told me that my condition still needs to be managed and asked you to call her to report on my situation." Su Jin nodded repeatedly, leading her to the dining table. "Sit, let's talk after we sit down." Fu Qingdai responded softly, her half but already on the chair. "Cousin, what should we do next?" Su Jin walked to the kitchen, filled a cup with tap water, and pushed it toward Fu Qingdai. Sitting down, he said, "The next things are basically up to me. Just do whatever I tell you. Before I explain things to you, we need to establish 3 rules. You must remember them. Do you understand what establishing rules means?" "I understand." "Go ahead, cousin," Fu Qingdai replied sweetly. "Very well. First, never act impulsively. Second, never hide anything from me, no matter how trivial. Third, whatever I ask you to do must be done perfectly. Can you manage that?" "I can." Fu Qingdai raised her head, finally looking directly at Su Jin. "Good. Very spirited." Su Jin gave her a thumbs up. "I can see you're very smart, and I believe you can do it. Even though there are tasks I need to assign to you later, in reality, you only need to follow one thing: believe in me wholeheartedly. I know you're still anxious, but I'm not just boasting. I never ask my clients to judge me by my winning rate. Please use my defeats to measure me, as I have never lost." "Really, cousin?" Fu Qingdai's eyes suddenly brightened, sparkling with hope. "Of course the Trisolarans are the ones who lie. We Mycexing people love to Why are the Trisolarans so bad?" "Exactly." Seeing Fu Qingdai perk up considerably, Su Jin felt a wave of relief as well. Since this task must be carried out, a professional spirit must be maintained. He couldn't break down. The mental health of the young client needed to be preserved. "Cousin, what do you want me to do next?" Fu Qingdai asked. Su Jin was about to speak when his gaze fell on the socket in the corner. It suddenly occurred to him. He hadn't checked the electricity today. Although he had brought 2 power banks, it would still be somewhat difficult to last through these few days. His phone was currently quite useful and would be even more so later. The wall socket had 2 holes so the charger could fit, but he hesitated to try it, fearing it would ruin the phone. It was just right to ask. "Let me ask you a question first. What is the voltage of the socket?" 220 volts. "Is there a scientist named Volt here?" "What is the unit of voltage?" "There is no scientist named Volt. The unit of voltage is named after our physicist Li Songxi. So the unit of voltage is called. It's called volt. Chuchu Koba." Su Jin was speechless, unable to help but marvel at how powerful the company's translation function was, truly adapting automatically and even converting culture. Of course, aside from his handwritten content, others couldn't understand. However, that was not important. The phone should charge normally, and before charging, he would first try the power bank. The 220V voltage is the same as that of most countries on Earth. This cannot be purely coincidental. Adopting such voltage should be a reasonable value achieved between economy and efficiency. This indicates that science has never failed. His experience and knowledge are entirely applicable. "What's wrong, cousin?" Fu Qingdai asked curiously. Su Jin shook his head and pulled out another notebook. "It's nothing. Now tell me about your parents. You must be detailed and make no mistakes." This part concerns whether we can interact openly and legitimately. If we do well with your family, I can visit freely, making it easier to help your parents. Now start talking. Okay, Fu Qingdai nodded, but just as she was about to start she hesitated, saying, cousin, after I finish talking, can you tell me about my kexing? No problem, you start first. An hour later. Cousin, I've shared everything I know. Fu Qingdai said, holding her empty cup. Is there anything else? There's nothing else to ask. I'll go to your house tomorrow, and you have 2 tasks. What tasks? Have your mom cook a few more hearty dishes, and you think of a way to get 2,000 yuan from me. There are still 4 days before the apocalypse arrives. After a busy day, Su Jin's home on the 4th floor has already accumulated quite a bit of supplies, both big and small. The morning was spent scouting locations while the afternoon was dedicated to shopping at the wholesale market. 10 buckets were purchased first, along with dozens of bags of milk powder, 20 bags of salt, vitamin tablets, common medicines, gauze, alcohol, and iodine, among others. Moreover, a significant amount of grain and oil has been reserved at the grain store 6 kilometers away, with a deposit paid and an agreement made for delivery in 2 nights. In addition, a large number of plastic bags, toilet paper, and several portable plastic toilets were also bought. The toilets are definitely a necessity among the supplies. With the impending apocalypse, the value of water resources is evident. Even if the sewer system remains unaffected, it would be extravagant to use water for flushing toilets. That means buying some toilet bags for use. What if zombies act based on smell? They might even serve as a bioweapon of sorts. Although plastic buckets could work, the thought of potentially dying makes it more appropriate to have some dignity. Additionally, based on Fu Qingdai's inquiry, a batch of sanitary pads was purchased. Though these items are meant for women during special times, they have numerous uses. At least they can serve as insoles. In just a couple more days, everything should be nearly ready. Su Jin was contemplating as he crossed off the purchased supplies from his notes, when his stomach suddenly growled, prompting him to look towards the door. He had made plans to have dinner at Fu Qingdai's house today. He had yet to meet her parents, but he already had a relatively deep understanding of them. This aspect is also quite important, not to mention the potential for smooth interactions with Fu Qingdai. Gaining the trust of this couple could provide significant assistance for future activities. Fu Qingdai's father was formerly a soldier. Although he retired due to injury, his qualities should be beyond the average person. Even if he has become somewhat lax over the years and his body isn't particularly strong, a brief period of training would certainly put him above ordinary individuals. As for Fu Qingdai's mother Zhang, she works as a female worker in a textile factory. Her sewing skills are also quite beneficial, which can be considered a valuable skill. Tomorrow he plans to buy a batch of ready-made clothes and thick fabric, and then pick up some aluminum rolls from the hardware store. Once the clothes are sewn with pockets and filled with cut metal pieces, they will serve as a form of simple armor. Such protection is straightforward, practical, and necessary. Today's success is imperative. Perhaps through Fu he could also procure some weapons like bows and arrows. Around 6 in the evening, footsteps and conversations echoed in the hallway, followed by the sound of a key in the door. A clattering noise was heard as the door across the way closed. Su Jin slightly bowed and walked towards the mirror to adjust his attire. From the sounds, it seemed Fu and his wife had returned home together, which was quite timely. It would not be difficult for the two of them to handle it all at once. After a quick tidy-up, Su Jin tucked his phone away, grabbed 3 movie DVDs and a notebook before stepping out of the room. Standing at Fu Qingdai's doorstep, he took a moment to compose himself before knocking on the door. Shortly after, the door opened, revealing a dark-skinned, somewhat fierce-looking middle-aged man. Seeing a stranger at the door, Fu looked on with confusion. Who are you? Fu. Su Jin appeared slightly surprised, then quickly regained his composure. Huh? Who are you? Do you know me? Do you need something? Fu opened the door wider, standing in front of it, scrutinizing Su Jin with suspicion. Su Jin chuckled softly, looked down, and then raised his head to say, I apologize for the intrusion. I am your new neighbor. My name is Li Haoqing. Li Haoqing? How do you know me? It seems we haven't met before. Did the old Li across the hall tell you? Fu, evidently straightforward, had a hint of displeasure in his expression. A young stranger calling him by name feels somewhat impolite. Su Jin calmly replied, of course I know you. You are Fu, soldier of the 3rd Battalion, 571st Regiment, 191st Division of the 12th Group Army. Your squad leader is Huang Chongwen, nicknamed Huang Pao. And your classmate Yang Huai. Su Jin recited the details as if he were reading from a book, prompting Fu to immediately pull the door closed and stand in the hallway. His eyes filled with caution. Who exactly are you? Su Jin's smile faded, and he gradually turned serious, looking directly at him and saying, let me introduce myself. I am the director of the National Key Risk Intervention Execution Bureau, Li Haoqing. National? What? Fu was momentarily taken aback. He had never heard of such a strange department. Abbreviated as Guoganju, it's normal that you wouldn't know about it due to your lower rank. Our department reports directly to the highest levels. Su Jin took out his Xiaomi 6 and started operating it. After a series of swipes, Fu's credentials appeared on the screen. Holding up the phone to show him, Su Jin continued, I have your credentials. As for how I know you, it's actually quite simple. When the Guoganju was screening a batch of soldiers for special training, you were among the candidates. Although I wasn't part of it back then, I later reviewed your documents, and the internal evaluation of you was quite high, so I remember quite clearly. You. Fu Hu was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't determine the truth of the situation. A department he had never heard of should have raised immediate doubts. Yet the stranger's detailed knowledge of his background and the credentials made things perplexing. Most importantly, the device. It was too advanced, too clear. An ordinary person absolutely could not possess such a thing. Fu Hu pondered internally. Whatever, let's stabilize the situation first and find out why he is here. He seemed not to have done anything wrong, right? Director Houching. Fu Hu cautiously began. You came here for. It's Director Li. Alright, what brings you here, Director Li? As soon as those words left his mouth, Su Jin's serious expression melted away, revealing a smile. Once more, old Fu, this is quite a coincidence. We are indeed neighbors now. I have encountered some urgent matters temporarily, and I came to borrow your home's television. I didn't expect to run into you. May I come in? Then please come in. Fu Hu, still in a daze, gestured for him to enter. Su Jin walked in calmly. Inside, the living room is connected to the dining area, and Fu Qingdai was in her pajamas leaning over the table doing homework. Upon seeing Su Jin, her eyes lit up, then she immediately turned back to feign diligence. Go Qingdai. We have a guest, you go back to your room to study. After Fu Hu said this, he turned back to smile at Su Jin. That's my daughter. Oh, Fu Qingdai replied, unhappily grabbing her homework and trotting back to her room. Just then Zhang Wan walked out of the kitchen, her hands still damp. Seeing the unfamiliar face of Su Jin, her gaze turned towards Fu Hu. Who is this? He's a relative of an old comrade. It's nothing to do with you. You go prepare dinner. I need to talk to him alone for a moment. Fu Hu said, giving Zhang Wan a glance. Zhang Wan pouted and went back to the kitchen. Director Li, let's sit and talk. Fu Hu looked at Su Jin and gestured towards the sofa. If we keep quiet, they won't hear us, Fu Qingdai whispered in response. Where's the money? How much did you steal today? After a moment of silence, Fu Hu cautiously asked, Director Li, may I ask you a few questions? Of course, but some matters are confidential, so I cannot disclose them. Naturally, I would like to ask when the National Administration of Uncertain Events was established and what its functions are. The National Administration was established 30 years ago. In simple terms, it is responsible for the prediction, intervention, handling, and concealment of major national-level uncertain events, focusing on risks beyond the surface to safeguard national strategic security. Fu Hu narrowed his eyes. You previously said my rank was too low to understand the National Administration, so how come you're directly telling me this now? Su Jin smiled, raised his cup, and cast a sidelong glance at Fu Hu. It's simple. It won't be long before the whole country will know about this department. What? Just as Fu Hu was about to continue asking, Su Jin pulled out a disc from his pocket and handed it to him. Could you help me play this disc? Don't worry, it's just an ordinary movie. You can watch it too. Fu Hu stared at the disc, quickly thought for a moment, and turned to put it in the player. Su Jin crossed his legs, took out a notebook, and placed it on the armrest of the sofa while holding a pen ready to write. When Fu Hu turned back around, he saw Su Jin's demeanor and felt a bit confused. This has nothing to do with you. Su Jin raised the pen in his hand. Old Fu, you can continue asking. I can tell you anything I am allowed to. I admit this visit is a bit presumptuous. Being among familiar people, I don't want you to misunderstand. Fu Hu nodded and continued. You said you are the director of the National Administration, but you look like you're just in your 20s. Such a significant department. How could they allow someone so young to hold such a position? Actually, I'm over 30. I just look young. But indeed, even being in my 30s is quite unusual for such a department and rank. However, the reason behind it is not complicated. People like me are hard to find. Our department is tasked with significant responsibilities requiring proficiency in foreign cultures, multiple languages, mathematics, physics, and computer science. Even psychology, among other subjects. There are only a handful of people nationwide who meet these requirements. This time I just returned to the country and rented a place. The talent community is mostly where older residents used to live, and I ended up choosing this place, unexpectedly becoming your neighbor. Fu Hu was momentarily speechless. A strange stranger, a department he had never heard of. Though some evidence had been presented, he still couldn't bring himself to trust the other party. Everything felt strange. Even if the explanation was reasonable, he still couldn't accept that a young kid could reach such a position in such a significant department. What else should I ask? Just as Fu Hu was lost in thought, Su Jin took the initiative to speak. Old Fu, I know you don't believe me, but take a look at this, and you'll understand. He said this while tossing a Xiaomi 6 towards Fu Hu after unlocking it. Fu Hu, quick in response, caught it, and immediately started examining it. What is this thing? What are the words inside? Actually, this is just a phone. The internal system has been modified by our department, and all the text has been replaced with a code only recognized by insiders. Su Jin said casually. The technology contained in this device integrates all the functions of current electronic products on the market. This product was secretly developed by a foreign department possessing epoch-making strategic significance. I was abroad to obtain relevant manufacturing materials. Fu, who filled with curiosity, fiddled with the phone. Once it was locked, he looked up, squinting at Su Jin with such important information. You're telling me too much. Su Jin nodded. Very good. Your alertness is indeed commendable for a backup candidate of the national administration. In fact, this matter should not be shrouded in secrecy, as I transmitted all production materials back to the country a year ago, and internal trial production began over 6 months ago. Once our national administration goes public, this device will also be officially sold as a civilian product in the domestic market, and everyone will be able to afford it, which will undoubtedly cause a stir internationally. Now it's just is that true? Such high-tech will be affordable for everyone. Fu Hu's pupils widened, his heart racing. How much will it cost? About 1800 or so. Is that really a price everyone can afford? Interest-free installment plans. While Fu Hu was still processing this, Su Jin took the initiative. You must have many doubts in your mind. You are also not at ease about my identity and don't understand why someone like me would be here. To put it simply, I secretly returned to the country without informing the higher-ups. My mission was completed a long time ago, and next month will mark the end of the confidentiality. Some issues arose in the bureau, and the position of deputy director became vacant, which was originally supposed to be mine. However, I haven't been in Longshan for many years, and some people in the bureau want to take advantage of that. Thus, I had to communicate privately with my subordinates and temporarily rented a room here. Meeting you is also a coincidence. Oh, I only wanted to borrow a TV. Telling you these matters is harmless as long as you help me keep it confidential. Fu Hu's eyes remained vigilant. Is it appropriate for you to tell me so much? Su Jin was taken aback, lazily leaning on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the television. There's nothing inappropriate. You're not in the bureau, so you can't influence anything. Moreover, it's impossible for me not to have any cards hidden while abroad. I have decrypted other materials and submitted them to the higher-ups. The deputy director position is still mine. After saying this, Su Jin raised the notebook in his hand. The text on it was identical to that on the phone, completely incomprehensible. Fu Hu was momentarily speechless, lost in thought. This matter is too significant and came unexpectedly. Rationally, he reminded himself that he couldn't fully trust this kid's words. He was completely unlike anyone within the system. Yet he couldn't find a flaw to refute. Mainly the background is too vague. He knew nothing about it, and the items presented were entirely beyond his understanding. Old Fu. Su Jin stared at the television, unblinking. Meeting is fate, and I have shared so much with you. Now my subordinates are almost all being watched. If you are willing to help me run an errand, I would be very grateful. Money is not a problem. In 10 days, or half a month, my matters here will be settled. If you want a job, there are still positions available in the National Administration Office. With a starting salary of over 10,000. A starting salary of over 10,000. Fu Hu's body trembled slightly, whispering, Director Li, I'm afraid. Is this the real reason you came to my house and said so much? Su Jin chuckled lightly, partially correct. It was indeed a coincidence to end up living across from you. So are you willing to help me? I also want to ask, in which country were you on a mission? My whereabouts are top secret and will not be disclosed in the future. It's fine, old Fu. If you don't want to help me, then don't. I won't affect your life. Thank you, Director. Have you eaten? Su Jin paused, glancing at Fu, who I haven't eaten. Then why not stay and have dinner together tonight? Fu Hu asked. Is that convenient? Convenient. There's nothing inconvenient about it. He'll go check how the dishes are coming along. After saying this, Fu Hu sneakily glanced at Su Jin and got up to head towards the kitchen. Seeing Fu Hu come in, he half closed the kitchen door. Zhang Wan paused her cooking and inquired, Who is it? Who's that young man? What is he doing here? Shoo. Lower your voice, this kid seems suspicious. What on earth is going on? Zhang Wan whispered, lowering her voice. Fu Hu frowned deeply. I don't know. This person just appeared out of nowhere. He claims to be a high-ranking official from the State Security Bureau, but I've never even heard of such a department. Yet he possesses my identification and knows my full service record. I truly can't tell whether he's genuine or not. But he also carries advanced technology, a device unmistakably cutting-edge, far beyond what ordinary people could access. His story might hold some truth, yet truth seems implausible. I dare not offend him. If he really is an official, things could turn troublesome. Ugh. Oh dear, Zhang Wan sighed anxiously. Could he possibly be a con artist? Fu Lao, you must stay sharp. After all, you were merely an ordinary soldier before. What major affair could possibly involve you? If he dares ask for money, we'll report him immediately. Don't rush. I've invited him to dinner. In a while I'll draw him out with casual talk. If he's fake, could some greenhorn possibly deceive me? Follow my lead. What is this about? Today's groceries were all bought to nourish our daughter. She rarely eats well, and now some outsider barges in uninvited. Zhang Wan fanned herself irritably. Stop dawdling. Get cooking. Tell Qing Dai to lock the door, as she'll eat later. Dishes filled the table, cups and bowls stood ready. Su Jin held the remote, fast-forwarding through the film, while his notebook overflowed with 2 dense pages of notes. As the final dish was set down, Fu Hu glanced sideways and asked, Director Li, have you finished watching? Su Jin paused the television, closed his notebook, and rose toward the dining table, smiling warmly at the couple. My sincerest apologies for intruding. I'm truly embarrassed to impose today. Let me introduce you. This is my wife Zhang Wan. And this is Fu, who gestured politely. Director Li Haoqing of the State Security Bureau. Su Jin turned toward Zhang Wan, offering a gentle, respectful nod. Please sit. Fu, who urged repeatedly. The three seated themselves, and silence settled thick and expectant. Fu, who raised his wine cup towards Su Jin. Director Li, as you said earlier, meeting is fate. I'll toast you first. Su Jin lifted his hand, courteously declining. I'm sorry, I never drink outside working hours. Fu Hu and Zhang Wan exchanged a glance. She smiled brightly. Right, you're absolutely right. Less alcohol benefits health. Let's eat more instead. With that, she placed a generous serving into Su Jin's bowl. Fu Hu and Zhang Wan exchanged a glance. She smiled brightly. Right, you're absolutely right. Less alcohol benefits health. When did our country even establish such a department? No problem at all. It's actually been in existence for quite some time. No need, no need. She's always snacking, never eats proper meals. We'll leave her be, Zhang Wan replied, annoyance flickering across her face. Director Li, please. No need, no need. She's always snacking, never eats proper meals. We'll leave her be, Zhang Wan replied, annoyance flickering across her face. Director Li, please. May I ask your daughter's name? Su Jin smoothly shifted the subject. At once both Fu Hu and Zhang Wan tensed. Zhang Wan jabbed Fu Hu sharply under the table. Her name is Fu Qingdai. Why? Fu Hu replied flatly. That girl. Su Jin hesitated, then spoke decisively. Has she recently encountered some difficulty? Her mental state appears deeply unsettled. Fu Hu and Zhang Wan exchanged another look. This time their expressions had shifted entirely. Fu Hu suddenly recalled something and blurted out, Director Li, you mentioned expertise in psychology. Can you truly discern issues at a glance? Su Jin offered a faint, knowing smile. Naturally. If one masters the discipline profoundly enough, flaws reveal themselves instantly. It seems your cherished daughter has indeed faced some distress. Please call her out. I'll examine her. Though I won't claim superiority over top-tier specialists, I certainly surpass third-rate physicians by a wide margin. Before Fu Hu could respond, Zhang Wan had already risen to fetch Fu Qingdai. Moments later, Qingdai sat beside the table, head bowed, silent and still. Speak up. Greet him. Say Uncle Li. Zhang Wan nudged Qingdai's shoulder. You Uncle Li. Qingdai bit her lower lip, fiercely darted a fleeting, fearful glance at Su Jin, then dropped her gaze again. Zhang Wan began recounting symptoms, but Fu Hu cut her off sternly. Stay silent. Don't interfere. Zhang Wan began recounting symptoms, but Fu Hu cut her off sternly. Stay silent. Don't interfere. Let Director Li observe properly. Psychology. Let's see precisely how profound his mastery is. Truth or fraud will be revealed in an instant. Su Jin lowered his head slightly, feigning deep scrutiny of Qingdai, then remained thoughtfully silent for 2 long minutes. Under the couple's rapt attention, he finally spoke. This young woman bears immense psychological pressure, so severe I even detect faint suicidal ideation. Typically, such symptoms stem from academic stress at her age. Zhang Wan immediately turned to Fu Hu, wearing an expression that said, I told you so. Fu Hu shot her a sidelong, displeased glance. This reckless woman. Barely 2 sentences in, and she's already being led astray. Utterly useless. Have her math and physics grades declined most recently? Yes, exactly. Her math scores worsen daily. Zhang Wan exclaimed, astonished. Director Li, how could you possibly deduce that? It's perfectly logical. Statistical probability, Su Jin replied. Qingdai, lift your head. I'll ask you 2 questions. Qingdai raised her eyes and nodded timidly twice. What time does your school break for lunch? And when do you eat? We break at noon. I eat at 12:30. And what do you usually eat for lunch? And with whom? It varies every day. Su Jin posed over a dozen routine questions, leaving Fu Hu and Zhang Wan. Fu Hu's brow remained furrowed, his gaze never leaving Su Jin. Only after the 20th question did Su Jin lift his water glass, take a slow sip, and rekindle his calm, enigmatic smile. I believe the root cause is now clear. What is it, Director Li? Zhang Wan pressed urgently. First, as I mentioned earlier, it's overwhelming academic pressure. But the second factor is more complex. She's fallen in love prematurely. I haven't. Qingdai burst out, her small hand gripping her thigh so tightly it You have, and the boy isn't in your class. I suspect he's from the adjacent classroom, academically weak, yet athletically gifted. Your relationship lasted over 2 months before he abandoned you for someone else. You likely sought him out again, only to suffer humiliation, didn't you? Su Jin held Qingdai's gaze unwaveringly. Hold steady. You must hold steady. Tears welled in Qingdai's large eyes, her thigh bore livid bruises. And then with a sudden heart-wrenching sob, she collapsed into Zhang Wan's arms, weeping uncontrollably. At their daughter's sudden emotional collapse, Fu Hu and Zhang Wan locked eyes once more. Their expressions transformed completely. This is Hospitals failed to uncover half this much. Yet 2 simple questions unearthed the core affliction. Is this the caliber of a top-tier special agent? See, I told you. It's pure academic pressure and romantic entanglement. Nothing else. Yet you insisted on sending her to a psychiatric hospital. Zhang Wan turned triumphantly to Fu Hu, her chest swelling with vindicated relief. Director Li, how should we now regulate this child's condition? Zhang Wan patted Fu Qingdai and pressed urgently. The root cause of her current state isn't solely the school. It stems from both of you as well. Your behavior just now only exacerbated her. Zhang Wan hesitated momentarily. Kids these days are simply overly sensitive. Back in our day, that very statement is part of the problem. Su Jin sighed softly. Vladimir Zhikuin once said there is but one truly serious philosophical problem, and that is suicide. Human beings are creatures who require meaning to survive. Fu Hu and his wife listened with rapt attention. She has already lost her sense of purpose after being wounded at school, and returning home only subjects her to further misinterpretation by you both, inevitably deepening her. In severe cases, she may develop acute suicidal ideation and hallucinations. Since hallucinations haven't yet manifested, and her condition remains comparatively manageable, you must begin regulation immediately, avoiding any further provocation. She's already hallucinating directly. What do we do? When can she return to school? Zhang Wan recoiled in shock. Fu Hu's face paled instantly. Wu. Fu Qingdai let out a wail shrill as a fire alarm. Can we please stop mentioning school? How many times have you unwittingly harmed her? Su Jin cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Wan. Given how grave her condition has become, why did you delay intervention so long? With hallucinations already emerging, few psychologists in Longshan City possess the expertise to treat her, and nationally this field remains critically underdeveloped. Then, do you have any recommended specialists? Fu Hu swallowed hard. I've only just returned to Longshan. I'm unfamiliar with local specifics. Su Jin shook his head. My mentor would certainly be capable, but he passed away last year. Then can you treat her? Zhang Wan blurted out directly. Nonsense. Director Li isn't a physician. He has no time for clinical treatment. Fu Hu rebuked her sharply, then turned back. Director Li, could you at least offer some guidance? Tell us what to do. What to do cannot be explained in 2 or 3 sentences. Su Jin sighed, then shifted tone. Here's an idea. We live right across the hall. I'm out during the day, but my evenings align closely with yours, and I'm generally free then. She may come to my place in the evenings, or I could visit yours. As neighbors, there's no need for formality. 2 hours of guided conversation daily for 7 days should suffice for her to resume classes. Encourage regular physical activity, singing, dancing, sports, to ease her psychological recovery later on. Oh my goodness, really? Zhang Wan leapt up elated. Thank you so much, Director Li. Director Li. Fu Hu rose just as excitedly, glaring reproachfully at Zhang Wan before raising his wine cup. Director Li, no, Director Li. I toast you. A blunt man like me expresses everything in this cup. He drained it in one go. Fu Qingdai bowed her head, mortified beyond measure. Please, wait until mid-month to address me as Director Li. Su Jin smiled faintly, turning toward Fu Qingdai. And of course we must respect the young lady's own wishes. Qingdai, would you be willing to spare some evening time for a quiet chat with me? Don't feel pressured. This is simply conversation, nothing more. Fu Qingdai pressed her lips together and nodded silently. Then it settled. Su Jin spread his hands wide, grinning at the couple. I'll visit tomorrow. For now, let's continue our conversation. The script had long been written, the target had already stepped into the trap. Thereafter every word flowed effortlessly under Su Jin's command. Merely brandishing his astonishing Mi 6 smartphone left the locals dazed and dazzled. Moreover, Fu Qingdai occasionally interjected pre-rehearsed questions, each one meticulously engineered to bolster his image. As for unanswerable queries, yes, they existed. Yet his reply was always the same: classified, no comment. An hour later, dinner concluded, bellies full. Su Jin gathered his things, pocketing the 231.05 yuan Fu Qingdai had surreptitiously slipped him, preparing to depart. Fu Hu stood at the doorway, hand resting on the doorframe. His dark complexion flushed visibly crimson, his smiling face betraying how thoroughly he'd been plied with wine. Director Li, it's truly an honor meeting you again. Oh, had it not been for you, I'd assumed my comrades were merely being polite when I left the military. Never imagined my superiors and fellow soldiers held me in such high regard. And my daughter, I truly don't know how to thank you enough. Should you ever need assistance, even within my humble capacity, just say the word. Su Jin waved dismissively. I will require your help later, but nothing momentous. Don't fret. Go ahead, close the door. I'm heading home. Wait, Director Li. Fu Hu raised his voice. Anything else? Director Li. Fu Hu faltered, tongue thickened. Guogan Bureau. He struggled for half a minute, unable even to utter the word employment. Su Jin's expression cleared, he chuckled warmly. Old Fu, no need for ceremony with me. Ambition is nothing to be ashamed of. You're asking me to recommend you for a position, aren't you? Fu Hu awkwardly nodded. The rapport was firmly established, and this man possessed undeniable mastery. His stature was unquestionable. Though he'd already benefited greatly that 10,000 Sanyuan monthly salary position, he desperately wanted it. Old Fu, I won't conceal anything from you. I do have the capacity, but I can't guarantee success outright. My main constraint is ignorance of current vacancies within the Bureau. Let me check first. Tomorrow I'll deliver a definitive answer. Agreed. Perfect. Thank you, Director Lee. Rest well tonight. Fu Hu offered profuse thanks. Su Jin waved once more. The door closed behind him. Turning toward his own apartment, he fumbled for his keys, only to hear muffled, exuberant chatter seeping from the Fu household across the hall. It echoed hollowly down the empty corridor. Then, click, the ceiling sensor light died, plunging the stairwell into darkness, leaving only Su Jin's increasingly ragged breath. His hand holding the key suddenly dropped. He swayed, then leaned his forehead against the cold metal door, eyes shut, exhaling a long, weary sigh. Emptiness hollowed his chest. He missed home. He'd never even wanted to return during past New Year holidays. This time, truly, he ached for it fiercely. Exhaling several heavy breaths, he wiped his damp eye corners and unlocked the door. Black clouds choked the sky, an icy wind howled through the cityscape, driving torrents of rain between towering buildings. The streets lay desolate, populated only by shambling corpses. Rotting hollow-eyed figures drifted aimlessly along the pavement. Su Jin crouched at a street corner, raincoat drawn tight, observing movement ahead. At that instant, a zombie behind him rasped, then lunged. Su Jin whirled. Its gaping, blood-slicked maw filled his vision. Shit! His pupils flared wide. He opened his mouth and bit back, straight into the creature's face. Ghhhhh. He jolted awake, drenched in sweat, clutching his throat, gasping like a drowning man. His throat burned, raw as if lined with shattered glass. The mattress bore a perfect, sweat-darkened silhouette of his body. After several deep breaths, his pulse steadied. He rubbed his face hard. His pupils flared wide. He opened his mouth and bit back, straight into the creature's face. Ghhhhh. He jolted awake, drenched in first practice at the slaughterhouse. Everything else, this afternoon. Speed is essential. Must acclimatize to pressure. Desensitize now. I cannot. If my mind shatters, everything ends. He steeled himself inwardly, then lifted his gaze. Bloodshot eyes locking onto the wall opposite a calendar marked with stark red XS. 3 days remained until the apocalypse. Su Jin rose, washed up, tidied himself hastily, and grabbed an extra set of clothes before rushing out the door toward the local slaughterhouse. There was one situated on the outskirts, its location confirmed by butchers at the local market. Its operations appeared rather rudimentary, focusing almost exclusively on swine. The dominant livestock species resembled pigs, yet their physiology differed markedly from Earth's porcine counterparts, more akin to wild boars with small ears and sharply tapered heads, exuding unmistakable aggression. An ideal subject for practice. Permission seemed unlikely to pose a serious obstacle. If necessary, money would clear the path. He hailed a taxi and arrived at the suburban slaughterhouse. Before even drawing near, the metallic tang of blood struck him full. Su Jin closed his eyes, steeling himself inwardly. It would be fine, truly fine. Throughout his life, he had weathered countless brawls, large and small, and even handled blades twice before. This was merely an exercise in acclimatization, to blood, to visceral intensity, as effortless as stepping into a bath. After prolonged mental preparation, he drew a deep, steadying breath and stepped forward with resolute determination. Within less than 100 paces, he stood before the entrance of a vast corrugated iron warehouse, doorless, its threshold exhaling a thick miasma of animal musk and raw coppery blood. Blood-licked concrete stretched across the floor, buzzing with swarms of flies. Dozens of workers clad in rubber boots moved briskly about, pushing carts laden with plastic tubs brimming with glistening entrails. No supervisor was in sight. The workers, noticing Su Jin's clean attire, cast only curious glances. No one approached to question him. This area clearly served for carcass processing. The actual slaughter site must lie behind the warehouse. Su Jin paused, then veered around to head toward the rear. Indeed, the slaughtering ground lay just there, an open-air corrugated iron shed. Several workers moved with practiced efficiency, one wielding an electric stunner, another gripping a long-handled tool, each assigned precise roles in dispatching newly penned animals. The earth beneath them churned into crimson mud. From the shadows, Su Jin observed quietly, his gaze soon locking onto a single figure, a burly man in his early 50s, his arms adorned with tattoos. Others addressed him as Brother Liu, and his bearing commands and authority confirmed he led this crew. Securing his cooperation would likely settle the matter, and after brief deliberation, Su Jin approached the man. At that moment, Brother Liu was directing his team. Yet the instant Su Jin materialized beside him, his voice cut off mid-sentence, his eyes snapping toward the newcomer. A single glance, and Brother Liu's expression tightened. What do you want? His voice rasped like stone grinding on stone. Brother, please relax. I'm not here to inspect anything. Su Jin chose his words carefully. My name is Lin Shuro. It's admittedly awkward, but you strike me as straightforward, so I'll speak plainly. I've come to learn slaughter. I've been unable to find work. My father's friend recommended this trade, slaughtering hogs, a longtime acquaintance of his. Yet I dread shaming my father, so I sought a place to train discreetly first. Ah, You're here to learn slaughter. Brother Lu's features softened slightly, a faint smirk curling at his lips. And you think this is where one learns? You've got nothing better to do. Come here to amuse yourself. Get out. Su Jin glanced left, and right then withdrew a crisp 100 yuan note, leaning close to whisper, I won't learn for free. Just give me one pig to practice on. That's all I ask. You. Brother Lu's eyes fixed on the bill, his tone softening marginally. Still, it's impossible. A complete novice. If you're injured, who bears the medical costs? Fine, just be careful. I'll watch over you. Pocketing 200 yuan, Brother Lu led Su Jin toward the center of the yard. 3 hours later, beneath the shaded flank of the warehouse, the two faced each other. Su Jin heaved ragged breaths, his face flushed faintly, like someone who'd just wiped tomato paste across his cheeks, though his clothes had been replaced with a fresh set. Opposite him stood Brother Lu, his complexion ashen. Eyes darting nervously across Su Jin's face, he stammered, Brother, satisfied. Su Jin pressed his lips together, suppressing the urge to vomit, and gave a terse nod. I'll return tomorrow. Tomorrow, again. Brother Lu's voice leapt 2 octaves higher. Internally, he'd already begun cursing. He'd imagined pocketing 200 yuan as easy extra income. Yet this seemingly refined young man was in truth utterly unhinged. He didn't appear to be learning slaughter at all, ordering lighter shocks to the hogs, then chasing them wildly across the yard with a cleaver. And when he did swing, it wasn't mere hacking. It was vengeance incarnate. He'd carved floral patterns into the pigs' rumps. Give him another minute and he'd be rolling dumpling wrappers. Even after retching violently, he refused to stop. This wasn't ordinary illness. It was profound derangement. If he returned tomorrow, disaster was inevitable. Don't come back tomorrow. Our foreman's here, and he forbids it. Then pausing, Brother Lu added tremulously, Brother, tell me honestly, have you run into some terrible trouble? Is that why you're practicing here? Listen to me. Don't walk down the path of crime. Upon hearing this, Su Jin's heart lurched. Disaster. His training had gone too far. He'd suppressed nausea, forced himself to endure the gore to condition his senses, but now suspicion had crystallized into accusation. Brother. Su Jin burst into wretched sobs, tears, and snot streaming freely. I won't hide it from you. Already besieged by waves of nausea and visceral revulsion, he lowered his head. His stomach, nearly empty, convulsed violently while surging upward, and he swallowed hard, choking it back down. Brother. Su Jin burst into wretched sobs, tears, and snot streaming freely. I won't hide it from you. I'm not here to learn slaughter. Brother, take your time. Tell me everything. Brother Lu's suspicions had been confirmed. This youth intended murder and had come here to steal his nerve. His face paled further. My wife ran off with another man. I won't let those dogs escape justice. Su Jin cried, voice cracking with fury. No, don't do that. You're so young. You'll find dozens of women. He couldn't allow this boy to commit folly. What liability would fall upon him? Brother Lu spoke gently. Listen to me. This isn't worth ruining your life over. Every man wears green sometimes. Even I've worn that cap. For 10 minutes he coaxed and consoled until Su Jin's weeping gradually subsided, and he wiped his eyes with trembling fingers. His voice hoarse, he murmured, Brother, after slaughtering that pig, and hearing your words, I feel far lighter. I won't throw my life away over those contemptible wretches. Exactly, that's exactly right. Brother Lu's chest swelled with relief. So deeply moved, he nearly offered Su Jin 2 braised pork knuckles. The rage had clearly abated, all was well. Having saved 2 lives, and extricated himself from culpability, he felt profoundly virtuous. Just then Su Jin lifted his head, and said, Could you return those 200 yuan? Brother Lu's face froze, stunned as if struck by the electric stunner itself. After a long silence, he barely restrained the impulse to slap Su Jin, then reluctantly pulled 2 crumpled 100 yuan bills from his pocket and slapped them into Take it, brother. Go home, live well, and never return. Honestly, I'm terrified of you. Brother, thank you. Your kindness is beyond measure. As he spoke, Su Jin's peripheral vision caught a stack of feed sacks nearby. Upon reading the label, his eyes widened in genuine surprise. Instantly shifting his focus, he pointed toward the pig feed. May I take 2 bags? That pair stole all my money. I intend to eat pig feed today. I must remember this humiliation. Someday when I've earned wealth, I'll reclaim every shred of dignity they stole from me. This fool. He even wanted more. Brother Lu gasped, clutching his chest as though stabbed, then weakly waved his hand. Take them. Take as many as you wish. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he knocked on the door of the Fu Qingde's house. Fu Hu, who opened the door, immediately broke into a smile and gestured for him to enter. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he knocked on the door of the Fu Qingde's house. Fu Hu, who opened the door, immediately broke into a smile and gestured for him to enter. Director Li, please come in. Have you eaten? Perfect timing, the meal is just ready. Su Jin smiled and replied, I'm really sorry, old Fu. After a hearty meal, the two were already seated on the sofa. Su Jin picked at his teeth while Zhang Wan served 2 cups of hot tea, and then turned to busy herself in the kitchen. Fu Qingdai went inside first to do her homework. After sipping half a cup of hot tea, Su Jin adjusted his sitting posture, and looked at Fu Hu saying, "Old Fu, I've inquired about the work situation for you." Moi. Fu Hu leaned slightly forward, curiously listening to Su Jin. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jin cleared his throat and took another sip of tea, saying, "This matter is a bit more complicated than I imagined." Oh. Fu Hu relaxed his body, continuing to listen closely. The situation is that there are indeed vacancies in the bureau. However, as you know, good positions cannot remain vacant for too long, and our national administration is no different. Regarding my bid for the deputy bureau chief position, I cannot personally intervene to help you just yet. Therefore, for the work matter, I need your cooperation, but it might require some expenses. In the kitchen, Zhang Wan suddenly perked up, leaning back slightly. "Director Li, how should I cooperate?" Fu Hu immediately asked. "The director of our national administration is named Zhang Zhao, and he has a son. This kid is not small anymore, older than your daughter, and he enjoys playing with weapons. My subordinates are being monitored, and the director is surrounded by my competitors, so I plan to use his son as a breakthrough point. Conveniently, I can also handle your matter through him and secure your position in advance. I've met this kid once and I know he likes archery, but our director was hesitant to let him play before. Now that the kid is older, he is more adventurous, right at the age to wield weapons. I need you to prepare 3 sets of strong bows with compound bows of 50 pounds, 70 pounds, and 90 pounds. For each bow, try to get plenty of arrows, preferably with the best penetration for hunting. Also, any laser sights or automatic release aids for archery should be included. But remember, buy different colors for each type of bow, and do the same for the arrows." This. After hearing all this, Fu Hu was taken aback. "Are we preparing to engage in battle with 3 sets of bows and the strongest penetrating arrows? And I can barely pull back the 90-pound bow. Is this really necessary, Director Li?" "'Tis well." Su Jin turned his head slightly, and then quickly returned to facing Fu Hu. "Old Fu, it's not that I'm criticizing you. Although you are older than me, you still fall short. Of course, I can't just give him all these things. You will purchase them, and I will have to select from them, right? You don't put much thought into the kids usually, and finding a job is not just a simple gift. Why do you think I want you to buy different colors, and so many? I can't run all the way to buy bows and arrows myself. You prepare everything, and once done I will organize them. This is all psychology, I'm telling you. Keep the receipts, and once I finish selecting you can return the rest. That'll wrap it up." Zhang Wan relaxed her expression and stood upright in the kitchen. While learning from the director is truly insightful," Fu Hu exclaimed in awe. After sipping some tea, Su Jin continued, "I've finished discussing your matters, now let's talk about mine. Although this line with the director's son is good, and your matter is easy to handle, I haven't returned to the country for too long, and the situation is not very clear. I only have a 70% certainty, and the remaining 30% depends on you." Fu Hu's expression gradually became serious. Although he had been a soldier, he was just an ordinary soldier, and now he was just an average citizen. Being caught up in the power struggles made it impossible not to feel anxious. "You don't need to be nervous. Your task is actually very simple. Every time I go abroad for a mission, I leave 2 trusted aides and set up multiple secret communication methods in advance. You need to go to the solar power component specialty store in Erdeo Bay and buy me a solar panel along with a battery, a controller, and an inverter. Once you purchase these items, not long after my subordinates will find out. They will understand my intentions and the situation. The rest is up to me, and you can just wait for your position." "Solar panels. How much will that cost, Director?" Fu Hu just picked up his teacup and quickly set it down again. After pondering for a moment, Su Jin replied, "There will be someone to prepare this whole set. When you get there, roughly around 14,000. 14,000. Fu Hu's eyes widened. "That's too much, Director, and I still have to buy bows and arrows. My family doesn't have that much. What's the rush? Once you've bought your items, keep the receipts safe. In a couple of days it will be the same. Those items signal to my subordinates, and cannot be off by even a bit, so don't ask too many specifics." Su Jin tapped the table, feeling rather helpless. This afternoon he investigated solar energy. The photovoltaic industry in this world is not doing well, it's incredibly expensive. However, he had given prior notice and could return the items, believing Fu Hu would not refuse. "All right then." As expected, Fu Hu set down the teacup and said straightforwardly, "So Director, when is the right time to buy?" "Tomorrow, at the latest the day after. You must purchase everything in full. Just this little bit after that you can relax, and I will too. I understand it'll take a day off tomorrow to take care of it all for you." Su Jin smiled, reaching out to pat Fu Hu's arm. "No need to be nervous, old Fu. These are all straightforward matters. We've almost reached the end of our discussion. I'll go check on Qingdai now." "Thank you, Director Li." Fu Hu quickly got up to accompany Su Jin to Fu Qingdai's door. Opening the door, Fu Qingdai was dressed in a plain white nightgown, sitting at her desk absent-mindedly working on her practice books, her delicate legs swinging back and forth. Upon seeing her father with Su Jin, she nervously scanned her eyes around, and then quickly looked down. Qingdai listened carefully to Uncle Li's lecture. Fu Hu instructed before reaching out to close the door. As soon as the door closed, Fu Qingdai gracefully stood up and obediently sat on the edge of the bed. Su Jin surveyed the girl's room filled with various small dolls, and a faint fragrance wafted through the air. He then stepped forward and sat down in a chair, asking Fu Qingdai in a low voice, "Is the sound insulation in the room okay?" If we keep quiet they won't hear us," Fu Qingdai whispered in response. "Where's the money? How much did you steal today? Give it to me." Su Jin extended his hand for the money. Fu Qingdai fished around under her mattress, producing a handful of small bills and placing them in his palm. Upon closer inspection, Su Jin's expression turned displeased. $32.08. What can this amount do? Su Jin expressed his dissatisfaction. It's enough to buy a rope for hanging, one for each of us. Fu Qingdai had a troubled look on her face. "Cousin, this is all I found. I asked my mom for money and she scolded me, saying she would buy whatever I wanted. I have no reason to spend money while staying at home every day. Cry, make a fuss. Do I need to teach you this?" Su Jin lightly reprimanded. "Besides, if you want your mom to buy something, get her to buy something practical. How can you be so grown yet not think straight?" Fu Qingdai showed a hint of embarrassment and retorted, "I said I asked her to buy food and rice, and she said I was crazy. I wanted cookies and she only bought me a box. What good is a single box? Anyway, I don't want to steal anymore, I'm afraid if they see me they will send me to a mental hospital. Qingdai, the money is about to turn into waste paper. I'm still at your house, what more do we need to hesitate about?" Su Jin clapped his hands and scolded, "Are you asking an outsider to work for you? If you don't steal, what can I use to support you? I came all the way from Orion, and I even took a spaceship. You." Su Jin was halfway through his scolding when a heavy feeling surged in his heart, and his words abruptly stopped. Fu Qingdai sat on the edge of the bed, her head bowed, tears streaming down her face. She then curled up her snow-white legs, burying her head in them, making no sound, only her shoulders trembling continuously. After holding back for a while, she finally couldn't help but cry out loud. Outside the door, a pair of sneaky figures pressed against the door, listening. "She's crying. Old Fu, I hear some noise. It seems our daughter is crying. Should I go in and check?" "That's detoxing. She's detoxing." "Stop eavesdropping," but interrupts the director's treatment. Soon Fu Qingdai's cries diminished, falling into silence. "All right, it's good to let it out." Su Jin comforted softly. "If you steal once more, I believe you will succeed this time." Hearing this, Fu Qingdai raised her head to look at Su Jin, traces of tears still on her face. "Brother, after tonight, there are only 2 days left. Is this really the only way? Is there truly no other way?" Su Jin's heart tightened, and he slowly shook his head with a stern face. "My grandfather and grandmother, and my friends. What should I do?" Fu Qingdai's expression was filled with pain and helplessness. "I know something is going to happen, but no one believes me. If only I were a bit older. Then there wouldn't be so many people ignoring my advice. It's useless, Qingdai. Even if you became the richest person in the world, your parents would still be smarter than you." Su Jin reached for a tissue from the table and handed it to her. "Wipe your nose, don't let it get stuck in there." The girl's face flushed crimson as she took the tissue and awkwardly wiped her tears. "If you were an official, your parents might listen to you." "Why, oi?" Fu Qingdai's voice was slightly choked. "Having money is different from having power. Even as an official, your parents can still distinguish between right and wrong." Deliberately diverting the topic, Fu Qingdai's mood eased slightly, her voice hoarse as she asked, "Cousin, what do you plan to do next? Where are we going? Are we just going to stay here?" Su Jin, after hearing this, fell into deep thought. He had indeed considered what to do after the zombies appeared. There wasn't really a good plan, and the best option seemed to be to wait in place. They still had no idea what kind of situation the zombies were in, whether it was a virus or some other mysterious power that infected people was uncertain. But zombies are still biological entities. Theoretically, they shouldn't survive for too long without food. Perhaps hiding in the house for 10 days to half a month would starve them to death. Carrying a stomach full of rotten guts in this hot weather, they might explode before starving to death. Although zombies in movies never die, that is still just a movie. If the zombies do not suffer from starvation due to mysterious powers, then it wouldn't be a big issue. From Fu Qingdai's diary, the zombies' behavioral capabilities seem not too different from humans. In fact, based on descriptions, they even appear a bit stiff. Such wasteful things can only thrive in movies. Abroad into an industrialized modern society, they are almost like live targets. As long as the national violent machinery is set in motion, eliminating these meat targets should be a trivial matter. Although this world's development is not as advanced as Earth, it had also embarked on industrialization early. According to references from bookstores and movies, tanks, artillery, and missiles are all present. There's also a strategic celestial weapon comparable to nuclear bombs, known only by name on Earth: the Cold Sky Missile System. Theoretically, this world's technology isn't as advanced as Earth is, but perhaps due to significant differences in natural environment, atmosphere, or elements from Earth, they could develop such a weapon capable of altering the weather on a large scale. In world history, this weapon has only been used once, with a kill record reaching 200,000 people maintaining an exaggerated low temperature in a specific area for nearly a month. based on a comprehensive analysis of the current world's military capabilities combating the zombie crisis, could be said to be easy as pie. The only question is how long they can hold out until rescue arrives. Thinking of this, Su Jin said, "The first task now is to weather the storm. We will figure out the rest later. I have my plans. Qingdai, if you feel too anxious, just rest. Well, tomorrow you don't need to do anything. On the last day, I have something I need your help with." "What is it?" Su Jin took out a pill bottle from his pocket and said seriously, "This is a sleeping pill. Grind it into powder and give it to your parents before they sleep. After they fall asleep around 11, you can come out to help me set up some safety measures." "I understand, cousin." Fu Qingdai nodded earnestly. Su Jin smiled and took out his phone and headphones from his pocket. "I like you being so understanding. Here, play with this and relax a bit." Fu Qingdai curiously took the phone, followed Su Jin's instructions to put on the headphones, and soon listened to an alien tune. Although she couldn't understand the jumbled lyrics, the melody was evidently quite novel. As she shifted her focus to the music and phone, Fu Qingdai's expression gradually relaxed. She curled up at the edge of the bed, her delicate feet subtly bent, creating a soft and alluring curve. Her exquisitely pale toes unconsciously brushed against the sheets, lightly trembling. A few minutes later, the phone was locked. Fu Qingdai glanced at Su Jin, instantly blushing. Taking off the headphones awkwardly, she said, "Brother, why do you keep looking at my feet?" "I'm checking if you're good at running." Su Jin slowly shifted his gaze back to normal, casually opening the desk drawer. "Hey, stationary." Fu Qingdai narrowed her eyes, slightly suspiciously staring at him. Su Jin maintained a serious expression as he opened another drawer, finding it filled with various candies, which genuinely surprised him. "Candy? You've stored quite a lot of candy, haven't you?" I asked my mom to buy me some more candy, though I thought it would be useful." Su Jin lowered his head and casually pulled out a pack of chocolate from the drawer, opening the pack. The wrapper said it was chocolate, and it smelled like chocolate too. It should be safe to eat, since arriving in this world there hadn't been any cases of food allergies or poison. He hadn't had time to buy candy yet. Replenishing quick carbs was indeed very necessary. Unexpectedly, Fu Qingdai had filled that gap. The little girl was quite sharp. After observing for a moment, Su Jin lowered his head and took a small bite off the chocolate. This was already his habit in this world. Unfamiliar food was always sampled in small amounts. The rich flavor of chocolate spread through his mouth, and Su Jin nodded with satisfaction. "The taste of your candy is still." As he spoke halfway, Su Jin's eyes suddenly widened. Blood spread from his chest and abdomen to his neck at a visible rate until the blood vessels reached his eyes, and his entire face instantly turned bright red. Seeing the strange situation, Fu Qingdai's face instantly turned pale as she opened her mouth to shout, "Cousin!" Cough. Just as she was about to call out, Su Jin had already shakily reached out to cover her mouth. However, in such a poor state, her hand was uncontrollable and a finger thrust straight into her throat. Fu Qingdai immediately pushed him away and bent over, gagging. When she raised her head again, she saw Su Jin waving his hand and immediately understood, sealing her lips and pulling him towards the bed. Stumbling, Su Jin successfully fell onto the fragrant bed. Yet his expression was horrifying, with wide eyes and veins bulging on his forehead. His whole body convulsed on the bed like a maggot sprinkled with salt. "Poison. It's poisonous. The chocolate is highly toxic." Gag. Su Jin was extremely anxious, frantically clawing at his throat. Fu Qingdai hurriedly picked up the trash can from the ground, preparing to handle the situation. After struggling for about 10 minutes, Su Jin lay on the bed, gasping for breath, the symptoms ebbing away like a receding tide. "Cousin, are you alright? What happened?" Fu Qingdai was filled with fear. Almost died." Su Jin weakly waved his hand, his heart palpitating, subsiding. Food poisoning? Ever since he crossed over, he had been on high alert. He never expected to fall into a pit after all. Fortunately, the local chocolate's toxicity came on strong, but receded quickly. After a few minutes of recovery, feeling that his bodily functions were fine and able to move again, Su Jin propped himself up. Fu Qingdai quickly said, "Cousin, can't you eat chocolate? Have you eaten it before?" I have eaten chocolate, but not the kind from your place." Su Jin's voice was a bit hoarse as he got up and walked to the table to pick up his briefcase. He took out a bar of chocolate bought from a supermarket back home. After scraping off a little powder, he looked at Fu Qingdai and said, "Give me your hand." Fu Qingdai immediately extended her delicate little hand, allowing him to spread the chocolate powder on the back of her hand. Hiss! A hot sensation erupted from the back of her hand, which then began to redden. Fu Qingdai quickly withdrew her hand, hugging it in fear and asking, "Cousin, what are you doing?" "What is this?" "Just a simple experiment. Rub it a bit." Su Jin tossed her a pack of wet wipes. It seemed that chocolate from both worlds was toxic for her. Just skin contact was enough for it to take effect quickly. A strong allergic reaction, respiratory swelling, and a burning sensation in the digestive tract. Eating more than one piece would likely be fatal. After tidying up a bit, Su Jin walked towards the door while saying, "I'm leaving. You rest well, and remember to come out the night after tomorrow." "Got it." Fu Qingdai nodded vigorously. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Fu Hu and his wife at the door, Su Jin quickly returned home. As soon as he got home, he mixed 2 cups of salt water and drank them down. Then he continued to induce vomiting until he was dizzy before finally stopping. Leaning against the toilet door, he originally planned to get up, but his foot slipped, causing him to fall back down awkwardly. Wiping away the tears squeezed out from vomiting, Su Jin felt a pang of sadness. To nearly lose his life over a piece of chocolate, how had he fallen to such a state? Damn it, this life was no longer one worth living. Every day felt like having a knife at his throat. But time was running out. It was not yet time to rest. After observing for an hour, Su Jin, physically and mentally exhausted, went downstairs. The time agreed upon with the grain store was approaching, and soon a truckload of grain and oil would be delivered. After waiting for about 10 minutes at the entrance of the community, a van began to slowly drive in. Su Jin waved his hands, guiding the vehicle to the entrance of the building. The vehicle stopped, and 2 men jumped down from the door to start unloading. The rice flour and oil had all been packed tightly in cardboard boxes, making it impossible to see what was inside. As the grain store employee moved, he said, "Boss, it's the first time I've seen someone like you buying grain. Packed so tightly and delivered in the middle of the night. Is there any special reason?" Su Jin forced a smile and casually replied, "Nothing special. Our unit is doing charity work and our warehouse was flooded recently. This batch of grain is for poor children and the packaging is just to make it easier to put on labels. I only have time to deal with it at night after work." "All right. You have it tough too. This time we'll waive the shipping fee. Consider it a donation from us brothers." The 2 grain store employees were filled with respect and began to speed up their unloading until more than 10 minutes later. "Boss, we've unloaded all the goods for you. We're leaving now." "Wait a moment. What's wrong, boss?" The grain store employees stopped in their tracks. After hesitating for a moment, Su Jin said, It's nothing serious. I heard that there was a pollution leak at the chemical factory in our city, and the pollution is quite high. It doesn't usually affect us, but if it rains, be sure not to touch the rainwater, and don't touch the tap water either. It can cause cancer." "Oh really? I haven't heard anything about it in the news. This is the first time I'm hearing." "Thank you, boss. The apocalypse is just 2 days away." After a night of half dreaming and half awakening, he got up with red eyes again. The fatigue on Su Jin's face had accumulated to the point where it was hard to conceal. Grabbing the notebook by the bed without washing his face or brushing his teeth, he simply tidied himself up and headed out to shop. Until it was getting dark, he returned home, not stopping his busy figure. The gaps in the windows on the 4th floor were completely sealed with tape, and the curtains were drawn tightly. A small awning was temporarily built over the windowsill on the 5th floor to prevent rainwater from getting too close. Thin sheets of iron were affixed to the edges of the windowsill, coated with thick lubricant. On the 1st and 2nd floors, anti-theft windows were installed, as zombies could potentially climb walls. But it wouldn't help. Even with claws, they would surely slip off if they climbed here. With everything settled, Su Jin knocked on the door of the Fu family. The one who opened the door was still Fu, who still wearing a warm smile. "Director Lee, is everything prepared?" Su Jin's voice was low, laced with deep fatigue. He wanted to force a smile, but his facial muscles were too stiff to do so. Noticing the unusual atmosphere, Fu, who licked his lips and said, Okay, director, please come in and take a look." Upon entering the room, 3 compound bows and over 100 arrows along with various accessories were already laid out on the floor, colorful and vibrant. Solar panels, batteries, inverters, and other items were also present. Seeing this, Su Jin's tense mood eased slightly, and he nodded, saying, "Very good, just leave these things here. They'll be heading out the day after tomorrow to settle our matters." "Director, is there some unexpected news?" Sensing something was off, Fu, who asked cautiously. Su Jin shook his head. "It's okay, I just received some news that a comrade of mine died on a mission. I apologize that I won't be able to treat Qingdai in the next couple of days, but I will come back the day after tomorrow." The next night, all supplies were accounted for and neatly placed, and all the buckets were filled with water. Su Jin sat at the dining table, his skin stinging from scrubbing hard during his shower. But at this moment, he was just blankly staring at the cage on the table. Fatigue, worry, and fear were difficult to hide in his eyes. Although the weather was hot, his hands and feet uncontrollably trembled with cold. Inside the cage, more than 20 mice were constantly trying to escape their prison, just as he felt trapped like a mouse in this world, struggling to survive. "Am I prepared enough? Can I get through this hurdle?" Su Jin slowly cast a sidelong glance at the wall clock, the time just hitting 11 o'clock. After tonight, it will be the apocalypse. As he pushed the door open, he found Fu Qingdai appearing right across from him. Their eyes met, and they were both momentarily stunned. Su Jin asked, "Are your parents fast asleep?" Fu Qingdai replied softly, "I doubled the dosage of the medicine. They are in a deep sleep. I filled 2 buckets with water and turned off the water valve at home." After speaking, Fu Qingdai looked up at Su Jin, her small face, tense, tears glistening in her eyes as she fought to hold back her sobs. Yet her trembling figure was enough to convey the fear within her. Su Jin forced a smile and wrapped her in his arms. "Don't be afraid, I'm here. Gently stroking Fu Qingdai's flowing hair, Su Jin felt a surge of tenderness in his heart. A little girl who could endure to this extent was already strong. It was hard to say whether he was saving her or she was saving him. Time is running short. Let's take action. He gently released Fu Qingdai and pulled out a box. What is this? What are we going to do? Fu Qingdai asked. Su Jin remained silent, quietly opening the box. Inside was a box filled with a glue similar to 502, along with a stack of seal the doors. Starting from the first floor, fill all the keyholes and locks of the residence with glue, Su Jin said softly. If someone turns into a corpse, they will be trapped in their own homes, ensuring our safety. But what if nothing happens to the people? Won't they be trapped in their own homes? Fu Qingdai asked with wide eyes. If they run out of water, they'll drink rainwater, and what if they starve? Su Jin took out the stack of paper from the box and said, this is information about rainwater contamination that I printed based on community notices. Well, slide it under I also prepared a glue remover. We will observe the situation and only release them when the timing is right. Most homes have stored water so they can last a few days. While helping them means helping ourselves, we cannot save everyone. Doing this much is already the limit of our kindness. The rest depends on their own. Fu Qingdai took a deep breath, suppressing her trembling body, and nodded with her eyes closed. I understand, let's go. They went directly down to the first floor. Su Jin ran outside to observe the windows. It had not yet developed into the so-called era of entertainment to death. At most, people watched television or read newspapers. Although there were 3D games, families did not have the conditions to play. Therefore, ordinary citizens generally rested early around 10 o'clock. Seeing that the entire building had no lights on, they began to apply glue and stuff notices. Su Jin had tested the glue before buying it, and the results were surprisingly remarkable. The smell and characteristics were almost indistinguishable from 502, but it was stickier than the 502 he had used before. Such a situation should not occur considering the development of both worlds. He didn't know if the materials used in this world were solid or if the glue back home was substandard. The unit had two households facing each other. The two moved quickly, and soon all the doors of the households in the entire unit were glued shut except for their own residence, the supply room, and the Fu. Returning to the 5th floor, Su Jin led Fu Qingdai into the room. Seeing rows of long objects wrapped in foam on the floor, Fu Qingdai couldn't help but ask, brother, what is this? Steel pipes also for sealing the doors. Glue alone isn't secure enough. Doors can still be broken with force. I've divided everything into groups. You will help me take the steel pipes down. A steel frame will be built on each floor to secure the doors of the two households. The gaps between the frames and the doors will be stuffed with wooden slats. Su Jin picked up a steel pipe and pointed at the wooden slats on the ground. You take that one, it's not wrapped in foam, so be careful not to make any noise or you'll wake the others and cause an accident. Once everything is done, I will seal the unit door and turn off the main water valve. The rest is just to wait in peace. Fu Qingdai nodded silently. After a busy period, the doors of the two households on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 6th floors were all secured with makeshift support structures. Glue sealed the doors and steel frames held them tight. Apart from jumping out of the building, there was basically no chance of breaking in. Even if someone turned into a corpse, they could only wait to decay in their homes. The foreseeable future had basically eliminated the possibility of neighborhood disputes, even controlling their neighbors' fates. At home, Fu Qingdai sat in a chair resting while watching Su Jin busy himself. Su Jin squatted on the ground, passing one food item or medicine after another to the table. These are vitamin tablets. Take one daily after returning home. And race some milk powder. Drink a cup in the morning and another in the evening. Su Jin chattered on. I have some vegetables for you to take back as well. Make sure you and your parents finish these perishable items quickly. The power grid won't collapse so quickly, but it shouldn't last more than a few days. In your spare time, practice your arms and legs. You must learn to draw a 50-pound bow. Also take a few more bottles of glue. While your parents are asleep, seal all the windows so they can't open them. If you dream of the apocalypse, your parents should be wary when they see this rain. Although the short-term situation is safe, we can't guarantee what unexpected events may occur. I need to observe the situation for a few days before coming to find you. Fu Qingdai silently gathered and organized the things on the table. Once everything was sorted, Su Jin sat beside her and said, Qingdai, your parents shouldn't run around either. When you get home, I'll seal your door. You keep the key to my place. Remember, you mustn't tell anyone about the supplies stored on the 4th floor, not even your parents. I initially didn't plan to show you, but am telling you because you are worthy of my trust, and those things are prepared for you. In the future, you must learn to survive. For now, besides me, don't trust anyone else. Let's go. Fu Qingdai nodded, picked up the items on the table, and followed. As she reached her own door and placed the items at the entrance, Fu Qingdai suddenly turned around and threw herself into Su Jin's arms. A muffled cry erupted and tears soaked his chest as they embraced in silence. At 2 in the morning, Su Jin sat cross-legged in the middle of the living room, dressed neatly, repeatedly wiping his silver gun while occasionally glancing forward. Directly opposite was the window. The night was dark and deep like an abyss. Today marked the day of the apocalypse, but neither he nor Fu Qingdai knew exactly when the rain would start. Perhaps it would be tonight or maybe during the day. Regardless, this night was destined to be sleepless. The clock ticked, clearly the sound audible. The time had reached 3 hours, 15 minutes, and 42 seconds. In the next moment, a sudden purple crack appeared in the sky. A flash of light reflected off the silver gun and directly into Su Jin's eyes, startling him upright. At the same moment, a roar echoed through the clouds and thunder rolled endlessly in chaos. Su Jin's pupils constricted sharply and goosebumps rose on his skin. The world was in a cacophony and a torrential rain pouring down. The apocalypse had arrived. The weather forecast never indicated rain, not even for the coming days which promised to be dry. Yet the rain truly appeared, just as in Fu Qingdai's dream. Su Jin felt a lump in his throat, closed his eyes, and felt a pang of pain in his heart. This world was supposed to hold great promise. The people were living in peace and harmony, their customs simple and genuine. Perhaps in another 10 years they would step into the information age, leading a life similar to that on Earth. But now everything was ruined. When he finally opened his eyes, Su Jin sighed deeply, lowering his head to mechanically wipe the silver gun with trembling hands. Only this numbing action could briefly suppress the fear within. A night had quietly passed, and the heavy rain fell throughout. The sun rose as usual, but the world at this moment was already stained deep. After sitting still for an entire night, Su Jin finally moved, dragging his heavy legs toward the window, incredulously gazing outside. His mouth, which had been tightly shut all night, unconsciously opened in surprise. It was not the sky that was gray, but the rain. In the darkness of night, he could only discern it was a heavy downpour, but now that the day had broken, he could finally see the state of the rain. The torrential rain fell like gray gauze, hitting the ground and swirling like mist in the water. Upon seeing this, Su Jin felt a jolt of it. This is a good thing. He turned and rushed outside, banging on Fu Qingdai's door. Qingdai, are you there? Originally curled up on the sofa, Fu Qingdai, who had not slept all night, instantly jumped to the door. Leaning against it, she worriedly asked, "Brother, what happened? Did you see the rain?" "I saw it. What's wrong?" "What color is the rain?" "It's just the normal color. I don't see anything special. Is there a problem?" "Nothing. Just be careful, don't touch the rainwater. I'm going back now." "Brother." Fu Qingdai hesitated, wanting to say something, but stopping short. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. Just take care of yourself. Don't stress too much." Su Jin nodded, feeling lost as he returned to his place. The rainwater was gray, an obvious anomaly visible to the naked eye. Any ordinary person, even without being reminded, would never touch such. In this way, the risk of infection turning people into zombies would greatly decrease, and the violent authorities would certainly treat it with the highest alert. Yet he could see the abnormality of the rainwater, while others were completely unaware, leaving the situation unchanged. As for why he could see it, it could only be explained by the company's efforts behind the scenes, or perhaps the function of that mask. He was simply overthinking it, experiencing a fall. Returning indoors, Su Jin walked to the dining table, staring at the mouse cage. The mice inside had calmed down considerably now, all lying in the cage rest. The abnormal weather outside had not raised the animals' awareness either. But this was within his expectations. These animals were intended for experimental use. If the rainwater could also infect animals, it would fundamentally eliminate the possibility of survival in the wild. Wild animals had a night hunting instinct far superior to that of humans. The main objective was to test the movement, performance, and survival time of organisms after zombification. But it was not the time for testing. He must wait until his mindset was back on track and his energy fully replenished before conducting such experiments. Thinking of this, Su Jin revealed a bitter smile and self-mockery. As a liberal arts student who had worked in sales right after graduation, he never expected to one day set up a control group for a biological experiment. Retracting his gaze, he found a telescope and approached the window to observe. Despite the heavy rain, it still couldn't stop the laborers from wanting to selflessly contribute. Inside the community, he could already see people wearing raincoats and carrying umbrellas, walking under the torrential rain. The deep gray raindrops struck their bodies, strangely merging into them and disappearing. As for the passers-by who had come into contact with the eerie rainwater, they currently showed no unusual reactions. Worrying, he put down the telescope and stood in place, pondering for a while. Su Jin opened the window and took the long-handled ladle he had placed there earlier. He extended it out to collect a thin layer of rainwater, knocking off the droplets that had collected on the balcony edge before bringing it back inside. The water in the ladle was the same deep gray as the rainwater. He carefully transferred it to the kitchen. Wearing multiple masks and a motorcycle helmet, Su Jin dared to turn on the stove and the range hood, beginning to heat the rainwater on low heat. In less than a minute, the thin layer of water began to boil and evaporate. The gray substance did not dissipate with the vapor. Instead, it accumulated at the bottom like smoke. With the slightest movement, the gray mist rippled in the ladle. Staring at the gray mist, Su Jin's mind raced. It was impossible for him to determine what this substance was. It was even hard to classify it as a material. But for now, it seemed that this substance did not rely entirely on water as a carrier. High temperatures had no effect on it. It could be contained in a vessel and still be influenced by gravity. After a moment of thought, Su Jin exited the kitchen, took another ladle and 2 jar bottles. He filled a little water in the ladle and slowly poured it along the wall of the ladle that contained the gray mist. Seeing the gray mist dissolve back into the water, he let out a sigh of relief. That state of mist was too dangerous, easily spreading. It was safer to observe it while submerged in water. He divided the gray water into 2 jar bottles, sealing them tightly with cling film. One bottle was placed in a spot where sunlight could directly shine on it, while the other was put in a shaded area. After finishing all the tasks, a wave of fatigue surged over him. After checking the safety measures and ensuring nothing was overlooked, Su Jin returned to his bedroom. Lying on his side on the bed and looking out at the heavy rain, his thoughts drifted. Having been tense and sleepless all night, it was time to rest a bit, otherwise he would struggle to cope with any sudden situations. It seemed that people upstairs and downstairs were all cursing. He wondered how widespread this rain was. He hoped places that had not experienced it would realize the problem soon and provide assistance. In his exhaustion, Su Jin slowly fell asleep with his gun as a pillow. There were 2 radios at the head of the bed. One was a standard radio, and the other was also a standard radio. However, one was preset to FM frequencies, while the other was preset to AM frequencies. At this moment, the radio set to FM frequencies emitted a low-frequency static sound. This is the broadcast station. Half asleep, Su Jin sprang up and grabbed the radio. Forcing himself to endure the soreness in his eyes, he began to adjust the dial. After a few simple turns, the sound from the radio grew clearer. According to the latest announcement from the Meteorological Bureau and the Global Environmental Monitoring Center, since midnight today, an equally abnormal rainfall phenomenon has occurred globally. The initial assessment is that this rainfall event is widespread and its duration and specific causes are still under research and analysis. The scientific community is currently conducting a joint investigation into the causes, and there is no definitive conclusion yet. We ask the public to keep an eye on official authoritative information. To ensure personal safety and maintain order, the following reminders are issued. Please be sure to carry rain gear when going out and seal properly. All subsequent information will be synchronized and released through broadcasts and online platforms as soon as possible. We urge citizens to remain calm, respond rationally, avoid rumors, and not spread false information. All subsequent information will be synchronized and released through broadcasts and online platforms as soon as possible. We urge. Su Jin gritted his teeth, enduring the headache as he picked up his phone. He had set an alarm before going to sleep, but now looking at the time, barely 2 hours had passed. He sat on the bed for a moment, gradually accepting the reality. He then got up and walked toward the living room window, faint sounds of shouting and cursing still audible from upstairs and downstairs. Standing by the window and looking down, Su Jin felt somewhat reassured. As expected, no one had arrived yet. By sealing off the entire unit, it was almost inevitable that the residents inside would seek help. However, the intensity of the pleas for help would definitely not be too high, leaving ample time for himself. The building had a high proportion of elderly residents, most of whom were retired and would not choose to go out on such a rainy day. As for those who needed to go out to work, they would most likely think of asking for leave. Even if they wanted to call a locksmith, the heavy rain would dissuade most of them, and there was no need to mention the firefighters. Additionally, the forged flyers about the severely polluted rainwater would also have some effect, although a simple phone call would reveal the issues with the flyer content. But in such matters, most people are inclined to believe it could be true rather than false, much like someone inexplicably receiving a note. The note read, "I slithered into your cup." Any normal person would hesitate to drink from their cup, turning it into a case of seeing a snake in the cup. Now, with the news of this strange rain broadcasted, people receiving the text messages would likely regain their composure. Even if theoretically firefighters really came for rescue, the problem would not be significant. He had a gun in hand and was well prepared for violent resistance to the law, so stalling for time was not an issue. With no problems in the community, Su Jin picked up the binoculars and began observing the distant street. Upon looking, his brows furrowed involuntarily. On the street, apart from the occasional vehicles, there were only 2 or 3 pedestrians, 2 in raincoats and 1 holding an umbrella. Suddenly, one of them dropped the umbrella to the ground. The gait and pace of all 3 were too slow, not resembling the normal behavior of walking in the rain. Given the situation, it could already be confirmed as a case of corpse transformation. Su Jin swallowed hard and pointed the binoculars at the opposite building. Most families had not drawn their curtains, and he could see people moving about inside their homes. The first 2 households appeared normal until he reached the third one. In the living room of the opposite 5th floor stood a shirtless, pot-bellied man, stiffly standing in front of the window, his body slightly swaying, his face devoid of expression. Seeing this, Su Jin retracted the binoculars and silently drew the curtains. The corpse transformation had already begun, having been infected in less than a few hours. The tap water had already been contaminated. Su Jin felt anxious as he turned to the kitchen, using a cup to collect some of the gray rainwater from another window. He then returned to the bathroom, retrieving a cage woven from thick iron wires divided into 2 sections. One half was a regular cage while the other half had a hamster wool specially set up. The cage was specifically prepared for experiments. Now that the situation of zombie transformation had begun to manifest, it was urgent to understand this organism in advance. Using tweezers, he placed 2 mice in the reinforced cage, one on each side. Su Jin took a deep breath, donned thick gloves, and picked up a dropper to extract the gray water, dripping equal amounts onto both mice. While waiting for the mice to exhibit mutations, he took out a toy remote-controlled car from his bag and began disassembling it. The developmental paths of the two worlds were quite similar, and even the toys shared many resemblances. The remote-controlled car was just styled differently from those on Earth. The core technology was fundamentally the same. He had liked remote-controlled cars as a child, so he was somewhat familiar with them. After removing the shell, he connected it simply to the lever of the hamster wheel in the cage, and with power, it became an electric hamster treadmill, perfect for testing the mutated mice's stamina. Half an hour passed, and the mice still showed no response. Seeing this, Su Jin picked up the dropper and administered another dose of gray water to one of the mice. 10 minutes later, the mouse, drenched in double the amount of gray water, was the first to mutate. The instinct to scratch its whiskers had vanished, replaced by abnormally aggressive behavior. The mutated mouse's appearance had not changed, but it showed a strong desire to attack humans. Unfortunately, being a mouse, it couldn't break through the cage woven from thick iron wires. Watching the mutated mouse charge at him, Su Jin tensed up, stepping back slowly and moving toward a different direction. As expected, the direction of the mutated mouse's charge adjusted accordingly. Su Jin tightly gripped his silver gun, observing closely to prevent any accidents. The mutated mouse clearly had a significant interest in living beings, yet there was another mouse right beside him. Why did it keep focusing on him? Thinking of this, Su Jin took out his phone, opened the recording mode, and placed it in front of the mouse cage before returning to the bedroom. 2 minutes later, he returned to the living room to check the recording. In the recording, the mutated mouse immediately changed its charge direction after he vanished, targeting the mouse in the wheel. After a quick glance, Su Jin had drawn rough conclusions in his mind. It showed strong aggression towards living beings and seemed to prioritize attacking larger targets. The mutated mouse still relied on visual cues to act, but it could not be definitively confirmed. He wondered how sound and smell would affect it. Just as Su Jin prepared to conduct an experiment, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, 2 lines of large text appeared in his vision. New sample discovered, available for collection. The company will provide equivalent compensation after collection. Seeing this scene, Su Jin's pupils dilated, and the tension in his heart eased considerably. The company still exists. It could still provide help. The large text disappeared, and everything returned to calm. Company. Collection, how do I collect it? Can you be more specific? I don't understand. Can someone come and talk to me? Su Jin shouted. No one responded. Su Jin clutched his head, taking deep breaths. He should have known what kind of company this was that wouldn't give him too many hints. However, at this critical moment, the mention of collection implied that it could be collected. Surely he couldn't wait until the mission was completed to send something to the company, could he? But how the hell do I collect it? Where do I send it? The briefcase. Su Jin's mind rang, and he hurriedly grabbed the briefcase from the sofa, his eyes gleaming with excitement. That's right. This thing has an alternate space. If I pack something inside, the company might receive it. It's worth a try. Licking his lips and rubbing his hands together, Su Jin excitedly rummaged through the bag. He took out a long screwdriver with a sharpened tip and plunged it into the mutated mouse. After stabbing a few times, the mutated mouse was completely skewered. There was no time to marvel at the mouse's formidable vitality. He used the screwdriver to pry around until he confirmed it was thoroughly dead. Su Jin carefully picked it up and tossed it into a plastic bag. After wrapping it a few more layers, he stuffed the bag containing the mutated mouse's corpse into the briefcase. Confirming that the dead mouse has completely entered the space within the bag, Su Jin did not wait for his mind to clear before being engulfed in ecstatic joy. A new prompt has appeared before him. Recovery successful, equivalent items exchanged. Delightful. Although the company operates in a simple and crude manner, their efficiency is beyond reproach. Su Jin felt a thrill in his heart and hastily reached into the bag again. After a brief search, he pulled out a small black box. Looking at the petite box in his hands, Su Jin felt an inexplicable sense of tension. Aside from the meager items provided by the company at the beginning, this is the first time he has had a formal interaction with them. One is a mask that presumably allows communication with the company and enables seamless translation. The other is a backpack with an independent space. There is also a handgun that cannot be tested for now, which does not require a magazine change. Such newly emerged items are certainly not ordinary. After taking a deep breath, Su Jin, filled with anticipation, opened the black box in his hands with a sense of ritual. As the lid opened, a silvery gleam caught his eye. A metal item with a streamlined titanium alloy texture came into view. The corners of Su Jin's mouth, which had been curled up, slowly drooped. Trembling, he extended his hand to take out the item and examine it. After just a glance, he suddenly lost his composure in a fit of rage and slammed the box to the ground. What the hell is this? Su Jin gripped the metal plug in the box, a chill running through him. Damn, there's no way they're playing this kind of trick on him, sending over a toy. His heart was already filled with urgency and panic. In the face of the apocalypse, what use is such a ridiculous item sent by the company? Holding the exchanged item in his hand, he felt a wave of desolation. This unreliable company clearly doesn't care about his life. I shouldn't have gone drinking with the client in the first place, if not for accompanying the client. While feeling self-pity, Su Jin suddenly snapped back to reality, his gaze fixed on the ground. Next to the black box, he had just thrown down a card popped out resembling an instruction manual. Could it be a misunderstanding? After all, the company is a transcendent existence, there must be some misunderstanding. Seeing this, Su Jin hurriedly picked it up to check. Emergency plug contains built-in emergency medicine, automatically releases the medicine upon detecting a drop in body temperature, can be used multiple times until the medicine is exhausted. If a burning sensation occurs, it is a normal situation. Please do not panic. If it is necessary to take risks, please place it in advance to avoid life-threatening situations where it cannot be used. Please do not forcibly open the outer shell. The medicine is prone to failure and is only for plug-in use. The risk of poisoning from oral ingestion is extremely high. Can't they provide some proper medicine? Su Jin was furious, slamming the instruction manual harshly onto the ground. So it's a plug. Absorbed through mucous membranes, bypassing the hepatic first pass effect. The efficacy is faster than oral ingestion and more stable than intravenous injection. But to make something like this into an emergency item is outrageous. After calming down for about 10 minutes, Su Jin found a nylon rope to secure the emergency plug to his waist. This was not something he would use himself. Considering that danger might occur around him, it was best to have it ready at all times. Experiments still need to be conducted, and after calming down, Su Jin took out 2 more mice for infection experiments. The mice originally placed in the running wheel had already undergone changes, now constantly charging at Su Jin in a suicidal manner. Unfortunately, in the wheel chamber, they could only keep running in place. After squatting and observing for a long time, Su Jin picked up a notebook to start recording. The gray substance in the rain is undoubtedly the source of mutation, but the speed of infection is strongly correlated with the absorption of the gray substance. Currently, it can only be seen that the infection rate of this substance is extremely high. In such a crude and amateurish experiment, it is absolutely impossible to measure the infection probability, and there are not enough experimental mice. The movement ability of the infected mice has significantly decreased, their limbs somewhat mechanical, running not fast, yet they show no signs of fatigue or pain. After a brief record, Su Jin took out a battery and placed it into the remote-controlled car. The motor started driving the wheel chamber to begin spinning. The mutated mice clearly could not keep up, at one point being rolled around in the cage, but they still displayed a strong desire to adjust their posture and launch attacks. After more than 20 minutes, the battery was drained, and he replaced it with another set to continue running. It wasn't until he had drained 5 sets of batteries in a row that Su Jin finally stopped to switch to manual operation. As he rotated the wheel chamber, Su Jin's face was hard to hide his disappointment. The conclusion was very disheartening. The mutated mice showed almost no loss of stamina and even seemed to have become a bit stronger, as if they were continuously adapting to their bodies. An hour later, after undergoing experiments involving confinement, fire, and flooding, Su Jin's mood completely plummeted. They cannot be easily killed. Even when burned until carbonized, they still display slight movements. The survival ability of infected organisms is terrifyingly strong. Only piercing the torso results in rapid death. Even decapitating the head does not kill them. He couldn't figure out which location corresponds to the piercing because he didn't understand the physiological structure of the mice, but it seemed to be the heart. The only 2 experiments he had not conducted were survival time and the ability of the same species to infect others. FM is mostly used for local broadcasts with limited coverage and strong entertainment, while AM, due to its long transmission distance and resistance to interference, is often used for national level or emergency broadcasts, making it the preferred. In the darkness, another radio tuned to the AM frequency began to sound. Su Jin forced his eyelids open and hurriedly adjusted the radio. FM is mostly used for local broadcasts with limited coverage and strong entertainment, while AM, due to its long transmission distance and resistance to interference, is often used for national level or emergency broadcasts, making it the preferred communication frequency during disasters. Although it is not Earth, the technological paths are similar, and the application of electromagnetic waves is no different in both worlds. He had done his homework in advance. Now that the radio was sounding, it must be a response to the abnormal situation, issuing a warning to the nation. After a simple adjustment, the content of the radio began to gradually clear. SSSS, SHHHH. The following is the latest announcement from the National Disaster Emergency Command Center. All citizens are urged to take this matter seriously. As of 1 p.m. today, most regions within the country have been affected by unknown types of rainfall, with a wide range of rainfall. This type of rainfall has potential biological hazard characteristics, which may produce irreversible effects through skin contact, the respiratory tract, or the digestion. It has now been confirmed that multiple sudden mass, uncontrolled incidents are related to this kind of rainfall, with individual behaviors becoming abnormal. All citizens must immediately execute the following orders. 1. Do not directly contact any form of rainwater. 2. Only use bottled water or water sources that have been tightly sealed for drinking and cleaning. 3. Immediately seal all doors, windows, ventilation openings, and drainage systems to prevent any external moisture from entering. These instructions take effect immediately upon broadcast, and any refusal to comply will be regarded as a threat to public safety. Further updates will be provided through broadcasts and online channels. After hearing the broadcast, Su Jin's spirits lifted, and he let out a long sigh. Great. The violent machine is about to start. It is evident that the authorities have fully recognized the severity of the gray rain, directly providing action guidance, highlighting the urgency of the situation. 5 days have passed in the blink of an eye. The rain continues to fall, but its intensity has noticeably diminished compared to the first day, even feeling as if it might stop at any moment. Su Jin stood by the window, his face pale, as if he had fallen gravely ill. After 5 days of extreme pressure and fragmented sleep, he was mentally exhausted. Downstairs, nearly 20 zombies had appeared from unknown sources. In the past 3 days, there had been both good news and bad news. The gray substance in the gray rain can bottles he had collected had dissipated over these 5 days. The remaining water after testing had lost its infectious ability. Furthermore, the change in rainfall could not be correlated with Su Jin's dreams. This indicates that the company did not fully foresee the future, but rather anticipated this disaster with many details lacking precision. Su Jin's dreams were merely fabrications pushed by the company. The current situation appeared to be much better than what was portrayed in Su Jin's dreams. The extent of this disaster was far greater than expected, yet the challenges were not as daunting as imagined. However, across the street, several bloodshed incidents had already occurred, which he witnessed firsthand. Some people had encountered zombies in their homes, forced to jump from windows to escape, only to be devoured below. Others managed to fight back successfully, only to ultimately choose to hang themselves. Tragedies unfolded in succession, with cries echoing from upstairs and downstairs, never ceasing for a single day. Each event provoked a profound disturbance in the hearts of ordinary people. Su Jin's already highly strained mental state reached its breaking point. His greatest hope now was to wait for the rain to stop and for the army to arrive for rescue. It wouldn't be long before this disaster would see a turning point. Yet what filled him with deep fear was that, since the last time he heard the broadcast, there had been no further announcements, as if the entire country had fallen silent. The lack of any reassurance for the public felt highly abnormal. Burdened with exhaustion and despair, Su Jin turned and walked toward the bedroom. No matter what, all he could do now was wait. He hoped for the rain to stop soon and for the army to come out earlier. He never wanted to experience something like this again. Time had already reached 5 in the afternoon. Under the influence of the gray rain, the sky was much darker than usual. Occasionally, the sounds of zombies' roars and banging on doors could be heard from outside. On the bed, Su Jin stared blankly at the ceiling, his expression devoid of emotion. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life. The noise at that moment was like celestial music. Su Jin was jolted awake and quickly got out of bed, adjusting the radio's volume knob, which was already turned up to the maximum. Filled with immense anticipation, he listened intently. A somewhat chaotic yet mournful and panicked voice emerged from the radio. Attention, all citizens. City functions have ceased. Please fight for yourselves and seek survival. Do not trust. A scream pierced through the broadcast, abruptly cutting it off. The expression of hope on Su Jin's face froze. His mind went blank, and all sounds in the world seemed to vanish in that moment. Whoa! The air raid sirens suddenly blared like a wailing cry that tore the heavens apart. Su Jin's body trembled as he hurriedly ran towards the living room. Upon seeing the scene before him, his pupils dilated instantly, and even his legs trembled. In the far distance towards the core district, over 10 unidentified flying objects resembling missiles trailed, white tails soaring from outside the city, tearing through the sky like falling meteors. As the missiles disappeared, a powerful shockwave was visibly emitted. Soon after, the dark clouds began to grow and spread massively from the point of the explosion, like waves crashing. Boom! A deafening sound resonated as if a hammer struck the heavens. The entire building where Su Jin was located seemed to hang in midair. Suddenly, the windows wailed, the glass trembled violently, and for a moment the world seemed to enter a state of freeze. The apocalypse. At this moment was no longer gray rain, but the tangible fury of a natural disaster descending. The violent movement of the clouds did not cease, accompanied by their tumultuous rolling. Lightning began to dance within them. Downbursts formed and columns of cloud descended, striking the earth. Wherever the downburst struck, the ground froze. Su Jin's pupils shook as he gripped the edge of the windowsill, staring into the distance, his teeth chattering. The cold sky missile system. The large-scale cloud movements and the attacks generated by temperature airflow were typical characteristics of such weapons. The ultimate weapon of this country. Without any warning, they had fired upon their own central district. Am I going to die? What on earth is happening? Perhaps the army should have come out by now once the rain stopped. Why is this happening? A wave of intense fear and nausea surged up his chest. Su Jin quickly covered his mouth and nose, bending over as he rushed toward the bathroom. But just as he reached the living room, a large gulp of sour liquid spilled onto the floor. The extreme sourness and bitterness filled his mouth, causing Su Jin to cough until tears welled in his eyes, his heart feeling as if it had been crushed by reality. The core logic of the state machinery is to maintain order. Directly declaring its own demise would only lead to a complete social collapse, resource plundering, and military mutiny. Even if the area infected by zombies was vast, there was no reason for them to announce the countries into the public. Just the issue of zombie infection led the highest command to impose a devastating lockdown on the capital. For days, not even a shadow of the army had been seen. If such a large country is so fragile, then what am I worth? Dual disasters have rendered all personal plans fragile, as if they were made of paper. Perhaps there has been a problem with the top decision-making, or perhaps their understanding of this infection is not thorough enough. But Su Jin was no longer in the mood to analyze, completely at a loss, his mind in chaos. His body stiffened for a long time before he inexplicably ran to the bedroom, grabbing one of the radios and angrily questioning, Do not trust what? Speak to me. The next second the radio was smashed to pieces. The apocalypse. He had long since judged internally the existence of the company, had already concluded this world, no further questioning was needed. Yet he had still harbored fantasies waiting for the army's rescue. Deep down, he always held on to a sliver of luck, but now everything had collapsed, leaving no path to survival before him, destined to die in a foreign land. All that remained for him was the bloody reality. The city's core area still endured the onslaught of downbursts, while the cold wind had already swept through the entire city, dark clouds covering the sky. The sharp cries pierced through the cold wind, reaching Su Jin's ears. Stumbling, he ran to the living room window, only to discover someone standing at the edge of the window across, crying out before leaping down. In the adjacent residential building, others were also crying and committing suicide from above. The cries felt like the summons of death, and a series of suicide acts began to unfold before Su Jin's eyes. Until a woman on the 6th floor opposite, holding a swaddled child, stood on the windowsill, shaking her head and crying at Su Jin before jumping down with her child. No, don't jump. Please don't jump. Su Jin was frantic, stomping his feet and shouting loudly. Watching helplessly as the horde of corpses descended upon the bodies of the mother and child, he could no longer care about anything else. He threw open the window, raised his hand, and fired. Bang, bang, bang. After 9 shots, only the sound of the trigger remained. Su Jin mechanically continued to pull the trigger, watching in horror as the mother and child were torn to shreds by the horde, leaving only a splash of blood rippling in the water. When witnessing others being injected, people often subconsciously feel a pang of pain, as if the needle had pierced their own skin. Yet now, in this desperate situation, facing the coercion of life and death and the tragedy before him, Su Jin felt an unprecedented visceral pain for the first time due to the suffering of others. Su Jin's finger on the trigger finally stopped. A spasm coursed through his stomach as a heavy iron taste surged in his throat. He stumbled, bent over, and gagged a few times, but nothing came out. After silently standing still for 2 seconds, he suddenly turned around, throwing the handgun to the ground, where it bounced off the wall. Where are the company people? Su Jin knelt on the ground, searching around with desperate eyes, crying out in anguish, What can I do? I'm just an ordinary person. After silently standing still for 2 seconds, he suddenly turned around, throwing the handgun to the ground, where it bounced off the wall. Where are the company people? Su Jin cursed and shouted, venting his fear and anger, his fists already bloodied from pounding the ground. But each strike grew weaker than the last. Ultimately, Su Jin leaned against the wall, covering his face as he wept bitterly. All that was left was the sound of muffled sobs. Hope had been utterly shattered. Within the community, the suicides continued to occur one after another. The cold wind howled, and the cries floated in the wind. Zhongwan, wake up. In the bedroom of the Su family, Su, who felt dizzy, struggling to maintain his composure as he called out for Zhongwan. Since receiving the text message, the two had completely lost their senses. Following the outbreak of the cold sky, witnessing mass suicides had directly stunned Zhongwan into unconsciousness. Su Qingdai stood at the doorway, her face pale, gripping the door frame tightly. She dared not look outside, but even the sounds alone left her unsteady on her feet. Su, who shouted a couple of times before turning back, saying, Qingdai, go get some water. Su Qingdai quickly agreed and turned to fetch a bowl of water from the bucket to bring back to the bedroom. Seeing her father still trying to save her mother, Su Qingdai felt an overwhelming sense of panic and pain, filled with fear. After a moment of thought, she quietly turning around, she searched the living room, her eyes locking onto a chair. Gritting her teeth, she lifted the chair, and smashed it against the doorknob with force. "Qingdai, what are you doing?" Su Hu shouted from the bedroom. Su Qingdai ignored him, gritting her teeth as she continued to strike the door. One careless swing missed the target, and due to the excessive force, she banged her finger against the doorknob, scraping off a layer of skin. Blood oozed from the wound. After several strikes, the doorknob finally loosened, just as Su Hu emerged from the room, looking at his daughter with shock. "What are you doing?" "I want to go out." "You can't go out now. Stay here. Look at what your mother is like, and you are adding to the chaos." Su Qingdai bowed her head, nodding. As Su Hu turned and rushed back into the bedroom, she immediately pulled the doorknob. With a series of clicks, Su Qingdai cautiously opened the door. As the door cracked open, a strong, acrid smell of smoke wafted in. Creak, creak, creak. The piercing sound continued. The lights inside the room flickered. The power grid was unstable, collapsing at any moment. Cold winds still howled outside. With a pounding heart, Su Qingdai bypassed the entrance, intending to speak, but upon seeing the scene before her, her voice was instantly choked in her throat. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Bloodstains covered the ground. Su Jin sat on a stool, his fists wrapped in bandages, heavy blood seeping through. His muscular torso was drenched in sweat, and under the flickering light the contours of his muscles were outlined with a golden hue. Su Jin glanced sideways, causing Su Qingdai to jump in fright, hugging her arms tightly against her chest. She had never seen him display such a gaze. Only hatred and anger, resembling a beast. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Their eyes met, and with a trembling voice, Su Qingdai said, "Brother, I'm scared." Thud. The lights went out, leaving only the red glow of cigarette embers flickering. Sizzle. The red dot dimmed, and the deafening sound of a blade being sharpened abruptly. "Don't be afraid, your brother is here." The wind and snow howled throughout the night, and by the next day the rain had stopped. Su Jin awoke and sat up from his slumber. The previous night's indulgence had allowed him to sleep more soundly than ever, resulting in a remarkable rejuvenation of his spirit. Turning to glance out the window, his expression was complex. The regime had announced its dissolution, and the cold sky missiles had caused a sharp drop in temperature, with the military now nowhere to be seen. The current situation had deteriorated to an extent that could not worsen. There was no use in fantasizing, there was no one to turn to for help, and everything relied solely on oneself. The outdoor temperature was likely close to -50 degrees Celsius, while the indoor temperature without any heating was nearly the same as the outside. He exhaled a long, heavy breath, which transformed into a faint white mist in the air. Su Jin lifted the quilt, donned a thick down jacket, and got out of bed. He crouched down to look at the mouse cage in the corner of the bed, which was layered with clothes for insulation and had foam at the bottom. The candle had burned out, yet there was still movement in the cage. Seeing that the mouse was still alive, he felt a surge of relief. The source of infection remained a mystery. If this batch of experimental mice froze to death, it would be a tremendous waste. Fortunately, he had managed to endure through the night. Even with several layers of clothing and numerous warm materials, after a night of sleep his limbs still felt somewhat stiff and cold. He only had one blanket, and his winter clothing was limited. If he hadn't prepared a few alcohol stoves and surrounded them with bricks for warmth, he might have suffered from frostbite overnight. Su Qingdai had come the night before, and he had given her a few alcohol stoves. The situation of the Su family was different from his own. They surely had plenty of blankets at home, making it far easier for them to survive the night. As for the others in the building, they should also have managed easily. Every household had gas cylinders, and there was enough fuel. Su Jin conducted a sweep of his room. After seeing that aside from the water bucket being completely frozen there were no other abnormalities, he scooped a few spoonfuls of lard for breakfast and headed straight out the door. He knocked on the door of the Su family, and it was almost immediately opened. Su Qingdai's small face was pale from the cold, and then Su Hu appeared, looking despondent and lonely. Upon seeing Su Jin, he was, "Director, come in and talk." Su Jin raised his hand to interrupt, naturally stepping through the door. The room was in disarray, with ashes left in the center from a bonfire. The surrounding environment clearly indicated that they had dismantled the sofa for fuel. This family had spent the entire night in the living room. After observing the area, Su Jin looked at Su Hu and stated directly, "I sealed your door." "What? You?" "Let me finish," Su Jin said earnestly. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Li Haoqing, director of the National Key Risk Intervention Execution Bureau." I know that," Su Hu stammered. Su Jin shook his head, saying, "You know who I am, but you do not truly understand what the Bureau is responsible for. It is not what I previously told you. Our department is actually responsible for researching supernatural powers, and it is small and unappreciated within the various agencies. 30 years ago, the country unearthed artifacts from 2,000 years ago in the Northwest, which we later named Maya civilization, based on our studies. I don't know if they are aliens or have some special abilities, but by deciphering the stone tablets left by the Maya, they predicted the trajectory of future developments, including this disaster. The establishment of our department was precisely in response to the research of the Maya civilization." Su Qingdai and Su Hu's expressions froze at that moment. Su Jin continued, Initially, the country placed great importance on the discovery of the Maya civilization, but after 30 years of development, our department has nearly been forgotten. Even internally, we are divided into two factions. Many people have long considered it a non-essential position, but I am different. What are you talking about? How can I not understand? Su asked in surprise. Are you okay? My thoughts are very clear right now, Su Jin said solemnly. According to the prophecy left by the Maya, a savior is foretold to predict this disaster. I followed this clue to find your daughter. In fact, I lied to you earlier. I had already communicated with Qingdai before moving to your home. To put it simply, your daughter is the savior mentioned in the prophecy, and I am utterly convinced. Now that you have seen this disaster, I believe you should have your own judgment on whether to believe it or not. Wait a moment, hold on. Su clutched his forehead, his expression pained. The zombie infection, the news of the nation being destroyed, had just reached him yesterday, and now someone was telling him that his daughter was the future savior. The continuous flow of time made it impossible for his brain to digest this information. You mean to say you knew this would happen all along? You not only didn't inform the country, but instead came to place hope on my daughter, didn't you? Su's tone was tinged with anger. Su Jin remained calm, saying, the country has long been aware of this information. Do you think it would be useful for me to say it again? Why did I ask you to buy bows and arrows by batteries? Did you think I wanted to hide here, not relying on the power of the state? Our department doesn't even get a damn budget approved. Hearing Su Jin's last shout, Su, who was completely stunned. That was indeed. After all, they hadn't even approved the budget. Do you know what the current situation of the country is? Su asked tremulously, his eyes filled with anticipation. The country can no longer be relied upon, and we can only rely on ourselves. Su's face quickly darkened as he turned to look at his daughter again, his heart twisting in pain once more. Su Jin continued, Old Su, you have been a soldier and know about weapons. You've seen the impact of the cold sky missiles. When do you think the outdoor temperature will warm up? Do you have any expectations? Su Jin continued, Old Su, you have been a soldier and know about weapons. You've seen the impact of the cold sky missiles. When a week, you say? Su Jin contemplated. The cold sky missiles had bought him a week of buffer time. The current cold temperature outside had already begun to affect the zombies both indoors and outdoors. Conservatively estimating, he had 3 days to clear the zombies in the community and gather supplies and Director Lee, please leave. I don't know what you want to do, but I don't want to be involved with you right now, Su, who said weakly. My wife is unconscious and hasn't woken up yet. I received the text message and heard the broadcast, but I believe the country won't collapse so easily. Oh, I want to wait for rescue. Old Su. Su Jin said in a deep voice, what are you still deluding yourself about? The country is no longer reliable. If it were, we wouldn't have reached this point where not even a shadow of the military can be seen. If it were reliable, how could they fire missiles at the city? Fine. They'll concede for the sake of argument, even if armed forces still exist. In the current situation, do you think saving people is your responsibility? You are just an ordinary citizen. What right do you have to save them? How long can you wait for rescue? This time they were lucky the cold sky missiles did not land on us. If another wave of missiles were to come, could you survive? Then tell me, what else can I do? What am I supposed to do? Fu roared in despair. Get out of my house. If anything happens, do not drag my daughter into it. I will not listen to your nonsense. Dad. Fu Qingdai tugged at Fu's sleeve in panic. As long as we can survive, anything can be done. Su Jin gripped Fu's shoulders, eyes wide. If there is no country, we will found one. If there is no army, we will raise one. If hiding will not save us, then we will not hide. We will fight those bread zombies to the end. In this neighborhood, everyone knows one another. Your daughter once dreamed of the end and was sent to a psychiatric hospital. Surely many people know about that, right? With that alone, we can rally people to our cause. Qingdai is everyone's only hope. She could be an empress or a cult leader. I will not under any circumstances let her be ruined because of you. Fu was instantly cowed, staring blankly at Su Jin. The world had already fallen to ruin. He wanted to form an army and counterattack. And to use Qingdai as well. Old Fu, I know you love your daughter fiercely, but if she stays with you now, she will only be waiting to die, Su Jin said coldly. I cannot stand by and watch you lead her into. I have grown attached to Qingdai during this time, but if you persist in your delusion rather than let those zombies tear her apart, while she follows you, I would sooner grant her a merciful release myself. I have grown attached to Qingdai during this time, but if you persist in your delusion rather than let those zombies tear her apart, while she follows you, I would sooner grant her a merciful release myself. Fu Qingdai fixed her gaze on the dark barrel, swallowed, closed her eyes, and pressed her forehead forward. No. Fu reached out his hand, trembling, and stopped her. I promise you. Do whatever you say. Su Jin took a step back and lowered the silver spear. Seeing this, Fu hurriedly pulled his daughter behind him and watched Su Jin with vigilance. Su Jin sighed and said, Old Fu, I never intended to harm you and your daughter. We truly have no other choice. There is only this path. You have gravely underestimated the danger. I had to shock you so you would face reality. Since you have agreed, I will protect your daughter with my life. I hope you will protect her too. I stashed supplies for Qing Dai on the 4th floor in advance. The key has already been handed to her. Fu Hu looked at his daughter. Seeing Fu Qing Dai nod slightly, his taut expression softened. Su Jin continued, your wife must be terribly shocked. In a place like this, she will find it hard to recover. I put aside some coal briquettes and a coal stove on the 4th floor. Bring the tin and wooden boards from the room. We must break the window and rig a chimney. Take whatever else you need. Saying that, Su Jin sat on a relatively intact sofa and waved to Fu Hu. Go quickly. I will wait here. When you return and the stove is set up, we will talk more. Don't let your wife freeze. Fu Hu glanced at his unconscious wife, then at his daughter. After a moment's hesitation, he led Fu Qingdai downstairs. A dozen minutes later, Fu Hu returned with his daughter. The sight that greeted him upon entering left him stunned. Director, what are you doing? Set up the stove first, Su Jin replied without turning. That strange rain infected not only people, but animals as well. Director, what are you doing? Set up the stove first, Su Jin replied without turning. That strange rain infected not only people, but animals as well. I used rats in experiments. Birds might also be susceptible. Once animals are infected, they become fiercely aggressive toward uninfected life. Hiding indoors is not truly safe. Painting the windows black at least reduces some risks. Having seen the pile of supplies earlier, Fu Qingdai had repeatedly praised Su Jin to her father. Hearing that analysis, a surge of admiration welled in Fu Hu's chest. With a grunt, he began briskly assembling the stove. He rolled the tin into a cylinder, bound it with wire, sealed the seams with aluminum tape, and joined the sections into a crude chimney. They boarded over the broken window, and a reasonably secure heating system was improvised. Although the windows had been painted black, the stove's firelight made the room feel warm. Fu Qingdai carried a kettle to Su Jin's room to chip ice for water. Su Jin and Fu Hu sat opposite each other before the stove, both gazing into the flames in silence, until Fu Hu spoke directly. Did you seal the doors upstairs and downstairs on that rainy day? Did you shut the main water valve as well? Yes. They would not have died of thirst inside, would they? It has been 6 or 7 days. They should not have died. Food is generally sufficient, and the toilet cisterns still hold water. Fu Hu felt a measure of relief, then asked, how did you find Qing Dai? A colleague of mine has a child who attended the same school as your daughter. When they heard, they went to look. Directorly, truly there is no other hope in this. Has the Guoganju taken no action at all? And you said the prophecy involves my daughter. What then? Irritated, Su Jin produced a cigarette and prepared to take a drag. He was about to light it, but glancing at the still unconscious Zhang Wan, he shoved the cigarette back and murmured helplessly, no action. Just a bunch of idlers and slackers. The prophecy only spoke of a cataclysm and of a savior who could foresee it. It offered nothing beyond that. But my daughter is still a child. What can she possibly do because of a legend or prophecy? How could she be embroiled in any of this? Fu Hu's voice rose. Precisely because she is a child, we must act now and shoulder some of that burden on her behalf. Su Jin's voice grew grave. Old Fu, I beg you, abandon any illusions. Even if an army were to rescue us, we must begin self-rescue now. The two are not mutually exclusive. I will bear all responsibility. Qing Dai is merely a talisman. She need not do anything nor be put in harm's way. Fu Hu muttered his assent and fell silent. When the atmosphere grew cold again, Su Jin asked old Fu, do you have any other family? Fu Hu trembled and answered in a quavering voice, I have an old father. The phone has been unreachable for several days. After saying that, the tower of a man finally broke down, tears streaming freely. Only when Fu Qingdai returned with a kettle full of ice did Fu Hu roughly wipe his face and force himself to compose. Sitting between them, Fu Qingdai looked around uncertainly. Fu Hu drew a deep breath and asked, Director, what should we do next? Next, Su Jin gazed at the stove, is to recruit talent and form a team. You are an old resident. You should know the people in this building, right? Prepare a list with backgrounds. I will release them one by one. By noon, all the steel framework in the corridor had been dismantled. Su Jin once again stepped out from Fu Hu's home, already holding a list. The content was naturally the personnel information within the corridor. Essentially, Fu Hu was familiar with most of the residents in this unit except for a few tenants. After a brief search through the list, Su Jin already had a rough idea. It seemed that a high proportion of the elderly in this community had previously worked in the military or political system. What was most lacking now was military strength, which required an enhanced. The resident across from his storage room used to be a soldier named Wang Song. He was slightly younger than Fu Hu, in his early 40s. Logically, soldiers are highly disciplined and possess strong combat abilities, a man in his 40s should still have decent physical strength. It was most suitable to recruit him. With the adhesive remover in hand, Su Jin headed directly to the 4th floor to spray. After waiting for a dozen minutes, he knocked forcefully on Wang Song's door. The presence of a potential zombie inside could be easily detected with simple sounds. But after knocking for a while, people downstairs began to shout for help, yet there was no response from Wang Song's home. After pondering for a moment, Su Jin took out his silver gun. He had already tested the gun the previous night. All 9 bullets had been fired, and it would automatically reload after half an hour. The props provided by the company were indeed extraordinary. This golden finger was incredibly powerful. Aiming at the peephole, he fired a shot. The peephole was completely penetrated with fragments splattering into the room. Su Jin stepped back, observing the interior through the hole. The ground was already a pool of dark blood with 2 corpses lying on the floor, both covered with white cloth. Just as he was about to continue observing, a faint voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "I am your neighbor. Are you Wang Song? Are you injured?" Su Jin quickly stepped up on the stairs, leaning on the door with both hands gripping the gun. "Does it matter if I'm injured? Just go away." Su Jin frowned. The 2 corpses inside were likely killed after being infected. The bloodstains showed they had been dead for a while. The other party still had some rationality. Even if they were suspected of being infected, their safety level was still quite high. Thinking of this, Su Jin turned his gun toward the door lock. The power of the silver gun was immense, and there was no need to worry about ricochets. Just 2 shots shattered the lock mechanism. Gently pulling the door open, Su Jin mimicked the actions from the movies and slowly sidled in, scanning the room with his gun. "Wang Song, are you in there? Who are you? How do you have a gun?" Hearing a voice from the bedroom, Su Jin slowed his steps and moved closer. Entering the bedroom, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. A middle-aged man in his 40s was sitting by the window, seemingly hesitating to jump down. Su Jin casually closed the door and lowered the gun. "Wang Song, calm down, don't jump yet." Wang Song, sitting by the window, turned back. He was almost frozen stiff, his face pale, teeth chattering. "You have a gun. You're not my neighbor. Who are you?" "Who I am is not important. Get down immediately, close the window. Don't give up hope. Let's talk slowly." Wang Song looked bitter. "What hope is there to speak of? The country is gone. The whole world is raining. Do you think there's any salvation for this world? As long as there is a family, there is a country. As long as we are alive, there is hope. Come down first, and we can talk more." Su Jin continuously tried to persuade. "But my family is gone. You must have seen it. My mother, turned into a monster with my wife, and my son is out of town. There's probably no hope for him either." Wang Song was weak and dazed. "I'm also about to go. Just leave me alone. I must care for you. Many people like you have lost their family members, and I..." Su Jin pressed against the wall, watching the other party. "Don't be so pessimistic. There is still hope for the future." Wang Song trembled as he turned back, lifting his shirt to reveal a chest wrapped in bandages, then looking down at his abdomen, where a large area of gray skin was exposed. He forced a bitter smile. "Look. Ugh. Huh." Bang. A gunshot rang out, and Wang Song's bitter smile froze on his face as his body fell to the floor below. Su Jin leaned against the wall, sitting down and gasping for breath, clutching his chest. "I killed someone. I killed someone. It's okay, I killed a zombie. My language ability is out of control. He must have already been at the brink of becoming a zombie. I can consider this as helping him, right?" After comforting himself for a while, Su Jin stood up against the wall, still shaken, and moved forward to close the window. Then he turned to the living room and found a mop handle to lift the body covering the corpse cloth. Seeing the wound on the corpse, Su Jin's throat rolled as he inserted the mop handle to poke it a couple of times. Being attacked and infected by zombies might not be 100% probability, but now is definitely not the time for verification. Therefore, Wang Song must die. The 2 corpses on the ground had clearly fought with Wang Song, their clothes torn to shreds. There were knife wounds all over the neck and abdomen, but the most significant wound was on the chest, a deep laceration. This was the fatal wound. Combining this with the previous mouse experiment, it turns out that zombies' weakness really lies in the heart. This trip wasn't entirely fruitless. Thinking this, Su Jin took a deep breath and found a quilt in the room. He wrapped the corpse in the quilt and tossed it out of the nearest window. After discarding the 2 corpses, he returned to the corridor, still feeling uneasy. Picking up the list again, Su Jin's gaze fixed on the 6th floor. This experience was genuinely frightening. He had not been cautious enough. Forget about looking for the young and strong for now. There are 2 old men living on the 6th floor. According to Fu, who they had both previously engaged in research and had served, but looking at their ages, they were almost 70. Even if they transformed into zombies, the danger level shouldn't be too high. After all, their bones would still be in place even after transformation. The elderly resident in 601, Sunya, lives alone. Let's check on him first. An old man who has transformed into a zombie should have no aggressiveness. Upon arriving at the 6th floor, it was still the process of removing the adhesive and knocking on doors. Su Jin held his gun and waited silently. Not long after, a voice came from behind the door. "Who are you?" "I'm your neighbor from downstairs. My door is sealed, and I heard that it seems the people downstairs are also sealed. How did you manage to get out? Are you injured?" Upon hearing this, Su Jin raised an eyebrow. This old man in the house is not ordinary. His perception is quite high. "I sealed the door. It can be opened now. I'm not injured. Or what about you?" After finishing this question, there was a series of sounds of the door being opened. The door seemed to be pushed from the inside and slowly opened. Su Jin moved slowly, and just as he caught sight of the scene behind the door, his whole body froze. In the darkness, a faint candlelight flickered. Behind the candlelight, a thin old man was holding a hunting rifle, watching him warily. "Don't move, stand there. Don't shoot." Su Jin raised his hands, forcing himself to remain calm. I mean no harm, I'm here to save you. There are many people in the building. I just want to gather everyone together for warmth. I heard from Fu Hu downstairs that you are Mr. Sunright. Gather for warmth. Sunya smiled bitterly, looking particularly cold under the candlelight. The country is gone. This world is beyond saving. What warmth can we gather? How do you know it's beyond saving? What we need to do most right now is to organize ourselves to fight against the external enemies. If we give up on ourselves now. Don't say any more. Sunya shouted sternly, then his tone turned suppressed. There is no chance to turn back. The rain infected not only people, but also animals. Infected creatures will instinctively attack living beings. All major military districts were basically in the wild. There are many wild animals, and light at night is very eye-catching. That night of rain, all military districts around the world should have been attacked by infected creatures. Small animals entered the indoors, and the army couldn't effectively counterattack. Once they went outside, they could only get soaked in the rain, making the problem even more serious. The first to suffer the impact wasn't the city, but the military. The military may have already been wiped out in the first instance. After listening to Sun Ya's narration, Su Jin was shocked and fell silent for a moment. According to the description by Fu Hu, this old man used to be involved in the manufacturing and research of medical equipment, and he has quite a reputation. However, now all the windows in the room were covered, and he held a hunting rifle in hand. Coupled with his analysis, it indicated that this old man was not as simple as he seemed. Old man, my name is Li Haoqing. Can I sit down and talk? Sunya stared at Su Jin, slowly lowered the muzzle of the gun, and nodded. Su Jin cautiously approached and pulled a chair to sit across from him. That rain can infect animals. How did you know? And about the environment in the house, your analysis regarding the army. I used to work in the military industry. Sunya sighed, stroking the rifle. I noticed that people were exhibiting strange changes, so I collected some rainwater and experimented on my dog at home. The dog went crazy, and I had to put it down. I was worried that birds and beasts might also be infected, which is why I covered all the windows. Until yesterday, the state announced the function was terminated. I only then realized it was completely over. We can no longer rely on the army. How do you know for sure that we cannot rely on them? Even if the army is infected, they shouldn't have declared themselves ineffective so quickly. The city still has the capability to organize a counterattack. Once trust is broken, it becomes much harder to organize again. Su Jin frowned and asked. Sunya pondered. You are right. From the perspective of the army being widely infected, the state indeed has no reason to give up on itself. However, I suspect there are two possibilities. The first is that insects might also be infected. If they are, then humanity's extinction is only a matter of time, and the higher-ups can only seek to save themselves. The second possibility is that the effects of this rain are far from simple. There must be other characteristics. There is no virus in nature that can cross species and mutate so quickly. This is not a virus, it is a supernatural disaster. After saying this, Sunya covered his face and sighed deeply. Su Jin was speechless, lost in deep shock and worry. Taking a deep breath, Sunya wiped his face and looked at Su Jin. I answered your questions, now it's your turn to answer mine. Ask away. You sealed off the residence in advance. You didn't just seal off my house, did you? I sealed off the entire unit. Why? Sunya focused intently on Su Jin. A little girl on the 5th floor said the apocalypse is coming, and I believe her. Heh, so you really are out of your mind. Sunya replied sarcastically, then his expression turned serious as he muttered to himself, that child Qing Dai. I know about her. I thought she was mentally disturbed, but now it seems it's not that simple. How did she know ahead of time? Do you believe in nature? Su Jin asked softly. Nature? I believe in science, but I also believe that nature will balance everything. This disaster has occurred. Although the organization has collapsed, there must be a solution. Su Jin looked at Sunya and said, I believe that this disaster will have a force to counterbalance it. Qing Dai has already indicated the problem. Old man, seeing you sitting here with a gun, you don't want to die, right? Come with me. It is the right time to organize a team and utilize people. I have a cage of rats, and you, as a research expert, can help me conduct more reliable experiments. Upon hearing this, Sunya's eyes sparkled with a hint of brightness, and he then looked Su Jin up and down. Organize a team. Do you have that capability? Why should others believe you? Because I have a profit in my hands, and I am the director of the National Key Risk Intervention Bureau. Sunya squinted. Nonsense. The country doesn't even have that department. Now it does. Sunya scanned Su Jin suspiciously, then nodded in realization. All right. You are right, but can exist now, and I can help you. However, you must understand that I am nearly 70, and it won't be long before I am in the ground. With the world being in such a state, it makes no difference to me whether I live or die. If you want to be a leader and have me serve you, you must have the qualifications. If you are just a mindless waste, I might as well give myself a bullet for a quicker end. What do you want then? Sunya pondered for a moment, then threw the hunting rifle directly to Su Jin. This is a shotgun. Oh, I have 30 rounds left. Go downstairs and clear out those zombies. The heart seems to be their weak point. They react to sound, light, and smell. There are plenty of wild cats and dogs in the neighborhood, so be careful. If you can do it, even if you are a madman, I will give you my life. I intend to do just that. Stay upstairs and watch. Taking the shotgun, a glint of cold light flashed in Su Jin's eyes. He picked up the bullets and walked outside saying, "Old man, your neighbor is also an expert, right? I applied glue to the door. I left the adhesive remover for you. If you can ensure safety, let him out. If you can't handle it, wait for me to come back. This house is cold. Go to Fu Hu's place and wait for me." "Got it." Su Jin nodded, suddenly stopping at the door. He turned back to Sunya with an awkward smile. "How do you use this gun?" Sunya laughed angrily. "Hey, I thought you were impressive. Come back. I will teach you." 40 minutes later, Su Jin stood in the first floor corridor wearing an additional rough homemade zombie-proof outfit under his down jacket. He wore gloves and a motorcycle helmet. A silver gun and a shotgun were tied to his waist along with a machete at his side. After all, being a novice, if he got nervous and dropped the gun, getting it back would be a hassle, so he prepared well. In the dim corridor, Su Jin lowered his head to adjust his breathing. Once his heartbeat calmed down, he kicked the unit door. A loud bang echoed outside the door. The zombies, who had formed a thin layer of ice due to the low temperature, moved upon hearing the sound. The fragile ice shell on their bodies cracked as they stumbled towards Su Jin's location. Before long, over a dozen zombies were already closing in on the unit door. At that moment, a firecracker exploded in the distance. The zombies, which had gathered at the unit door, turned and rushed toward the sound of the firecracker. At the same time, a series of urgent clanging sounds came from the handrail in the corridor. Without hesitation, Su Jin yanked the unit door open. The door opened to reveal a dozen zombies facing away from him. Bang, 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 bang. 9 shots in a row, 9 rounds spent. Su Jin slammed the unit door shut and retreated back into the corridor. Huff. After exhaling a breath of white mist, he turned and ran back to the 5th floor. Coming towards him was Fu Qing Dai, standing at the stairway holding a firecracker in one hand and a wrench in the other. Her face, "Brother, did it succeed?" It seems successful. I think I killed about 3. I didn't see clearly, but it'll go for a few more rounds later." Su Jin affectionately ruffled Fu Qing Dai's hair. While following the same method, after repeated efforts, most of the zombies fell to the ground, and the community returned to tranquility. The sun was setting and dusk was approaching. Zhang Wan had already woken up, though her expression was listless. In the room were Sunya and another frail old man. Everyone sat around the stove warming themselves by the fire where a pot was simmering with sauerkraut. The pot was filled with lard and slices of ham, giving it a greasy and rich appearance, and the aroma wafted throughout the room. "Shaoli, let me introduce you." Sunya patted the old man beside him, saying, "Waiter, you are called Old Wei, right? We are old acquaintances, having been colleagues before. Old Wei, this is the Shaoli I mentioned to you." Waiter looked up at Su Jin, forcing a faint smile, and Su Jin quickly reached out to shake hands. Sunya sighed, saying, "Old Wei, you understand the condition of your sister-in-law's heart. Her passing this time may spare her from greater suffering. You must think positively and live well, not just for yourself, but also for the younger generation. Although we are old bones, we can still be of some use. Moreover, our lives can also be considered as having been saved by Shaoli." Waiter nodded, gently wiping his eyes. The stew in the pot continued to simmer, and Zhang Wan went to fetch bowls and chopsticks. Su Jin looked at Sunya and asked, "Old man, does this mean you agree to help me?" Sunya nodded, saying, "You are indeed brave and resourceful. Although I feel your mind is somewhat unsteady, you are not bad. I have no other choice but to help you. But I don't understand, why didn't you clear out all the zombies below and left 1 or 2? How many bullets do you have for that handgun?" "I have plenty of bullets for the handgun. That shotgun is for self-defense, so it's better to conserve it. As for why I left 2 zombies, I plan to practice shooting on the remaining 1. I see you are also prepared with bows and arrows, and you have enough bullets. It seems you are indeed well prepared. I have plenty of bullets for the handgun. That shotgun is for self-defense, so it's better to conserve it. As for why I left 2 zombies, I plan to practice shooting on the remaining 1. The zombie bodies are frozen on the outside with their ears, noses, and eyes sealed in ice, yet they can still react quickly. Their movement speed is about the same as that of an ordinary person walking." Su Jin pondered, saying, "So once the temperature starts to warm up, the zombies' mobility could surge. A keen observation. It seems I do not need to worry too much about you." Sunya added, "But the problem is not as simple as just freezing on the surface. With such temperatures, and having rained a day and night, is enough to freeze all the bodily fluids within the organism. Those zombies should essentially have turned into frozen meat. Logically, they should have completely lost their ability to move. Yet they can still move. This is something current science cannot explain." Sunya paused. "I hope you can bring me 2 zombies tomorrow to help me dissect and study them. There is a risk of infection. Do you dare? Are you confident?" Su Jin hesitated. Although he was willing to undertake such tasks, and had prepared plenty of protective gear, he felt that dissecting zombies involved too much risk. Various bodily fluids might seep or splash out, and he could not guarantee what the consequences would be. Sunya hesitated for a moment, then said, I have no confidence this situation exceeds the existing knowledge system. I have some understanding of medicine, but I am still far inferior to actual experts. I can only say that we should increase our awareness of the dangers as much as possible. I know the risks are great, you can choose not to do it. But I believe the risk is worth taking compared to the potential future costs. I understand I will bring back 2 corpses tomorrow, and I will do it while you observe. Su Jin nodded, then added, Old son, I have a cage of mice that I need you to experiment with. Why don't we start together tomorrow? Sunya nodded. Getting ice carries a risk of splashing. I still have half a bottle of rainwater I collected earlier, just in time to use. Your rainwater might be useless now. I still need to get you some ice. After hesitating for a moment, Su Jin said calmly, What do you mean? Sunya's gaze suddenly sharpened. How do you know the rainwater is useless? I can see the source of the infection. That thing dissipates after about 5 days. Hiss. Sunya gasped. Everyone in the room looked at Su Jin. Even the extremely despondent Wade could not help but lift his head. You have such abilities. How did you do it? What form does the infectious material take? Su Jin smiled wryly. Perhaps it's a talent. Isn't Qing Dai also able to foresee the future? But my ability is not very useful. The infectious substance appears as a gray mist. Without water it will change into a misty state, easily dispersing. Unfortunately, I can only see this substance in its initial state, and once it infects an organism, I can no longer see its characteristics. Then this is good news. It turns out you have some special abilities. No wonder you believe that girl Qing Dai. Sun Ya's face showed joy. It will dissipate in 5 days. Now that the rain has stopped, it won't be long before the source of the contamination disappears. No. Wada interjected at the right moment, his voice weary. We are unsure if there will be a second rain. The source of the infection has shifted from rain to living beings. Do you see any signs of those walking corpses nearing death? Upon hearing this, everyone's heart sank again. Su Jin smiled helplessly. Everyone stop holding on to fantasies. We can only rely on ourselves now. I'll prepare for battle. Let's eat first. That night the wind outside had begun to die down. The room was quiet, and the hissing sound of the burning briquettes was clearly audible. The faint glow of the fire seeping through the cracks in the stove added a touch of warm yellow to the darkness. Sunya and the others found their spots, wrapping themselves tightly in their blankets and falling into sleep. Su Jin huddled in the corner, unable to sleep, gazing at the firelight emanating from the stove, deep in thought. After killing many zombies in a day, he felt little fear. Instead, there was an indescribable exhilaration from the sense of revenge. But can I perform the dissection? Old Son wants to conduct experiments, and the characteristics of this infection are not yet fully understood. Should I wait for him to finish his experiments before recruiting newcomers, or start directly? While pondering, a small shadow darted past the stove, crouching low before gently leaping beside Su Jin. Qing Dai. Su Jin lowered his gaze. Brother, can I sleep next to you? Fu Qing Dai was wrapped in a blanket, only her small face visible. Su Jin reached out and gently patted the top of her head. Feeling his hand covered in oil, he hurriedly wiped it on Fu Qing Dai's blanket. What's wrong? My mother is still not well today. What should I do? Leaning against Su Jin, Fu Qing Dai whispered, her voice tinged with tears. Su Jin looked up and sighed deeply. After all, she was still young. It was already quite remarkable for her to endure until now while helping him kill zombies. It's okay. Your mother will be fine after some care. Things will become safer, and one day we will be able to live normally like before. Fu Qing Dai silently shed tears, not saying a word. Seeing this, Su Jin wrapped his arms around her, letting out a small snort. Puff. This oil can fry a dish with you here. At least we won't starve to death. Brother. Fu Qing Dai's face immediately flushed, and she lifted the blanket with a huff. Wrapping her head into a ball, she dove into Su Jin's embrace. The next day the cold wind picked up again. A few people got up early and had breakfast. With the addition of professionals, the level of research on the infectious material was undoubtedly on the rise. In the morning, Su Jin fetched ice, dividing it into containers of the same specifications to hold different quantities of ice cubes, and then heated them to melt into water. Each container held a different concentration of gray substance, and they were numbered one by one. This entirely relied on his vision to handle. Based on his naked eye observation of the concentration of the gray mist, he drew different shades on white paper with a pencil to create a color card for the 2 experts to reference. Afterward, under the guidance of Sunya and Wada, he made some simple error adjustments to fill in the gaps. The supernatural gray mist, which could not be observed, had already begun quantifiable experiments in a short time under expert guidance. The experimental part was busy until noon. The 2 elderly men were still observing and busy in the makeshift laboratory. Su Jin walked out from the side room, feeling considerably relieved. The Fu family was sitting in the living room, unsure of what to do. After sitting idle for several hours, the visibly anxious expressions on Fu and his wife were apparent. Su Jin glanced over and immediately understood the situation. Out of concern for this family, he had not made any arrangements until now. It was time to assign them some tasks. whether to distract them or to provide value to the team. Continuing to rest might worsen their mental state. Perhaps getting busy would be a better form of rest. Before Su Jin could speak, Fu, who had already stood up, stammering, "Director, what can I do? Just wait." With that, Su Jin ran up to the 4th floor. After several trips back and forth, the living room was filled with various items. Stones of different sizes and models, clothing, and aluminum rolls. And a bag of pig feed. Catching his breath, Su Jin placed his hands on his hips and said, "Old Fu, the stones and the contents of that bag are prepared for you and your daughter. For now, you don't need to do anything else, just train indoors to improve your physical strength. Focus on your arms and legs, as well as your lung capacity. Also, we can use bows and arrows. Let's open the doors between our 2 houses and dismantle the entrance, using blankets as targets to practice. It will be useful in the future." As Su Jin pointed to the bag of pig feed on the ground, he said, "Eat a spoonful of what's inside before and after training, or it will help you gain muscle quickly and alleviate fatigue." Fu, who scratched his head, "Director, isn't that pig feed?" "What pig feed?" "That's a specially formulated training drink I prepared for you. It's just packed in a bag that fits well." Su Jin said without a blush or breathlessness, "If you don't know how to train, I can teach you." Although it was pig feed, it indeed contained valuable nutrients. Pure whey protein. In the current world, the fitness market had yet to develop, and the value and recognition of whey protein were quite low. The protein powder consumed by bodybuilders had once been swill from rural pigsties. Initially, when he discovered whey protein at the slaughterhouse, he was over perfect protein. It might even contain precious veterinary medicines. Besides that, this thing reminded him of the possibilities at the slaughterhouse. He wanted to buy some strong medications at the pharmacy, but they were all regulated, whereas veterinary medicines had fewer restrictions. He easily obtained antibiotics later. Although the standards and specifications certainly did not meet those for human use in the current state of the world, those minor impurities were nothing. It was just a pity that he couldn't get testosterone. If he had testosterone and could give Fu Qingdai a couple of injections, her muscles would surely grow tremendously. There was no need to worry about side effects. If danger truly arose, there was no need to worry about hormones sending Fu Qingdai to a steroid planet. The zombies would have already taken her away first. After listening to Su Jin, Fu, who looked confused and hesitantly, said, "Director, I'm fine with training. But my daughter? What can a girl achieve through training? What if she encounters something and her limbs are weak? Not training will lead to weak limbs." Su Jin said sternly, "Old Fu, at this moment, I won't be polite with you. You are just uneducated and your views are outdated. For the time being, we are safe. Although Qingdai is a girl and gains muscle slowly, her muscle recruitment ability improves quickly, as I just explained to you." After hearing this, Fu, who remained confused, but his expression had indeed turned serious. "Director, although I didn't understand much, I get what to do now." "Very good, just like that." Su Jin turned to the somewhat anxious Zhang Wan, his voice softening. "Sister-in-law, I know you are scared, but since I am here as a national official apart from Qingdai's special situation, I also have the responsibility to protect you. I will protect you until the end. You can rest easy." Zhang Wan's eyes filled with tears, and she nodded repeatedly. "You need to adjust your mood. I also have tasks for you." Su Jin looked at the materials on the ground. "You can sew. I need you to redesign these clothes and fabrics, sewing pockets onto them, and cutting the aluminum rolls into pieces to insert into the pockets. 1, to ensure flexibility, and 2, to provide comprehensive protection without leaving any dead angles. I believe your professional quality won't let you down." After examining the clothing on the ground, Zhang Wan nodded. "This isn't difficult. I should be able to try it out." "Great. Sister-in-law, this is a crucial part of our safety." Su Jin's expression was focused as he looked at Zhang Wan. "Our lives depend on you." Don't worry. I promise not to make mistakes." By the afternoon, after having lunch, they re-geared up, ensuring tight protection. Su Jin hurried downstairs with a piece of thin iron sheet. Today they did not plan to search for newcomers inside the building. The 2 experts were studying the infectious material, and later, while it was still light, they needed to perform a zombie dissection. Given his limited physical strength and energy, he had to maintain a full state to recruit newcomers and prevent unforeseen circumstances. Additionally, delaying a bit longer was beneficial. The longer people held on, the stronger their minds became. Forming a team in haste, it was better not to include those with weak minds. Despite this plan, when he reached the 1st floor, Su Jin still knocked on the doors of the 2 units. Hearing faint footsteps and the sound of the door being struck, he sighed and walked outside. Both units on the 1st floor had completely fallen. Although the rain hadn't reached them, he saw zombies knocking on the windows the next morning. Both units on the 1st floor had their windows opened, indicating they were entirely gone. Outside, Su Jin had emerged, and someone from the upper floor immediately shouted for help. Ignoring the cries, Su Jin quickly drew his gun, measured the distance, and shot dead the remaining 2 zombies. He then found nearby zombie corpses, covering them with iron sheets to drag them back. He wondered if these things would come back to life. Covering them with something would allow him to react quickly if they suddenly sprang up. Fortunately, the dreadful events he imagined did not occur, and he dragged 2 corpses back to Wang Song's house. An hour later, Sun Ya halted the experiment and came downstairs. Su Jin stood by the dining table, a zombie sprawled with its limbs tied to the corners of the table and chairs. Numerous tools were laid out on the table. Another zombie was tightly bound and discarded to the side. Glancing over, Sunya nodded in satisfaction. Good job, Shaoli. You're quite cautious. You're a promising candidate for research. If it weren't for this situation, I would be willing to take you as my student. Later, I'll instruct you on the operation while I take notes. Forget it. I never want to go through this kind of thing again in my life. Su Jin gasped for breath, constantly swallowing. By the way, Sun Lao, aren't you involved in machinery? Do you usually also deal with dissection? Not completely, but I've seen a few dissections. Let's begin. Su Jin took a deep breath, steadying himself. Let's go. Be gentle with the knife. There may be high-pressure gas inside. Be careful of splattering. The weak point is the heart. We'll only examine the internal organs, cutting 1 centimeter down from both sides of the collarbone, slicing to the midline of the sternum. Then cut along the intersection to the pubic symphysis. Su Jin held his breath, gritting his teeth as he began to cut. The sensation of the blade against flesh continuously stimulated his mind. Even with layers of protection, the visual stimuli, the pungent smell, and the fear of infection still made him feel nauseous. As the skin broke open, Su Jin's face gradually lost its color. This is much harder than I imagined. Has the zombie's skin changed? No, your knife is too dull. The zombie is too cold, and you're too nervous, Sunya said calmly. Huh. Sun Lao, tell me something else. I'm about to vomit. By the way, Sun Lao, weren't you involved in military industry? Why are you working on medical devices now? Hee, you can see my temper. I don't get along with the people in the department, but I'm good at other things too. Do you know who developed the first MRI in our country? Newton. Who is Newton? You must be confused. It was me. Me. Su Jin's hands were sticky and blurry, but he continued cutting, suppressing his nausea. I didn't expect to meet someone of your stature. Why do you live in this rundown place? Rundown. 20 years ago, ordinary people couldn't even live in talent communities. It became unlivable later, but I've gotten used to it, and am too lazy to move. You know what Old Wei does. Wei Lao? Didn't you say he was also in military industry? He's not just in military industry, he participated heavily in the development of the Hanxiong missile system back in the day. He can be considered a true weapons expert. To establish a foothold in the future, we need heavy firepower. Mastering weaponry is a technical endeavor, and only he can provide comprehensive guidance. Oh my, this rundown place really has hidden talents. As he spoke, the S-shaped incision on the zombie was already finished. Sunya waved his hand, covering his mouth, and Su Jin pursed his lips and lifted the zombie's left and right flaps, exposing the insides to their eyes. Chop open the sternum. Let's see if his bones have changed. Holding his breath, Su Jin picked up the axe, gesturing for Sunya to step back. Huh. Sunya retreated further, and Su Jin then swung down forcefully, bone fragments flying. Aya, why are you shouting so loudly? Sunya frowned at the noise. This is no ordinary task. I've never felt this uncomfortable, even when killing people. Cough. After a fit of cursing, the sternum and ribs were split open, and under the helmet, Su Jin's eyes were already bloodshot, sweat pouring down. Sunya stepped forward, examining the broken bone, and then the internal organs. The bones show no abnormalities. Cut open the internal organs, just slice them enough to see clearly. Which one to cut? Since we're at it, just cut them all. Haha. Fine. Su Jin picked up the knife and began to slice, but halfway through he paused in shock. Hey, sea urchin. Have your sense of smell gone numb? How could that be a sea urchin? Don't mess around, get out of the way. I really can't tell if you're scared or a pervert. Are you mincing meat? Even a murderer wouldn't cut like you. Sunya stepped forward to inspect, casually picking up a spare fruit knife. He began probing inside to study. Liver and lungs are normal, intestines are normal, kidneys are normal. Heart is also normal. Sunya showed a puzzled expression, continuing to probe with the knife. The heart, having suffered gunshot wounds, was already shattered and unclear. After a careful search, Sunya frowned. Come over and take a look at this black spot. Did it get burned, or did it grow there? I can't see it clearly. Su Jin leaned over, squinting to examine, finding a black the size of half a fingernail embedded in the shattered heart. It grew there, but looks like connective tissue. The texture is very hard, close to bone. Even a normally diseased heart wouldn't grow such tissue. The gray substance you mentioned seems to primarily affect the heart. At this point, Sun Ya's expression changed. Cut open that one too. Wait. Su Jin's expression instantly became serious, no longer fearing the cold, sticky insides, and reached directly into the abdominal cavity. By the time he pulled his hand out, he was holding a crystal-like stone between his fingers. This is... Sunya was greatly astonished. Su Jin breathed heavily, excitement bursting from his eyes. Zombie crystal stone. What do you mean by zombie crystal stone? Sunya hurriedly asked. It's produced due to mutations within zombies. Consuming it grants incredible powers. Where did you learn that? It's written in novels. Tisk, you seem to have picked up some odd habits calling it a zombie crystal stone. Sunya looked at him with disdain. Isn't this just a stone? Impossible. Can a stone grow like this? Su Jin wiped the jade stone in his hand, treating it like a treasure. Sunya stepped forward and slapped it away, the stone falling to the ground and shattering into pieces, Su Jin's heart shattering along with it. The stone I dug out 2 years ago was much prettier than this. Look, there are still a bunch of stones inside. Enough talk, let's quickly dissect another one. Suppressing his heartache, Su Jin picked up another zombie to dissect. With the previous experience, this dissection process was noticeably faster. The two aimed directly at the ultimate target, looking towards the heart. After carefully cutting a few times, the same black connective tissue was revealed before them. However, this time the size had clearly changed, now as big as a thumb. Sunya poked it with the knife, and then changed position. He probed various parts, and finally, he used the knife to slice open the zombie's arm, examining the deep muscle. After a flurry of activity, he squatted down to check the previous zombie that had been discarded on the ground. When he stood up, his expression was already tinged with a hint of fear. What's wrong, Sun Lao? Su Jin also started to feel nervous. After a moment of silence, Sunya pointed at the second zombie. The owner of this zombie was a skinny guy, clearly untrained. The one on the ground is much fatter than him. Logically, the muscle strength should be higher, yet the result is exactly the opposite. Although the sample size is small, the only explanation is the size of the mutated area in the heart, which means, are zombies evolving? Su Jin felt a chill run through him. Sunya exhaled a breath of cold air. We should have anticipated this earlier. But the locations of the black spot tissues on the two zombies are different. If the goal is to cover the entire heart, they may not have reached their limit yet. No, wait. What is this? Sunya extended his knife and gently pricked the heart. Just now he was focused on the front, completely neglecting the sharp corner protruding from the side of the heart. As the tip of the knife pricked through, the object behind the heart was suddenly revealed to both of them. It was a bright red, olive-shaped mass. They leaned in to take a closer look, and Su Jin's heartbeat quickened, his pupils constricting. This is lymph. It's not lymph. Sunya looked up in shock at Su Jin. There are indeed lymphatic capillaries in myocardial tissue. Even if there were abnormalities, it wouldn't grow like this, nor would it be in this location. This thing is not something a human body should have. Are you feeling your heartbeat quicken and feeling very hungry? Yes. Su Jin nodded tremulously, looking at Sunya. You feel it too. How is this happening? The feeling is getting stronger. Su Jin's expression was somewhat contorted. Appetite. At the moment they saw the full appearance of the mass, an unprecedented intense appetite erupted within them, as if the mass had a tremendous allure urging them to consume. Even amidst a pile of disgusting internal organs, this impulse was still hard to resist. Fortunately, both of them had strong willpower and managed to retain a basic level of rationality. Sunya took a breath, his gaze fixated on the mass as he murmured in extreme hunger. The physiological mechanisms of the brain redefine taste. Organs being high energy but foul-smelling food become the body's top priority. Foods that were originally hard to swallow become delicious, with nutrition being the core. What are you talking about, son? Are you alright? Su Jin hurriedly reached out to shake Sunya. Don't worry, I'm fine. Sunya gently shook his head, seemingly pondering him, thinking, is it this thing enticing us, or is our body craving it? That makes sense. I feel like eating it will grant me magical powers. Can you stop thinking about that ridiculous novel? You're an adult now, how can you still be so childish? After speaking, Sunya held the knife and cut off the mass, then placed it on the table to prepare for slicing it further. Su Jin reached out to stop him. Wait, let me do it. I'm dressed thickly. It would be troublesome if there's a highly corrosive liquid inside. Sunya nodded, yielding the position to Su Jin. Go ahead, but be careful. The sharp blade cut into the mass. Upon contact, it felt as if he had sliced into a resilient rubber ball. Feeling that if he pressed down too hard, whatever was inside might burst out, Su Jin adjusted the blade, thrusting the tip downward. A bit of pressure as if piercing through pigskin. Then he cut diagonally. The bottom of the mass retained some tendons not completely severed. The intense appetite surging from their bodies began to multiply like the torment of not having eaten for days. Su Jin gritted his teeth and slowly opened them. Sunya's pupils widened as he stared in awe at the interior, which captivated both of their gazes. Logically, when the mass was cut in half, the contents inside should also be divided in two. But reality was not so. Peeling back the two sides of the flesh was akin to peeling a lychee. In the center appeared a completely clear and transparent water sphere, showing no signs of having been cut. It was even difficult to detect its presence without a careful look. Sunya examined it for a moment, suppressing his discomfort, and raised his eyes to Su Jin, asking, it looks like a water sphere. Your vision is different from ordinary people. Can you see anything special? Water sphere. To me it looks colorful and beautiful, like a treasure. Su Jin's nerves were taut. Though he was unclear about the details of the water sphere that Sunya mentioned, the contents inside the mass indeed appeared colorful in his eyes, with glows swirling within the water sphere. Completely different from the gray fog, it was full of beauty and completely devoid of any ominous feeling. Pour it into this tray. Sunya flicked the prepared tray on the table. Su Jin nodded. Just as he tilted his hands, an unexpected change occurred. The elastic water sphere first fell onto his index finger, then slid down to the web between his thumb and index finger, the glow inside the water sphere disappearing through the glove. The water sphere spread out at the web of his hand, evaporating into nothingness. What's going on? The sudden disappearance of the water sphere made Sunya's hair stand on end. Su Jin's hair also stood up, staring blankly at Sunya, it seems. I think I absorbed it. After saying this, a wave of heat surged through his body, and his head buzzed as his vision went black, sinking into unconsciousness, faintly hearing Sun Ya's anxious shouts. Little Lee, can the director still wake up? It's already bright outside. He's running a high fever, don't touch him, it would be troublesome if he turns into a zombie. From what I've observed, it doesn't seem like he's turning into a zombie. His eye movements are quick, zombies shouldn't dream. He's waking up. Symbol Tiger readied his gun. In the darkness, Su Jin struggled to open his eyes, his vision blurry. He tried to move, but found his limbs restrained. It took another 2 minutes for Su Jin to gradually regain his senses, shaking his head and hoarsely asking what's going on. You can still talk, but it's alright. Symbol Chingdae's originally gloomy face erupted with joy. Sunya crouched in front of Su Jin, poking his face with a small stick. Little Lee, are you okay? Don't be so hasty. Use a long spoon to feed him, keep your distance. Hee. Hearing Su Jin's low laughter, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Sunya's face turned serious. What are you laughing at? Having an old person at home is like having a treasure. It's better to be cautious. You brat. You still have the mood to joke at a time like this. You've scared the hell out of us. Sunya cursed, taking the long spoon filled with water to feed Su Jin. Do you remember what happened? After drinking a lot, Su Jin recalled. I remember. That water sphere was absorbed by me. I was in a half-dreaming state, feeling a flow of energy rushing around in my body. Sunya took notes and continued to ask several questions, pulling back his eyelids to observe him, feeling more at ease. Your mind is clear, but seems there's no problem. Do you need me to untie you? Su Jin shook his head. Not too fast, let's observe a bit longer. I feel something is off with my body. It feels light, as if I'm about to float. As long as your mind is clear, everything else is a minor issue. Untie him for observation, Sunya decisively ordered. Upon hearing this, Symbol Chingdae, disregarding Symbol Tiger's obstruction, hurriedly stepped forward to help Su Jin untie the ropes. Brother, are you feeling okay? Symbol Chingdae asked with concern. Su Jin patted her hand and stood up in front of everyone. As soon as his body stood upright, that light and floating sensation suddenly intensified. Su Jin looked towards the side wall, a thought arising in his heart. Don't be nervous, my body feels a bit strange, so I want to try something. After speaking, he lifted his foot and ran towards the wall, taking 2 or 3 steps to climb up. He twisted his body, walking sideways on the wall, his body nearly parallel to the ground. Until he reached the corner of the room, he fell to the ground with a thud, leaving everyone in shock. A superhero. The entire room fell silent, stunned, as Su Jin rose slowly from the floor. Though disheveled, his earlier movement had been astonishing, uncannily cinematic, as if ripped from a blockbuster. It was a simple motion, yet its weightlessness, midair suspension, blinding speed, and seamless fluidity defied human capability. Su Jin stood upright, crouched slightly, then leapt, effortlessly brushing his fingertips against the ceiling. He then stood motionless, lost in contemplation. Such miraculous bodily transformation could not fail to ignite elation, but deep-seated apprehension lingered just as strongly. After all, he had absorbed something from a zombie's body into his own. Though no abnormality manifested now, future mutations remained uncertain. Yet under these circumstances, voicing such concerns seemed unnecessary. Sunya stepped forward, trembling with excitement, as he ran his hands over Su Jin's frame. Superpowers. Superpowers. You've evolved, Oi. Even Wei Da, the ever-silent one, spoke with uncharacteristic fervor. Days of suffocating tension had mounted, especially during Su Jin's coma, until anxiety peaked. Now, however, this appeared not a calamity, but a turning point. Su Jin clenched his fist and shifted his stance lightly. I'm not entirely sure what happened, but I feel no discomfort, only enhanced strength. As the old saying goes, within 7 paces lies the antidote. It seems the zombie crisis itself holds the key to its resolution. That's sound reasoning. Sunya nodded vigorously, composure long abandoned. Though he had always prided himself on rational thought, reason itself whispered an unsettling truth. The nation's collapse strongly suggested existing systems were incapable of confronting such sudden. A hastily assembled amateur team struggled merely to survive. Yet now a breakthrough had emerged. An extraordinary problem had yielded an extraordinary solution. Perhaps nature truly seeks balance. Su Jin turned and strode downstairs without another word. Descending, he continued, keenly attuning himself to his body's newfound sensations. Speed and agility surging beyond all prior limits. A mere exertion of force propelled him startlingly far. He acted upon impulse. At the 3rd floor landing, he planted 1 foot and launched himself downward. Then, before touching ground, kicked off the wall, twisting midair to land cleanly on the 2nd floor. The impact brought no discomfort whatsoever, feeling no different than descending a few ordinary stairs. Glancing upward, Su Jin suppressed his exhilaration and continued downward. So the zombie's body truly concealed treasures. Crystalline essence transmuted into flesh, same substance, new form. He paused before the ground floor entrance. He stretched his limbs lightly and sensed something unusual. His body had grown markedly lighter, more supple. Earlier exiting the room, he'd felt a subtle heaviness, but barely perceptible. Now on the first floor the change intensified. Within minutes the sole variable was light indoors dimmer than the stairwell, the ground floor corridor darkest of all. Was it light? Or was the transformation still unfolding? Overthinking served no purpose. Su Jin pushed open the door and stepped outside. Dawn broke, sunlight flooded the world. Beyond the compound, morning light bathed everything in golden radiance. Yet even before crossing the threshold, Su Jin's expression twisted in shock. His formerly weightless body now dragged like lead. The earlier sensation vanished entirely. After taking 2 steps, he confirmed he'd merely reverted to baseline human capacity. No deterioration, only stark contrast to prior lightness. Standing at the courtyard center, he tilted his head upward. The windows above clustered with watching faces. "How is it going, Director?" Fu called down. Sunlight slanted across Su Jin's face. He squinted. His body kept growing heavier, but remained bearable. Otherwise nothing felt amiss. Just then a startled cry erupted from above. Fu Qingdai pointed urgently sideways. "Watch out! A cat!" Su Jin whirled. Too late. A feral cat lunged from the shrubbery, claws bared, teeth bared. They stood barely 2 meters apart. Without hesitation, Su Jin swung his leg, a straight piston-like kick striking the zombie cat's lower abdomen. A muffled thud echoed. The creature's carcass erupted, pus, blood, and viscera spraying outward as it spun away like a colossal bamboo dragonfly splattering Su Jin head to toe. "Damn it, shut the door," Sonya shouted back, then leaned far over the balcony railing, roaring, "Don't come back yet. Wait in the stairwell for observation." Su Jin retched violently, spitting repeatedly. Power. Under sunlight his strength surged dramatically, yet moments after gaining this ability he'd been drenched in zombie blood. "It's fine. Maybe my condition is unique. I'm already immune to infection." He sprinted back into the stairwell, hunched in the first-floor corner, pale-faced, monitoring every shift within his body. An hour later, Fu Qingdai's voice drifted down from above. "Brother, are you there?" "I'm here. So far unharmed." During the wait, Su Jin had regained composure. Aside from a lingering foul stench clinging to his skin, his body showed no anomaly. "Understood. Are you hungry? Cold? Don't worry about me. Report my status to Elder Sun first." Fu Qingdai didn't reply. A minute passed, then Sunya's voice rang out. "Shaoli, you're not cold at all." "Not in the slightest." Su Jin looked down at himself. In the thrill of awakening his ability, he'd rushed out wearing only a long-sleeved shirt. No one, including himself, had noticed. Outside temperatures were gradually rising, but still hovered around -20 to 30 degrees Celsius. Yet he felt no chill. His constitution had indeed transformed profoundly. An hour has passed. You absorbed considerable blood. Lab mice exposed to similar volumes would already show signs of mutation. Your case is exceptional. You likely possess immunity. Tonight, isolate yourself on the 4th floor for 24 hours. If no symptoms arise by tomorrow, you'll be cleared. Water, food, and clothing have been placed inside your room. Thank you. Stay protected." With that, Su Jin rose, and with a single crouch and leap vaulted up a full flight of stairs. The next day dawned clear and radiant. Su Jin stood bare-chested before the window, gazing up at the sun. He'd slept only 3 hours, but felt electrified, brimming with vitality. He had confirmed that contact with zombie fluids posed no infection risk, and through a night's careful experimentation his abilities had begun revealing their contours. Light was the pivotal catalyst. His speed and strength dynamically shifted with illumination intensity. Daylight amplified raw power, darkness heightened velocity. The brighter the light, the more comprehensively his physical resilience and regeneration surged, explosive bursts of speed accompanied by steep stamina depletion. The dimmer the light, the more his agility and velocity blossomed, though strength and recovery remained modest, granting exceptional endurance. Such seamless, dreamlike metamorphosis defied rational explanation. After hours of futile inquiry, he surrendered to wonder. Bathed in sunlight, he savored the formidable strength coiling within his muscles, until a knock sounded at the door. "Here he is." Su Jin stood upright, his robes immaculate, and opened the door. Before him stood Sunya, his face slightly swollen. Su Jin smiled gently. "Elder Sun, it appears I am indeed immune to infection. Those fleshy orbs are vital to us. I studied my abilities last night. Both strength and speed have increased significantly. Defending myself against zombie attacks will now be far more manageable." "Excellent. It seems the course of events may shift dramatically from here on. Survival may prove less arduous than we imagined, but caution remains paramount. Let us observe your condition more closely in due time," Sunya replied with a strained smile. Noticing the elder's discomfort, Su Jin's brows knit together. "Elder Sun, did something happen yesterday?" "Indeed, an error occurred, one we ought not have made. 2 laboratory mice have gone missing. We've yet to locate them, but all personnel have been relocated to the 6th floor. How severe is the impact? Were they infected?" Su Jin's expression hardened. "No," Sunya replied, then paused before adding. Our experiments confirm infection isn't inevitable. It depends on the quality of absorbed rainwater. The higher the quality, the greater the likelihood of infection. Mice infect rapidly. Those tested and confirmed uninfected were placed in a separate cage. It was precisely that cage from which the mice vanished. Yet no escape route exists, however thoroughly we inspect it. We searched the room top to bottom, yet found nothing. Most unsettlingly, after the first disappearance, we reinforced security and monitored the cage continuously. Yet the second mouse vanished within an hour of our brief absence. Where are the mice now? Still in the lab room on the 5th floor. Elder Wei has donned multiple layers of clothing and remains inside, eyes fixed, scarcely daring to blink. Take me there, now. Su Jin strode ahead, leading Sunya back to the 5th floor. Inside the side laboratory, Wei sat rigidly in a chair, arms crossed, intently observing the caged mice. The cage was woven from thick iron wire encased entirely in a glass vessel, its top sealed with heavy wooden planks weighted down by stones. Though makeshift, this configuration rendered escape impossible. By any Elder Wei, any observations? Su Jin asked directly. Wei shook his head, sighing helplessly. So long as someone is present, no issue arises. But the moment they're gone, another vanishes. If only we had electricity and a video recorder. I do. Where's my equipment? Su Jin asked. Sunya's face lit up. Your belongings remain untouched. We moved everything to the 6th floor. Good. Please wait a moment. 10 minutes later, Su Jin returned. He deleted irrelevant files from his phone, connected it to a power bank, and mounted it before the cage, adjusting the angle with meticulous care. Wei and Sunya stood outside the doorway, stunned, whispering urgently. What kind of device is that? The resolution is astonishing. Fingerprint unlocking, perhaps. What technology is this? Truly incomprehensible. Capacitive sensing. Ultrasonic. Unlikely. The components are far too small. Yet the battery must be lithium-based. Power consumption is high, requiring external supplementation. I glimpsed its interface and its casing design. This is unmistakably civilian-grade equipment. No nation on Earth possesses the capability to manufacture such a device. Could he possibly be extraterrestrial? Or perhaps he acquired alien technology. Could this rainstorm somehow be linked to him? Now that you mention it, his speech often slips into formal diction, peppered with unusual metaphors. He does seem subtly off. Enough speculation. He's looking our way. What are you two discussing? Su Jin emerged, having finished adjusting the device. Nothing at all. Sunya replied, visibly flustered. Young Li, what model is that recorder? Imported. Latest release. Let's step outside for now. We'll return shortly to monitor the footage. Also, given our critical shortage of hands, and considering sufficient time has passed, I'll descend to dissect the corpses and recruit additional personnel. We'll reconvene shortly for observation. For now, please rest upstairs. Secure the door tightly. Even if the mice could burrow, they cannot breach this chamber. Of course. Go ahead. The two elders hastily stepped aside. Su Jin glanced left and right. Is something wrong? Elder Sun grimaced, voice thick with remorse. I'm truly sorry, young Li. I've bungled things. Elder Sun. Su Jin shook his head, smiling faintly. You and Elder Wei are our foremost experts. In times like these, we share both hardship and hope. Minor setbacks are inevitable, and as long as no one is harmed, all else pales in comparison. I'll take my leave now. As Su Jin departed, the two elders stared silently at the empty doorway, then simultaneously swallowed hard. Tell me, could he truly be extraterrestrial? Beyond aliens, I can conceive of no other explanation. Though the technology itself is comprehensible, its sophistication falls short of interstellar capability. Then why not ask him outright? Holding back his agony. No, absolutely not. Elder Sun pressed a hand to weight his chest, voice weary. There's no need. We've known young Li these past days. His character is plain to see. Every action he takes serves our collective good. This rainfall almost certainly bears no relation to him. He understands none of it. He saved our lives, and this entire building depends upon him. Frankly, when he was absent these past 2 days, I felt a grief deeper than when my wife passed years ago. And what if once revealed, his skin peels away, revealing something monstrous beneath? Would you still let me live? I deem it improbable, Wei countered, analyzing calmly. His device's ergonomics and dimensions align with human physiology, and the glyphs displayed resemble pictographic script, likely native to our own species. Even the slightest deviation is unacceptable. I accept only the form he wears, not some alternate guise, however plausible. Elder Wei. Sunya exhaled deeply, exhaustion etched across his face. Let us simply pretend we saw nothing, and serve him wholeheartedly. None among us can withstand further upheaval. Yes, young Li is a fine young man. I have no complaints. Wei sighed, then abruptly shifted tone. But tell me, is Qingdai's uniqueness tied to Fu Hu? Could it be that he was replaced, or deceived, long before? Is the child truly his? TCH, goodness. Sunya glared upward, incredulous. You've held your tongue for decades, and now you're suddenly so brazen. Whether he's alien remains entirely speculative. I'm merely exploring possibilities. Enough speculation. Must we interrogate every mystery? What if answers bring ruin? Let's go now. From the sixth-floor window, several heads peeked out, each displaying expressions of terror. Su Jin moved between the corpses of zombies, swiftly wielding his knife. Some were decapitated, others dismembered, and some were cut into diamond-shaped pieces. But regardless of the body, all had their hearts ripped out in the end. After a while he saw Fu Qing die, covering her mouth and retreating with Zhang Wan's support. The two old men plus Fu who watched for a bit before collectively retracting their heads and silently pulling the curtains shut. Once Su Jin appeared, the usual cries for help in the neighborhood ceased, and all curtains were drawn. The area fell into silence with only the sound of bones being chopped echoing. After excavating the last corpse's heart, Su Jin's face was filled with despair. With his super abilities, he had no fear of infection. This time he planned to collect flesh balls from other zombies while also desensitizing himself, overcoming fear, and ultimately researching the weaknesses and combat methods against zombies. Indeed, his efforts were not in vain. During his brief practice, he discovered that almost all zombies had a fatal flaw, which might one day save his life. With new analysis and his significantly increased strength, his confidence soared. Having already dissected 2 corpses combined with his current practice, he could ensure he wouldn't have stress reactions like hand tremors when encountering living beings, allowing him to fully exert his combat power. Unfortunately, the drop rate for flesh balls was exceedingly low. Every corpse had been cut open, yet none were found. He came with high hopes, but returned disappointed. After changing into a new outfit, Su Jin hurriedly returned downstairs, heading directly to the 2nd floor. He knocked twice on the door and heard someone respond. He shot the lock and entered the room. The person inside was still observing through the peephole, but before they could react, they found the gun barrel pressed against their forehead. Upon seeing Su Jin's face, the person collapsed onto the ground, retreating repeatedly, with trembling pupils, exclaiming, "Big brother, don't kill me. I'm Chengdu, we've smoked together." Su Jin glanced around the room, holstered his gun, and smiled, saying, "Captain Cheng, I'm here to save you, no need to be afraid." Chengdu, the captain of the neighborhood security team, usually just patrolled. He had previously informed Chengdu in advance about transporting supplies at night, so they indeed had some interaction. In his 30s, although his job was laid back, he had good self-management skills and was in decent shape. Although Chengdu could see that Su Jin meant no harm, he clearly did not dare to relax brotherly. "You were just downstairs. Those zombies, I used them to practice and build courage. We will encounter them sooner or later. Do I look like a pervert? Get up. Right? Chengdu suddenly realized tears streaming down his face as he attempted to pounce towards Su Jin. "Brother, I was scared to death. I've called for you several times until my throat was hoarse. Why did it take you so long to save me?" Su Jin lifted his gun and gestured backward. "Don't come closer. I need to confirm if you've been in contact with rainwater." "Of course not." Chengdu wiped his eyes. "I don't know who sealed my door, but they also threw in a flyer. Later I received a text on my phone. Rainwater is dirty. I wouldn't dare touch it." "Then what did you drink?" "I drank beverages during the first 2 days after it rained. After that I drank toilet water. I even drank lubricating oil. When there was no water left today, I drank urine wowo." Chengdu cried, "Why didn't you come a day earlier?" Su Jin glanced over. Seeing a small half cup of iced tea on the dining table, he felt slightly relieved. It should be fine. This guy is very cautious after all he drank. But what's up with the lubricating oil? Why didn't you ration your drinking? It shouldn't have come to this. Who knew things would develop like this? I thought someone would come to rescue me soon. Alright, let's gather all useful supplies from your home, and I'll go rescue the lady next door, then we can head upstairs together. Do you know what's going on next door? I know Sister Lu is a widow. While you were dismembering, we were talking. She lives alone and has a water dispenser with 2 bottles of water, so she's not lacking in food and drink. After Chengdu finished speaking, he licked his dry and sore lips. On the 3rd floor, something definitely happened in 301 above me. I heard sounds of fighting and screams. 302 has a new tenant, a female college student. I'm not sure about her situation. His description was comprehensive and able to provide effective information. Chengdu seemed like a reliable person for now. This is normal. Usually fools have a hard time lasting until this point. Su Jin had formed a simple judgment in his mind. Okay, you gather all the useful supplies at home. I'll rescue Sister Lu next door, and we'll go upstairs together. Inside 302, firewood was burning, and the room felt warm enough that even wearing thicker clothing could cause sweating. Li Fong sat on the bed with a vacant look, her hair disheveled, appearing as though she had lost all hope. In the corners of the room sat 2 sickly young men. Li Fong, is there really nothing to eat? One of the boys weakly inquired. Li Fong woodenly turned her head, casting a resentful glance at the boy. Originally, she had invited Chao Qingping and Li Kai to her home to work on a group project. They had all drunk heavily the night before, and the next day, they couldn't go out. There were only a few snacks at home. These 2 idiots had eaten half of them. Without them, she wouldn't have starved to this extent. Seeing Li Fong remain silent, Li Kai weakly pressed on, "Are you hiding food? You must have some, right? Otherwise, how come you look more energetic than me?" "Get lost." Li Fong spat out a single word, falling silent again. Who are you telling to get lost? If it weren't for you insisting on doing some group project, would I have ended up like this? Li Kai angrily retorted, if you hadn't flushed the toilet, would we be in this situation? Who told you to flush the toilet? How can you be so selfish? Can't you think about others for a moment? Enough, don't say anymore. Xiao Qingping unsteadily got up, removing his clothes, while staring at Li Fong. Even if we don't die of thirst, we'll die of hunger. Even if we don't die of hunger, we don't know when we'll succumb to carbon monoxide poisoning. Right now outside there are not only monsters, but also a killer guarding the door. Oh, we won't survive. We won't survive. As he spoke, Xiao Qingping swallowed hard. I have water. You have water. Li Fong's eyes lit up with hope. You have water. Li Kai instantly perked up. Xiao Qingping's face gradually twisted into a sinister expression. Yes, I have water. I collected water the day it stopped raining, and I've already drunk some. At this point, I won't hide it anymore. There's only a little water left. Drinking it is useless. Li Fong, I will give you the water. Where's the water? I want to drink. Li Kai crawled and grabbed Xiao Qingping's pant leg, but he was gently kicked away. Get lost. Xiao Qingping's eyes turned red as he stared at Li Fong. I'll give you the water, or wouldn't it be better if we both die together? What are you talking about? Have you lost your mind, Qingping? Li Fang's eyes glistened with tears as she shook her head, repeatedly retreating. I'm not crazy. Since we're all going to die anyway, why not die with some dignity? Xiao Qingping hoarsely said. Li Fong, I'll give you the water. Aren't you touched? After shouting, Xiao Qingping moved his dry lips, his gaze growing even more frightening. Qingping, don't do this. You're not thinking clearly. I'll calm down. Didn't you say you always considered me a sister? Yes, I've always considered you a stepsister. Li Kai. Li Kai, save me. Didn't you say you liked me? Save me. Li Fong's pleading gaze turned to Li Kai. Hearing her, Li Kai mustered his strength and leaned against the wall, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. He shouted, Xiao Qingping, what are you doing? We're all going to die. You want to stop me? Xiao Qingping glared at Li Kai. Li Kai's facial muscles twitched a few times as he angrily spoke. You despicable person, taking advantage of others' misfortune. Not playing the hero now? Let me tell you, Li Kai, you're just a sycophant. You're still letting her command you. You'll always be a sycophant. A single gunshot shattered the lock of room 301. Su Jin stood motionless, gun in hand, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. 2 rapid shots dropped 2 zombies inside. Both struck dead center in the heart. Though his experience with firearms was limited, he trusted his precision at 5 meters heart shots every time. After waiting briefly with no response, Su Jin crouched to perform cardiac extraction. But just as he bent down, a child, barely a meter tall, naked and slick, lunged from the side. In the dim light, Su Jin's agility surged. Sensing the attack, he arched backward and rolled into the hallway. Still crouched, he kicked off hard, driving his shoulder into the door. A dull thud echoed. The child's skull flattened between the door and frame, one eye dislodged and rolling across the floor. Simultaneously, Su Jin thrust the barrel through the gap and fired a finishing round into its back. The family of 3 was now complete. Su Jin opened the door and stared at the corpses sprawled on the floor, a bitter twist tightening his lips. Wait, something vital had slipped his mind. The fleshy orb lay just behind the heart. Every shot he'd fired struck the heart. What if the orb ruptured? That would be a tragic waste. The zombie's fatal point and its hidden treasure were one and the same. Retrieving the orb demanded surgical precision. A blade would have been safer, but there was no turning back now. He knelt and performed cardiac extraction, yet among the 3 corpses no trace of the fleshy orb remained. He shook his head, then peeled off his gloves. First things first, save lives. The supplies in this room could wait. Turning toward room 302, he knocked firmly on the door. Half a minute passed. No answer. He called out, still silence. Another lock shattered under gunfire. He waited 3 minutes in the corridor, no movement. Pushing the door open slowly, he stepped inside. The living room was empty. A fire had recently burned. The air hung warm and thick with stench. Only upon entering the master bedroom did Su Jin lower his weapon, weariness etching deep lines across his face. 3 young adults lay scattered. A woman sat half-dressed on the bed, her upper garments torn and disheveled. Only 1 foot wore a sock. 2 men slumped in opposite corners of the room, clad only in briefs, their faces slack with exhaustion or despair. Their chests bore fresh stains. Both appeared to have vomited recently. They glanced at him, then recoiled. One curled inward like a dying insect, the other simply stared vacantly. Su Jin shifted his gaze back to the bed. Mud streaked the mattress. Everywhere. He drew a slow breath, wiped his face with one hand, and murmured, bewildered, did you 3 scrub each other raw on this bed? Whoa. Li Fong wailed. Just kill us already. What's the point of all this talk? Xiao Qingping squeezed his eyes shut, voice trembling with terror. A serial killer had entered their home. Never imagined he'd die without ever becoming a man. But it wasn't his fault. Not with that stench. His body simply refused to respond. Su Jin scratched his brow, with his little finger speechless. None of this made sense, and their reactions defied logic entirely. Even if they mistook him for an executioner, how did this scene explain itself? Their indifference was unnerving. His voice hardened as he fixed his gaze on the woman. Explain. Now, cry again, and I'll put you down. Li Fong remained mute, sobbing dryly. Su Jin's tone turned glacial. Answer me. Uff. Chao Qingping scoffed, turning his head away. Su Jin turned sharply toward Chao Qingping, his brow furrowing deeply. This was unraveling faster than he could parse. What was happening? Just as Su Jin struggled to untangle the chaos, Li Fong abruptly ceased her wailing, twisted her body, and fixed a venomous glare on Chao Qingping and Li Kai. She pointed, voice seething them. They're insane. They attacked me. Kill them. Kill them. I'll do anything you ask. Did I succeed? Did I succeed? Chao Qingping jutted his neck forward, roaring back. Just looking at you makes me sick. TCH. After a torrent of curses, Chao Qingping swiveled towards Su Jin and sneered. Go ahead, slut and dog eats filth. You two are perfect matches. Su Jin froze, his expression flickering through disbelief, dawning comprehension, then quiet resignation. He understood now. Something so simple had spiraled into absurd theatricality. He'd come to rescue them, and instead earned a barrage of abuse. Patience long frayed finally snapped. Hands on hips, he sighed heavily, and strode toward Li Kai, nearest of the three. Just as he opened his mouth, his eyes snagged on two used tissues discarded on the floor. His gaze clouded once more. He nudged Li Kai with his foot, and asked flatly, You were involved too, weren't you? Li Kai said nothing, merely sat upright against the wall, spine rigid, chin lifted like a man awaiting the executioner's blade. Wasn't it assault? Then why stop? Su Jin leaned in, voice low and probing. It was crude. It was tasteless. It was profoundly unethical, especially with the alleged victim sitting right there. Yet he couldn't resist. The urge pulsed like chasing an alien artifact. Li Kai's eyes trembled as he glanced at Li Fong, while Chao Qingping's mocking laughter rang out, each note slicing deeper into his soul. Holding his breath had been impossible. Yet in that moment adrenaline had flooded him, and regret over dying unfinished had overwhelmed all restraint. Now only remorse remained. He would never harm Li Fong again. She was the woman he once loved. But a man's dignity, even in death, could not be surrendered. Li Kai tilted his head aside, expressionless. I get motion sickness with 3D. I can't handle first-person view. Get lost. Su Jin barked, kicking Li Kai over. He whirled toward Chao Qingping. Both of you. Pathetic wastes of oxygen. Still cracking jokes when your minds are rotting. You've got no brains left. Stepping back twice, he lowered his voice, grave and unyielding. I have no patience left for your nonsense. Perhaps you've misunderstood me, but let me state plainly, I am here to save you, not harm you. At those words, all three stared at him, shock stark on their faces. Su Jin continued, Ideally, I'd relocate you to safety immediately, but given your conduct, I'm suspending that plan, for now. I'll deliver food and water shortly. Remain inside, quietly, and await further instructions. These three were severely compromised, crude, amoral, unhygienic, mentally unstable. Rushing them into the existing team would risk poisoning morale. How to proceed must be decided jointly with Elder Sun and Elder Wei, though one thing was certain, none of them would join the core team. Turning toward the doorway, Su Jin added, voice edged with steel, Let me be clear. If any of you steps beyond this threshold, I'll sever your limbs. Before the echo faded, Chao Qingping lunged forward, kneeling instantly before Su Jin, voice cracking, Brother, I was wrong. I beg your forgiveness for what I said. From now on, if you say east, I'll never look west. Do exactly as instructed, and you'll suffer no harm. Now, back to your corner. With a sharp kick, Su Jin sent Chao Qingping sprawling, and walked out. He paused halfway up the stairs, glanced back at the unlocked door, and changed course, heading straight to the apartment across the hall. Dragging a sofa into place, he barricaded their door securely before ascending. He realized he hadn't asked whether any of them had been exposed to rain. Better safe than sorry. The main door was sealed once more, and inside room 302, Li Fong had also stopped crying, slumping on the bed to rest. Chao Qingping felt increasingly anxious, his eyes darting around restlessly. Unexpectedly, the killer who had just arrived was not a madman. He had come to save people. Now he had a chance to survive. However, he had also what to do. He had no bargaining chips, and what if the leader sought revenge? In this world, even if he were killed, no one would care. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. Chao Qingping's face gradually turned pale, and his eyes began to lose focus. Meanwhile, Li Kai had already put on his pants and walked towards Li Fong, filled with guilt. Seeing this, Li Fong hurriedly shrank back, saying, What do you want to do? I tell you that brother said you can't act recklessly. If you dare to touch me, you'll tell him. Li Kai swallowed hard, hesitating as he reached into his pants pocket. He pulled out a damp, yellowed hardshell sock and handed it to Li Fong. Li Fong. I acted impulsively just now. Quickly put on the sock. Don't freeze yourself. Li Fong instantly wore a mask of pain, saying, Get lost. Li Kai stood frozen in place, his hand holding the sock suspended in the air, unable to decide whether to extend it or pull it back. In the end, he returned it to his pocket and silently sat back down. Turning his head, he saw Chao Chengping curled up in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. Li Kai weakly raised his hand at him, asking, "Hey, what's wrong?" Li Feng shot him a glance hatefully, saying, "Now you know fear, it would be better if he died." On the 6th floor at Sun Ya's home, Zhang Wan stopped her work sewing simple armor and was cooking in the kitchen. Fu Hu was squatting and lifting stones repeatedly. Fu Qingdai was carrying 2 bricks. After only a few squats, her slender legs had begun to shake uncontrollably. After a few more cycles, the exercise ended. She walked to the pig feed bag, picked up the spoon on the bag, and scooped a spoonful of protein powder. But when the spoon reached her mouth, she hesitated. Turning to Su Jin, she grimaced and said, "Brother, can I not eat this? It smells like pig dung. Eat quickly." Fu Qingdai, with tears in her eyes, took a big bite of the feed powder, spraying from her mouth. Su Jin was at the tea table reviewing notes on mouse experiments while the 2 elderly men across from him sipped hot tea. After taking a sip of tea, "Son, you said you've seen the content. The infection has latency and delay, but the sample size is too small, and it might also be due to individual differences. Considering this, I still arranged for Cheng Du to live across from Lu Min. I didn't lock it, but just sealed it. Although there seems to be no risk at the moment, after all, these 2 have different situations from ours and are not very cautious about the rainwater. You can rest assured with Fu Ha's family, and I have no issues with Old Wei. For others, it's best to isolate and observe for a while. As for the 3 people you mentioned earlier, their willpower is too weak. Plus, they lack resources in their room. I suggest cautious observation and letting them dry in their own room for a while. In another 2 or 3 days, the external gray material may completely dissipate, and the source of pollution will shift to living beings. We need to prepare in advance. I want to find some vehicles to surround the community and then gradually arrange manpower within the community. Will it be effective? Wade said, as the temperature rises, the mobility of zombies increases. It's hard to stop them with just vehicles, and too much noise will attract more zombies. We can't just hold out in the community. That would be waiting to die. I've considered this. Most people are sealed indoors, and there shouldn't be many zombies on the streets. Even if we can't stop them, cars can provide some buffer. Right now, it's about gaining time and space. That meatball has the ability to grant people special powers. I plan to divide into groups, arranging resources for the living in the community to keep them indoors and wait. What do you both think? Wade nodded in agreement. Sunya waved his hand and said, "I agree with the reorganization, but your idea of establishing a stronghold in the city. With an organized, structured team and some individuals possessing special abilities, our safety will greatly increase. Then we can gather firepower and find a defensible location to establish a stronghold for a citywide red. What do you both think?" Wade nodded in agreement. Sunya waved his hand and said, "I agree with the reorganization, but your idea of establishing a stronghold, I don't support that. The number of zombies is huge and the firepower will be severely insufficient." Su Jin listened attentively. "I suggest that once the people in the community are organized, we directly exit the city to the military district. There's no shortage of food, medicine, or fuel. With Old Weiss and my guidance, we can rapidly expand our territory using heavy firepower. Your plan is too slow. The living in the city can't wait that long, and the long-term risks will be greater." Su Jin frowned and said, "The military district is very dangerous. You've guessed that the military may have suffered the first wave of impact, and there should be a dense concentration of zombies there. Moreover, out in the suburbs, the number of wild animals will surge, and they are almost all infected beings. As for insects, we still don't know if they are infected. Infected creatures are not afraid of the cold, and to this day we haven't seen any signs of insect presence. The chance of insect infection is very low. Additionally, based on observations of infected samples, infected creatures do not exhibit a tendency to gather. They have been aimlessly wandering without a target. This means that the military, having been infected and turned into zombies for such a long time, likely has scattered. The original nature of wild infected animals is distorted and won't linger in populated areas. The area where zombies roam is vast and sparse overall, making sound transmission difficult. What about the city? Once we make a big move, the noise will attract zombies, and the sounds of zombies will stimulate more zombies, creating a high probability of a zombie tide. Without heavy firepower support, all operations could be collapsed in one go. It seems too radical." Su Jin hesitated. "In extraordinary times, we must use extraordinary methods." Sun Ya's gaze was mixed with concern. "Both Old Wei and I are of this age. Going down a flight of stairs could result in a fall. If we die, what will you do? Can you find another weapon expert? Those heavy firepower weapons are not like guns. They can't just be picked up and used." Su Jin lowered his head and smiled, saying, "You two don't need to worry so much. I will protect both of you." Sunya shook his head and said, "Seriously, Shao Li, we admire your character, and I'm very touched. But you can't always protect us, and it's not guaranteed that you can. Not to mention Old Wei has heart disease. The medicine in his hand is barely enough for a month. It's all imported medicine bought from the pharmacy, and now it's impossible to get him more." "Old Wei." Su Jin hurriedly turned to Wei, asking, "What medicine do you lack? Why don't you say it? We need to think of a way to solve it in advance." Wada waved his hand, smiling. Taking the medicine makes me feel a bit better. Not taking it doesn't necessarily mean I'll die. There's no need to take risks for me. With that, he slapped his knee and stood up. Alright, it's about time. Let's go check on how those mice are doing. The three descended the stairs and headed straight for the laboratory on the 5th floor. Pushing open the secondary bedroom, Sunya and Wada rushed in ahead to inspect the mouse cages. Su Jin unplugged his phone from the power bank, its surface still warm to the touch, and continued tapping commands. Before he could finish, Sunya's voice rang out, laced with dread. Another one's gone. Mouse no. 6 has vanished. The cage is intact, no breaches. Su Jin furrowed his brow and opened the surveillance footage. Never mind that for now. Let's review the recording first. The two elders simultaneously turned their gaze toward the phone, exchanged a glance, then refocused intently on its screen. They activated playback at accelerated. In the video, the mice inside the cage behaved normally until the timestamp reached 35 minutes. Then the mouse marked with the number 3 began moving unervingly, clinging tightly to the tail of another rodent. After waiting 2 minutes, its mouth opened wide. Su Jin and the others froze, every hair on their bodies standing rigid with horror. On screen, Mouse No. 3's jaws parted as expected, but its lips stretched sideways, splitting all the way to its midsection. A monstrous maw gaped open, and in a single savage lunge it devoured its own kin. Swallowing prey of equal size, Mouse No. 3 swelled to twice its original bulk. Only after more than 10 minutes did its body gradually shrink back to normal size. Su Jin lowered the phone, his limbs locked stiff with shock. Sunya and Wada stared silently at Mouse No. 3, calm, unremarkable, utterly ordinary in its cage, and a chill seeped deep into their bones. Just as Su Jin opened his mouth to speak, a violent, thunderous pounding erupted from downstairs, accompanied by furious, unintelligible shouting. All three recoiled in alarm, turning toward the door. You two return upstairs, I'll go check. Without hesitation, Su Jin seized his nearby shoulder bag and slid the phone inside. He dashed down the stairs, leaping 3 flights in 2 strides, landing directly on the 3rd floor. Hearing the noise emanate from apartment 302, he kicked aside the sofa and kicked the door open, pistol drawn. The moment the door swung inwardly, Kai came into view, locked in a fierce struggle with Chao Qingping. Both froze instantly upon seeing Su Jin. Before Su Jin could utter a word, Chao Qingping dropped to his knees, sliding forward across the floor, pointing frantically at Li Kai and wailing, "Brother, he's gone mad. He's become a monster. He killed Li Fong." "You're lying." Li Kai's eyes bulged with fury. "You murdered her. You strangled her while I wasn't looking. You've lost your mind." "I know what you..." Chao Qingping cut him off instantly. "He drank the rainwater. That's what drove him mad, brother. He's faking it. Shoot him now." Su Jin kicked Chao Qingping hard, sending him sprawling onto the floor, then stepped backward into the hallway, his gaze glacial and unyielding. "Neither of you moves. Stand perfectly still." They fell utterly silent, paralyzed with fear. "Step back." Trembling, they retreated. Su Jin strode into the apartment and paused at the bedroom doorway, peering in. Li Fong lay sprawled supine across the bed, utterly motionless. A pillow rested beside her, superficially suggesting suffocation. After 2 swift glances, Su Jin withdrew once more into the hallway. At the stairwell landing between the 3rd and 4th floors, Wada and Sunya crouched low over the railing, peering down towards Su Jin. Sunya whispered, "Shaoli, wasn't this entire unit cleared? Did a zombie get in? You may watch from there, but stay behind me. Do not cross this line," Su Jin said coldly. "One of the 3 is dead. Oh, one of these 2 must be infected, just like that mouse. We've arrived just in time." Wada and Sunya exchanged a glance, hurriedly descending several steps to observe more closely. A wholly new strain of infection had just been discovered. Infected individuals exhibited internal and cognitive mutations, innately aggressive toward living beings, yet capable of seamless integration among the uninfected. They hadn't anticipated a human case so soon. This was the perfect opportunity for observation. Clarity was imperative. Su Jin clenched his jaw. He pivoted the gun barrel toward Chao Qingping. "Start from the beginning. Tell me exactly what happened." Chao Qingping flinched and stammered, "Just now." Just now, Li Kai suddenly collapsed to the ground. Su Jin and the others listened intently, scrutinizing each man's expression. When he finished, Su Jin swung the muzzle toward Li Kai. "Now it's your turn. Brother, don't believe his lies. He's the one who did it." He smothered Li Fong with the pillow. Li Kai gestured wildly, struggling to explain. "He woke from unconsciousness and went berserk instantly. I didn't notice. He lunged before I could react." Their accounts matched closely, and neither betrayed a flicker of deception in demeanor or expression. Su Jin glanced back at Sunya and Wada. Both shook their heads solemnly. No telltale signs. The imposter was extraordinarily skilled. Given such intelligence and restraint, it made no sense for him to commit murder, especially after having already met Su Jin. The only plausible explanation was recent infection. His nature already warped, his instincts erupting uncontrollably the moment consciousness returned. Su Jin narrowed his eyes, his piercing gaze darting relentlessly between the two men. Finally, he jerked the pistol toward them again. Strip, both of you. Now. All of it, brother. Chao Qingping wailed, shrinking back. It's truly not me. This isn't necessary. Li Kai remained silent and began undressing without delay. The elder's eyes locked instantly onto Li Kai. Within moments, both stood naked, exposed to Su Jin's relentless, methodical scrutiny from head to toe. Everything appeared entirely normal, indistinguishable from any healthy, uninfected person. Turn sideways, Su Jin commanded, nudging the gun barrel. Brother, is this enough? Chao Qingping quavered, glancing sideways to see Li Kai obediently complying. Brother, is it done? Chao Qingping rotated his body. Face away, Su Jin barked. A thorough inspection of their backs revealed nothing amiss. A thin sheen of sweat glistened on Su Jin's brow. Kneel. Chao Qingping rotated his body. Face away, Su Jin barked. A thorough inspection of their backs revealed nothing amiss. A thin sheen of sweat glistened on Su Jin's brow. Don't move recklessly. Brother, spare me. Please stop humiliating me. Chao Qingping sobbed. I shouldn't have insulted you before. I admit my fault. Li Kai ground his teeth, tears brimming as he turned his head, glaring at Chao Qingping with raw, murderous hatred. Su Jin and the two elders watched them closely, every sense heightened. A sharp scream pierced the stairwell. Su Jin whirled around, and there stood Fu Qingdai, hands clamped tightly over her face. Qingdai, who told you to come here? Su Jin demanded, voice thunderous. I saw nothing. Fu Qingdai muffled through her palms. I didn't ask that. What are you doing here? Dinner's ready. Mom sent me to call you. I noticed no one downstairs. Fu Qingdai continued explaining, when sudden frantic footsteps pounded down from above. Fu, who appeared bow and arrow in hand, his face taut with anxiety. Zhang Wan right behind him. Behind Zhang Wan came Cheng Du, clutching a liquor bottle, and Lu Dajia, visibly flustered. The narrow stairwell became instantly jammed, overflowing with people. But as the group looked downward, they froze en masse, stunned into silence, struck dumb as if by lightning. Who authorized you to descend? And you, Cheng Du, weren't you ordered to remain isolated? Do you wish to be expelled? Su Jin stayed silent, but Sunya exploded. Fu Hu, answer me. Fu Hu swallowed hard. I heard my daughter's cry. I panicked. I also heard it. Something felt wrong, so I rushed out. I had no idea. Ahem. Su Jin raised his hand, commanding silence. Who's infected? Cheng Du blurted, eyes wide. They both looked. Su Jin raised his hand, commanding silence. Who's infected? Cheng Du blurted, eyes wide. They both looked perfectly fine. Su Jin's gaze hardened, locking onto Chao Qingping as he lifted the pistol. I know who it is, details later. For now, back to your rooms. Now. Having eliminated 2 suspects, Su Jin hurried back to the 6th floor. He glanced briefly at the isolation rooms where Cheng Du and Aunt Lu were confined, confirmed they were inside, then returned to the apartment directly across the hallway. At this juncture, no one had any appetite for food. The others had already gathered in a circle, seated and waiting silently for Su Jin's return. As he appeared, Sunya immediately leaned forward and asked, well, who was the murderer? Both are murderers, both killed. Su Jin's expression remained icy as he held up his phone for them to see. On the screen, Chao Qingping and Li Kai writhed on the floor, clutching their throats like reanimated corpses. After several convulsions, gunshots rang out, and both were instantly killed. Zhang Wan patted her chest, still trembling from shock. Fu Qingdai pressed her lips together, casting a peculiar searching glance towards Su Jin. Putting away his phone, Su Jin said, I need to speak privately with Elder Sun and Elder Wei. You may step aside for now. I'll require your assistance later. Fu Hu quietly withdrew with his wife and daughter. Only 3 remained in the hall. Sunya opened his mouth to ask, but Su Jin preempted him. The man on the left was the true murderer, the other was not. Moreover, the murderer had undergone mutation, not in the heart, but in the brain. This strain of infection, judging from the rats, likely alters temperament and induces physiological changes, even granting certain anomalous abilities. Yet when it comes to sustaining injury, they differ fundamentally from zombies. They remain biologically vulnerable. Decapitation, hemorrhage, poison, all prove fatal. The 2 elders' faces instantly paled. Sunya sank into grim silence. So you poisoned them. You had no way to distinguish the infected from the uninfected. But how did you know the infection resided in the head? Su Jin lowered his gaze, then lifted it again. Autopsy. I dissected them, from crown to sole. He lit a cigarette, then pulled a bottle of baijiu from his bag. They were intelligent men the moment they witnessed the rats' perfect deceptive mutations, blending seamlessly into their own kind. They understood without further explanation. This was a force bordering on the unstoppable. Sunya and Wei remained silent, their eyes heavy with anguish as they watched Su Jin drink in solitude and smoke in silence. They were intelligent men the moment they witnessed the rats' perfect deceptive mutations, blending seamlessly into their own kind. They understood without further explanation. This was a force bordering on the It wasn't about transmissibility or even the potency of mutation. It was about this existence itself, shattering the very foundation upon which human civilization rested and evolved. Trust. Sun Ya's eyelids drooped, bitterness etched deep lines across his face. Now everything fell into place. Beyond the military's collapse, the state had detected this unique mutation long ago, even before it infiltrated the highest echelons of leadership. The storm's reach was too vast, human duplicity ran too deep, layered in complicity. There was neither time nor resources, nor capacity, to identify the infected. The entire organizational structure crumbled top to bottom. The chain of trust snapped in an instant. Perhaps some still fought their final desperate battle, launching Hanxiong missiles toward the city. But against such overwhelming tides, no weapon mattered. The broadcast warning, "Do not believe," had meant do not believe anyone. Smoke coiled through the air. Beneath the haze of mild inebriation, moisture shimmered faintly in Su Jin's eyes. A single downpour had atomized society and severed every path toward reorganization or civil rebirth. Strategies formulated one moment dissolved the next, rendered hollow, ephemeral. This despair echoed the raw seismic shock he'd felt when Hanxiong first erupted and the state collapsed. True apocalypse did not arrive with the loss of weapons or resources, it arrived with each other. And yet, he had just glimpsed hope. Each time hope emerged, it was shattered anew. Like slow, relentless torture, like waiting for death, blade dull wound unhealed. Most bitterly ironic of all, he had been laboring for a corporation that seemed omniscient, transcendent. Yet after offering him the barest sliver of aid, it vanished without trace, abandoning him as time slipped by. The living room held only Su Jin. Empty bottles piled at his feet, cigarette butts scattered across the floor. Outside, night had fully fallen. Sun Ya reappeared holding a candle and sat once more. Seeing Su Jin reclining, he spoke softly. "Are you giving up?" "Giving up, eh?" Su Jin sat upright, chuckling hoarsely through bleary, drunken eyes. Yet beneath the haze, fury and resentment still burned fiercely. A world rotting from within. A corporation that toyed with him at will. He had already weathered the hardest beginning. How could he possibly surrender? Revenge was imperative. He would survive in this world, survive with Fu Qingdai, and then kill the contemptible wretch who had cast him here. "I will never yield, not no matter how dire the odds." Candlelight danced in Su Jin's eyes. "This time I fight not only men, but heaven itself." "I hope those aren't drunken words," Sun Ya said, gazing at Su Jin with unmistakable admiration. "Of course not. But what about you?" Su Jin countered. "Can you still hold on?" Sun Ya smiled faintly. "You are our leader. You are our core. If you refuse to yield, we have no right to do so. Given current circumstances, assembling and expanding our team carries extreme difficulty and risk. Even if we acquire heavy weaponry, entrusting it to others remains unthinkable." Su Jin sighed deeply. "One possible solution may lie within those fleshy nodules. You saw the rats. Their mutations vary widely. Perhaps heaven will research it thoroughly, whether its traits or mechanisms, until we devise a viable countermeasure. We cannot prevail alone, we must rely on the many." Su Jin sighed deeply. "One possible solution may lie within those fleshy nodules. You saw the rats. Their mutations vary widely. Perhaps heaven will grant us eyes capable of piercing deception, eyes that see the traitor within." "Precisely. Nature, after all, deserves our faith." Sun Ya smiled, picked up the half-empty bottle on the table, and poured himself a bowl. "Truth be told, there's one thing I greatly admire about you. Oh, your adaptability is unparalleled. From your first autopsy to systematically dissecting multiple cadavers, the pattern was unmistakable. Today, uncertain who the killer was, you executed both living men and flayed them alive. TSK. Sun Ya took a swig of fiery baijiu and winced sharply. "Most people couldn't bear such extremes. Were I unaware you acted solely for the group's survival, I'd flee someone like you without hesitation." "Is that praise or condemnation?" Su Jin tilted his head, squinting with a wry smile. "Praise, I suppose. Heroes rise in chaos. And you're no hero. You're a sovereign of shadows. I'm certain you'll succeed." "Indeed," Sun Ya nodded firmly, then shifted tone. "Though, a man like you succeeding might become a tyrant." "A tyrant?" Su Jin scoffed, raised his bowl, and clinked it against Sun Ya's. He drank the searing liquor, his gaze calm, reflective, as still water. "Yes, this world does need a tyrant. But it will not be me." Su Jin awoke with a throbbing headache, groggy from last night's intoxication. Glancing outside, he saw it was already noon. He surveyed his surroundings, uncertain when or how he had fallen asleep, and realized he'd been moved onto his side. Fu Qingdai sat on a small stool beside the bed, chin propped in her palms, quietly observing him. At his stirring, she instantly straightened up. Su Jin pushed himself halfway upright and turned his head toward her. "Why aren't you training? What are you doing here?" Fu Qingdai opened her mouth to reply, but at his words her delicate face crumpled into a pout. "I just finished practice. I came to check on you. Brother did something serious. Were those two people yesterday really poisoned by chocolate?" Su Jin drew a deep breath and nodded. "Yes, something did go wrong. But I can handle it. Don't tell your parents. Promise me. I haven't told them. If you forbid it, I'd never dare. Fu Qingdai hesitated, then asked softly, Then, what did happen? Can you tell me? You're still too young. I'm afraid you'll blurt it out without thinking, so don't ask. Rubbing his face, he felt some clarity returning. Su Jin added, But remember this, we won't stay cooped up indoors forever waiting for death. Sooner or later we will go outside, and when we do, trust no one you meet. And if anyone near you is injured, remain utterly vigilant. If someone makes you uneasy, or seems strange, kill them on sight. With that, Su Jin reached for the silver pistol on the nightstand and handed it to her. This gun is yours now, to protect yourself. Take it. Then what will you use? Fu Qingdai didn't reach for it, instead fixing her gaze on him. I've awakened latent abilities. I'm no longer vulnerable to infection, so firearms matter less now. Su Jin spoke gravely. Besides, I have another one, and I'll acquire more soon. He tossed the silver pistol into her hands, then strode to the window, threw it wide open, and pointed outward. Fire once into the sky. Test its balance. Fu Qingdai lifted the handgun aimed beyond the sill and squeezed the trigger. Go on. Pull the trigger. What are you holding back for? I am pulling, it won't budge. Push harder. I am pushing. Is it rusted shut? Her cheeks flushed crimson, her fingers straining at the trigger had gone bloodless. Su Jin frowned, snatched the weapon, and fired it toward the sky. Bang! The report rang sharp and clear. Studying the pistol in silence, Su Jin scanned the room, then retrieved a leather satchel from beside the bed. He always carried this bag. Everyone knew it, and no one touched it. Last night's drunken haze must have led Sunya to place it here. Opening it toward Fu Qingdai, he said, Reach inside. See what's in there. What does that mean, brother? She asked, even as her hand slipped in without pause. After rummaging twice, she withdrew it bewildered and looked up at him. There's nothing inside. Su Jin sighed, exasperated. Clearly the company-issued work equipment remained bound exclusively to. He could accept that the spatial briefcase was locked to his biometrics, but even the pistol refusing others' use posed a real complication. Though it reloaded infinitely, its operational window was strictly limited. With ample ammunition, it was actually inferior to conventional firearms. This entire setup amounted to little more than a self-imposed restriction on his already scarce firepower. That wretched corporation. From the satchel, he withdrew a bar of chocolate and pressed it into her palm. Equipment from our homeworld won't respond to you, brother. I'll find proper weapons for you soon. Until then, master the bow and arrow. Here, this chocolate bar. If anyone threatens you, find a way to get them to eat it. But don't taste it yourself, and watch over your parents closely. Fu Qingdai turned the bar over in her hands, then tucked it into her pocket with a nod. Understood, brother. Good. You're dismissed. Go fetch me water. She murmured assent and rose from the stool. Then the moment she turned away, collapsed to her knees with a thud. Struggling to rise, she fell again. Slowly, sheepishly, she glanced back at Su Jin. Then, face burning, braced herself against the wardrobe and tremulously hauled herself upright. Fine, rest. I won't need the water. Su Jin chuckled. No, I do want it. I'll bring it myself. Defiant, she answered with a firm yes. Then, legs trembling violently, gripped the wall and staggered out of the bedroom. Soon after, Su Jin rose and stood before the living room window, wide open, flooding his broad, powerful frame with golden sunlight. Under the influence of photonic energy, fatigue and the hangover's pounding headache dissolved rapidly. Unconsciously, Su Jin clenched his fist. His mood too lifted, just as Sunya's voice sounded behind him. Shaoli. Su Jin turned. Sunya smiled. You haven't forgotten what we discussed yesterday. How could I forget? Excellent. Then come downstairs. We've made new discoveries in Old Way, and I need to consult you. In the Spartan fifth-floor laboratory, the three men took their seats. Staring at cage No. 3, where the mutated rat lay split cleanly in half, gnawing relentlessly at the iron bars, Su Jin exclaimed, How did this happen? We pricked it a few times with a skewer. It must have sensed it was exposed, and dropped all pretense, fixated solely on attacking us. Wait aside, Riley. Enough. Let's share our findings. Sunya clapped once. Old Way and I barely slept last night. We've been working non-stop, and finally uncovered something. Combined with your discovery yesterday, these latent camouflaged mutants differ drastically from our original assumptions. Su Jin listened intently. Sunya continued, broadly speaking, rain-infected organisms fall into two categories: the undead, zombies, and the disguised mutants. Yet they are not allies. These disguised mutants lack infectivity, and zombies themselves attack them on sight. Moi. Su Jin's eyes flared with sudden brightness. Don't rejoice yet. Sunya gently lowered his right hand. Zombies assault them out of primal predatory instinct, but the disguised mutants hold no interest in zombies whatsoever. They only retaliate minimally when directly threatened. Conversely, Sunya gently lowered his right hand. Zombies assault them out of primal predatory instinct, but the disguised mutants hold no interest in zombies whatsoever. They only retaliate minimally when directly threatened. No. 3's camouflage is exceptionally sophisticated. I believe it's possible. I disagree. Wada interjected. Rats are inherently intelligent creatures. Its ability to detect our threat and feign normalcy post-infection is unsurprising, but its uncontrollable urge to ambush and devour other rats proves its intellect remains unchanged. The cognitive sophistication of a disguised mutant likely hinges on the original host's native intelligence. Moreover, based on 2 observed cases, infection-induced mutation manifests in 3 potential forms. First, distorted cognition coupled with violent impulses, yet remaining biologically human. Second, acquisition of extraordinary abilities, like yours, without overt physical alteration. And third, overt structural transformation, as seen in Rat No. 3. Were it not for its fur, its body would already display pronounced observable mutations. As he spoke, Rat No. 3 yawned open, a maw nearly half its length continuing to gnaw and slam its jaws against the cage, producing soft rhythmic thuds. Sunya glanced at it, then said, "Last night, Old Way and I reached a preliminary consensus. Regardless of intelligence, these latent camouflaged mutants have suffered severe degradation in one critical human faculty." "Which strength?" Su Jin asked. Both elders lifted their heads in unison. "Delayed gratification. Delayed gratification." Su Jin's eyes revealed confusion. "Yes, their desire for slaughter is exceedingly intense. They will strike as soon as they find an opportunity. The moment the person who died yesterday exhibited distinguishing traits, they instinctively began to choose murder." Sunya smiled, pointing to the number 3 mouse, and at once it realized it couldn't hide, has not stopped attacking since then. It will become fatigued and need to eat, but after resting it will still launch relentless attacks. Su Jin asked, "Shaoli, do you understand?" Su Jin's brows tightened, then quickly relaxed. "What you both mean is, we can design a plan to lure them into exposing their bloodthirsty nature, thus identifying their identities?" "Exactly. That's the point." Sunya slapped his thigh and leaned forward. "We have already thought out a complete plan last night that should work. Currently, there are still quite a few residents alive in the community. Shortly after it rained, they were notified via broadcast message not to come into contact with rainwater or tap water. Normal people generally wouldn't come into contact with it. The concentration of gray matter in tap water won't be too high, and the alert was issued early, so only a portion of people got infected. The possibility of corpse transformation after infection is much higher than turning into a disguised infected person. By observing the situation in the building, we can also reinforce this conclusion. This is the first filtering method. As for the potential disguised infected individuals remaining indoors, they would notice that living people do not stay still without action. Instead, they leave the indoors or hunt others. Those who aren't infected are likely to be healthy individuals, and a naked body inspection can further eliminate risks. This is the second filtering method. They would also fear being attacked by zombies and need resources to survive, so there is a possibility of them staying indoors. Way to add it. Indeed, this point cannot be denied, Sunya continued. However, looking at the first 2 lines of defense, the risk of recruiting team members has already been greatly reduced. So as long as we can establish a 3rd line of defense, we should be able to minimize the risk and boldly form a team. Su Jin added, "Afterward, we can design team divisions to further ensure safety. Keeping people closely knit to avoid anyone being alone can suppress the urge of disguised infected individuals to create internal strife. Even if they are bad, as long as we can control them, they can still be used for our benefit." Su Jin pondered. "What you refer to as the 3rd line of defense is to lure out their murderous nature for identification, right? But how can we do this? It's impossible to experiment with living people in confinement, right? Disguised infected individuals are still human, not rats. They can't be that foolish, can they?" "You're right. We cannot afford the time and risk costs of testing with humans if the test cannot show any obvious intent," Sunya stated, pointing to the mice. "Then there is only one solution: using small animals for testing." Sunya pointed at the rats. "They also have a desire to kill towards other species. Testing with rats best meets our requirements. We can, in the name of the state, use the pretext of delivering food to introduce the mice. Ideally, we can order and threaten them to stay in their bedrooms and seal them, making it easier for them to discover and prevent escape. Afterwards, we will track them, even if this 3rd line of defense is established." Su Jin frowned. "But there are only 2 or 3 normal mice left. And how do we track them? If the mice are eaten, where do I find them?" "Yes." Sunya raised an eyebrow, his mood suddenly dropping significantly. "So, we still need to acquire a large number of mice. In addition to mice, we also need to obtain sodium fluorescein to track the person who has killed the mice with a color reagent. In this frigid weather, where can we find mice?" Su Jin asked, looking distressed. "And where do we get the reagents you mentioned?" "Actually, we already thought it through for you. There is a laboratory underground at Longshan Medical University. It is one of the top laboratories in the country with an independent emergency power supply, constant temperature and humidity. The lab mice inside are definitely alive. Even if the food is insufficient, they can survive by eating each other. The laboratory also has sodium fluorescein and portable ultraviolet light. Once we find these, our tools." "Does a university really have such an impressive laboratory?" "Universities are research institutions. Laboratories are often better than hospitals, and you must know about Longshan Medical University. Does a university really have such? Sunya and Wei Da exchanged glances, then hurriedly averted their eyes. Wei Da took off his glasses, wiped them with his clothes, and said deliberately, yes. Xiaoli must know. Why are you two acting so strangely all of a sudden? Su Jin's gaze bounced back and forth between the two. Cough, it's nothing. Sunya quickly changed the subject. I remembered something. Xiaoli, can you use that meatball? Can others use it too? What kind of question is that? We discussed it last night. The substance in the meatball is not the same as the gray mist. I can use it without change, and it won't infect me. You guys are likely the same. What's wrong? Are my organs different from yours? No, no, no. Sunya waved his hands repeatedly, quickly pulling out a notebook from his pocket and handing it over. This is the detailed plan we wrote this morning. Take a look. Su Jin hurriedly took the notebook, and after reading it still wore a worried frown. He raised his head and said, I have no objections to this plan. I can even say it is the best solution at present. However, adopting this plan means we must abandon the path of urban development and only choose the military. Right? We can only restrict the scope of safe recruitment to the community. The people we find should be enough to form an enhanced company, and expanding further would endanger everything. Sunya said, actually you are worried that disguised infected individuals might also target the military district, aren't you? Yes, after all, there have been signs of infiltration at higher levels. They are clever and smart. They may not overlook this area. You shouldn't measure mutated beings with normal human thinking. I believe they will kill nearby as long-term development does not conform to their nature. Moreover, the upper echelons may not be as intelligent as you think. There are many fools. They just have more information than ordinary people. Su Jin contemplated closing the notebook. The map of Longshan City was laid out on the table. 3 people gathered around to discuss. Su Jin pressed his hands on the table, glancing left and right, saying, only the 3 of us know about the matter of disguising infected creatures. It is not convenient to disclose to others for now. Then let's have a simple discussion, and afterwards you two can refine the details. I will handle the work regarding Fu Hu and Chengdu. Both nodded. Su Jin said, before we start, there is a crucial question. With such a long distance to cover, we must rely on a car. What if there is a car, but no key? What kind of question is that? Do you think I just eat and do nothing with Lao Wei? Do you really need a key to start it? All right then, Su Jin chuckled. But I have another question. I don't know how to drive, so I need you to teach me a bit, but I should be able to pick it up quickly. He meant that he didn't know how to drive the cars of this world. Although the structure might be quite similar, risking one's life is not something to be taken lightly. This is a small matter. Let's get straight to the point. Wei Da picked up a pen and said, Longshan Medical University was established quite early and is closer to the city center. When the cold wave broke out in the city center, the low temperatures there were worse than here, and the ice has definitely not melted. The biggest obstacle is the downburst from the cold wave must have destroyed a lot of fragile buildings, and many floor tiles may have been blown away. Therefore, what I stated earlier was not entirely accurate. The closest distance from here is 6 kilometers, but the small paths may still be blocked by debris frozen in, so you cannot take that route. You can only take a detour via the Zhongxian Avenue, which has fewer obstacles, but the one-way distance will be extended by 2 kilometers. After speaking, Wei Da searched the map and drew a route. Then he circled a point in the middle. This is Longshan 3rd Middle School. You must be quick when passing through here. The heavy rain has trapped most people at home, but there may be a large number of zombies appearing outdoors here. Why? Su Jin asked, puzzled. Wei Da paused for a moment. That day, a colleague called me and said his grandson was at the school for the anniversary celebration and the students should all be on the playground. A heavy rain, and they're having an anniversary celebration. Su Jin exclaimed, wide-eyed. There are leaders opening the event. Isn't it pouring rain? How can they still hold the event? Is the school so heartless now? Su Jin clapped his hands in disbelief. Wasn't the podium sheltered from the rain? It's not what you think. The leaders came in the rain. Isn't it normal for the students to get a bit wet? Sunya said impatiently, does this even matter? Just listen, remember that there may be a large number of zombies here. Let's just go with the flow. Wei Da continued to draw. After going about another kilometer, I remember the vegetation on both sides is very dense and could be uprooted and thrown onto the street by the downburst. If the road is seriously blocked, you need to replan the route starting from here. As he spoke halfway, Sunya pointed at the map. Turning to Wei Da, Lao Wei, don't you usually get your heart medication from here? Did you pick up the medicine you ordered last time? Don't worry about that. There's no need to waste time increasing risks halfway. No, it is necessary, but it's just a matter of convenience. Su Jin interjected. What's the name of the pharmacy, Wei? What medicine? Seeing Su Jin's determined gaze, Wei Da forced a smile. Longxing Pharmacy. That pharmacy is quite large and can be seen easily from the street. I always have them order my medication specifically, and I pick it up from the 2nd floor entrance, the bottom shelf of the 1st row of cabinets. They'll give you the medicine box later. You don't need to push yourself too hard. If you can't find it, just leave immediately. Su Jin nodded. Then let's continue from here. We move on to Longshan Medical University. You need to enter the building. There are many students in the school. If anyone gets infected, there will be no escape, so you must be extremely careful. As for this part of the map, Lao Sun is the best person to teach you. Sunya chimed in. I helped introduce 2 pieces of equipment to the laboratory at Longshan Medical University. I have given a few lectures there, so am somewhat familiar with it. I will draw a map for you later regarding the internal situation along with sodium fluorescent and portable ultraviolet light. I will write it down clearly for you later. Is there anything else you need us to prepare? Looking at the Longshan map, Su Jin pondered deeply. The noise of the car is already considerable, and if there is a lot of debris on the street, it is almost inevitable that we will hit something. I am afraid it will trigger a chain reaction among the zombies. However, since we will be driving, we can evade them. I am worried that if such an accident occurs, it will attract a large number of zombies back to us. Therefore, I need a device that can produce a loud noise like a bomb. Can you two make bombs? A bomb, huh? Wada showed a thoughtful expression. Sunya asked, do you still have the shotgun shells I gave you? Yes. Then it's simple. Wada said bluntly. You can dismantle parts from a microwave and a washing machine to create a timer circuit. The resistor heating wire is also simple, and combined with gunpowder you can create a basic detonation device, which is roughly equivalent to a timed bomb. However, the stability of the device will not be very high, and you will need to add more timed detonation devices to improve stability, which will complicate your use. Such a crude bomb would have negligible lethality in open areas. Based on the nature of zombies, it is unlikely to cause effective harm, but it can completely serve to obstruct and attract them. So simple. Su Jin's eyes lit up. Can we make guns? They can be crude too. Are you making wishes here? Sunya rolled his eyes. Is there anything else you want to add? Not for now. I'll mentally rehearse it and leave the remaining details to you two. I don't usually go to that place. You know it better than I do. What are you pretending for? I haven't really been there. I've never been there at all. The 2 old men complained internally. When do you plan to set off? Wada asked. After a moment of thought, Su Jin said, I plan to set off in 5 days. That should be enough time to prepare. From today, I will lead the team to hunt zombies throughout the entire community, count the number of survivors, and make simple resource allocations. There are quite a few zombies in the building. I think it's possible we will discover more meatballs. If Fu Hu and Chengdu also use them and gain special abilities like me, safety will be greatly enhanced. Furthermore, the other people in the building cannot wait too long. Even if there is enough food, they cannot hold out without water. No way. Time is running too long. Sunya refuted. The temperature is rapidly warming. Once the ice layer and the ice shells on the zombies completely melt, their mobility will increase dramatically. The danger level of your actions will increase sharply. You could complete the task in just half a day. A quick round trip is the best choice. No hunting zombies indoors. To obtain meatballs must be done first. Developing new abilities and immunity is crucial. Su Jin analyzed. In fact, under the circumstances of driving, the recovery of the zombies' mobility does not affect us. The ice hasn't melted, and the vehicle is prone to slip. The main risk lies in indoor combat. That is the most perilous place. What if indoors at Longshan Medical University, Chengdu and Fu Hu encounter losses? I cannot afford such losses. There are very few core members I can fully trust. This point does not need to be debated further. Low temperatures have their own strategies, and warming weather brings its own advantages. 2 days later. The temperature has warmed up to 10 degrees above zero, and the gray mist hidden in the water has vanished into thin air. In its place is a faint, struggling without water to flush the toilets. The sewers have become largely idle. The surviving residents can only toss their waste from high above. However, this is not the only situation. A few gentlemen have chosen to reduce plastic pollution by simply squatting and relieving themselves directly. If there are still neighbors below, they tacitly choose to toss their waste upwards. One can glimpse the peril of the apocalypse through a narrow view. Over the course of 2 days, Su Jin has been moving restlessly between Over the course of 2 days, Su Jin has been moving restlessly between the buildings, avoiding Strawberry Tower and hunting zombies. The 3 members of the Fu family, along with Chengdu and Sister Lu, are following behind, watching Su Jin in action. This is partly to prepare them to adapt quickly to the desensitization of ordinary people who have not experienced combat. The other reason is to gather more supplies by helping these people move things. After all, many householders are no longer present and resources need to be redistributed. Moreover, it is also to register the surviving residents who currently seem to be okay. Chengdu and Sister Lu were initially in an observation phase, but there is really not much left to observe. One household is extremely well stocked while the other is so cautious that they would rather drink lubricant or even urine and still have half a cup left, which speaks volumes about the situation. A gunshot broke the silence of the community. Su Jin kicked the door open, and an elderly zombie was right. A gunshot broke the silence of the community. Su Jin kicked the door open, and an elderly zombie was right in front of him, followed by a tall figure. Fu Qingdai and others were watching from the doorway. They saw Su Jin draw the long screwdriver from his waist and plunge it directly into the zombie's heart, then kicked the old man away. Immediately after, a hawk swooped down and landed on the shoulder of the tall zombie. Just before it touched the ground, Fu Qingdai tossed over a fish tank, which the hawk deftly caught and placed on the zombie's head. With a swift motion, 2 legs spread apart, binding the zombie's arms. Su Jin reached behind him, pulling out a long piece of cloth and tossing it towards the zombies. He quickly threw out several loops, neatly wrapping the zombie's right fist, and did the same with the other hand. Jumping down from the zombie's shoulder with a few agile movements, he secured the cloth around the zombie's fists tightly. Finally, he took out a thick dog leash and secured it around the zombie's neck, waving his hand towards the door. Seeing this, Fu Qingdai and the others hurried downstairs with the zombie chasing behind and Su Jin leading it along. Once they reached downstairs, the zombie was tied to the security window. Taking 2 steps forward, Su Jin placed his hands on his hips and said, "Qingdai, today you and your father will do nothing else but practice archery here. We used blankets before, but today we are officially in combat. There can be no slacking." Fu Qingdai licked her lips, feeling a wave of nervousness. Having seen the killing of zombies a couple of days ago, she was barely able to accept the bloody scenes, but now that she was personally involved, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. "Brother, what if the security window falls? What if the fish tank shatters? Don't worry, I've thought of everything. Just bring me the bag." Su Jin waved his hand at Fu Qingdai. Hearing this, Fu Qingdai quickly took off her backpack and threw it to Su Jin. After receiving the bag, he pulled out a can of foam, which he had rummaged from the home of a suspected zombie brother. Su Jin pressed down on the zombie's head with one hand, allowing the zombie to pound its fists against him while he injected the foam into the fish tank through the gaps. He then took out a large bottle of glue and poured it over the fish tank atop the zombie's head. Finally, he put on a rough heart guard for the zombie. Turning around, he pointed behind him and said, "Go ahead and observe closely for a while. We'll practice archery once the glue dries. If the security window falls, dragging it with you means you won't be able to escape. Brother can't save you then. Old Fu, you keep holding onto the shotgun and watch over your daughter." "Understood, Director." Receiving the affirmative response, Su Jin waved his hand and led the others back inside the building. They continued knocking on doors to search. When it was a room that responded, Zhongwan and Sister Lu were inquiring and registering behind the door. After a brief inquiry and comforting, they placed down the supplies at the door, while Su Jin stood on the side, holding his gun at the ready to prevent any accidents. The residents inside, like others, cried as they opened the door wanting to speak, but upon seeing the gun aimed at them, they could only take the supplies through the door gap and retreat back inside. Outside the door, Zhongwan called out, "As before, save the water bottles, don't throw them away. We'll collect them for reuse next time." The containers for water are plastic bottles scavenged from the community trash bins. Distributing resources to hold water must use sealed containers, which are indeed somewhat scarce at this time. One household dealt with, they continued to the next. This time there was no response from behind the door, only the sound of zombies banging against it. Su Jin directly broke the lock and killed the target. Inside, 2 zombies were taken down. Su Jin expressionlessly picked up his knife and carved into their hearts. This process has repeated far too many times, and he has grown somewhat numb to it. He has now completely desensitized himself to bloody events. Skillfully opening the zombie's chest to search for the heart. Suddenly, Su Jin paused, and his previously expressionless face became animated. Seeing the heart being pulled out, a ball of flesh from behind the heart, he was instantly overwhelmed with joy. Chengdu, who was behind him, noticed he wasn't moving and hurried forward to check. Seeing him holding a round, plump ball of flesh, he widened his eyes and excitedly exclaimed, "Director, this is the meatball you mentioned, right?" "Yes, that's it." Su Jin sighed, deeply feeling relieved. After searching for so long without finding this thing, he was afraid he'd only lucked out and happened upon one. Now it felt like a huge weight had been lifted from his heart. There are still many households left to check. Based on this drop rate, there's definitely a chance to dig out another one in 3 days. With Fu Hu and Cheng Du possessing their abilities, their chances of successfully gathering supplies from Longshan Medical University will greatly increase. Alright, stop staring and keep working. Cutting off the meatball, Su Jin stood up and continued with his work. As night fell, the city plunged into complete darkness without a trace of light. A zombie with closed features and fists clenched like a human-shaped Doryman was left tied up downstairs. Meanwhile, the living room on the 6th floor was bustling. A large table was surrounded by 8 people. Although there were chairs, no one was sitting. They leaned forward, their eyes fixated on the blood-red meatball resting on a tissue in the center of the table. 5 candles flickered on the table, their red glow casting eerie shadows on the faces of everyone present. Each person's eyes were wide, slightly parted lips revealing hints of drool. It was as if they were conducting some sort of cult ritual. Director Chengdu breathed heavily. "This thing looks like a tumor. Does it really have the kind of effect you mentioned? This is not just any tumor. Have you ever seen a tumor on a heart? Eating it will grant miraculous powers. Let's begin. Chengdu, you go first to hold it with the tissue." Su Jin gestured at Chengdu. Only he had used the meatball before, and its safety couldn't be guaranteed 100%. In terms of trust, Fu Hu ranked higher than Chengdu, and he didn't dare let Fu Hu try first. Chengdu hesitated, finally extending his hand to pick up the tissue and the meatball. Struggling internally for a moment, he brought it to his mouth. The two elderly men watched with their faces wrinkled like two chrysanthemums, showing expressions of nausea. Ugh. Director, it smells fishy and stinky. Phew. It's both foul and tempting. Can this thing really be eaten? Did you just eat it? Chung Du's face was contorted in a mix of disgust and anticipation. You're so eager, no one asked you to eat it, just hold it. Su Jin shouted angrily, put it down, put it down. Bang. Fu Qingdai had already been forcibly pulled back inside by Zhang Wan. Su Jin exhaled deeply and thrust his knife towards the meatball. As the knife tip pierced, Su Jin's pupils dilated. He once again saw that alluring rainbow halo and felt his appetite surge once more. The meatball was completely sliced open, and Su Jin used the knife tip to scoop out a water ball containing the rainbow halo, which fell onto Chung Du's wrist. The water ball dissipated, merging into his body. The gazes of the others quickly shifted to Chung Du's face. How do you feel? Su Jin asked anxiously. I feel a bit hot. Before he could finish, Chung Du's legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the table. A bit hot? Sunya asked Su Jin in a rush. Shaoli, was it like this for you back then? Su Jin shrugged. I didn't feel hot at all. Well, let's observe for now. A night passed, and the sun rose. In the darkness, Chung Du slowly opened his eyes and was startled upon seeing everyone's faces close to his. Huh, what are you all doing? How are you feeling? Do you feel any special changes? Su Jin asked seriously. Chung Du sat up straight and touched his face. Last night, I felt like I was going to burn up. Now it seems like there's a hot current surging inside me. Can you control it? Let me try. You all take a step back. Chung Du excitedly stood up, trembling. He truly felt a change. Oh, perhaps he had superpowers. This feeling of power within him was incredibly distinct, almost instinctual. The others stepped back, and Chung Du raised his hand, looking as if he was holding his breath. With a loud bang, flames wrapped around his arms. Whoa! Chung Du exclaimed in shock. At that moment, everyone else fell into astonishment. My God, this is magic. Sunya clutched his chest, feeling a mix of emotions. Wada beside him had a similar expression. Shaoli could barely accept the changes in strength and speed. Now a human body was actually spouting fire. What had he learned all his life, and would it even be useful in the future? Chung Du was still experimenting with his abilities. The flames around his arms disappeared, and then he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a large fireball that erupted. But this technique seemed to have a lot of recoil. As he spat out the flame, Chung Du suddenly fell backwards. That's the fireball technique. Su Jin's eyelids twitched as he hurried to catch Chung Du. You're amazing, Chung Du. Can you spray it from somewhere else besides your mouth? Can you hover? Show me more. Chung Du looked dispirited, glancing around before whispering to Su Jin. I feel like this ability is quite flexible. Director, I'll show you privately. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The work was still a repetition of the previous days, clearing zombies, counting residents, and distributing supplies. In between, Sun Wei and a few others took the time to learn car theft techniques and driving skills. The task of hunting zombies had been transferred from Su Jin to Chung Du. With the limited time they had, throwing Chung Du into actual combat was the best choice. His fire control ability was indeed formidable. Zombies could only be killed by piercing their hearts. Although Chung Du's fire attacks might not kill them instantly, they seemed to significantly impair the zombies' mobility. Ordinary flames would erode zombies, but in the short term, they had little effect on their movement abilities. However, flames ignited by supernatural powers seemed to have an attack bonus, significantly eliciting the zombies' pain responses. At that time, a follow-up strike could deliver a fatal blow. They had currently explored 2 methods. The first involved wrapping flames around the body, which could even extend to weapons for close combat. The second method was to breathe fire, enabling direct long-range attacks. Both methods were powerful, but Chung Du's combat endurance was quite lacking compared to Su. However, it seemed that breathing fire was not limited to just the mouth. Any part of his body with an exhaust port could do so. Chung Du eagerly invited Su Jin to observe and demonstrate their sparring. But Su Jin politely declined, fearing that Chung Du might accidentally spray himself with waste. Another zombie collapsed. Chung Du stepped aside to give way. Su Jin quickly dealt with the zombie. This was a task he handled most efficiently. Although it was disgusting, he had to take responsibility to save time. As Su Jin opened the zombie's chest, he felt a surge of tension as he reached for the heart. Upon seeing a half-spherical mass beneath the heart, his pupils constricted, and he clenched his fist tightly. Good. Finally found it. Before taking action, the 3 were fully armed, just in time to depart the day after tomorrow, giving Fu Hu 1 day to awaken his adaptive abilities. After securing the mass, Su Jin stood up and looked at the others. All right, let's get back to work. There are not many households left. We'll finish processing them all today. As evening approached, the cult ritual of 8 people gathered once more. This time there was no extra chatter. Fu Hu swallowed hard and directly reached out to hold the mass. Su Jin stabbed down with his knife, and the mass burst. Fu Hu immediately fell into a coma, but fortunately Chung Du managed to drag him to the sofa for some rest. Su Jin waved his hand to disperse the others, leaving only Sunya and Wada. After a moment of thought, Su Jin said, "We're departing the day after tomorrow. Is there anything else that needs to be added?" Sunya handed over a folded piece of paper and a medicine box. "Here are the operational details, and Old Weiss medicine box. You can take a look at it. While you were out today, I checked the car with Old Wei and filled the gas tank for you. I made 2 simple timed bombs. They are on the 4th floor. You can move them yourself, as we old folks can hardly manage. By the way, just tie the gas canister to the trunk. I broke the rear window glass for you. When needed, just have someone in the back seat throw the bomb." Sunya paused. "By the way, Shaoli, I've been meaning to ask you. How did you explain this to them? They don't seem to have any sense of urgency." Su Jin smiled. "For the women, I just said we were searching for supplies and stockpiling some medicine nearby, so we won't be going far." Old Fu didn't say much. After all, his wife and children were dependent on him. Chengdu, now with newfound abilities, was eager to try them out. Chengdu seems a bit... Old Fu didn't say much. After all, his wife and children were dependent on him. Chengdu, now with newfound abilities, was eager to try them out. Chengdu seems a bit restless. You need to keep him in check to avoid any accidents. Sunya sighed. "I've been thinking these past few days, keeping it from them isn't a solution. There's no one in this room who is unaware of the gravity of our situation. They also need to be alerted. Once you successfully retrieve the items tomorrow, we should find an opportunity to tell them. After all, many households need to conduct experiments one by one, and they must be informed and on guard. To take a step back, once we form a large organization, even if the information leaks with 3 powerful supernatural beings, we will have enough strength to maintain control." Su Jin nodded. "I think the same way. The more people who develop powers, the more stable our foundation will be. Regardless, let's talk more after I return from the mission the day after tomorrow. Make sure to remember what we provided you, and be extremely careful and cautious. Everyone is counting on you. Don't worry, you all should rest early." As dawn broke, Fu, who rose from the sofa in a daze. Seeing 7 people staring at him didn't startle him, and after all, he had already experienced this twice. Rubbing his eyes, he asked, "How long did I sleep? What time is it?" "Don't worry about the time. Quickly try to sense what abilities you have." Upon hearing this, Fu, who immediately perked up and sat up straight, blinking as he sensed the unusual situation. After about 10 seconds, he suddenly exclaimed, Yes, I definitely feel something. It's like a force and I can control it. Try guiding that force to different parts of your body." Chengdu instructed from the side. Su Jin remained silent. He was in a purely passive state, and his changes were all in base values. Fu, who extended his arms to inspect. The others gathered around to observe. "There's no change at all," Chengdu remarked, puzzled. "No, there is a change. Ooh, just touch it." Chengdu reached out and pressed on Fu Hu's arm, immediately gasping, "Wow, it's like iron." Su Jin, seeing this, picked up a water cup from the table and tapped it against Fu Hu's arm, producing a clear ringing sound. Hardened. Fu, who pondered his bodily state and took Su Jin's cup. With a gentle squeeze, the cup shattered into several pieces. Not satisfied with just crushing the cup, he stood up and went to the corner of the room to grab a seldom used 90-pound compound bow. Pulling it back repeatedly like a slingshot, he did this several times before setting it down and returning to the sofa. Joy shone in Su Jin's eyes. This bow could not gauge his limits, and the ease with which he pulled it back indicated a significant increase in strength. "Not only have I hardened, but my strength has also increased significantly," Fu, who said as he moved his body. "But aside from that, I feel like there's nothing else." "Can your hardening ability only be used on your arms?" Su Jin asked. Fu, who shook his head, saying, "It can be used all over my body, but it's hard to cover the entire body. The area I can cover each time is limited, roughly the size of my 2 arms." "Well, that's more than enough," Chengdu said, pursing his lips. As soon as he said this, Su Jin and the other men's gazes instantly shifted to a certain part of Fu Hu. "How fortunate!" Wan's sister Lu whispered in Zhang Wan's ear. "Get away," Zhang Wan said, pushing her daughter aside and grinning widely. "Ha ha ha ha. Not bad at all." Fu, who stood with hands on hips, laughing heartily. "How do you like this ability of mine? Well, we're certainly no ordinary folk anymore." Yes, truly impressive." Su Jin cleared his throat lightly, inwardly elated. "With this power, our safety margin just soared. You have 1 day to practice and test it. We'll launch our operation tomorrow." At dawn the next day, outside the residential complex, Su Jin and his 2 companions inspected their gear together. Rough-hewn armor, helmets, firearms, arrows. Everything was fully equipped. N20-odd bola lay piled in the rear seat. Na bola, simply put, was a crude tripwire, a rope weighted at both ends with stones. When thrown, it could entangle an enemy's legs. Its materials were easily sourced, and its construction simple, yet its efficacy was undeniable. In zombies, mindless creatures devoid of intelligence, posed drastically diminished threat once tripped and immobilized. Of course, it only worked against single targets, not swarms. In midway through inspection, Su Jin looked up, and several women leaned out from a window above, gazing down. Su Jin waved and called out, "Go back inside. Don't distract us. Focus on your tasks. We'll be back in an hour or 2. Stay safe." Fu Qingdai cupped her hands around her mouth, shouted once, then shut the window. Not certain no one else watched, Su Jin walked to the building's edge and began loading propane tank bombs into the car's trunk. When all preparations were complete, Su Jin turned to Sunya and Wei Da, who had been assisting with equipment checks. Both of you head upstairs. No one leaves the building until we return. Don't worry, we'll guard this home well. And please don't delay. Return as soon as possible. By the way, Sunya pointed at Su Jin's chest. You carry that satchel everywhere, now even sewn into your clothes. It looks cumbersome. What's so precious and family heirloom? The last thing tying me to my past. In Xingyu. In both elders patted Su Jin's shoulders, one before one behind, then turned and ascended the stairs. Only the three men remained exchanging silent glances. And after a pause, Fu Hu asked, who's driving? And if you're asking, you drive. And humph. Fine. The trio entered the vehicle. Fu Hu took the driver's seat, Su Jin the front passenger seat, while Cheng Du sat alone in the back. Nas Fu Hu started the engine. Cheng Du's gaze drifted towards Su Jin. After hesitating a moment, he withdrew something from his chest pocket and slowly extended it towards Su Jin. In sensing movement near his ear, Su Jin flinched sharply and whirled around. What are you doing, director? Cheng Du offered an awkward smile, eyes darting nervously. Well, the Hanxiong missile detonated over there. The ice hasn't fully melted yet, right? I figured it'd be cold there, so I brought you 2 pairs of socks. Go ahead, change into them. Su Jin accepted the socks and unfolded them. White high-calf ones. He glanced back skeptically, then snorted a dry laugh. Cheng Du, you truly are something else. Afraid I'll freeze. But instead of clothes or trousers, you bring socks. Really? What were you thinking? You've got clothes aplenty. I'm offering warmth and ankle support. Cheng Du raised his brows animatedly, practically beaming. Director tried. Nonsense. Su Jin tossed the socks onto the rear seat and gave Fu Hu's shoulder a light mocking pat. Hey, old Fu, don't you think he's lost his mind? Socks. For me. And the engine roared to life. Fu Hu gripped the steering wheel, his expression grave. And after a long silence, he murmured, Director, is this mission really that straightforward? I know it's dangerous, but Sun Lao and Wei Lao haven't acted quite right these past few days. They're hiding something monumental. Since we're risking our lives together, why keep secrets now? What do you mean? I haven't noticed. Cheng Du blinked, bewildered. Su Jin stared ahead, deep in thought, then sighed faintly, a wry, resigned smile touching his lips. Fine. Since you've asked, I'll tell you plainly. Infection isn't limited to zombies alone. There exists another kind. Infected individuals indistinguishable from ordinary people, possibly hidden among us. Our survival and expansion of the team depends on overcoming this greatest obstacle. NWE withheld this truth earlier, fearing mutual suspicion would fracture our fledgling group before we'd even begun recruiting. But rest assured, Sun Lao and Wei Lao have devised an experimental method to detect these concealed carriers. Our mission today is to retrieve materials for their tests. We go into battle together. Med School's interior will surely swarm with zombies. I won't have doubt fester among you. Say nothing to the women at home. Not yet. Wait until we've solidified our team first. And if there's a solution, then all is well. And I understand now. Fu Hu's face relaxed with quiet relief. I don't understand. Cheng Du suddenly reached out, gripping Su Jin's shoulder, voice tinged with fervor. Why build a team at all? What are we? A world-saving force. We already possess self-defense capability. Why not seek an uninhabited place, live safely, grow crops? The gray rain's effects have faded. Why? Hiding away merely delays death. It doesn't prevent it. Su Jin seized Cheng Du's wrist, his gaze steely and unyielding. There is no safe place left on this earth. Haven't you grasped it yet? Even if you found sanctuary to hide for decades, would you choose a lifetime of terror? To live like a pig, like a dog? And we have no choice but to strike back. Must strike back. The greater the responsibility, the more hands needed to bear. We must rely on the many, even at the peril of mistrust. Such times aiding others is aiding oneself. No one is foolish. Selfishness leads only to slow extinction or sacrifice by others. Sun Lao and Wei Lao, 2 men whose families perished entirely, who once contemplated suicide, spend every day tirelessly working for us. Do you think we can retreat? Cheng Du swallowed hard, withdrew his hand, and nodded silently. Fu Hu spoke bitterly. Indeed, Director, you're right. I still have a wife and child. Qingdai is still so young. I refuse to let her future be stolen, to see her endure this world. As he spoke, Fu Hu removed his helmet and drew out a photograph, his right hand tenderly tracing the surface of the image, a family portrait, 3 souls united. Su Jin's expression darkened instantly. Fu Hu studied the photo, then turned to Su Jin. Director, if anything happens to me on this outing, I beg you to protect Zhang Wan and Qingdai. Qingdai depends on you. I see it clearly. Truth be told, I wholeheartedly support you. At her age, it's time. And hey. Cheng Du reached forward from the back seat, slapping Fu Hu repeatedly. Old Fu, how dare you force-match them like that? You're morally coercing the Director. I despise people like you. Are you insane? What's it got to do with you? Fu Hu snapped, twisting around to shout. What's it got to do with me? You're sabotaging team harmony, forcing your daughter onto him. That puts the director in an impossible position. It's despicable. Chengdu sneered, removed his own helmet, and pulled out a photograph. How amusing. You think you're the only one with a memento. I brought mine too. Su Jin's face went pitch black. Director. This is my younger brother. What the hell are you two doing with photos? Do you both want me dead? Su Jin roared, and delivered 2 sharp punches, one to each man. Drive. And the engine revved, the vehicle rolled steadily out of the complex. Central Avenue, Welcome Hotel. The roll-up door of the hotel is tightly closed with the only light coming from the gaps in the blinds. Inside the hotel lobby, 23 people dressed in heavy clothing sit on chairs wrapped in blankets. Each wears a sorrowful expression. They are local residents, all of whom have come out searching for food and drink, unable to bear the confinement any longer. However, they did not expect the zombies outside to be so perceptive, chasing them the moment they show themselves. Fortunately, the zombies do not run too fast, and a supervisor from the Welcome Hotel is guarding the door to help people escape. Otherwise, none of the 23 would have survived. Hot water is here, everyone have some tea. The hotel supervisor Tan Hui poured hot water into the teacups for the crowd. After a few low murmurs of gratitude, the hotel lobby fell silent. Life feels hopeless with no sunlight seen for days. Although there is enough food and drink in the hotel, the vitality of the people has nearly been worn away. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think I have any bullets left? Just go die from drinking rat poison, there's plenty of it around, the tattooed man replied irritably, adding, "Dang." The thin man spoke weakly, "Brother, I really feel like I can't go on. I would rather die, just hand me a gun, would you?" Stop talking nonsense. Do you think I have any bullets left? Just go die from drinking rat poison, there's plenty of it around, the tattooed man replied irritably, adding, "Damn, you're truly useless. Once the weather gets warmer, let's go out and kill those rotten flesh. Get some guns from the brothers and break out of the city. Can a living person really die from holding in their... What brothers are left? It's just the two of us, big brother." The thin man wiped his tears, saying, "Brother, I can't take it anymore. Drinking rat poison is fine, but I feel like I'm missing out." "What do you mean sleep?" The tattooed man frowned, narrowing his eyes. "What are you mumbling about? Do you want to sleep with me?" "No, I meant that crazy girl over there." The thin man turned to point at a woman caring for her mother at another table. "I've been watching her for 2 days, she's not bad looking. Brother, there are too many people here, I want to get her to the back kitchen, will you help me out?" "Moi." The tattooed man's eyes revealed great confusion. He knew his little brother was a useless pervert unable to hold up mentally, but he never expected him to be this insane. He actually thought like this in his heart, and even dared to command him. "Hiss. Have you never seen a woman? Can't you live without one? You has a donkey kicked your brain." After cursing, the tattooed man stood up, delivering a heavy slap that sent the thin man crashing to the ground. "You has a donkey kicked your brain." After cursing, the tattooed man stood up, delivering a heavy slap that sent the thin man crashing. Suddenly, as he raised his teacup, his hand paused, and his gaze shot towards a bespectacled man who had just spoken. Squinting, he scoffed, "Kid, I remember your name is Yu Hao, right? Who were you talking to just now?" Yu Hao glanced at him and said, "We're all here seeking refuge. Do I have to let you dictate me? You came in shooting from outside. You must have been a soldier, right?" The tattooed man stood up with an unfriendly expression, cracking his knuckles. "Why do you care whether I was a soldier or not? If you want to show off, do it against the zombies. The zombies have turned the city into this state. You've had your fill of government rations, but I never saw you charging into battle. What's it to you?" The tattooed man's anger turned to laughter, rolling up his sleeves and walking around the table towards the bespectacled man. "You don't need to worry about whether I dare to fight zombies. First, let me teach you a lesson. If I can't fight zombies, I certainly can fight you. What's it to you?" Yu Hao stood up to confront him, showing no fear. "You all better not fight." The hotel supervisor Tan Hui decisively stepped in, his face filled with anger. "Look at the noise you've made. You've scared that mother and daughter. There are zombies outside." Everyone turned to look in the direction Tan Hui pointed. A young woman held her shivering elderly mother, her voice laced with a hint of crying as she continuously comforted her. "It's okay. Mom, it's okay. Once we get through this, I'll take you to find aliens, and we'll be saved." "She's gone crazy. Is that what scared me?" The tattooed man crossed his arms and chuckled coldly. "I'm not crazy." Ding Jia raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at everyone. "I beg you believe me. I really saw aliens. The Mike aliens came to save us, and there are alien spaceships. If we find a car and go out, the aliens live in the residential area. They're living in a residential area. I really can't take it anymore." The tattooed man strode up to Ding Jia, grabbing her by the neck and pulling her to the window curtain, growling, "Fine, I'll pretend you've seen aliens. Show me. If aliens haven't come, and we're fine, what the hell would aliens have done to us? Wake up. It's not like that. The things outside were done by the Trisolarans. It's the Trisolarans who poisoned us." Ding Jia cried out. "She's playing you, big brother." The thin man who had been slapped down crawled over. "Trisolarans. You spit that out so easily. You're pretty quick at making things up." The tattooed man threw Ding Jia back to her seat. Immediately afterward, he kicked the thin man over. "Even a lunatic is trying to survive. You're truly useless. Oh, just find a place to die alone. You're a nuisance to me right now. With that throw, Ding Jia's thick coat was torn open, revealing the clothes underneath. The tattooed man glanced out of the corner of his eye, and his expression changed. City Mental Hospital. Goodness, I thought you went crazy later. Turns out it was an incident at the mental hospital that made you escape. Ding Jia's aggrieved tears could no longer be contained. She had escaped to seek help from the Mike aliens, fearing she wouldn't be recognized when they met, so she wore this out. Seeing the tattooed man's misunderstanding, Ding Jia hurriedly opened her coat, revealing all the words on her uniform. No, I'm not. This is my work uniform. You're still stealing someone's clothes. Well, Ding Jia covered her face and cried. In that moment, she deeply felt the same sense of grievance she had once shared with Fu Qingdai. At this moment, Tan Hui walked over again, blocking the tattooed man's path angrily. Enough already. At this critical moment, I brought everyone in here to unite for survival. You even bully a mentally ill person with her elderly mother. Are you even human? I'm not mentally ill. I know you look down on me, but I have my own code of honor in this world. I'm giving you face. But if there's a I know you look down on me, but I have my own code of honor in this world. I'm giving you face. But if there's a next time and someone provokes me, don't blame me for not being polite. The tattooed man turned his gaze towards Yu Hao. Yu Hao met the tattooed man's gaze, then shifted his attention aside, saying, "That old lady has fainted. Is she all right?" Mom. Ding Jia rushed to her mother's side, quickly assisting with the examination, then looked up urgently and said, "My mom is unwell and needs antihypertensive medication. Supervisor Tin, do we have any medicine here?" Tan Hui sighed helplessly. "This is a restaurant. We don't have that kind of medicine. What else do you need? I'll do my best to provide it for you." Ding Jia held her mother tightly while shivering all over. "Medicine, we must have medicine." Muttering to herself, Ding Jia looked at the tattooed man and pleadingly asked, "Big brother, can I ask you for a favor? Right across is Longxing Pharmacy. There must be medicine inside. If you can help me get the medicine, I'll do anything." The tattooed man turned his head, waved Ding Jia off, and silently sat down at a distant table. "Who can help me? I beg you." Ding Jia knelt down and pleaded while the people in the hall all lowered their heads, afraid to respond. A few minutes later, Ding Jia stood up tearfully, wiping her eyes as she stiffly walked towards the roll-up door. The crowd lifted their heads, their eyes following her. As she neared the door, Ding Jia bent down tremblingly, only to have her arm caught and pulled back. Turning around, she saw Yu Hao's face. "Let me go, you're too slow." Thank you." Ding Jia cried, tears of joy, bending her knees to kneel in thanks. But she was lifted up again. Yu Hao looked around. "I don't know how many days we need to stay here, but the country has already given up. We must save ourselves. One day we will leave here, and in the future we will definitely need all kinds of medicine. This time I plan to gather enough supplies. The more people we have, the better our chances. Who wants to go with me?" A group of people lowered their heads one after another. Only Tan Hui stepped forward. "I'll go with you." "Okay." Yu Hao replied crisply, then walked to the window, pulling aside the curtain to observe the street scene. "It's not that dangerous. It's just separated by one street. We just need to grab a few knives and find 2 long weapons for self-defense. We'll go quickly and return quickly. Wait for me a moment." Thank you. Ding Jia kept thanking the two, afraid to delay even a bit. "Go back and take care of your mom first. Write down what medicine your mom needs, a list, everything that might be needed." Tan Hui patted his shoulder and walked towards the kitchen. Just as he reached the corridor corner before he could enter, the tattooed man spoke up. Tan Hui. Tan Hui stopped and turned back. "There are some things I shouldn't say, but you saved my life. I advise you not to wade into this murky water. That old woman would be a burden sooner or later. If she leaves now, it might be a good thing for her. And that woman is a madman. Oh, can you trust the words of a madman?" The tattooed man looked up, staring directly at Tan Hui. "Don't be a fool. In this world, people like you die the fastest." Tan Hui pondered for a moment, then inexplicably smiled. "The world will continue to rot. If I happen to die, that would be a relief. Oh, at least I can still be a person before I die." "Thanks. I warned you, it's your own choice to seek death." After saying this, the tattooed man fell silent. A few minutes later, the two of them were all geared up. Tan Hui unlocked the ground lock of the roll-up door and threw the key behind him. Yu Hao wanted to stop him, but his move was a fraction too slow, and the key was already taken. Clenching his fist, Yu Hao shouted, "Listen up. If the two of us go out and can't get back in through this door, I'll lead all the zombies outside here. You all can handle it yourself." After that, Yu Hao walked over to Ding Jia and whispered, "The roll-up door can make noise. You go to the kitchen and take 5 iron basins to the 3rd floor. Throw them towards the back alley of the restaurant, 1 every second. When we hear the sound, we'll act immediately. When we come back, use the same method to cover us. Understood?" "Understood." Ding Jia nodded nervously. Yu Hao forced a bitter smile. "Right now I can only choose to trust a madman. Others are really unreliable." Returning to Tan Hui's side, Yu Hao said solemnly, "I have a rough idea of the situation outside. It's not particularly dangerous. Stick closely behind me, and we'll go through in one breath." "Understood." 3 minutes later, the dull thud of the iron basin hitting the ground echoed from the back of the restaurant. A few wandering zombies on the street reacted to the sound and hurried towards one. Hiding behind the curtain, observing Yu Hao felt it was about time and squatted down, lifting the roll-up door with Tan Hui to create a gap. Rolling out the street was right in front of them. At the same moment, an urgent shout rang out behind the two of them. Hurry, close the door. Director, you said disguised infected individuals are lurking among the crowd, and we're going to set up camp at the military base, which means we'll definitely need to use firearms. What if? I mean, if Elder Sun and Elder Wei's method can't be verified 100, what if disguised infected individuals get their hands on guns and shoot us from behind? In the vehicle, Fu, who stared intently at the road ahead, his brow furrowed. Su Jin looked at the chaos outside and said, "It's not a big problem. You have to trust the experiments of the two elders. Being overly suspicious is currently the biggest threat to the team. Moreover, each of us has gained different abilities. Perhaps there is a type of supernatural ability that can detect the abnormalities of disguised infected individuals without any experiments. Old Fu, you also know that Qing Dai is very special. I suspect she might have this ability." Fu, who fell silent, he didn't want his daughter to get too involved in such matters. Su Jin noticed the hint and was about to comfort him when Cheng Du spoke up from the back. "Actually, I think if there really is a traitor lurking, using firearms isn't a problem. I have a plan to reduce such risks." "Oh." Su Jin's eyes lit up. "Let's hear it." "Adjust all guns to have a ballistic offset to the left. If someone tries to cause trouble, they won't hit accurately, giving others a reaction time." "Genius." X2-inch. The vehicle continued to speed along. There weren't many zombies on the street, and given the speed of the car, it basically didn't pose any impact. However, as they drove further, the relatively relaxed atmosphere in the car completely vanished. The streets were filled with fallen trees and debris, buildings were dilapidated, and zombies roamed amidst the trash. The once orderly society had become a far cry from what it used to be. Fu Hu and Cheng Du had jaws as hard as stone, with sadness flowing in their eyes. In their hearts, wounds were torn open, once again drenched in blood. The city where they had lived for half their lives had suddenly transformed in such a short period. The country is gone, the family is gone, and the people are gone. Su Jin propped his chin on his fists, staring blankly out of the window. He had discussed the attack of the Cold Dome missile with Sunya and Wei Da, and the attacks within the city had only released a small portion of the missiles. Even so, it still caused such horrific consequences, and the place they were in wasn't even the core area targeted by the Cold Dome. That night truly felt like the end of the world had arrived, both in reality and visually. After another 200 meters, a glittering standout skyscraper appeared before them. Su Jin's blank expression finally changed. Longlin Tower, the landmark skyscraper of Longshan City, looked quite impressive even in comparison to the Earth. This Longlin Tower is quite sturdy. At such a height, not a single piece of glass on the top 3 floors is broken. Cheng Du exclaimed. Fu Hu continued, "Originally Longlin Tower was a commercial building, but the top 3 floors have never been rented or sold. It's said to be reserved for some prominent individuals. Even with money, they can't live there. Director, did you know that? Of course, the glass specifications are clearly different from the others." Su Jin smiled. "Be careful ahead. Oh, we're about a kilometer away from Longxing Pharmacy. Let's go get the medicine first." Heaving heavily in the Longxing Pharmacy, Tan Hui glanced at Yu Hao beside him and said, "I never expected it to be this easier than I imagined." After exiting the Welcome Hotel, aside from pausing briefly behind 2 cover points, they almost ran straight to the Longxing Pharmacy. Overall, it went rather smoothly, except for the 2 zombies that chased them right before they reached the pharmacy entrance. Additionally, Yu Hao's movements were quite skillful, seeming very professional. Taking a few deep breaths, Yu Hao said with a wry smile, "Don't be too optimistic. Those things outside may lack brains, but their eyesight and hearing are incredibly sharp. If there are too many, it won't be so simple." "Hey, what did you do before? Your movements are so fluid. I used to train in the army. You keep watch behind me and use the flashlight to illuminate. This place might not be safe." Yu Hao briefly explained and led Tan Hui into the pharmacy. Longxing Pharmacy occupies a large area filled with shelves stocked with various medicines and health products, as well as a sizable equipment sales area. The 2 proceeded cautiously, one in front and the other behind. After patrolling the entire first floor, they found no signs of anyone and finally felt relieved. Tan Hui pulled out several plastic bags from his pocket and began collecting medicines from the shelves. Yu Hao remained vigilant beside him, yet he asked Tan Hui, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Tan Hui paused for a moment before continuing to work, replying, "Why do you ask that? It feels like you're the healthiest one among us, helping everyone else around. I can see that you're kind-hearted, but it seems a bit excessive. This feels more like an overcompensation response." I don't want to die. I just don't know how to live." Tan Hu's eyes glimmered with tears, but his hands continued to gather medicine. "Everyone is dead. I've lost contact with my family and friends. The country is gone. What are we supposed to do? I really don't know. I don't want to see any more dead bodies. I can't. Live on." As he spoke, Tan Hu's tears flowed uncontrollably. Yu Hao rubbed his forehead and remarked sadly, "It will be all right. The country will come to rescue us." This disaster came suddenly and on a large scale. But those mindless corpses are nothing against modern troops. Many units are enclosed and won't suffer from assaults. They will regain the cities once they receive news from the outside. Longshan is definitely a key target. As long as we hold on, there is hope. Tan Hui nodded, sniffling. They quickly gathered the necessary medicines on the first floor. The two headed to the second floor with Yu Hao leading with a knife. As they stepped onto the last stair of the second floor, Yu Hao's expression changed dramatically, and he reached out to stop Tan Hui behind him. Don't move. What's wrong? I think I just saw a shadow flash by. Did you see it? I didn't see anything. Tan Hui immediately grew anxious, shining the flashlight around. Retreat. We're not taking anything. Let's head back immediately. Yu Hao decisively turned around, pulling Tan Hui down the stairs. Just as they stepped down 2 steps, both froze in place. A faint sound of crying came from upstairs. It's a child, Tan Hui said, looking at Yu Hao. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Hao nodded and returned. Pressing against one side of the room, they quickly swept the flashlight across the rows of shelves in search. In the middle section, they spotted a child crouched over what appeared to be a body of a pharmacy worker. Yu Hao ignored it and continued checking other shelves. Only after ensuring there were no other living beings around besides the child did he let out a sigh of relief. It seems that was the child we just saw, and he's all alone. Let's go check it out. The two approached and finally got a clear view. Indeed, it was a child dressed in children's clothing crying over the body of someone who appeared to be a pharmacy staff member. There was no danger, after all zombies could. Both squatted down simultaneously, and Tan Hui reached out toward the child. Little one. But just as he spoke, a sudden change occurred. A tiny arm plunged straight into Tan Hui's heart. While Yu Hao had yet to react, the small figure had already opened its mouth to bite at his neck. Though its mouth was small, its teeth were extremely sharp. Ugh. Cough. Yu Hao's eyes bulged, blood erupting from his throat. After a series of rapid flesh-tearing sounds, bones shattered. The child's entire face was almost buried in Yu Hao's neck, gnawing through his cervical vertebrae. Tan Hui, still alive, watched helplessly as Yu Hao's neck was bitten, his head barely hanging on by the skin at the back. Until Yu Hao's head hung limply back, the last glimmer in Tan Hui's eyes vanished, and the pharmacy returned to a deathly silence. Inside the welcome hotel, Ding Jia anxiously waited by the window. It had already been over 10 minutes. Logically, they should have returned quickly after getting the medicine. But now there was not a single sound. Could something have gone wrong? Ding Jia glanced outside, and then back at his mother, who was still in a coma. Every minute and second felt like torment. Just as he was monitoring, Ding Jia's pupils suddenly dilated as a car drove into view, stopping at the pharmacy entrance. 3 fully armed individuals got out of the car, some with bows on their backs, and others with guns. The leader turned to speak, and as Ding Jia barely caught a glimpse of that person's face, his heart raced wildly. Almost uncontrollably, he turned around and shouted, "Aliens have come to save us." Aliens? Ugh. Shut the hell up. You just attracted all the zombies with your loud noise. One of the tattooed men stepped forward and covered Ding Jia's mouth, saying, "Damn it. You go crazy every day, don't you?" Whoa. Ding Jia struggled with all his might to pull away the tattooed man's hand, excitedly saying, "They're right outside, just look." The tattooed man peered out the window, then shot an annoyed glance at Ding Jia, saying, "Where are they? Just because you're a crazy girl doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. If you dare to speak recklessly again, I'll really hit you. Put on your helmets. Why are you taking them off?" Inside the pharmacy, Su Jin spoke with dissatisfaction. "You didn't wear yours either." Chengdu scoffed. "That thing is suffocating and obstructs my view. I can't even shoot fire. The danger isn't high right now. Let's just put them on when we get to the hospital." "Yeah, director, don't get hung up on it. We're not like you. Only you need the helmet. Damn it, you all just want to irritate me. Turn on the flashlight. Go upstairs to grab the medicine and leave as soon as you're done." "Aren't we going to grab some regular medicine? There's a ton of stuff in the neighborhood that we can't even use up. It's unnecessary to waste time and space. You two go ahead, and I'll follow behind to cover you." The two led the way. Su Jin followed behind, opening his bag in front of him. With a swift motion of his right arm, a large array of unknown medicines was swept into the bag. Before exiting, he had specifically cleared some space in the bag. Hearing movement from behind Chengdu and Fu, who turned simultaneously, looking at Su Jin with confusion. "I brushed against something, but it's nothing, let's go." The three hurried towards the second floor. When they reached the middle of the stairs, they all paused in sync, looking up. "There's a child crying. There are survivors." Fu, who hurriedly rushed upstairs in a few large steps. Su Jin frowned, leaping into the air and directly jumping onto the second floor, blocking Fu Hu's path. "What are you rushing for? I need to check first." "But it's a child." "Director, what could go wrong?" "Shu. We need to assess the risks first." The three pressed against one side of the room, quickly sweeping their flashlights across the rows of shelves in search. They finally stopped in the center, their beams illuminating a small child curled up on the ground, whimpering. In the room, there were only 3 corpses surrounded by blood, indicating they had probably just died. "This child is lucky. They were fortunate to encounter us." Fu Hu remarked, turning to Su Jin. "Director, should we take them with us? It should be fine to put them in the trunk." Su Jin took a step forward, his gaze fixed on the child, while his other hand rested on the gun's handle. Having eliminated the suspicious creature, Su Jin turned to face Fu Hu and Chengdu. The two stood frozen in place, speechless. After a pause of 1 or 2 seconds, they simultaneously twisted their stiff necks toward him. The child was still crying, and you shot him dead with a single bullet. Director, that was a child. Why did you kill him? Fu Hu finally blurted out, stunned. Exactly. Why? Chengdu's face paled. Su Jin furrowed his brow into a tight knot and squinted as he leaned and closed. A child. What is wrong with you two? How could you possibly miss something so glaring? Leaving aside whether that child might be a latent infected, consider this 3 corpses and 1 child. Where then is the zombie? Zombies, once deprived of targets, rarely roam widely unless provoked by exceptional circumstances. We've checked every floor above and below. Have you seen even a trace of a zombie? Have your minds been stuffed with candles? The moment you see a child, you instinctively rush to save it. The two blinked at each other, then exchanged glances. Hesitantly, Chengdu raised a finger toward the pile of Isn't the zombie right there? 1 corpse has a wound piercing its heart, the other 2, a man and a woman, fought the zombie to the death. The child hid while his parents sacrificed themselves, and only then emerged. Yes, that's precisely what I thought too. Even if the child might be infected, he shows no symptoms now. There was no need to execute him outright. Huh. Su Jin turned bewildered. Upon closer inspection, he realized. Indeed, it was true. 1 corpse lay sprawled on the ground, heart, pierced mouth, smeared with blood. Another had its neck torn open, clearly bitten by the first corpse. The third lay face down, long hair fanning across the floor, unmistakably female. Su Jin scratched his cheek, lost in confusion. So, he'd simply failed to observe carefully enough. Director, was this a case of mistaken killing? Chengdu stammered. Mistaken killing? What mistaken killing? There is no such thing. Su Jin's gaze hardened as he fixed it upon them. We lack the means to verify who among the infected wears human guise. Remember this well. Under any circumstance, a lone individual is to be treated as a zombie, by default. Without waiting for their response, Su Jin strode forward to inspect the scene. He lifted the child's body, and recoiled sharply. You two come here now. His voice rose in urgency. Fu Hu and Chengdu rushed over immediately. Look closely, what do you see? They stared, and their expressions shifted instantly, a chill of dread gripping their hearts. The child's mouth bristled with needle-sharp teeth flecked with fragments of flesh and fresh blood. Clearly, he was the true predator. This is a disguised infected. Body temperature is off. It's a zombie. Su Jin pressed 2 fingers against the corpse's neck, his face grim. Zombies are evolving. They're developing cognition. Only days have passed since the apocalypse erupted. At this pace, the convergence of disguised infected and zombies is all but inevitable. This intelligence must be relayed immediately, and we must hasten to secure our foothold. Bowing his head once more, Su Jin continued his examination, separating the 3 bodies. The woman died longest ago. These 2 men perished recently. Yes, they ventured out for medicine. They likely belonged to a group sheltering together, including elders. Gazing upon the 2 male corpses, Su Jin sighed, and gently closed their wide-open eyes. Fell victim to the zombie's ruse. Perhaps these 2 possessed integrity, risking themselves for their group. Such people will grow ever rarer. Fu Hu and Chengdu exchanged somber glances. Stay vigilant, both of you. My earlier order stands beyond the residential compound. Treat every stranger as maximum threat. After issuing the warning, Su Jin frowned, still unsatisfied, and looked up at them. TCH, how exactly did you 2 serve in the military? Your risk awareness is worse than mine. Well, Fu Hu muttered, how could we compare to you, Director? You've conducted missions overseas. I served 2 years, but sustained a lumbar injury during training and was discharged. And you? Surely you're unblemished. Su Jin turned to Chengdu. His face stiffened. And you? Surely you're unblemished. Su Jin turned to Chengdu. His face stiffened. I was asleep one midnight when someone dragged me from bed, and the next day I was dismissed. Fu Hu leaned in, puzzled. You're joking. Just for sleeping. Exactly. Even my comrade was dismissed the same way. Maybe our emotional intelligence was too low and we offended someone. Chengdu mumbled, awkward. Enough. No more chatter. Find the medicine now. We depart immediately. Medicine secured, the 3 climbed into the vehicle and resumed their journey. Su Jin pointed ahead. Just beyond lies Longshan Middle School, likely swarming with zombies. Stay alert, avoid obstacles, and accelerate through. Understood. Fu Hu gripped the steering wheel and floored the accelerator, surging forward. Within less than a kilometer, they entered Longshan Middle School's vicinity. As the scene unfolded before them, Su Jin and his companions felt their scalps prickle with dread. Zombies, far more numerous than anticipated. Over 100 stranded in the street by the torrential downpour. Umbrellas littered the pavement everywhere. Their attire clearly marked them not as students. The moment the car appeared, the zombies ahead pivoted in unison, then charged down the road, converging toward the vehicle. Fu wrenched the steering wheel, veering toward the thinnest part of the horde. In this heavy rain, why would so many people be outdoors? Are they all parents picking up their children? Chengdu clutched the side handle, face contorted in shock and fury. Damn it! Such a thing exists. Su Jin's expression darkened. Steady, we'll push straight through. The sidewalk isn't narrow, drive over it. Right. Gritting his teeth, Fu swerved sharply, dodging the main horde onto the pedestrian path. Within moments the horde receded dozens of meters behind them. Su Jin glanced back, memorizing the zombies' distribution with precision. Their movement was swift, nearly 20 kilometers per hour, but without external stimulus their positional shifts remained minimal. They would soon retrace their route. Mapping the zombies' locations now would allow optimal path planning. To the side within the school grounds, visible through the iron fence, dense clusters of zombies stirred restlessly. Watch out! Chengdu shouted suddenly. A thunderous crash echoed from the front of the car. A zombie in school uniform, clutching a fake flower, was already sprawled across the hood. Judging by its attire, it had likely been a student assigned to welcome officials, now transformed, wandering out alone. Holy hell, an usher zombie. Hit! Su Jin roared. Fu slammed the brakes, hurling the student zombie several meters away. Go now. The engine roared back to life, leaving the horde far behind. Still shaken, Su Jin turned to Fu, whose face had gone ashen. Old Fu, just how competent is your driving? With only a few zombies ahead, you still collided. That zombie was still some distance away when I first saw it. It's not old Fu's fault. The creature moved unusually fast, far exceeding ordinary zombies. It was likely an athlete in life. Chengdu interjected. How do you know it was an athlete? Su Jin turned back. I just know. Enough, don't distract old Fu. The journey ahead proceeded smoothly, and the vehicle gradually came to a halt before the main gate of Longshan Medical University. The gate stood tightly shut. Su Jin observed the surroundings from inside the car, confirming the absence of zombies nearby. Su Jin stepped out and hurried toward the gate. With a single shot, he shattered the lock and pulled open both iron gates. The vehicle rolled safely onto campus grounds and stopped on the sports field, while all three disembarked. Glancing around, Su Jin retrieved a map given by Sunya from his chest and said the situation is relatively favorable, better than anticipated. However, according to Elder Sun's intelligence, student activity within remains unusually frequent. It will be dim indoors. Old Fu, you'll lead the advance and maintain vigilant defense. Chengdu and I will cover you from behind. We'll enter via the teaching building. Less than 200 meters separate us from the staircase descending underground. Though we carry firearms, we should minimize their use. The noise is excessive. I fear attracting zombies from other floors. Where possible, rely on bows instead. That concludes all essential instructions. Do either of you have questions or lingering concerns? None, they replied in unison. Good. We'll depart shortly, just a moment longer. Su Jin raised his gaze skyward. Wait for what, director? For the clouds to gather. The three moved forward in single file, scanning each step as they approached the teaching building. Reaching the entrance, Su Jin took a deep breath and slipped swiftly inside. Directly facing the entrance stood a broad staircase. They took cover beneath its landing and cautiously peered into the corridor to the right, where a dozen shambling zombies stood haphazardly. This corridor was the sole passage leading to the underground laboratory. Director, how do we get through? There's no avoiding direct confrontation, and inevitably considerable noise. Let's first descend to observe from above. Hush! The more movement, the greater the risk. Su Jin pressed a finger to his lips and tilted his head intently, observing the corridor. I'll strike first this time. You two provide archery support. If necessary, use flashlights to divert the zombies' attention. As he spoke, Su Jin removed his shoes. Chengdu glanced down. His eyes flickered with bewilderment. 3 layers of socks. The director wore 3 layers. Moreover, the soles bore rubber-like anti-slip pads. Su Jin suppressed his breathing and gently placed his shoes upon the floor. Then methodically he detached every small object liable to clatter, handing each piece to Fu. Director, what exactly are you planning? Fu whispered low. I'll flank them, launching a pincer assault from both ends. Ideally, I'll eliminate them all alone. Without another word, Su Jin planted his right foot and launched upward, stepping squarely onto the wall, scaling straight to the ceiling. Then like a gecko, he traversed the corner, propelling himself along both corridor walls with precise rhythmic thrusts. 2 zombies appeared directly beneath him. Su Jin dropped silently, drawing 2 meticulously honed screwdrivers from his waist, and drove them deep, true, and lethal into the zombies' hearts. Years of anatomical study and relentless zombie hunting, coupled with enhanced speed and low light, rendered this strike virtually infallible. Both creatures crumpled instantly. Su Jin rebounded off the wall, returning seamlessly. The thud of the first 2 corpses had already drawn the attention of the others. Su Jin flowed across the ceiling, darting to the rear of the clustered zombies. He descended once more, striking 2 more zombies with lightning precision. Chengdu crouched in shadow, watching that black silhouette weave through 3 dimensions, harvesting life with chilling efficiency. His face stiffened. My heavens. So the director's strength truly surpasses expectation. No doubt, he outmatches both of us combined. And this is still daylight. He hasn't yet reached his— Fu Hu murmured softly, eyes never leaving Su Jin's figure bow drawn taut, an arrow poised. You don't know. He sleeps only 3 or 4 hours daily. The rest he spends hunting zombies or refining techniques. Yet he seems remarkably energetic. He appears to recharge rapidly under sunlight. I suspect his peak strength exceeds even mine, but his endurance likely falls short. As they spoke, the dozen zombies lay motionless. Chengdu and Fu Hu exchanged a glance and emerged from cover. Su Jin paused, a faint sheen of sweat glistening on his brow. The corridor faced north. Shaded yet cloud-diffused light lent sufficient visibility. This maneuver had pushed him near his limits. Such exertion wouldn't exhaust him so deeply in absolute darkness. Director, absolutely incredible. Chengdu kept his voice hushed, thumb raised high. Su Jin nodded soberly. Ordinary zombies no longer pose existential threats. Only numbers do. One pair of fists cannot withstand countless hands. Remain vigilant. Our abilities originated from zombies. No one knows whether mutated variants possessing similar powers may emerge. Ahead I've already scouted. Only 2 or 3 remain. I'll neutralize them. But interior conditions are precarious. Crouch low when passing windows. Avoid detection. Once we reach the far end, we're home. All proceeded flawlessly, straight to the laboratory door. Su Jin reached out and tried the handle. It refused to budge. His pulse quickened. This steel door was heavy-duty, fitted with a blast-resistant observation window. Per Elder Sun's guidance, though backup power existed, it would long since have depleted at this hour. The outer door was designed to unlock automatically upon power failure. If it remained sealed, breaching it would be nearly impossible. What's wrong, Director? Something's amiss. The door won't open. It shouldn't be like this. Anxiety tightened Su Jin's features as he peered through the reinforced window. Inside lay utter chaos. After brief reflection, Su Jin tapped sharply on the window. Seconds later, a face lit with stunned elation appeared behind. Su Jin froze, then turned sharply toward Fu Hu and Chengdu. Hold the stairwell entrance. Let no zombie pass. He pivoted back and silently mouthed words to the figure beyond the window. I'm here to rescue you. 2 more faces soon joined the first. 3 survivors, an elderly man and 2 students. They rushed to disengage the internal locks. Moments later, the door swung open. Su Jin darted inside and sealed it firmly behind him. The 3 surged forward, tears glistening with raw emotion. Are you military personnel? Have you come specifically to save us? What's happening outside? The elder fired rapid questions. Su Jin inclined his head. One thing at a time. How many of you are there? Just the 3 of us. Fortunately, supplies of food and water allowed us to endure, though another 2 days. We'd likely have perished. A student choked back sobs. Are the lab mice still alive? Are fluorescent sodium and portable UV lamps intact? A batch of our experimental mice has died, but 80 remain. All other materials are accounted for. Gather everything, immediately. We depart without delay. Without hesitation, they sprang into action, joyful, efficient. Within minutes, they stood before Su Jin laden with supplies. Hand them over. I'll join my teammates outside. You go first. After verifying the inventory, Su Jin gestured outward. Grateful, they hurried toward the exit. In the next instant, 3 gunshots rang out. 3 bodies collapsed. Blood spread across the floor. Su Jin swayed slightly, closed his eyes, exhaled deeply, and vanished through the doorway, clutching the supplies. Jiang Chun carefully placed the sodium fluorescent and the portable ultraviolet lamp into the document case strapped across his chest, then picked up the cage and stepped out of the laboratory. Fu Hu and Chengdu immediately approached with Chengdu spoke first. Director, there were survivors inside. Did you kill them? Though the lab door was thick, the 3 gunshots had still echoed unmistakably. Jiang Chun remained silent for a moment before nodding in quiet acknowledgement. At first glance, the 3 individuals appeared entirely unremarkable. Even in his professional judgment, they seemed fundamentally safe. Yet the laboratory should not have contained such an abundance of food, meaning these 3 had taken refuge there only after the catastrophe began. What transpired in between remained utterly unknowable. All were medical students, even if one had been splashed by rain or sustained minor injuries. Their instinct for survival would never compel them to confess. Moreover, infection and mutation followed a latent progression. And even if they truly posed no threat, Jiangchen simply lacked the capacity to rescue them. For there loomed another critical problem: no spare seats. The vehicle accommodated only 3 passengers. Every other inch was crammed with equipment, leaving no room for 3 additional people. They could force themselves in, but doing so would severely impede Chengdu's mobility and combat readiness in the rear seat. Acquiring a second vehicle would multiply risk. Placing them atop the car might provoke panic-induced screams. With himself, Fu Hu, and Chengdu entrusted with the lives of over 100 residents, he could not afford even the slightest added danger during the return journey. When survival hangs in the balance, the desperate will do anything, and no act should surprise him. A pronounced, uncontrollable variable, one that must be eliminated preemptively. This at least was the kindest aid he could offer, death delivered swiftly, without suffering, while hope still flickered in their final moments. One of them was injured. I had no choice but to act decisively. And as I've already stated, any living thing encountered before returning home is to be terminated on sight. If hesitation grips you, employ subtlety, strike from behind. That just now was precisely the standard. Follow my lead. No mercy, no hesitation. The lives of more than 100 souls rest upon our shoulders. Let's go. Jiang Chun glanced down briefly at the mice squirming within the cage. 80-odd mice filled the sizable cage. Any abrupt movement might trigger rustling sounds, drawing the attention of nearby zombies. Yet retreat was inevitable. Exiting the teaching building meant completing 90% of the mission. They descended the stairs to the ground floor and retraced their original path. Jiang Chen's gaze kept drifting toward the cage. Fortunately, the malnourished rodents huddled motionlessly in tight clusters, silent compliant. Just past the midpoint of their descent, a muffled thud, followed by clattering metallic echoes, began reverberating downward from the central staircase directly opposite the main entrance. The trio froze instantly, halting mid-step, eyes locking ahead, watching helplessly as a guitar-wielding zombie tumbled headlong down the stairs, limbs flailing. The instrument shattered upon impact. The sharp resonant burst jolted nearby zombies into violent reaction. Jiang Chun whipped his head toward the nearest window. Classroom zombies were already surging toward the entrance, slamming against the door. The door banging triggered a cascading wave of movement. Within seconds, the entire corridor erupted in deafening chaos. Out the window, Jiang Chun gritted his teeth, drove his elbow through the adjacent pane, and leapt outside. Fu Hu and Cheng Du followed, instantly scrambling through the shattered frame. A cacophony of shattering glass erupting behind them. Jiang Chun led the flight, glancing back, and recoiled inwardly. Dozens of zombies from the upper floors had smashed through windows and plummeted straight down. Several wore uniforms, moving with unnatural speed and agility. Instantly, Jiang Chun recognized them, evolved specialized zombies. By rough estimation, the three of them might not even outrun these mutated horrors. Damn it, the student council zombies. How fast they've become. Chengdu roared in fury while sprinting, simultaneously yanking a tripping wire from his belt and hurling it backward. But momentum and urgency robbed him of precision. None of the three wires struck true. God damn it, rotten even in death. A searing heat flared in Jiang Chen's chest. Though they still had 50 meters to cover, technically safe, they risked being overtaken. Their vehicle required acceleration time. If cornered mid-launch, disaster would follow. They needed sufficient margin to clear the gap before the engine reached full power. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun thrust the mouse cage into Chengdu's hands and bellowed at Fu Hu. Old Fu, you go first. I'll launch you forward. What? Before Fu Hu could react, Jiang Chun lunged forward, rolled, and braced his palms against the ground, shoulders arched. His core coiled upward, back arching, legs coiling like springs, ready to unleash explosive force. Fu Hu grasped the intent, launched himself skyward, knees bent, aiming squarely for Jiang Chen's feet. Two men famed for raw strength pushed off simultaneously, 4 feet meeting in thunderous repulsion. Fu Hu shot forward like a cannonball, skidding violently across the pavement until he slammed to a halt directly before the car. Without pause, he drew his bow and loosed arrows at the advancing horde. Earlier, Jiang Chun had insisted he purchase supplementary gear, including accessories. This compound bow featured a rapid-fire mechanism, capable of loading 7 arrows at once. Though none fell dead, the 2 leading zombies were knocked flat by the volley. Jiang Chun surged upright, matching Chengdu's pace in parallel sprint. Chengdu, turn around. Understanding flashed in Chengdu's eyes. Jiang Chun seized his collar and hurled him toward the vehicle. At that very instant, Chengdu activated his ability, and the spectacle left Jiang Chun utterly staggered. Yes, Chengdu was indeed gliding backward, but instead of the anticipated fiery propulsion, his trajectory defied physics with surreal elegance. One leg extended perfectly backward, the other lifted high behind him, resembling a wuxia master executing a gravity-defying aerial retreat. Director, I'll hold them off. No problem. Even mid-glide, Chengdu clutched the mouse cage tightly while whipping another tripping wire toward the zombies with his free hand. This time facing them, heat in his aim proved devastatingly precise. 2 wires felled 2 more zombies. Fu Hu, spotting their approach, snapped his bow shut and slid into the driver's seat. In the next heartbeat, Jiang Chun and Fu Hu vaulted into the vehicle. The engine roared to life, and the pursuing horde vanished into the rearview mirror. Inside, all 3 gasped raggedly, eyes hollow with exhaustion. After a long silence, Chengdu twisted toward Jiang Chun. Director, was that move cool? Wasn't it epic? I practiced it secretly. You had no idea? Cool. Though it'd have been cooler without nasal flame. Your nostrils are practically dripping. Impossible. I cleaned them before we left. Then wipe your chin. Damn. Why is it half dry, half slimy? It should have fully charred by now. Enough. Check the mice. Jiang Chun snatched the cage and inspected its occupants, alive, unharmed. Only then did he exhale, tension finally ebbing. This sortie yielded extraordinary intelligence. The city's condition far exceeds our worst projections. He took a slow sip of water. Voice grim. Zombie evolution proceeds at an unimaginable pace, and our encounter rate is alarmingly high. We cannot linger here. Upon return, we accelerate preparations, aiming to assemble and depart with a convoy for the military base within 1 week. Ding Jia nodded. Huabai stepped forward and untied her restraints. The moment the ropes fell away, Ding Jia slapped Huabai across the face with a sharp, "What do you mean, director?" Fu Hu focused on driving. Su Jin replied, "When we arrived just now, the horde of zombies in the school had already begun to move. I'm worried that if we encounter the cars outside the school gate, there might be complications." There were quite a few parents picking up their children, and many cars lined the roadside. That area was exposed, and there were too many zombies. If any noise was made, the zombies within the school might swarm out. If it were just ordinary zombies chasing us, that would be one thing. However, considering the evolution of zombies we have discovered so far, with the number of zombies on the school playground, there must be a few lurking inside. The special types pose the greatest potential threat to us. Don't we have an alternate route? Yes, we will evaluate the situation at that time, but the risks are hard to measure. Based on what we saw on Central Avenue, the debris in the small roads must be quite severe, and the noise from driving will definitely be considerable. After finishing his words, Su Jin sighed and said, "I once discussed with Old Sun whether we should establish a base in the city or go to the military district to set up a small community. It was only because potential infected individuals were discovered later that I agreed to Old Sun's plan. But looking at it now, I was wrong from the start. There are too many unknown risks in the city, and we cannot foresee them. It's really difficult to please everyone." Fu Hu sighed. The vehicle returned along the same route. They were already nearing Longshan Middle School, and all three inside the car were tense, their eyes focused ahead. Fu Hu unconsciously pressed his lips together, gripping the steering wheel tightly. The situation ahead was not good. Indeed, as Su Jin had predicted, some zombies from within the school had been drawn out. At the school gate, several welcoming zombies holding flowers and wearing little hats emerged. They swayed and searched for targets. However, there was still a side route that could be passed quickly. With the vehicle's speed, they successfully passed through, and it wasn't difficult to shake off the horde of zombies. The situation is manageable. It seems we need to choose the small path. Old Fu, be careful of the athletic zombies. Don't fall for it again. I know, Fu Hu replied, slamming the accelerator. The vehicle sped towards the direction of Seeing the vehicle approaching from a distance, the welcoming zombies packed tightly waved their fake flowers and surged forward. The friction and collision among the zombies caused a sudden increase in their agitation. The zombies within the school suddenly erupted, collectively rushing towards the outside, with many even vaulting over the iron railings. What's happening? Su Jin's face changed drastically. This was unusual. The sound of the vehicle alone shouldn't provoke such a violent reaction from the zombies. Moreover, it had been validated during our arrival. Even if the sound of the vehicle increased, the zombies within the school shouldn't have reacted this strongly. Moreover, it had been validated during our arrival. Even if the sound of the vehicle increased, the zombies within the school shouldn't have. In a state of anxiety, Su Jin was still contemplating strategies when Shang had already rolled down the window, his head not sticking out, but cursing loudly. Damn. These zombies were all attracted by those welcoming zombies. Su Jin's expression changed instantly as he realized the root of the problem. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. A local jingle mixed with cheerful shouts penetrated their ears. On the silent street, it was incredibly jarring and clear. Su Jin caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and suddenly saw several welcoming zombies with speakers at their waists. It seemed that the collision among the zombies had turned on the speakers, and they had even thoughtfully covered them with plastic bags. Otherwise, they wouldn't be functional even now. Su Jin gripped his gun, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, filled with rage. How could this happen? This is just insane. That bastard who made students hold meetings in the rain. He better not be in trouble. Crash through them, Su Jin commanded, and Fu Hu slammed the accelerator to the floor. The zombies had already made early abnormal movements, and many had run onto the sidewalks. Though this would affect the vehicle's movement, fortunately, there weren't many. Only a few. When the car sped past, it immediately knocked two zombies flying. The remaining debris on the ground didn't have time to dodge. Inside the car, the three of them were jolted continuously, their heads banging against the interior. Su Jin held tightly onto the cage, desperately protecting the little. Fu Hu's hands gripping the steering wheel had turned pale, and after a few breaths, he yelled, "We made it." Up ahead. Before he could finish, a piercing sound rang out. The entire vehicle began to skid, uncontrollably twisting its path. Fortunately, Fu Hu still clung to the steering wheel without letting go, and the vehicle gradually stabilized. A large number of zombies continued to chase from behind. Chung, with a pale face, asked, "What's wrong, old Fu? Is the car malfunctioning?" Fu Hu's expression darkened. "It seems something is stuck in the wheel hub. If we keep going, the car might get stuck." "Slow down." Su Jin turned back to observe and ordered in a deep voice. "We can't slow down. Slowing down is too dangerous. There are fast runners among those zombies, and if they catch up and climb onto the car, I told you to slow down, so slow down. Su Jin shouted. Fu had no choice but to calm down and began to gradually ease off the accelerator. The vehicle's speed decreased, and the zombies behind continued their pursuit. Although the current situation indicated that it was unrealistic for them to catch up to the car considering the vehicle's condition. It was hard to say for those behind. Fu and Chung were anxious, but they didn't dare to contradict Su Jin's decision. After a moment, Su Jin gave another order. Chung, go to the back and activate the bomb, set a 1-minute timer. Do you remember how to operate it? I remember. Chung replied and leaned halfway out of the rear window, beginning to operate the timer on the gas canister. After a simple operation, the timer was set, and Chung pulled out a small knife from his waist to cut the rope binding the gas can bomb. Bang, bang, bang. The gas canister rolled towards the horde of zombies and was soon submerged, disappearing from sight. Seeing that the bomb was properly placed, Su Jin turned back, squinting his eyes to observe the rearview mirror. Originally, a group of parent zombies should have been at the front, but under the summoning of the welcoming zombies, the zombie students that had climbed over the wall had already taken the lead. Although they were all moving at sprinting speeds, the speed of the student zombies was clearly higher than that of the parent zombies. Fu and Chung were already sweating profusely from their foreheads in anxiety. At that moment, Su Jin's pupils flickered with light as he clenched his fist tightly. Fall. The command slipped from his lips, causing the horde to momentarily hesitate, the zombies tumbling over each other in a massive pile. The horde that had been sprinting at high speed suddenly slowed down. In an instant, the crisis significantly diminished. Damn. Fu and Chung were both shocked. Director, how did you do that? Do you have other abilities? Is this telekinesis? Chung asked eagerly. Fu's stiff face regained its smile. What a powerful ability. No wonder you are the director. How could you keep such a trump card hidden until now? The greatest weakness of zombies is their pants. After all, without the ability to pull up their pants, their mobility decreases in proportion to how much their pants slip down. This phenomenon was observed by Su Jin during his hunts against numerous zombies, and it is an obvious issue. Considering this characteristic, it proves to be quite advantageous for him, as his abilities enhance his speed and agility during night operations. Initially, Sunya suggested that he act quickly while the weather was still cold. He outright rejected the idea, not only to ensure the safety of Fu and Chengdu, but also due to this consideration. The ice on the zombies had not melted, making it difficult for their pants to fall off. Now that this group of zombies consists of students, this weakness has been greatly amplified. The students' uniforms are already quite baggy. Just a few casual movements could lead to them slipping down to their crotch. With the extreme speed of the zombies, running for too long might even cause their shoes to fly off. His initial discovery has now been perfectly validated. The vehicle was still in motion, but the body felt noticeably unstable, and they dared not accelerate too quickly. The exact situation could not be determined without getting out of the car. It could be that a zombie's severed limb or clothing got caught in the wheel hub, or it could be damage caused by debris on the sidewalk. No matter how you looked at it, the current situation, the vehicle could break down at any moment. Fu drove with a heavy heart and asked Director, what do we do if the car breaks down? Abandon the vehicle and walk. We'll seek refuge in a building and try our best to reduce the distance to home. If a zombie's severed limb affects the car, continuing to drive might wear down the muscle. As soon as Su Jin finished speaking, a loud explosion echoed from behind. Both Su Jin and Chengdu turned to look, and the previously set time bomb had exploded. The horde of corpses was tossed aside, and the zombies that had been chasing the vehicle were immediately attracted by the tremendous noise. Beautiful, Chengdu exclaimed excitedly, waving his hand. Su Jin also smiled. It seemed that bringing a sound source to attract the zombies' attention was indeed the right choice. Director, there's a problem. With Fu's panic shout, he immediately pressed the accelerator to the floor. What are you doing? Su Jin and Chengdu turned back simultaneously, and the sight before them was like descending into hell. Perhaps it was due to the tremendous noise from the previous gas tank explosion. From the windows of the residential and commercial buildings on both sides, a large number of zombies broke through the windows and jumped down from the floors. This quickly triggered a chain reaction, with glass flying in all directions as zombies rained down. The zombies jumping down from the upper floors, lacking a sound source to attract them, immediately fixated on the swiftly moving vehicle. They had made a mistake. Su Jin's mind buzzed, and these 3 words flashed through his head. Chengdu, hurry and set the timer for the second bomb. Set it for 10 minutes. Chengdu trembled as he reached out to set the bomb, his face pale. Zombies continued to jump from the buildings on either side, the noise dense, as if a glass factory had exploded. The chaos spread and worsened, with zombies beginning to jump down from the buildings ahead. Most of the zombies fell and broke their bones, but still crawled frantically to chase the vehicle. A few seemed particularly special, jumping directly from the building into the middle of the street. The horde was converging. A massive tide of corpses was beginning to brew. From above, zombies began to appear on the intersecting roads. The solitary vehicle appeared to be fleeing from a cloud of darkness. There were still a dozen unusually fast zombies trailing behind the vehicle. Su Jin tightly gripped the handrail as the vehicle started to shake violently due to excessive acceleration, and the speed began to decrease. If this continued, coupled with the road conditions filled with debris, a breakdown was a certainty. Even if they did not break down, they wouldn't be able to outrun some of the unusually fast zombies which posed the greatest threat. If they were caught by the special zombies and overwhelmed by the tide of corpses, the three of them would undoubtedly die. Foo-hoo. Su Jin scanned for a location until he locked onto a mall, decisively shouting full speed ahead. Park at the mall, and you two take the supplies and walk back to the community. If there's no chance to return, then act accordingly. After speaking, he took out some sodium fluorescent and a portable UV light from his chest and handed them to Chengdu in the back seat. What about you, Director? Chengdu asked anxiously. While the car is still operational, I'll drive and lure the zombies away from you. As long as I get indoors, I'll be safe. Su Jin's tone was urgent. Don't worry, these zombies are not agile enough to harm me in the dark. If I can hide until nightfall, I can get home safely. Don't ask anymore. Oh, just follow my plan. Fu-Hu fell silent, driving straight toward the mall. In half a minute, the vehicle reached the entrance of the mall. The three of them exchanged no words. Chengdu and Fu-Hu dashed into the mall, while Su Jin took the driver's seat. Looking back at the horde of corpses, Su Jin turned the steering wheel and returned to the main road. The sound of the car horn echoed continuously in the street. Su Jin multitasked, driving while observing the rearview mirror. The horde had followed closely behind him, with special mutated zombies jumping and pursuing him. Finding a suitable side road, he turned into it and planned to hide inside a building. Su Jin lifted his gaze and scanned the sides of the street. Suddenly, he was startled and blinked rapidly. On the rooftop of a commercial building ahead, it seemed 4 figures appeared, 3 large and 1 small, but they disappeared in the blink of an eye. He wasn't sure if he had seen it wrong. On both sides were residential buildings. After traveling less than 100 meters along the side road, the vehicle suddenly came to a halt. Squinting at the rearview mirror, on both sides were residential buildings. After traveling less than 100 meters along the side road, the vehicle suddenly came to a halt. Squinting at the rearview mirror, 3 zombies leaped in pursuit only 100 meters away. After just a glance, Su Jin quickly pulled out a steel pipe from his chest and pressed it against the car horn. He opened the doors, swiftly exited, and ran toward the left residential building. Inside the Welcome Hotel, there was a deathly silence. The tide of corpses passed by the entrance of the hotel, shocking the people inside. Everyone covered their mouths, tightly fearing to make a sound. At one of the dining tables, Ding Jia was already gagged, tightly bound in a chair, struggling to break free. After a long while, the heavily tattooed man cautiously rose and walked to the window to peek outside. Upon seeing the street scene, he painfully closed his eyes. Zombies wandered everywhere. Previously, 3 or 5 on the street had already terrified people into staying indoors, but now the entire street resembled hell. From any angle, there was no possibility of escape. How could this happen? Who the hell was driving recklessly on the street and honking the horn? That bastard. With a thud, everyone in the room jumped in fright and turned to look at the source of the noise. It was Ding Jia, who had fallen to the ground, crawling toward his mother. Struggling a few times, he finally made it close to his mother, pressing his face against hers. A chilling sensation reached Ding Jia's face. Tears immediately streamed down her cheeks. The heavily tattooed man flew into a rage, grabbing Ding Jia by the neck and growling, "If you make any noise, I'll... Do you understand?" Woo. Ding Jia shook her head while crying, her eyes darting towards her mother. The heavily tattooed man followed her gaze, his eyes twitching slightly, and his heart ached. "Huh. I'll untie you, but you have to keep quiet, okay?" Ding Jia nodded. Huabai stepped forward and untied her restraints. The moment the ropes fell away, Ding Jia slapped Huabai across the face with a sharp crack, so hard that his vision blurred. Huabai froze in stunned disbelief. Everyone else in the room stood utterly paralyzed. "You bastard. I saw aliens. If not for you, my mother would never have died. He'll kill you." Ding Jia lunged wildly, sinking her teeth into Huabai's flesh in frenzied, animalistic bites. "Shut her up, now." Someone hissed from within the room. "You've already gotten 2 people killed. I let you go, and now you dare escalate." Enraged, Huabai hurled Ding Jia to the floor and raised his boot to strike her face. His foot never descended. It hung suspended midair. Every person in the room turned as one toward the rear of the chamber. A sharp shattering sound had just echoed through the space. The upstairs window pane had inexplicably exploded. Huabai swallowed hard, eyes locked on the staircase. Moments later, measured footsteps grew steadily louder, resounding clearly in the ears of all. At the stairwell entrance, 4 figures ascended, 1 man and 3 women. Of the 2 women, one possessed breathtaking, almost ethereal beauty, dressed immaculately. The other bore unremarkable features, yet radiated an uncanny magnetic allure. The man stood tall and broad-shouldered, his countenance fierce and imposing. As for the girl, she appeared an ordinary child of 5 or 6, except her small hands idly toyed with a grotesque palm-sized insect. Seeing no zombies, the crowd exhaled in collective relief. Yet an eerie dissonance settled over them. These forebore no marks of the apocalypse. Their clothes were pristine, their complexions vibrant, utterly out of place. The thin man crawled forward on his belly, pressing himself against Hua Bai's boot, tears streaming from his clenched eyes. Brother, this time we're truly finished. Those two women, absolute masterpieces. Let's each take one. I can't hold back. I'm already aroused. Let's do it fast, then die right after. Hua Bai's face contorted. Terror bloomed across his features. His body felt suddenly alien, betraying him utterly. And the compulsion wasn't drawn toward the most stunning woman, but toward the seemingly plain one beside her. She emanated an unnatural hypnotic power. Aliens. Where are these aliens? The towering man turned toward Ding Jia and spoke first. Keep your voice down. You're asking idiotic questions. Where did you come from? Hua Bai demanded, voice low and seething. As the man continued advancing, Ding Jia cried out urgently. It's true. I've seen him before. And that little girl. They knew the apocalypse was coming. They're here to save us. We just passed by in a car. The man halted, glancing back at the three women. The beautiful woman descended the final steps, her smile radiant as she asked, oh, then tell us, where is he at? He lives in Rinkai Residential Complex, but whether he's still there I don't know. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Hua Bai's sentence shattered mid-word. His skull exploded, gore spraying outward. The man withdrew his fist, shaking viscous crimson from his knuckles. The sudden brutality froze every breath in the room. Then, screams erupted. With a casual, distant flick of her finger, the beautiful woman pierced the scream. Whoever screams next dies first. Silence crashed down like a physical weight. People collapsed, limbs gone slack, tears of utter despair streaming down their faces. These newcomers were no saviors. They were predators. Far more terrifying than any zombie. What madness was this? Why slaughter their own kind? The room fell hushed once more as the four surrounded Ding Jia. Tell us precisely. What do you mean about that little girl and the aliens? Leave nothing out. Ding Jia stared wide-eyed, trembling, uncontrollably lost and hollow before them. WWHYA. If you wish to live, speak. Now. The man bent down, offering a chilling smile as he wiped away her tears. I'll tell you. Her voice quavered as she recounted every detail. The origins, the revelations, the desperate truth. The four exchanged quiet, knowing glance. This sounds intriguing. Those two might be exceptionally nourishing. The girl mused, her tone playful. That driver just now. I sensed his aura. Powerful. A single ordinary human pales beside him. Shall we head straight to Rinkai Residential Complex? I know where it is. Only 3 or 4 kilometers away. Too far. I prefer to clear this area first. The man pondered aloud. That's fine. But if I choose to go ahead, I won't wait for you. I'm going to. The quartet ignored the terrified survivors, entirely immersed in their cold, pragmatic deliberation. Finished questioning her. You're done with her then? The girl pointed at Ding Jia. No one replied. She smiled, then wrapped her arms around Ding Jia's head. In the next instant, she sank her teeth deep. Ding Jia's eyes bulged violently, her skull fractured, life extinguished in an instant. Simultaneously, the plain-faced woman sprang into motion, plunging into the crowd, slaughtering without mercy. With each stride, arterial spray arced through the air, life snuffed out. The beautiful woman knelt, lifting the rigid, petrified, thin man from the floor. Her full, glistening lips drew slowly, inexorably toward his throat. Urine streamed down the thin man's trousers. Before he could utter a sound, her palm pierced his chest. Her teeth clamped down on his larynx. His corpse crumpled to the ground. Blood dripped from her open mouth. The man grinned approvingly, sliding an arm around her waist. Within moments, the hotel lobby lay strewn with corpses, the floor soaked crimson. In the pitch-black stairwell, Su Jin gasped softly as he sprinted upward. At last, 2 mutated zombies had caught up. But the corridor's darkness worked in his favor. Though faster, they lacked his agility. He turned the tables, dispatching both with lethal precision. The car's horn still blared downstairs, drawing scores of zombies. Soon the vehicle would be torn apart. First, he'd reach the rooftop, sunlight to restore his strength, then slip away at midnight toward Rinkai Residential Complex. A faint smile returned to Su Jin's face. This expedition had been fraught with peril, yet all things considered, the outcome remained favorable. So long as Chengdu and Fu, who remained unharmed, all would be well. Neither man was cause for concern. Their capabilities were formidable, and the remaining route held few zombies. Reaching the 5th floor, he reached for the 6th, when calamity struck. His hand brushed the security door beside him. Then, boom, the entire reinforced door exploded inward. The door frame and all hurtled straight at Su Jin, slamming him backward into the opposite security door. Agony ripped through his body. Stars burst behind his eyes. He spat a torrent of blood. Instinctively, he shoved the heavy door off himself, drew his sidearm, and fired without pause. Only between shots did he register his attacker. A hulking, muscle-bound zombie clad in a sleeveless top and athletic pants, coiled, charging straight at him. 2 black blossoms of blood erupted on its torso, yet it didn't flinch. The zombie barreled forward, Su Jin dropped low, kicked off the door behind him, and darted beneath the creature's legs, vanishing into the apartment across the hall. Infiltrating the room, Su Jin hurried to the window and quickly pulled down the curtains. Fortunately, it seemed that the curtains in the other rooms were also drawn. With the curtains in the living room closed, the room was instantly plunged into near darkness. In absolute darkness, his speed and agility would reach their peak. Logically, to deal with such zombies, he should rely on light to enhance his power for effective damage. However, in this environment, the brightness of the light couldn't be increased significantly. Thus, it would be better to switch to night mode, entirely maximizing his speed and agility. Leaping onto the roof, Su Jin grasped the chandelier's pole, holding his breath as he observed below. The living room had an exceedingly high ceiling, and the muscular zombie had already turned back from the doorway, constantly spinning in search of a target. Su Jin's heart tightened. This state was extremely abnormal. Ordinary zombies would sway slightly and wander without external stimuli or a target. They would never exhibit such agile movements. This zombie possessed a strong awareness of seeking out enemies. Having exhausted the air in his lungs, Su Jin flicked his right hand, throwing a small object he had casually picked up from the table towards the distance. The muscular zombie reacted to the sound, running towards the bedroom. Just as it turned its back to Su Jin, he raised his gun and fired. One shot hit the area corresponding to its heart on the back, but it sounded as if it struck bone. The zombie suddenly turned around, ripping apart the wooden bedroom door and hurled the doorknob hard towards the chandelier. The chandelier crashed to the ground. As the zombie grasped the door, Su Jin had already let go and swiftly dropped down. Taking advantage of the sound of the chandelier crashing, he rolled sideways and hid behind the sofa. When he landed steadily, the scene before him startled him to the core. The zombie was still searching for its target in the darkness, but one of its hands was already clutching its heart, actively seeking out enemies using tools and even understanding weak points. This was the most evolved zombie he had ever encountered. The muscular zombie continued to search around, and Su Jin gritted his teeth, raising his gun and aiming at its waist. One shot severed the elastic band of the zombie's sweatpants. Putting away the gun, Su Jin walked along the wall, running directly towards the diagonal position. He positioned himself firmly against the corner of the room. The zombie lunged at the sofa, but missed again, losing its target once more. Su Jin slowly reached for the briefcase at his chest, casually pulling out a box of medicine and tossing it to the ground. The zombie rushed towards the source of the sound, raising its fist to attack the medicine box. Subsequently, one medicine box after another began to fall. The zombie lunged left and right, smashing the entire room. When the 15th medicine box was thrown down, the zombie's massive but crack was laid bare before Su Jin. After 3 more medicine boxes fell, the zombie's sweatpants finally began to slide down rapidly. During the attack on the 3rd medicine box, the muscular zombie stumbled and fell to the ground, landing on one arm. An opportunity arose, and Su Jin did not hesitate. Holding his breath, he kicked off the wall and shot towards the zombie. At the same time, he drew out a screwdriver from his waist, using the force of his body falling to drive the screwdriver deeply into the zombie's back. One strike completed. The muscular zombie collapsed to the ground, motionless. Su Jin's expression showed no joy as he knelt on the zombie's back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Then his body tilted, sliding onto the side while coughing incessantly. Blood splattered across his face as Su Jin raised his hand to cover his face, feeling a deeper bitterness in his heart than the pain in his body. It's too difficult. Really too difficult. He thought he had the ability. But that zombie had seriously injured him with just one blow. He didn't even have the strength to undetectable, disguised, infected, rapidly evolving zombies and hordes of corpses nearly occupying the whole world. How can victory be achieved in such a war? Firearms are still effective and very effective, but can humanity rebuild industry in the future? Any modern product is produced through global cooperation. The endless hordes of zombies have interrupted all production chains. Even if there are existing arms factories to reclaim, what about the raw materials? With industry difficult to restore, human evolution would require hunting down creatures stronger than themselves. In a chaotic train of thought that seemed to last for ages, Su Jin picked up the silver gun and examined it closely, murmuring to himself, "Company, I'm at least working for you. Give me some help. How can an internship be this hard?" Suddenly, a line of large characters flashed before his eyes, and Su Jin disregarded the pain, directly standing up. In that moment, all chaotic thoughts vanished from his mind, leaving only a surge of fiery determination rushing to his heart. Searching around, Su Jin shouted angrily, "Have you been watching all along? Even when I take a shit? Speak up." The space before him was empty, and Su Jin blinked, falling into a daze. Something was off. The notifications from the company, although they would disappear, would never just flash away like that. Moreover, the kind of questioning he just experienced was something the company would never respond to. He often mumbled about the company when he had nothing to do. Even in his most desperate moments, the company had shown no signs of life. Most importantly, the style of speaking. The company had always been cold and indifferent, never like this. Did I lose too much blood earlier and wish too hard for the company's help and created a hallucination? A hallucination. This content is too bizarre to appear in a hallucination. Dizziness washed over him, and Su Jin covered his head and shook it, then began to take deep breaths. A hallucination, or it might truly be a hallucination as his physical condition was too poor. After this diversion, Su Jin completely cleared his mind, looking down at the corpse on the ground. He took a sharp knife from the briefcase and squatted down, beginning to slice the muscular zombie's back, skillfully severing tendons and exposing bones. The heart was laid bare. Su Jin reached in and dug out 2 flesh balls. Examining the 2 flesh balls he held between his fingers, Su Jin couldn't help but no wonder this muscular zombie was so strong, it could grow 2 flesh balls from just one corpse. However, these 2 flesh balls really look like. He sliced through the connective tissue between the 2 flesh balls, lifting one of them while conflicted. Given his current state, consuming 1 flesh ball would certainly lead to some miraculous changes. Most likely, it would be a positive transformation that would enhance his strength. But if his body were to undergo strange mutations, he might not even remain human. And there was also the possibility of falling into a deep coma overnight. But he had no choice. Given his current state, it was difficult to return to the community. Soon, with a firm resolution, Su Jin pocketed 1 flesh ball, holding the other as he approached the window. He pulled open the window, and the remaining sunlight outside blazed like fire. Has such a long time passed? Su Jin looked down at the flesh ball in his palm, then squeezed it tightly. The flesh ball shattered, and scorching energy surged into his body. Su Jin's eyes widened, and he knelt on the ground, blood vessels rapidly appearing in his. With every fiber of flesh feeling ignited by flames, Su Jin tore at his clothes, which shredded apart, revealing his toned upper body. The second transformation was completely different from the first. It was clear and intense, and his spirit felt utterly focused. Astonished, Su Jin's back suddenly bulged. The blazing sun cast its rays on his coiled back muscles, casting a fierce shadow, resembling the face of some ferocious beast roaring between his muscles. Ugh! Su Jin let out a low growl, throwing a punch and striking the wall. The tiles shattered and slowly peeled away, leaving a deep fist mark on the wall. On the 6th floor of the talent community, the atmosphere inside was oppressive. Fu, who had returned successfully, bringing back the necessary supplies. However, the backbone was still missing. Fu Qingdai anxiously kept glancing at the door. It was already late at night, yet Su Jin had still not appeared. Logically, that shouldn't be the case. Fu, who glanced at his daughter, slapped his thigh and stood up, saying, "Should I go out to look for the director?" "Are you crazy?" Sunya coldly reprimanded. "You have no common sense. Just because Shaoli is gone, are you going to give up on life? Going out. It's pitch dark outside. Oh, what can you do other than serve as a meal for the zombies? Sit down. Do you think the director might be dead?" Chengdu said with his face covered. No one in the room dared to respond. At this point, if he still hadn't appeared, it felt like death was imminent. Yet no one wanted to admit this harsh reality. In the end, it was Sunya who spoke up. "If he is dead, we must continue on the remaining path. The things have been brought back, so we must not waste his efforts. You all should rest early. Preserving your strength is more important than anything else. Old Sun is right. I still have some experimental arrangements to make with Old Sun, so if you have nothing else, rest early." Waita said, "Don't worry too much about Shaoli. He is no ordinary person, unlike us. He must have some special means, and will definitely not die easily outside. Maybe when he wakes up, he will open his eyes and see us the next day." Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. The pupils of everyone in the room instantly brightened, and Fu Qingdai jumped up and ran to the door. She opened it, and upon seeing the person in front of her, her eyes instantly moistened as she lunged forward. "Brother." Su Jin smiled slightly, gently stroking Fu Qingdai's hair, then turned to look at everyone. "You're still awake. I'm sorry to have worried you." There were some hiccups in between, but nothing serious. After saying this, Su Jin raised his hand, holding a plastic bag. "On my way back, I saw a cake shop that looked quite upscale with vacuum-packed cakes inside, so I brought some for you." Everyone's gaze turned to the plastic bag. Sun Ya's lips curled up. "You little rascal. You still have the mood to get cake. Hurry up and come in." "Director, you even took the time to change your clothes." Chengdu looked at Su Jin in disbelief, taking in his entire outfit of pure white sportswear and white socks. "You must have just grabbed them from some clothing store. You look quite spirited. All right, let's eat something first and relax." On the 6th floor, the place was brightly lit with candles, and 8 people were seated around the table. A plate of cake was placed in front of one person, and everyone was eating with cream-filled mouths, sweetness filling their heart. No one spoke, but they occasionally exchanged glances. Eating cake under the candlelight, a brief and rare sense of happiness rippled through the small space. Sunya was also enjoying himself. He turned to look at Su Jin, who was smiling and observing everyone. Fu Qingdai had nearly finished her cake, and Su Jin casually pushed his untouched piece toward her. "Brother, why aren't you eating?" Fu Qingdai asked, her mouth smeared with cream. "I don't like eating hydrogenated vegetable oil." Cough, cough. "I'm still not full." Chengdu lowered his head and pinched his nose. Sunya shot Chengdu a sideways glance. "You think you can get full off this? There's some noodles in the kitchen. Go make them yourself." Chengdu pouted and fell silent. Su Jin said once everyone finishes eating, let's clean up the dishes. I found another meatball, and this time I'm preparing it for Qingdai first. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately began to tidy up the plates. Soon a round meatball was placed in the center of the table. Su Jin looked at Fu Qingdai feeling nervous in his heart. The client designated by the company, or rather she is very likely the savior. Although it was not yet apparent what special qualities Fu Qingdai possessed. But he believed that as long as she absorbed this meatball, extraordinary things would surely be revealed. Fu Qingdai pressed her lips tightly, but her breathing had already quickened. She reached out to hold the meatball, and Su Jin directly pierced it with his hand. Fu, who had already prepared himself behind, catching his fainting daughter and carrying her to the bedroom. The others collectively sighed in relief. Let's wait until tomorrow. Everyone who needs rest should go rest. I have some matters to discuss with Old Sun and Old Wei. The others collectively sighed in relief. Let's wait until tomorrow. Everyone who needs rest should go rest. The others collectively sighed in relief. Let's wait until tomorrow. Everyone who needs rest should go rest. I have some matters to discuss with Old Sun and Old Wei. Su Jin countered the experiment is fine. Oh, we can start tomorrow. Just tell me your findings. All right. Su Jin nodded. After I separated from Fu, who I made two strange discoveries. When I was on the road, I saw 4 dark shadows from the rooftop. At that time, I thought it was an illusion due to the emergency situation. However, upon reflection, given my state at that time, such an illusion should not have occurred. Were they survivors? Wei asked. If they were survivors, there is nothing more to say. Su Jin replied those 4 individuals were clearly standing at the edge of the rooftop right above the tide of corpses, and then vanished in the blink of an eye. They couldn't have jumped. This behavior could not possibly be exhibited by survivors, so I suspect they are likely disguised infected individuals, and these 4 may even possess abilities. Zombies also attack disguised infected individuals if they lack the courage, and means they wouldn't boldly stand there. I believe that the disguised infected individuals have already formed a team, which indicates a certain level of cooperation. But how high is that cooperation? Currently, that remains a question. Sunya frowned. Is there anything else? I also encountered a zombie that was consciously protecting its heart. The level of intelligence was beyond my imagination, evolving far too quickly. Su Jin sighed as he spoke. We must accelerate our actions, immediately organize personnel into teams, and establish a convoy to secure our foothold in the military district. Once we successfully establish ourselves in the military district, I believe we should promptly organize a heavy firepower unit. Then using sound to create a tide of zombies, we can annihilate a group of them, at which point we may be able to forge a superpowered army, and we can take our time with subsequent matters. Do you two have any plans to share? The bad news from this outing just keeps piling up, but it's too difficult. Sunya sighed deeply but quickly adjusted his emotions and said that's not how I see it. I think we should first regroup in the military district and then attempt to modify the radio to broadcast messages. The electromagnetic environment is currently very clean, signals are easy to receive, and underwater troops and those inside shelters should still be safe. Well, wait to act until we've communicated with the professional troops. That's not going to work. Wei shook his head. Old Sun, your idea is simply unfeasible. The military district on the outskirts lacks the necessary conditions to achieve the ideal broadcasting range. We need to set up new towers, and we don't have any relevant experts available. If marine life can be infected, the mutations will occur the fastest. The underwater troops must have already been completely wiped out. Staying underwater, the massive energy of the propeller will undoubtedly attract countless zombies, and the pump jet will also be blocked by corpses. We should not even mention the small ground forces. They lack supplies and cannot risk touching the meatball without experiments. There is also a high probability of encountering animal zombies. I think the hope is slim. The city is the safest place. I fully support Xiao Li's plan. We have no other path to take. Advanced evolution drives backward evolution, achieving collective evolution, and then restarting industry. Sigh. Sunya let out a long sigh. Actually, with everything said, I have nothing more to add. Just thinking about our motley crew, it feels like we have to use them as special forces. I truly feel uncertain inside. There's no choice. We must push through with determination. Su Jin slammed the table. You two should rest early. Tomorrow, as soon as you wake up, we'll begin experiments in each building. At the latest, we should wrap everything up in 3 days, and we'll have a team to rely on. Then I'll leave the team to you. I'll go hunt zombies. If possible, it would be best to capture a disguised infected. We still need to understand its motives and behavior patterns deeply. Sunya and Wei both nodded. Sunya then said, Xiao Li, the equipment is ready. We will start the experiment tomorrow. After all, with those few women acting together, everyone knows their dispositions and attitudes towards you and the team. I think it's time to tell them everything that has happened. Okay, I'll announce it to everyone tomorrow. Su Jin nodded. The 2 elders nodded as well, standing up to look at the sleeping Fu Qingdai on the sofa, their eyes filled with anticipation. The prophet in the apocalypse. I hope she can create another miracle. The next day, the sunlight shone brightly. Su Jin stood on the balcony, eyes closed, arms outstretched, basking in the sun. A strong pumping sensation surged through all his muscles, and a slight movement could be felt in his clothes from behind. Just as he was savoring the feeling of his strength, increasing, a shout from Fu, who came from behind. Awake! Su Jin quickly turned and crouched beside the sofa. Fu Qingdai slowly woke up, startled to find herself being stared at by a group of people. Daughter, how do you feel? Do you have any special abilities? Fu Hu hurriedly asked. Fu Qingdai rubbed her slightly messy hair, repeatedly blinking her eyes. I can't quite say. It seems I don't have that kind of aura you mentioned. Dad, bring me the bow to try it out. Fu Hu quickly fetched 3 bows. Fu Qingdai effortlessly drew back the 50-pound bow. The crowd broke into smiles. The 70-pound bow was still a breeze. The smiles of the crowd grew even wider. When she easily drew back the 90-pound bow, Fu Hu could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Great! This strength is indeed significantly greater, and it's not even the limit." Fu Qingdai's lips couldn't help but twitch as well. Finally, she was no longer useless. But upon second thought, her smile faded. What does it mean for me to have eaten pig feed before? Su Jin's face turned stiff as he approached nervously. Qingdai, is there really nothing else besides your strength? The increase in strength is just a standard effect after finishing the meatball. It's a matter of degree. Having great strength is not very useful. Special abilities are I don't have any other feelings. Fu Qingdai weakly responded. Seeing the circle of disappointed gazes, she began to understand. Even outsiders and her parents placed their hopes on her, all waiting for her to exhibit special abilities. But now, it seems she has no abilities at all. Even among those who have used the meatball, she feels like the weakest. The joy of just having gained power completely dissipated. Fu Qingdai's face turned pale as she slowly looked at Su Jin and said, "Brother, am I useless?" "No, that's not true." Su Jin gently embraced Fu Qingdai, softly comforting her, though the bitterness at the corner of his mouth was impossible to hide. "Perhaps your abilities still need exploration. Right now your strength already exceeds that of ordinary people. Remember, it doesn't matter what you can do, what matters is that you are here." Fu Qingdai, feeling utterly dejected, was about to nod when her gaze suddenly shot towards Chengdu. Her gaze was fierce. Chengdu shuddered all over, wrapping his arms around his chest, and exclaimed, "Qingdai, are you all right?" Fu Qingdai's expression gradually softened, revealing a trace of confusion. Just now she felt a cold aura emanating from Chengdu, but as soon as she looked at him, it disappeared instantly. "What's wrong?" Su Jin released Fu Qingdai and asked. "It's nothing. I just want to be alone for a while." The few people in the room dispersed, feeling dejected. An hour later, everyone had finished breakfast. Su Jin scanned the crowd and finally stood up, saying, "Now that everyone has finished eating, there's something important I need to formally address with you all. This is mainly for the ladies among us, as the others already know. I know you must be curious about why I went through so much trouble with old Fu and the others for a day, only to bring back a cage of rats. In reality, this matter is of great..." Su Jin explained the situation regarding the disguised infected. The expressions of the several women in the room changed constantly, eventually stabilizing. "This is how it is, old son, old way, and I have already thought of a solution. As long as we get through this final hurdle, we can form a team and establish a new home. I'm telling you this because you are trustworthy and to ensure your safety. I require you to strictly maintain confidentiality. If this information leaks, it will pose a significant obstacle to our future team organization." Su Jin slammed his fist on the table, looking at the 3 women. "Did you all understand?" Zhang Wan solemnly nodded. "Director, rest assured, I won't let them speak out. If there are issues, you can come to me." Su Jin nodded in satisfaction. After the apocalypse broke out, Zhang Wan became increasingly silent, but she was still in charge of all the household items and resources. There's no need to mention Fu Qingdai as her daughter. Even the usually inconspicuous sister Lu listened to her. "Very good. Let's take a break. We will act soon." Starting from Building 1, Su Jin led a few people to room 201. According to the records in Zhang Wan's notebook, room 201 belonged to a bachelor. When the door was knocked open, a man in a tank top joyfully poked his head out. Seeing Su Jin and the others, he excitedly exclaimed, "Can I finally go out now? Has the government sent people?" Su Jin raised his hand to push him back inside, back to the toilet. The man was nervously shoved back into the toilet, collapsing against the sink. Zhang Wan and the others quickly began checking the surrounding environment, reducing places where the rats could easily hide and making them hard to find, and casually blocked the squat toilet. "You all what? What are you going to do?" the man stammered. Su Jin smiled and said, "You said it correctly. The government is here to save you, but as per their requirements, you need to stay in a closed space for a day to observe. First, it's to keep the team stable and orderly, testing your obedience to orders and psychological endurance. Second, it's to observe for an extra day, since infection has a latent period. Before we come tomorrow, you must remain in this toilet and are not allowed to go anywhere else. If you need to relieve yourself, use a plastic bag. The drain is blocked to prevent small infected animals and harmful gases from entering. There have already been precedents in the neighborhood, so you absolutely cannot open it. During this closed period, remember not to touch any snakes, insects, rodents, or ants. Even if you encounter them, do not hit them to avoid the risk of infection and other diseases. We will seal the door, but we'll leave you a day's worth of water and food. Remember, if the seal is broken, the organization will assume you have voluntarily given up your chance at rescue. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, country, I will definitely obey the orders. The man repeatedly expressed his gratitude as he received the water and food handed to him by Su Jin. Zhang Wan seized the opportunity when the man was not paying attention to place the small mouse hidden in her sleeve in the corner of the restroom. After taking the door key to room 201, the group left the room and locked the outer door. Su Jin handed the key to Zhang Wan with a smile, saying, "This task isn't so difficult, right? From now on we will do it this way. I'll make sure not to mix up the keys." He continued, "Let Cheng Dufu accompany you to handle the rest. I will go outside to hunt zombies, trying to find some meatballs to greatly enhance your abilities. Are you confident, sister-in-law?" Zhang Wan smiled and replied, "Don't worry, director, it will go smoothly." The sun began to set, and Zhang Wan and the others walked out of the building exhausted. Going back and forth to gather supplies took too much time. There were still 2 more buildings left to deal with, but after a short rest, they could return tonight to finish the work. Just as they were heading home, Su Jin appeared with a huge backpack. He looked equally tired, his white clothing already stained with blood, and his entire body was filthy. Unexpectedly bumping into the group, Su Jin took off his coat and the plastic gloves he was wearing, casually tossing them away. "You're just in time, or I found some good stuff today." Saying this, Su Jin opened the briefcase hanging in front of him and pulled out several handguns, distributing one to each person. Cheng Du was stunned, holding the gun and asking, "Director, where did you get these guns?" Su Jin smiled mischievously, pointing his thumb behind him. "I pulled off a job at the police station, 1 gun per person for self-defense. I have plenty of gear in my backpack, so we won't lack firepower for a while. We can discuss the rest." Back on the 6th floor, Su Jin changed into a fresh outfit and sat down at the dining table. Zhang Wan was reporting the situation one by one, while Lu Dajia occasionally added comments. The 2 elders listened quietly. Fu Hu and Cheng Du were distracted, continuously trying to mobilize the power within their bodies. The 2 had basically accepted their roles as muscle, not participating in any intellectual. The only one looking lethargic and in poor condition was Fu Qingdai. "According to today's pace, we should be able to arrange all the residents by tomorrow morning. However, considering the limitation on the number of mice, we need to extract the ones that are problem-free and continue distributing them for experiments later." Zhang Wan finished speaking, and Sunya picked up the conversation. "The restroom is a confined space, and the mice can hardly hide. Based on our previous speculations, the bloodthirsty nature of the disguised infectors is quite strong. In such a private and enclosed space, they won't last a night without attacking, which means we can screen out a portion of people tomorrow. The total number of test subjects is 238. Those screened will all be placed in the Community Activity Center, where there is enough space. We will coordinate resources, uniformly arranging for collective living and dining. After a simple comfort training, we will send a group out to find vehicles. We aim to gather enough vehicles and fuel in the shortest time possible." Su Jin clapped his hands. "Thank you for your hard work, son. I will accompany you tomorrow for the screening and testing. Once this matter is settled, I will go and procure some arms. We will only distribute guns to those we trust." If there's nothing else to add, everyone can dismiss and rest. No one had further objections, and the group dispersed to rest. Only Fu Qingdai hesitated to stay in her seat, lowering her head and remaining silent. Su Jin inquired, "What's wrong, Qingdai? What should I do? Should I just sit here and watch and then accompany you all around?" Having said this, Fu Qingdai looked up and pleaded, "Brother, find me something to do." Su Jin sighed lightly, stood up, and placed an arm around Fu Qingdai's shoulders, gently reassuring her. "Qingdai, it's just that you don't have any special abilities, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Having responsibility and a good mind is better than anything else. There will be very important tasks handed to you later, and only you can accomplish them." "What tasks?" Fu Qingdai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Jin said seriously, "You have predicted the future. Many people in the community know you well. Once the team is formed, you can take a shower and change into clean clothes. From now on, you will be the savior, the hope that everyone holds on to. Isn't that just being a puppet? It's just a facade with no real substance." Fu Qingdai said aggrievedly, "That's wrong. Whatever you do, there must be faith. The country needs a flag and a company needs a trademark. You are the faith of the people. How can you say you are a puppet?" Su Jin continued to comfort her. "Without you, it would be like going into battle without a target, living without a goal. Nothing is more important than this. Anyway, I feel like I'm just a vase." Fu Qingdai said in a muffled voice. As soon as she finished speaking, Fu Qingdai suddenly turned her head, her gaze shooting towards the corner. In the corner, half a head quickly shrank back. "Isn't that Cheng Du?" Su Jin glanced over in confusion, then turned back to ask, "What's wrong?" Fu Qingdai frowned, puzzled. "Brother, I have a strange feeling. Do you think I might have superpowers, but they're just different from yours?" "Feelings? What superpowers?" Su Jin became tense immediately. "When Cheng looks at me, I always feel a chill, like something is off. But I can't pinpoint." Su Jin was greatly disappointed and whispered to Fu Qingdai, "To be honest, I sometimes feel a chill when he looks at me too. This guy has something wrong with him, I've felt that way for a while now. This morning he threw a pair of socks at my bedside like he was sick. Even your dad thinks he's unwell. But he definitely doesn't have any serious issues, or else I would have been in trouble." Oh, Fu Qingdai pouted, counting her fingers. She thought she might have superpowers, but it turned out Chengdu was the abnormal one, and everyone could see it. The next day the group set out again. They started checking from room 201 in Building 1. Upon entering room 201, the seal on the restroom was intact. As soon as the door opened, a man was sitting obediently in the corner. Upon seeing people arrive, he immediately got up and exclaimed excitedly, "You finally came. There are rats here right in that corner. I haven't slept all night fearing it would come near me. There shouldn't be any problems, right? We'll find out if there are any issues after checking. Put your hands out." Su Jin picked up a portable ultraviolet light to inspect the man's hands, feet, mouth, and other areas. There were no glowing signs at all. He waved his hand saying, "All right, you have passed. Take your bedding to the Community Activity Center and wait for arrangements. Here's your identification tag." After saying this, Su Jin handed over a tag with the number 001 written on it. The man was overjoyed, holding his belongings and looking back 3 times as he walked out. After checking the first household and collecting the mice, they proceeded in the same manner. The second, third, fourth households. Everything was normal until the 25th household. Thank you. You finally came to save me." A man with an excited expression continuously thanked Su Jin and the others. Su Jin took the ultraviolet light and shone it on the man's mouth, momentarily stunned. The light around the man's mouth had turned into a mass, clearly indicating he had eaten a rat. Su Jin's lips drooped as his gaze began to scan up and down. In the blink of an eye, Su Jin shattered the man's 4 limbs and stuffed a light bulb into his mouth. Sun Lao and Wei Lao, observing closely, exchanged a glance. Complex emotions flickering in their eyes, elation mingled with deep concern. Their joy stemmed from the proven efficacy of the previously devised protocol, and the capture of a live disguised infected, offering invaluable opportunity for advanced study. Their worry, however, lay in the fact that this creature bore no outward anomaly. Any oversight during mass screening would spell grave peril. Gazing down at the man sprawled on the floor, Su Jin said, "Lao Fu, take the others and continue the sweep. If another disguised infected is found, execute on the spot. If others are present in the same dwelling, kill them all instantly. Anyone sharing quarters with a disguised infected shall be treated as infected without exception. Chengdu, stay behind. You'll accompany me in guarding Sun Lao and Wei Lao while we personally interrogate this infected." Understood. After a swift handover of duties, Su Jin dragged 4 chairs into a semicircle before the man. Tears trembled in the man's eyes as he emitted muffled, desperate pleas. A dull, sickening crack echoed through the room. Su Jin lifted his foot and struck downward, shattering the light bulb inside the man's mouth through his cheek. Cough. Shards of glass lacerated his tongue and gums. Writhing in agony, he rolled across the floor, spitting blood. "I ask, you answer. One wrong word and you die." Su Jin spoke impassively, terse, unyielding. The 2 elders and Chengdu flinched as one. "Why, what did I do wrong?" The man wailed, spewing glass fragments with every sob. Bang! A gunshot tore through the air. The man's right ankle exploded, bones splintering outward as his foot flew off, trailing a thick, gory arc across the floor. Fortunately, the wound lay just below the rope, not binding his ankle, and the cord was drawn so tightly that post-traumatic bleeding remained minimal. "I haven't even begun questioning you. Do not speak unless spoken to." Su Jin lowered his gaze, voice glacial. Chengdu and the 2 elders swallowed hard in unison. Su Jin raised a single finger. "First question, why do you eat people?" "Oh, perhaps you haven't yet. Then let me rephrase, why do you wish to kill? I've never eaten anyone, nor have I ever wanted to kill." The man wept uncontrollably. Still defiant. Su Jin turned to Chengdu and pointed at the man. "Strip him bare, castrate him in 8 pieces. Chengdu faltered for a heartbeat. Then, catching the chilling certainty in Su Jin's expression, he gritted his teeth and yanked the man's trousers down. At that very moment, Su Jin clattered a short blade onto the floor. "Cut!" Trembling, Chengdu picked up the knife and stared blankly ahead, his trembling hand nudging the exposed flesh twice. He glanced back at Su Jin, forcing a weak smile. "Director, judging by its length, 8 pieces seems impossible. Even 3 would stretch credibility. Perhaps we skip this. Then slice vertically first, then horizontally. Fail to comprehend, and I'll mince it into stew meat. What exactly are you trying to do?" The man thrashed violently, screaming curses. Sunya fixed his gaze upon the man's pupils, then murmured to Wei Da, "Pupillary constriction is markedly abnormal. He exhibits genuine fear, not feign. Yet such pronounced reaction only surfaced now. Suggests fear threshold is unusually low." A faint, enigmatic smile touched Su Jin's lips. "How fortunate. So you only feel fear now." Su Jin rose, towering over the man. "Would a normal person devour live rats raw?" "We know everything. There's no point pretending further. Answer truthfully, and you'll earn a swift end. Speak plainly, why do you crave murder, and why consume living flesh? At those words the man's convulsing body froze mid-twitch. His eyes turned feral, locking onto Su Jin. Do you need a reason to eat when you're hungry? Do you still consider yourself human? Wada interjected. Human? The man's gaze darted sideways, his face twisting into a grotesque snarl. Would I stoop to being some base primitive life form? Then when, exactly, did this impulse arise? And why? Wada pressed. How should I know? As he raged, the man lunged forward, biting deep into his own tongue. Half-severed, the organ dangled grotesquely from his mouth when Su Jin fired. The man's head erupted, yolk splattering Chung Du's face. TCH. Ugh, warn me before shooting. It's all over my face. Chung Du wiped the viscous pale yellow fluid from his cheeks, stunned and furious. My apologies, Su Jin offered, turning to the elders. It appears he can no longer speak. Do you believe further study holds value? Sunya and Wei De conferred quietly, then shook their heads in unison, faces grim. Ferocious temperament, survival instinct intact, diminished fear response, overwhelming urge to kill. But cognitive distortion defies scientific explanation. They are in essence sentient zombies, retaining human-level cognition, yet utterly devoid of moral restraint. I see no further questions worth asking. I'll take my leave first. Wei De covered his mouth and stood. Sunya rose immediately after patting Su Jin's shoulder gently. Shaoli, I know your hatred for these monsters runs deep, but your mental well-being matters just as much. Su Jin met Sunya's gaze with quiet reassurance. Chengdu, escort the elders out. I'll conduct further examination. The three departed, pausing before the sealed security door, listening intently. Foolish dog. You think biting your tongue ensures death. No need to rush. Now it's just you and me. I'll personally instruct you how to die. Ugh. Ow. From within the room came a shriek, so harrowing it froze their blood and prickled their scalps. They stared at one another, Wei De swallowing hard. I never imagined Shaoli could be this ruthless. Could he in his frenzy turn on us one day? No. He has enough zombies in the streets to slaughter. Though, we truly must monitor his psychological state. Still, you have to admit, Director inspires profound confidence. Chengdu stroked his chin, sighing appreciatively. The two elders exchanged a look. Sunya spat contemptuously onto the floor, glaring disdainfully at Chengdu. Pa, you're unhinged too. Stealing Shaoli's socks this morning. Do you lack socks? Hey, did you see that? I was delivering socks. Don't misunderstand. That night, the 8-member core team reconvened at base. Zhang Wan held her notebook aloft, reporting. Today we screened 176 individuals. Aside from the latent infected discovered by Director Su, 2 additional cases were identified, and both have been eliminated. The remaining 173 have been relocated to the Community Activity Center. All untested individuals will complete screening tomorrow. As for what follows, Su Jin interjected, the immediate priority is organizing personnel in a supervised units, establishing mutual accountability. We will assemble evacuation convoys as swiftly as possible. And Qing Dai, your most critical task begins now. Rally and inspire every survivor. Mobilization. Fu Qingdai immediately panicked. Brother, I can't do that. Then what can you do? Chengdu raised an eyebrow and interjected. I. Fu Qingdai felt flustered and blurted out, I can collect class fees. Chengdu, are you being serious? My daughter is still a child. Fu Hu exclaimed in anger. Su Jin's smile faded. Qingdai, listen carefully, you don't need to do anything tomorrow. I only need you to take a shower, change into a new outfit, and stand before the crowd looking down at everyone. Make sure you don't get stage fright, don't show any expression, the rest I will. After that you will have another task, but it won't be too difficult. I will personally teach you. Fu Qingdai nodded slowly. Su Jin continued, everyone, we have reached a critical moment today. This can be considered a decisive time for our future fate. I hope you take it seriously, and you must complete any tasks I assign to you thoroughly. If you notice any issues, report them promptly. Fu Hu Chung, do you two go practice your abilities first. Big sister, take Qingdai and Luda Jeb back to organize the files. With a command, several people responded and dispersed to their respective rooms. Sunya and Wei De squinted, waiting for Su Jin to speak. After a while, Su Jin said, you two have been more thorough than I have in the subsequent process. Is there any oversight in this inspection? Sunya shook his head. No, but I made a list of suspicious individuals with Old Wei, and we will focus on monitoring them. We also found a stethoscope in a resident's home. I would like to talk to everyone individually about it later. Use words to lure them. The stethoscope listens to heartbeats and observes their pupil reactions, which can lead to more detailed conclusions. Wei De looked at the somewhat disappointed Su Jin and said, Shaoli, it's already quite an achievement to reach this level today. We will do our best to improve the accuracy of the inspection and eliminate potential hazards as much as possible. At this point, you don't need to worry too much. Just act boldly. I understand. Thank you both for your hard work. Please rest early. The next day, after another half day of busy work, all personnel had been screened and no additional disguised infected individuals were found. All the residents still seeking survival in the neighborhood were gathered in the Community Activity Center, totaling 235 people. The talent community was originally a high-end community prepared for talented individuals. The specifications of the entire activity center were quite impressive. Of course, this impressive aspect refers to the time back then. In today's context, it appears rather old-fashioned and outdated. However, the good thing is that the space is absolutely large enough. All the tables and chairs inside were cleared away, replaced with makeshift bedding that could comfortably accommodate the more than perhaps because the heavy ice layer of the core area hit by the cold dome had yet to fully melt. Even though the weather had turned warm, a cold current still occasionally swept through the air. With the alternating cold and heat, many people feared catching a cold and being mistakenly thought to have abnormalities, thus still wearing thick clothing like cotton coats and down jackets, while some wore thin and cool clothing. At this moment, the activity center was bustling with people, a colorful and chaotic scene. Though no one dared to speak loudly, whispers never ceased. Having not been in contact with the outside world for too long, living alone in a small building. Even without mentioning the enormous crisis brought about by the widespread infection of zombies, just the lack of water and electricity, the bleak future, and the atmosphere of isolation were enough to cause serious psychological issues. At this moment, ordinary people facing the apocalypse under the rescue of the army and the reunion with old acquaintances finally experienced breath and the long-lost sense of security once again. By 3:30 in the afternoon, in the northernmost corner of the Community Activity Center, there was a space not occupied by bedding, but rather an unusually constructed small platform. When Su Jin led a group of people into the Community Activity Center, the entire place instantly fell silent. Fu Hu and Cheng Du directly stood guard at the community entrance, locking the main door. All eyes focused on Su Jin. Most of the people present had seen Su Jin before, although they were unclear about his specific identity. Through brief interactions and observations, nearly everyone could understand. This person is the leader of this rescue team. Su Jin ignored the crowd and walked directly to the northern side, standing on the platform. All gazes followed him. Su Jin looked down, picked up the megaphone, and knocked on it. Hello, hello, hello. The sound of the megaphone echoed in the hall, and Su Jin raised his gaze to the crowd again. Although he often spoke during meetings at work, it was usually to report to team members or leaders. This scale was indeed his first time organizing. However, it wasn't too difficult. It was just about conveying emotions rather than hard facts, wanting to uplift before bringing down. After a moment of inner encouragement, Su Jin raised the megaphone and said solemnly, "Hello, everyone. I believe most of you have seen me before, but you may not know my identity. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Haoqing, the director of the National Key Risk Intervention Executive Bureau. You can also refer to it as the National Bureau." The entire crowd showed confusion, exchanging glances and whispering to each other. Su Jin cleared his throat and continued, "I know you may not understand this department of the government. The National Bureau is originally a secret department under the high-level leadership, never revealed to the public. The tasks we handle have never been made public, so only a small number of people have some understanding. I would like to point out to the side, Sunya and Wada, both of these esteemed seniors are probably known to many in our community. The two experts have briefly served the National Bureau and can vouch for me. Yes, we did briefly serve in the National Bureau as technical advisors, there's really no doubt about it." Sunya stepped forward to speak and then retreated. The agitation in the crowd began to subside. Indeed, many people recognized Sunya and Wada. While not everyone in the community could say they were fully aware of the two elders' identities, they were undoubtedly respected figures. Su Jin took a deep breath and said, "Before I continue to explain the specific work of our department, there is something I must confess to everyone. You have always believed that we represent the national rescue, yet you have received messages stating that the country has already deemed itself extinguished, which seems quite contradictory. I now clearly tell everyone that the country has indeed perished. This disaster came extremely suddenly, and countries around the world have suffered devastating blows indiscriminately. The national strength you once held in your hearts has completely collapsed." The entire crowd held their breath. Over 200 people looked at Su Jin in disbelief, with many already feeling a sharp pain in their hearts. Having experienced the destruction of their country and home, and then seeing someone appear in the name of national rescue, they had spent countless nights in hope and confusion. The person appearing in the name of the nation actually claims that all hope is false. But this matter is not so simple. We are not just waiting for death. What we are organizing here is not a hasty rescue, but a planned and purposeful gathering of everyone. This is a brand new world war, and we still have a great chance to win. A young man on the verge of a breakdown stood up and shouted tearfully, "You liar. This is a brand new world war, and we still have a great chance to win." A young man on the verge of a breakdown stood up and shouted tearfully, "You liar. Let me finish my words." Su Jin rapped on the horn. "What's there to say? I don't want to hear it. Or what more do you have to say?" Su Jin immediately straightened his face, pointing at the young man with anger, and said, "Go give him 2 slaps." Su Hu marched towards the crowd. The people around wanted to rise to stop him, but seeing his fierce demeanor, no one dared to step forward. Suhu glared at the young man, giving him 2 resounding slaps while cursing. If you don't want to win, then get lost. The young man was slapped to the ground, his eyes spinning. Once the violence erupted, the entire crowd fell silent. Su Jin said coldly, "What I am going to say today concerns everyone present, including myself, and even the future fate of all humanity. This is no joking matter. If we truly had no hope, I wouldn't go through such trouble to rescue you all." He continued, "Back to the main topic, the country has fallen, but it is not completely destroyed. This brings us back to the National Administration of Science and Technology, which was established specifically to address scientific phenomena that cannot be explained and associated risks. We have been established for over 30 years, continuously searching for relics around the world and deciphering mysteries. Through years of accumulation, we have uncovered a critically important ancient civilization, the Maya civilization. The ancient Maya civilization was incredibly advanced, and their astronomical calendar from thousands of years ago was on par with our current level of development. Most importantly, the fall of the Maya civilization followed a process similar to what we are experiencing now. The crowd's eyes widened, a sense of suffocation rising in their hearts. The Maya civilization and ancient culture also encountered such disasters. If this were said in peaceful times, others would scoff and regard the speaker as a fraud. However, after experiencing the mysterious disaster that destroyed our nation, the transformation of living people into monsters, the story of the Maya civilization doesn't sound ridiculous at all. You must be wondering, the Maya civilization has already perished. Oh, what does that have to do with our survival? Su Jin's expression was grave, his tone rising. Although the Maya people perished, the world did not fall into the hands of those zombies, and we certainly cannot be the descendants of zombies. This clearly indicates that the Maya people brought hope to future generations and won that war, although we have yet to clarify why the Maya civilization fell afterward. Moreover, we have unearthed devices left by the Maya in the ruins and have extracted and deciphered their contents. Su Jin raised his hand, continuously showcasing the device. This device may be small, but in our understanding it is closer to a supercomputer. According to the research from the National Administration of Science and Technology, its technological pathway is entirely different from ours. We named it Zona Technology, based on the excavation site. This device contains an important recording left by the Maya shortly before their death. Today, since the country no longer exists, I believe I can officially share it with everyone. Oh, please listen attentively. Several people who have been living with Su Jin every day are already dumbfounded, especially Sunya and Wada, who were whispering to each other. Is Maya his country or a name of a planet? That's Zona. I don't know, I can't tell which of his words are true, but he must be an alien for sure. Su Jin fiddled with his phone, feeling anxious. A lot of seemingly useless fabricated content, but the intricate and difficult details can play a significant role in the current unstable hearts of the people. More importantly, everything is laying the groundwork for Fu Qingdai's prophecy of the Savior's identity, enhancing the sense of reality. But why is it so difficult to find a suitable voice to play right now? The music is inappropriate and videos with background music are unsuitable. Any random speaking video will do. After all, the content played from the phone will be incomprehensible to the people of this world. But he had forgotten that when he deleted the clips, he also deleted the decent movies from his phone. Furrowing his brows, Su Jin had a sudden inspiration. Douyin cache. There are still video caches in Douyin. He opened Douyin and fiddled around, quickly locking onto a suitable video. The more than 200 people held their breath, blinking in anticipation of Su Jin revealing the ancient mysterious information. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Su Jin raised his phone towards the horn. Please listen carefully to this audio. It is an important message left by the Maya before their demise. Although the language is incomprehensible, emotions are universal. I will provide a detailed interpretation shortly. After a brief wait, a strange language recording echoed in everyone's ears. Hey my friends, there's nothing you can't imagine, nothing I Laoba can't do. Although it's not the same time, it's the same evacuation site. I challenge again to eat the dog food. Come on. I cough. As the recording ended, Su Jin observed the crowd's reaction. His face flushed as he gritted his teeth and slowly closed his eyes. The entire crowd felt a pang of empathy, collectively wiping away tears. Although they could not understand the content of the recording, almost everyone felt the shared sentiment. The emotions conveyed in the recording perfectly restored the scene at that time. The owner of the recording must have been preparing to fight to the death against zombies, and after leaving his last words, he was still trying to rally himself. However, it was clear that the desperate struggle ended in failure. His throat must have been bitten off. So tragic. Su Jin put down his phone and cleared his throat, saying, "The recording has ended, and I believe everyone has emotionally resonated. But you do not know enough. This was a Maya warrior sacrificing himself to protect a crucial figure within the Maya tribe. Based on extensive references to other Maya records, it was determined 10 years ago that the person being protected was indeed the prophesied child and savior of the Maya tribe, the core figure to end the entire disaster. Our National Administration of Science and Technology had already prepared an apocalyptic plan 10 years ago based on this information, but due to the rapid scientific advancements in recent years, the government did not pay attention. However, this does not mean that our National Administration of Science and Technology has been idle. We have made extensive preparations for the plan over the past decade, and now we are just waiting to launch. The apocalypse has arrived, and the prophesied child and savior, mentioned by the Maya, has already appeared in our world. In fact, many people present should have seen, or even know her. At these words, everyone in the chamber instantly exchanged glances. Some wore puzzled expressions, others sudden enlightenment. A few even burst out in excitement. That's old Fu's daughter. She'd been warning everyone the apocalypse was coming, until they sent her to a psychiatric hospital. I've heard that too, she told me herself. Chaos erupted across the hall. Seeing the initial effect achieved, Su Jin felt a measure of calm settle within him. He tapped his phone twice, then raised the megaphone. Please remain silent. Please remain silent. Repeated commands restored stillness to the room. Countenances once weighed down by despair now shimmered with renewed vitality. Unfazed Su Jin answered the call, and his voice amplified through the megaphone resonated clearly in every ear. Confirm identity. 9527 Li Hao. Unfazed Su Jin answered the call, and his voice amplified through the megaphone resonated clearly in every ear. Confirm identity. 9527 Li Haoqing. Director Li, the Emergency Command Center has activated Apocalypse Contingency Dawn 0. You are ordered to assemble your unit within 3 days, fully armed and equipped, and proceed immediately to the first military base on the northern outskirts. Local division forces have commenced clearance operations. Upon completion, they will rendezvous with you. Acknowledge and repeat. Over. Su Jin lifted his gaze, scanning the crowd, then held the phone close to the megaphone. Please inform command personnel are preliminarily organized, but conditions are dire. Civilians are physically weakened and lack proper equipment. Reaching the northern base within 3 days is impossible. We will provide continuous updates to command. Over. A pause lingered on the line before the reply came. Acknowledged. Over. Once this pre-recorded call, orchestrated in advance by Chengdu, ended, murmurs rippled through the crowd, throats tightened, bodies trembled subtly. A working phone. And the military has already launched large-scale suppression operations. The state truly possesses an apocalypse contingency, and it's already in motion. Su Jin raised his phone calmly. You've all just heard the transmission. I won't waste time reiterating its significance. As for why my phone remains functional, it's simple. The Maya communication device operates not via cellular towers, but direct point-to-point transmission. The state possesses one other such unit. Now to the crux of the matter. Many among you have already deduced who the savior foretold in the Maya legacy is. I'll dispense with suspense. The savior resides within our very neighborhood. Su Jin pointed toward the main entrance. Fu Hu and Chengdu exchanged a glance, then swung the doors wide open. Fu Qingdai stepped through, clad in a flowing white gown, her features delicately adorned, moving with serene composure. Amidst a crowd long deprived of grooming or care, Fu Qingdai's ethereal beauty radiated like moonlight, her skirt fluttering gently, a subtle fragrance trailing behind her, evoking the presence of a celestial being. Over 200 eyes fixed upon her, tears brimming, hearts swelling. A savior truly existed, and possessed such extraordinary grace. Fu Qingdai met Su Jin's gaze, dismissing all others as if they were mere shadows, and walked straight toward the dais. Su Jin offered a gentle smile and extended his hand. Fu Qingdai's pulse quickened inexplicably. Then she smiled softly, took his hand, and ascended the dais. "TCH, are we getting—" Chengdu muttered under his breath. "Shut your mouth." Fu Hu hissed low, furious. "You got some problem with my daughter?" "Oh heavens, I'd never dare." On the dais, Su Jin and Fu Qingdai stood side by side. Su Jin turned to the assembly. "Let me introduce her, Fu Qingdai, identified and verified by the National Directorate of Affairs as the prophesied savior whose exceptional talents manifested even before the cataclysm. The state, and I, believe wholeheartedly she will guide us and our nation through this calamity. Moreover, I can affirm she has already glimpsed the future beyond the apocalypse itself." Under the fervent gaze of so many, Fu Qingdai's throat tightened, yet she summoned courage, parted her lips, and spoke. "I have seen the future. This disaster will pass. Our nation will be rebuilt, but only through our collective resolve." Clap, 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 clap. Su Jin led the applause. The core team from the 6th floor joined in, and with momentum, thunderous ovation surged across the entire hall. Some, overcome with emotion, broke into unrestrained cheers. The activity center had become an ocean of clapping hands. Su Jin's face flushed crimson. He tossed the megaphone aside. He raised his voice, urgent and commanding. "I know you're elated, but prophecy alone spoken by Qingdai lacks sufficient weight. Miracles surrounding her have already begun to manifest. We've already gained abilities defying natural law under her guidance. This is a crisis." He raised his voice, urgent and commanding. "I know you're elated, But prophecy alone spoken by Qingdai lacks. At Su Jin's call, Chengdu sprinted onto the dais, arms outstretched, then unleashed his ability. Blazing fire erupted along his limbs, dazzling the crowd with raw, visceral intensity. Gasps filled the hall, followed by an even more electrifying wave of exhilaration. In that instant, fear dissolved almost entirely. The path of evolution has opened. Su Jin's voice soared fierce and impassioned. Each of you may soon wield such extraordinary powers, guided by Qingdai. We are no longer ordinary, and with the firepower of the armed forces behind us, our odds of victory surge dramatically. Every one of you will survive and become architects of a new world. Now tell me, do you have confidence to win this war? Yes, yes, yes. Arms rose high, voices roared in unison. Can you protect Qingdai? Yes, yes, yes. Can we win this war? Su Jin bellowed, trembling with fervor. Win, win. The rally reached its zenith. The activity center seemed poised to lift off beneath the tidal wave of cheers. Su Jin stepped back 2 paces, watching Fu Qingdai's silhouette and stealing glances at the crowd below. Fu Hu and the others remained outside the collective euphoria, yet tears glistened in each of their eyes fixed upon him. At last, Su Jin's own tears spilled silently down his cheeks. It wasn't merely successful mobilization, it was shared catharsis. He had endured too long, witnessed too many deaths. This rotting, putrid world had curdled his soul with revulsion. Yet this rare, fragile hope pierced the darkness. A single beam of light, even if born of illusion, survival, remained him. Still, he would rather perish bathed in hope than be crushed again by despair. Even as a moth drawn to flame, he embraced it willingly. As the cheers gradually subsided, Su Jin guided Fu Qingdai down from the dais and wiped the lingering tears from his face. He addressed the assembly, voice grave and resolute. From this moment forward, we reorganize. Each of you must hold yourselves to the discipline of professional soldiers. Report your skills and expertise. Based on this, we will reassign roles and structure activities accordingly. Anyone violating orders will be expelled from the group without exception. We ask for your full cooperation to assemble vehicles swiftly and depart for the military district. A jade-like, delicate hand released the withered neck of the corpse. With a thud, the body fell to the ground. Jiang Yu glanced down at her blood-stained collar. A voice of disdain emerged from her mouth as she tore away the bloodied spot, revealing a bright spring scene. Oh, when will you change your obsession with cleanliness? A mocking voice came from the side. You certainly didn't mind getting dirty while rolling in blood with a man. Jiang Yu turned her head to see a little girl leaning against the shop door, squinting as she asked, Ding Ling, are you done? What do you want with me? Of course. Ding Ling casually responded, turning to walk closer to Jiang Yu with a smile. I want to discuss something with you. What is it? Recently, we've only been targeting ordinary people, which is rather uninteresting. The man driving on the street that day was the alien the nurse mentioned, and there's also a girl who can predict the future. I've been unable to forget them, so I wanted to discuss it with you and see if we can check it out together. You want me to go with you? Jiang Yu chuckled. What about Liang Shui and Gao Tianfang? We are a team. A team? Heh. Everyone just happened to gather together. When did that ever count as a team? When it comes to good stuff, you won't hesitate to snatch it up, will you? Ding Ling pressed closer. Though her stature resembled that of a child, the sense of pressure she exuded was immense, especially with the bizarre worm-like creature roughly the length of her forearm writhing on her arm. Since we're a team, why did you scout the talent community in advance? No need to lie, you can't hide it from me. Ding Ling said, weighing the strange worm. You were stalking me. Jiang Yu's delicate face suddenly turned extremely gloomy. I wasn't stalking you. Good things aren't meant for you alone, are they? Ding Ling was unyielding and continued, but I don't understand. You've already scouted the situation, so why didn't you make a move and instead came back directly? If I'm not mistaken, the situation must be tricky and you can't handle it alone. But with me, it's a different story. Can the two of us not handle that one man? With that, Jiang Yu no longer concealed her thoughts and scoffed. If it were just that one man, do you think I would return empty-handed? He is not an ordinary person. He has already gathered a large team with over 200 people. Moreover, there should be at least 2 others with special abilities among them. Over 200 people. Are there no similar types? Ding Ling asked curiously. With so many people, there should be some, right? Jiang Yu slowly shook her head. None have been discovered nor sensed. I didn't dare to get too close, and the observation time was short. That's great. Ding Ling beamed and clapped her hands. They can have them now. Regardless, you can't handle this tough nut alone. Oh, why not collaborate? Let's infiltrate together and seize this juicy piece. You don't need to tell Lao Gao about this. If he goes, well, only be left with the scraps. And as for Liang Shui, that flirt, there's no need for her. You've long disliked her, right? Gao Tianfang has gone far, and he might not return for a day or 2. Liang Shui isn't here either. How about just the 2 of us acting together? With your identity and abilities combined with mine. Breaking this group and enjoying a feast will be a piece of cake. We might even grow stronger. That man is mine, and the girl who can predict the future is also mine. Everything else belongs to you. Why should it be that way? Ding Ling frowned, clearly displeased. Simply because I have the identity and you can't infiltrate alone. The two faced off and Ding Ling ultimately relented, letting out a scoff. So you're a celebrity, huh? Then it's settled. But if you can't deliver, don't blame me for making Then let's not waste time, or we should set off immediately. Wait a moment. Ding Ling stopped her and looked her up and down, saying, You're too clean now, it's better to disguise yourself a bit. Don't let anyone catch your slip. If something happens, I won't take responsibility. You'd better not drag me down. The activity center of the talent community was bustling with activity. 2 days had passed and arrangements for operations had already been made. The smallest unit consisted of 5 people and they acted in batches. Each day, everyone submitted a report to mutually supervise each other's actions, maximizing the suppression of potential disguised infectors within the team. So far, no issues had arisen and the progress was moving swiftly. A portion of the team had already been dispatched to the periphery of the community to search vehicles. Within a day, over 20 vehicles of decent configuration had parked outside the community, along with several large trucks. A substantial amount of fuel was siphoned from inferior vehicles as reserves. Work on reorganizing and modifying some supplies, as well as sewing clothes, continued in the activity center. Su Jin was also busy managing several high-intensity tasks and procuring a large batch of arms. These arms were not yet distributed to the team, but a relatively safe method of use had already been devised. When the convoy sets off, firearms will be distributed and crude gun limiters will be installed on each vehicle, ensuring that the gun muzzles can only point outward. This way, both firepower and safety would be guaranteed. Additionally, during the preparation of firepower, a meatball was also acquired. However, this meatball was temporarily stored in his space briefcase. Initially intended for Elder Sun and Elder Wei, both rejected it outright. The reason was simple: at their age, the effects of use might be unstable, and even if their strength were enhanced, it would be less than that of the young. As for Zhang Wan and Sister Lu, they weren't skilled in combat and weren't suited for the battlefield, making the cost-effectiveness of using the meatball quite low. This opportunity was better left for someone else who could derive greater. After discussions with Elder Sun and Elder Wei, it was decided to keep it. Once there was sufficient observation, a young and strong yet reliable person would be chosen to use it. As for Fu Qingdai's work, it was simple yet busy. She had only one task: to cook meals for everyone in the activity center daily. Each day, dressed in new clothes and radiating fragrance, she moved among the crowd, her gentle words and smiles instilling motivation and hope. After 2 days, no one could perceive her as an ordinary girl anymore. At that moment, Su Jin sat beside the high platform in the hall, diligently polishing the weapons needed for battle. Occasionally, he looked up at the lively scene before him, feeling invigorated. Just a few days prior, it had only been a small team of 8, but now it had expanded into a large team of over 200 people. Orders were followed, and everything was orderly. Everything was full of vitality. Although the living environment remained extremely harsh, the vibrant essence of the old world, where all things flourished, remained vivid. To ensure the client's safety during the early days of the apocalypse. Once the client possesses independent survival capabilities in the apocalypse, the mission will be considered complete. Once they successfully set up camp in the military district, my mission may very well be accomplished. If this doesn't count as completing the mission, then surely I can't wait until I've shattered the apocalypse to consider it complete, right? With this thought, Su Jin felt an additional surge of motivation. At that very moment, 3 team members walked in from outside the activity center. They stood directly in front of Su Jin and saluted sharply. Report, Director. While we were guarding the community, we discovered 2 female survivors, 1 child and 1 adult. Please advise. Please instruct us. Discover 2 women. Su Jin paused his actions, turning to glance at Cheng Du, who was also sharpening a blade. I've already instructed the director, telling them not to let outsiders in. Cheng Du said, then turned to the 3 team members who reported, what's going on with you 3? Didn't I say that if any strangers appeared, they should be chased away? One of the team members opened his mouth a couple of times, saying, yes, Captain Cheng, but these 2 people are, what's so special about them? Su Jin's brows immediately furrowed. The little girl isn't anything special, but the big one is Jiangyu. What's so special about them? Su Jin's brows immediately furrowed. The little girl isn't anything special. Who is Jiangyu? Su Jin looked at Cheng Du. Cheng Du was first surprised, then confused at Su Jin's question. Director, you don't know Jiangyu? That famous singer. She's so famous, the dream girl of countless men. But I think her singing is just alright. She basically relies on her looks to be famous. There's not much real skill. Maybe she got famous through her connections. Su Jin pondered for a moment, then rose, saying, let's go take a look. He followed Cheng Du and the 3 team members to the door. Jiangyu was holding Ding Ling, both of them in tattered clothes, huddled together on the steps. The 2 accompanying team members looked excited, yet pitying, offering constant comforting words. Look up, Su Jin said. Jiangyu immediately looked up at his words. As she did, Su Jin couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Despite her dirty and disheveled appearance, her unparalleled beauty could not be concealed. Her looks were truly at an extraordinary level. Not something a plain girl like Su Qingdai could compare to. She was far beyond the small stars on Earth, who rose to fame through beauty, adding to that the demeanor of a widow. To be honest, it really struck his heart. However, at this critical juncture, he had no interest in pursuing women nor the courage to do so. Who knew if he would catch some foreign disease? These two women's backgrounds were too suspicious. How had they arrived here in such a dangerous situation? Are you Jiangyu, the singing star? Can you please take us in? We can work, just give us a bowl of rice to eat. Su Jin focused his gaze observing them. Here. Can you please take us in? We can work, just give us a bowl of rice to eat. Su Jin focused his gaze observing them. Seeing that he did not respond, Jiangyu immediately knelt on the ground, pulling Ding Ling beside her, and pleading, brother, please have pity on us. We don't eat much, and we definitely won't cause you trouble. Director, this is too pitiful. Oh, let's take them in. It won't hurt to have these two people. The two team members beside Jiangyu chimed in. Su Jin was furious. You two still want to stay in the military. Go back to your posts. He continued, remember, you are soldiers now. Without my orders, no one is allowed to take action on their own nor disrupt decisions. If there's a next time, you'll be expelled from the team. The two team members turned pale and quickly saluted before returning to their posts. The remaining three team members swallowed hard and straightened their chests. Su Jin took a deep breath, focusing his gaze on Ding Ling. What's your name? Ding Ling said timidly. She has the surname Jiang, and you have the surname Ding. Are you two sisters? Not by blood. Coldly observing Ding Ling, an ominous feeling rose in Su Jin's heart. That day on the street, he had seen three big and one small shadow. The small one felt like a child. In a world overrun by zombies, two women accidentally made it to a talent area with a child. What a coincidence. Regardless of whether it was a coincidence or not, directly eliminating these two women seemed like the best choice. However, directly doing away with them would bring some trouble. This woman is a star. If someone below sees her, the news could spread. Without a reasonable explanation, the morale could be shaken. Moreover, there are still lab rats available to test the safety of these two. Su Jin looked at Jiangyu, his gaze unconsciously softening, as it then shifted down to her chest. Chengdu glanced at Su Jin, then at Jiangyu, his eyes twitching twice and his teeth starting to itch. Damn, one little symbol is enough to be annoying. Now there's also a big-breasted star. Wouldn't the director be mesmerized? He doesn't have time for women now. Oh, he needs to keep the team united. No way. I won't agree. Everything must serve the greater good. With this in mind, Chengdu immediately pointed at the team members and said in a deep voice, we can't recruit any outsiders now. Who knows if they carry infectious diseases? Military orders are as solid as a mountain. Immediately kick these two women out. Su Jin was unexpectedly impressed by Chengdu's caution at this critical moment. Chengdu usually gave the impression of being somewhat unreliable, but he didn't expect him to be so prudent at this crucial moment. Good, his performance is really commendable. It seems he had underestimated him in the past. Brother. Jiangyu instantly burst into tears, holding Ding Ling beside her, and constantly pleading, even if you take in my sister, it's fine. I beg you to be kind, treat us like you would a small cat or dog. Not so fast, first tell me how you got here. Su Jin inquired, tell me in detail which street you came from, what you encountered along the way, and explain everything clearly. We came from Wushan Road. Jiangyu recounted everything while Ding Ling wiped her tears beside her. After listening to the story, Su Jin nodded. He had memorized all the nearby road maps. This was a matter of life and death. From Jiangyu's description just now, everything seemed reasonable. They also added that there had been family members who died, which was also quite fitting. Overall, there didn't seem to be any issues. How many days have you gone without food? Su Jin asked again. 5 days without food. We ate a little, but very little. We also didn't dare to drink water. We were drinking from bottles outside. Jiangyu sobbed, wiping her tears, evoking pity. Brother, can you please give us something to eat? Jiangyu pleaded. Su Jin turned to look inside the room. It was mealtime, and the aroma of food wafted outside. Jiangyu and Ding Ling kept swallowing their saliva. Seeing Su Jin hesitating, Chengdu stepped forward, his face serious. Director, what are you still considering? These two people seem unreliable, filthy as hell. Keeping them will just be a burden. I'll kick them out. He then leaned closer to Su Jin, whispering, Director, you absolutely cannot touch such women. Let me tell you, this circle is really messed up. Who knows how many people they've slept with? They must be riddled with diseases. Touching them could ruin everything. Really, I'm not lying to you. Wait. Su Jin interrupted, his gaze scanning Jiangyu's graceful form. He then waved his hand, saying, Go. Cook 2 bowls of noodles with rotten meat, and let these 2 women watch me eat outside. A small table was set up at the entrance. Su Jin sat by the side, waiting and glancing at the figure of Fu Qingdai busily preparing food inside the room. Before long, Chengdu brought 3 bowls of noodles to the small table. After casting a disdainful glance at the sisters still waiting at the door, Chengdu carefully arranged the bowls of noodles and said, Director, I personally cooked this noodles with canned beef. Give it a try and see how it is. Su Jin nodded and picked up his chopsticks to eat the noodles heartily. Chengdu happily sat across from him and began to eat as well. Between bites of noodles, Su Jin occasionally turned his head to observe the 2 sisters. The 2 sisters looked at him with eager eyes, their throats constantly moving. It seemed that they had not eaten for a long time, and they had not drunk much water either. With dry lips, it could be assumed that there was not much saliva left to be produced. After gulping down 2 large bowls of noodles, Su Jin let out a long sigh of relief. What a relief. In this environment, having noodles with meat was already a great source of happiness, even if it couldn't be called delicious. Moreover, his appetite had increased significantly compared to before, and he had only eaten enough to feel half full with 2 bowls. The food and water reserves in the entire community were running low, but it was enough to get through the next couple of days. After all, they couldn't stay here for long. They should be ready to set off soon. Turning his head to look at the 2 sisters who were lowering their heads, and starving, Chengdu exclaimed, "Director, you eat so fast. No wonder you're so capable." Su Jin curled his lips and used his chopsticks to pick up a portion of noodles from Chengdu's bowl. With a flick, he tossed it in front of the 2 sisters. Noodles fell from the sky. Jiang Yu hurriedly pounced on the ground, trembling as she picked up the noodles and fed Ding Ling. Sisters really have a deep bond. Su Jin raised an eyebrow. "Show off. Director, let me tell you, these actors are the best at acting." Chengdu replied disdainfully. "I never realized before, but you really are ruthless." After that remark, Su Jin stood up and walked towards the 2 sisters. "Director, I'm not ruthless. I'm just considering the bigger picture." Chengdu hurriedly followed him. The 2 stood side by side in front of the sisters, scrutinizing Jiang Yu. Su Jin raised his hand and pointed to a nearby ornamental tree, saying, "Chengdu, take this little one to the woods and tie her up tight, keeping a close. Don't let her leave an inch. I want to personally interrogate the older one." Chengdu's gaze bounced back and forth between Jiang Yu and Su Jin. Chengdu protested, "Director, is that really necessary? Let me handle the interrogation. I'm great with women. Chengdu will never hold back." "Shut up. Do you understand the interrogation? Just do as you're told." Su Jin shot him a sidelong glance and then beckoned Jiang Yu with a finger. "Get up, come with me." With that, he led Jiang Yu towards the residential building. Watching Su Jin's departing figure, Chengdu stomped his foot angrily. Damn it, could the director really be falling for her? That woman has fame and looks. It's possible that the director has developed some thoughts. No, that's not right. The director isn't that kind of person. Oh, it should be fine. But if it's that kind of interrogation, wouldn't the director be played with in the palm of her hand later? Big brother. Chengdu was constantly battling with his thoughts when Ding Ling raised her head and spoke pitifully. With her watery big eyes, it seemed like she was radiating electricity. Chengdu looked down and felt his facial muscles twitch. With a crack, he swiftly slapped Ding Ling's face, then grabbed her little braid. "Damn, no one is easy to deal with. Come with me." "What the hell?" Ding Ling covered her swollen right cheek and gritted her teeth as she allowed Chengdu to drag her away. "Damn it, this situation is different from what I imagined. Oh, why is it so hard to handle? I should hold on for now. Once I blend in, I'll deal with this bastard." Inside the abandoned residential building, Jiang Yu was in front and Su Jin was behind. After surveying the room, Su Jin led the woman into the bedroom and closed the door. Jiang Yu sat on the bed feeling anxious, one hand covering her chest. Su Jin leaned against the wall, a smile on his lips as he scrutinized her. "Big brother." Jiang Yu spoke tremulously, her voice tinged with tears. "What exactly do you want to do?" Su Jin smiled and walked toward the bed, one hand brushing Jiang Yu's hair as he sighed. "In this chaotic world, how can weak women like you 2 live well?" Jiang Yu's delicate body shook. Su Jin's large hand moved down from the top of her head, directly touching Jiang Yu's cheek and jawline. Then he continued downward. "Women must always find a man to rely on, wouldn't you agree?" As he spoke, Su Jin's hand was already at her collar. Jiang Yu suddenly recoiled, fearfully hugging her chest as she said, "Big brother, please don't do this." Su Jin withdrew his hand, looking at Jiang Yu with a half smile. "You're also in the entertainment industry, don't you understand what I mean? You should know that I support a large family and my resources are limited. Even adding 2 more people, the pressure is immense. We are a team, and I must consider the impact on others when adding people. If you want to join, you have to offer something in return." Su Jin paused, letting out a chuckle. "Besides, you brought along a useless sister, which complicates things even more. I want to help you solve your problems, but you have to show me your sincerity, and I believe you wouldn't want your sister to starve on the streets, right?" Jiang Yu in despair slowly closed her eyes. "Can I wash up first?" Su Jin responded. "There isn't enough water for you to waste. Oh, I don't have time to wait." "Strip." He crossed his arms, a look of nervous excitement flashing in his eyes. After a long hesitation, Jiang Yu bit her silver teeth and unbuttoned her top. As her clothes slipped away one by one, Su Jin's breathing quickened and his pupils dilated. "Perfect. Truly perfect. This is not just any red bean, it's the red bean from Wang Wei's poetry. In my past life, I never encountered a female star, and now I'm getting a top-tier one all at once." Jiang Yu continued to tremble with her eyes closed in anticipation, while Su Jin had already taken off the briefcase from his chest and placed it on the floor. He rummaged through it quickly and pulled out a box of oiled plastic products. By the tree, Chengdu squatted on the ground, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the residential building where Su Jin had disappeared. Behind him, Ding Ling was tied up like a dumpling with thick ropes against the tree. The blazing sun shone down, and Chengdu waved his hands repeatedly, his forehead starting to bead with sweat. He licked his lips, his emotions becoming increasingly. It's been so long. Why haven't they come out yet? Why does this interrogation have to be so troublesome? Could it really have gone that way? After pondering left and right, Chengdu slapped his knee and stood up. His gaze swept around, and spotting a patrol team within the community, Chengdu waved his hands to call them over. You guys, keep a close watch on this little girl. She is very dangerous and poses a significant problem. If you dare to leave even a step, you will be immediately expelled from the team. Yes. The 5 team members saluted in unison, surrounding Ding Ling. Chengdu nodded and marched toward the residential building. No way. I need to take a look. For the greater good, the director cannot take any risks. He jogged quickly to the front of the building. Chengdu nervously walked into the corridor. Seeing the security door on the first floor ajar, he stealthily entered. As he stepped into the doorway and caught sight of the entrance hall, Chengdu's whole body stiffened, as if struck by lightning, freezing in place. A very clear moan was coming from inside the room. What on earth? Chengdu's face turned ashen. He squeezed his eyes shut and continued to walk inward with stiff steps. The sound was very clear, coming from the master bedroom. In just 10 steps, Chengdu was already close to the side of the master bedroom door. The sound from inside grew louder in his ears, mixed with a hint of sobbing. He swallowed and glanced up. The master bedroom door had a small window which originally had a curtain hanging over it. However, half of the curtain had already fallen, and he could clearly see the contents of the room through the window. Chengdu kept adjusting his breathing. Just take a look. It's not what it seems. There must be some hidden truth. He shouldn't jump to conclusions so easily. After all, the director wasn't the type to be so captivated by a woman that he couldn't move. He had never shown such intentions before. What suddenly made him act so wildly? Could it be that the director's thoughts were too profound for him to see? Chengdu leaned against the wall and slowly poked his head out towards the window. Inside, Jiang Yu lay on the bed with her eyes tightly shut, while Su Jin had a twisted expression, his bare body glistening with sweat, muscles tense and moving. A bath towel was thrown by the bed. What else could there be? The two had long pursued the ultimate fulfillment of life together. Ugh! Chengdu felt as if shot through the heart. His face drained of color, and his lips moved a couple of times. He retracted his head and slid weakly down the wall. Finally, in a daze, he walked out of the residential building. Under the blazing sun, Chengdu stopped, standing in place, feeling completely cold. After holding it in for a while, he finally couldn't help but cover his face with his hands. He never expected the director to be this kind of person. All my deep feelings for him were wasted. A beast, simply a fucking beast. Just a quick rub with a bath towel, and he gets started with no regard for hygiene. After finishing the last meal, facing countless thanks, Su Jin smiled. She picked up a small notebook and made a few marks. Turning to the ever-present Fu Hu, she said, Dad, there are still 5 people who haven't picked up their meals. They should be on patrol outside, not back yet. Fu Hu casually replied, then added, Let's go take a look. It's too stuffy in here, perfect for some fresh air. Su Jin nodded and followed Fu Hu outside. Dad, there are too many people in here. With the weather getting hotter, won't they catch other illnesses? That's for sure. If we keep crammed like this, there will be problems sooner or later. But the director said it would only be a day or two. We have everything ready now, and we can set off soon. The father and daughter stood at the door, breathing in the fresh air. Inside, over 200 people who hadn't bathed were eating, drinking, and relieving themselves in a hall. The smell was unimaginable. Especially for Su Jin, who needed to bathe frequently, this environment was even more unbearable. Fu Hu shaded his eyes with his hand and looked around, his gaze locking onto 5 people not far away. He shouted loudly, What are you doing over there? Have you eaten yet? Report, Captain Fu. Captain Chengdu has instructed us to guard a child. He said this person is very dangerous, and we must keep a close watch on them. The voice of a team member came from afar. Fu Hu took a closer look at the child, securely tied to a tree, his expression somewhat surprised. It wasn't surprising that the child was tied up, or after all, they might be a disguised infected person. What puzzled him was how such a big child ended up in the community. Dad, let me take them their food, Su Jin said. Fu Hu nodded. Go get the food, stay behind me, and don't step forward. We don't know if the director is aware of the child's condition. They are tied up so securely it's possible Chengdu discovered some problem. Soon Su Jin prepared 5 portions of food and water and followed Fu Hu to the small tree. The 5 team members smiled broadly as they saw Su Jin approaching with the food, their discomfort from the heat quickly disappearing. Unconsciously puffing out their chests, they gratefully accepted the food and water. Fu Hu placed his hands on his hips, surveying Ding Ling, and asked the 5 team members, What's the situation with this child? Do you know what's going on? One of the team members replied, Report, Captain Fu, we don't know. It's just what Captain Chengdu instructed to keep watch. But this child seems to have been weak for a long time. With the sun beating down outside, I think if we keep her tied up like this, something bad will happen. Fu Hu observed. Ding Ling's lips were chapped, her eyelids heavy, basically in a state of near death. Sensing Fu Hu approaching, she slowly opened her eyes and weakly said, Uncle. But she must be tied up. Chung Du's orders are the director's orders. The director's orders must be unconditionally and strictly executed. Fu Hu stood up seriously saying, "You must remember the reason you are trusted by the organization is because you have been tested and observed. Now any outsider could be carrying the virus. The virus has an incubation period. If one of us gets infected, everyone could be at risk. I tell you I have been through this. Keep this in mind. But that said, this child is indeed pitiful. However, once the director verifies that there are no issues, we will definitely rescue her. But if she can't hold on, then there's nothing we can do. That would be her fate." Sigh. Sometimes leaving isn't necessarily a bad thing. In this world, living is worse than dying, especially for a child. That's reasonable. Captain Fu makes a good point. The 5 team members exchanged glances and nodded. Damn it. What's wrong with these people? Don't they have any compassion? Ding Ling's eyes turned red, her head bowed, cursing endlessly in her heart. No way. These beasts are too disgusting. If they keep tying me up, I won't be able to control myself. Just then a faint fragrance wafted to her nose. Ding Ling sniffed a couple of times, slowly raised her head past Fu Hu's figure, and looked towards Su Jin. Behind him a glimmer of greed flashing. This girl. Hiss. The scent is extraordinary, very special. It seems delicious. She looks like she would be very tasty. And her identity is special, and she seems easy to deal with. Su Jin was hiding behind Fu, who secretly observing Ding Ling. Just as Ding Ling looked up, their eyes met for a brief moment, and Su Jin suddenly froze. Goosebumps erupted all over her body, hair standing on end. The light of the surrounding world seemed to fade away at that moment, engulfed by an extreme, cold malice. Under this powerful influence, Ding Ling's cute and innocent face twisted grotesquely in her vision. This was not an ordinary feeling, but had begun to take shape, absolutely not something a normal person could experience. Su Jin trembled uncontrollably, a mix of joy and immense fear. At that moment, even the slowest reaction realized the problem. She truly had the ability. It turned out to be a sensing ability. The feeling that Chengdu gave her back then was not an illusion. Although she wasn't clear why Chengdu also harbored malice towards him, the aura emanating from this girl was completely different from Chengdu's, entirely on another level. She wants me dead. She is a disguised infected person. Sister, I'm hungry. Ding Ling lifted her head, weakly gazing up at Fu Qingdai. Fu Qingdai managed a strained smile. Fu Hu gently patted his daughter's shoulder and murmured, "Qingdai, the director will handle this matter. Let's go." Fu Qingdai pressed her lips together and shook her head, her brows knotted with anxiety. No, this disguised infected is far too dangerous. She deliberately infiltrated from outside, and she may possess extraordinary abilities. Where's my cousin? I don't know, but the longer we delay, the more perilous it becomes. As Fu Qingdai pondered this, her breathing quickened, and Su Jin's image flashed repeatedly through her mind. If someone makes me uneasy, kill them. I've killed zombies before, but never a human. She looks exactly like an ordinary person. Can I really do this? It wouldn't be right to ask father to act himself. 5 people stand here now, and many more remain inside the activity center. Acting openly could cause chaos. Fu Qingdai clenched her lower lip, lost in thought, when Ding Ling whispered again, voice faint and pleading, "Sister, please save me. I need water." She's still pretending. Fu Qingdai tightened her fist silently. Then a sudden flash of insight lit her mind. Her small hand slipped into the pocket of her dress and withdrew a bar of chocolate wrapped in a handkerchief. Anything Su Jin gave her, she always carried on her person. She broke off a softened piece of chocolate through the handkerchief and handed it to one of the team members. "Give her one piece. You've been out on duty. Your hands aren't clean. Handle it only through the cloth." This extraterrestrial chocolate was highly toxic. Mere skin contact triggered violent allergic reactions, a fact she had already witnessed firsthand. The team member hastily accepted the handkerchief and fed the chocolate to Ding Ling. "Thank you, sister." Ding Ling's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she bit down. The smooth, soft morsel slid effortlessly down her throat. Cough. Ugh. Cough. Within 2 seconds of swallowing, Ding Ling's eyes bulged wildly, as if a searing ember had plunged straight from her throat into her stomach and detonated. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, her entire body convulsed violently beyond control. Such a sudden transformation stunned everyone present. "What's wrong with you? Speak." One team member cried out, just as Fu Qingdai declared, "She's infected." Even as she spoke, her right hand darted across her skirt, drawing a pistol concealed against her pale thigh, and fired point-blank at Ding Ling's forehead. Gunfire erupted, direct hit to the brow. Ding Ling's head snapped violently backward, slamming against the tree trunk, stars exploding behind her eyes. The shock of the moment froze everyone in place. Even Fu Qingdai herself trembled with terror. The bullet lodged. It had jammed squarely in her forehead, glinting brightly in the sunlight. She wasn't dead yet. Bang, bang, bang. Fu Qingdai squeezed her eyes shut and emptied the entire magazine. Blood blossomed across Ding Ling's chest and abdomen, her crimson wounds gushing scarlet. Visceral agony tore through her. Life bled away at terrifying speed. Ding Ling stared wide-eyed, bloodshot and disbelieving, her lips trembling as she fixed her gaze upon Fu Qingdai. She poisoned me on purpose. What the hell did I do wrong? Which step failed? Gah! I. Before she could finish, Ding Ling coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her head tilted sideways, and she died. As Ding Ling's breath ceased, all 5 witnesses turned as one toward Fu Qingdai. Fu Qingdai's face paled. She swallowed hard, then hardened her expression. Facing the 5 team members, she said, she was infected. Some strains have extremely subtle incubation periods, nearly impossible to detect, yet they cannot escape my sight. From now on, any stranger who appears must be restrained immediately and brought before me for inspection. Only after my confirmation may further action be taken. Understood. Awe mingled with deep gratitude welled within the 5 team members. Remarkable. Truly the savior, the prophesied one. She had instantly discerned the infection where others had seen nothing. We watched her for so long and noticed nothing. Yet the moment she appeared, anomalies revealed themselves. Her response was swift, decisive, utterly without hesitation. Had she not acted, one of us might have perished. Return to the building. Leave the body here, no need to touch it. Tell those indoors not to panic when they heard the gunfire. Maintain order. At Fu Qingdai's command, the 5 saluted and hurried back toward the hall. Once they vanished inside the activity center, Fu Qingdai's legs buckled. She collapsed trembling into her father's arms. Father, I killed someone. Fu, who held his daughter close, heart pounding with aftershock. After soothing her, he asked, Qingdai, how did you know she was infected? I can see. Fu Qingdai snapped back to awareness, lifting her gaze directly to her father's. Fear warring with exhilaration. This is my ability. We no longer need fear missing an infected. The instant malice surfaces, I sense it. Our current team is utterly clean. Otherwise I would have detected anomalies much earlier. I possess this power now. My heavens, you truly bear such a gift. Fu, who murmured, cradling his daughter, joy and gravity warring within his chest. Her ability would unquestionably make her the cornerstone of every soul. She was no longer a manufactured saint, but the genuine, living hope of all their collective eyes and conscience. Yet she remained a child. Such responsibility was crushing and perilous beyond measure. We must tell brother at once, Fu Qingdai said, finally steadying her breath and pushing gently away from her father. Where is he now? I don't know, let's search. Fu, who sighed, a pang of sorrow tightening his chest. Always brother this, brother that, and now just after taking a life, she trembled uncontrollably. Father stands right here, and already she's rushing off to find brother. Fu Qingdai glanced at Ding Ling's corpse and instinctively retreated 2 steps. She drew a fresh magazine from her thigh, reloaded the pistol, and slid it back into place. Father, let's go. Hurry. Gunfire. That means trouble at the center. Sunya sprinted down the residential compound's main road, while Wei staggered behind, gasping heavily. Just as they reached the main road, Sun Yu abruptly halted. Ahead, someone crouched on the ground. He rushed closer and tapped twice. Chengdu. What happened? Why are you crying? She cheated. Chengdu groaned thickly. What nonsense are you spouting? Who cheated? Sun Yu roared. Explain yourself, clearly. Chengdu raised his tear-streaked face. The director. Some seductive woman from outside bewitched him. Now they've gone into the house together. I told you we should have driven her out. Our team's falling apart. Morale shattered, discipline collapsing. And what does his romantic entanglement have to do with you? You're acting like a widow, utterly unhinged. Tell me, what caused that gunfire? And what does his romantic entanglement have to do with you? You're acting like a widow, utterly unhinged. Tell me, what caused that gunfire? What gunfire? I didn't hear anything. Chengdu blinked blankly. Forget it, you're useless. Where's Shaoli? Where's Shaoli? Didn't I just say? He's with that woman, in the house. Is that true? Did you lie just now? Sunya recoiled in shock and turned sharply toward Wei, who, equally stunned, could only stare in disbelief. Chengdu looked between the 2 elders and rose slowly, voice breaking. I saw it myself, clear as day. A lone man and a lone woman. What the hell are you babbling about? Where is he? Take us there now. Seeing Sunya's anger, Chengdu did not dare to delay and hurriedly led the way. If Su Jin is the pillar of the entire team, then Sunya is another pillar. Though older and hot-tempered, his knowledge and action ability are top-notch. Chengdu ran ahead while the 2 old men shouted for him to slow down from behind. Halfway through, a shout came from behind the 3 old son. The 3 stopped and turned around, spotting Fu Hu and Fu Qingdai running towards them. The 5 gathered, and Fu Hu directly got to the point. Where is the director? We have important matters to report. What important matters? Was it the gunfire just now? Sunya immediately pressed for details. Fu Hu nodded seriously. That's right, we disguised infected individuals, but they have already been shot dead. Qingdai's ability has manifested if she can sense the malice of disguised infected individuals. What? Sunya and the others instantly fell into wild joy, their eager gazes causing Fu Qingdai to shrink her neck. Oh my goodness. If one of the two women has a problem, the other surely does as well. Chengdu slammed his thigh and lamented the director is entangled with a zombie. This is truly a disaster. Fu Ha's face changed dramatically as he looked at Chengdu. What nonsense are you talking about? Chengdu ignored him, turned, and ran madly towards the residential building. Sunya exchanged glances with Wei De, sensing that something was seriously wrong. The pleasant mood they had just enjoyed instantly vanished. Fu Hu chased after Chengdu, leaving Fu Qingdai standing dazedly in the sunlight. Fu Du and Fu Hu were the first to enter the residential building. It's in the bedroom. I'm going to deal with that woman, Chengdu said, and was about to rush in when Fu Hu yanked him back. Are you crazy? It's a real disguised infected individual. The director is unprepared. If you provoke them, the director is as good as dead. Fu Hu pulled Chengdu back into the hallway. The director is not an ordinary person. He is more vigilant than us. I am still confused about what is going on, so tell me clearly. There's been two women in the community, one big and one small. The director has taken a liking to the big one and brought her into the room. You are talking nonsense. Is the director that kind of person? The big one is Jiangyu. What? It really is Jiangyu. That indeed. But the director. It's true. I saw everything. I wasn't even that ruthless with fish, and both of them were completely unclothed. Chengdu spoke with resentment. I never thought he would be that kind of person. What are you two doing? Where is Shaoli? While speaking, Sunya and Wei De had already rushed panting into the hallway. The director is inside. He is with the disguised infected individual, and I fear that if we go in recklessly we might startle her. Fu Hu turned to ask, what should we do, old son? What else can we do? Quickly check, draw your guns, and aim to shoot directly. Sunya pulled out his gun and walked towards the room. When he reached the bedroom door, he crouched slightly down to look through a small window and gestured for others to be silent. Inside he could vaguely hear sounds, and Sunya leaned his head out towards the window. Upon seeing the scene, a wave of intense nausea surged up, nearly causing him to vomit. The entire bedroom was almost drenched in blood, with blood splattered across all corners of the room. A body of a woman with an alluring figure lay on the bed, but the upper half of her back had been almost. Her white exposed spine and shoulder blades were fully visible. Beside the bed lay piles of flesh along with several blood-soaked bath towels. Sunya's pupils trembled uncontrollably. That woman had been literally beaten to death. Su Jin was covered in blood, kneeling naked on the bed, flipping the female corpse over. The female corpse had a knife stabbed in her throat, and her torso had been sliced open. Su Jin plunged his hands deep into the corpse's chest cavity and moaned softly as he pulled out the entire set of internal organs, intestines, and stomach contents scattered all over the bed. Looking at the scattered internal organs on the bed, Su Jin pulled out the knife from the corpse and began to pick and choose. Gag. Seeing this, Sunya bent over and vomited, expelling everything he had eaten for lunch. The others rushed forward to look through the small window. Wei De followed suit and vomited all over the ground. Fu Hu and Chengdu's faces turned pale, not knowing what to do. The others rushed forward to look through the small window. Wei De followed suit and vomited all over the ground. Fu Hu and Chengdu's faces. How did it develop into this? Chengdu felt a chill in his heart. Who? Inside the room, Su Jin suddenly turned his head, jumped off the bed, and directly opened the bedroom door. Seeing four familiar faces squatting at the door, his expression finally eased a bit. What are you all doing here? Sunya, pale-faced, did not dare to look directly at Su Jin and waved his hand with difficulty. Let's talk outside. You tidy up a bit, and then come out to speak. Chengdu, what are you doing here? Where's that little girl? Su Jin's gaze suddenly turned to Chengdu, his tone urgent. Hurry. Get that little brat killed. She is a disguised infected. Director, don't worry, she's already been dealt with. Ugh. Fu Hu suppressed his discomfort. Well, explain in detail later. Well, wait for you outside. You should put some clothes on first. Hearing that the little girl was dead, Su Jin let out a sigh of relief, glanced down, and turned back into the room. Outside the building, the four squatted on the ground, simultaneously falling into silence. Chengdu picked up a random stick and scratched the ground. Fu Hu hugged his legs, staring at the gravel on the ground. After a long time, Sunya spoke in a deep voice. Shaoli is too terrifying. We really need to check on him. He has been under too much pressure lately, and at this rate, I fear he will become a zombie. Indeed, he is scarier than a zombie. Wei De said, looking distressed, and turned to Fu, who keep Qingdai away from him. Don't let her stick around too much. I'm afraid something will happen. Well, there must be a reason for the director's actions. It wouldn't be too late to hear him out. Before concluding, Chengdu muttered. Just then Fu Qingdai came running. Fu Hu saw this and quickly stood up. Qingdai, go back to the center and wait for us. No. Your brother has already killed the infected. It's too bloody inside. You aren't suited to see it. Listen to Dad, go back first. No. Your brother has already killed the infected. It's too bloody inside. You aren't suited to see it. Listen to Dad, go back first. Oh, I see. Fu Qingdai's eyes brightened again. I can't go back. I still need to bring good news to my brother. Do you think you are needed for bringing good news? Adults are talking. What right do you have to interrupt? Or is it that I'm useless in my speaking? Fu Hu shouted angrily. Hurry up. Seeing her father angry, Fu Qingdai felt uneasy. She stole another glance at the hallway and reluctantly walked away, looking back 3 times. After a while, Su Jin emerged from the building dressed neatly and refreshed. His face was clean except for a red flush from the neck down. The 4 immediately stood up and surrounded him. Sunya was about to speak. Su Jin raised his hand to stop him and looked at Chengdu, saying, "That little girl really is dead, isn't she?" Fu Hu interjected, "She is indeed dead. I saw it with my own eyes. She was shot 7 times. Su Jin felt a hint of curiosity, but suppressed it, continuing, "We'll discuss this matter later. I have a major discovery. Sun Lao, I previously mentioned seeing 4 individuals on a rooftop suspected to be disguised infected. Do you remember this?" Sunya nodded. Su Jin said, "I have interrogated this woman, she is one of them, and the little girl was also one of the 4. We have already been targeted. 2 other individuals have yet to appear. How did you interrogate her?" Sunya asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Su Jin felt utterly helpless. How else would I interrogate her? I used a scrubbing cloth to rub the flesh off layer by layer until she could no longer endure the pain and confessed. Of course I tortured her a bit as she couldn't withstand it and admitted everything. I examined her corpse, and this woman had extremely strong muscles along with some kind of special ability. As Su Jin spoke, he pulled out a plastic bag from his pocket. He opened the plastic bag, revealing several severed fingers. He took one out to demonstrate. Pressing down on the fingertip gently, the tip seemed to have a small skin-like cap that was pressed down, exposing a hollow structure. Her fingers have already mutated with a tubular structure. I suspect she can launch air currents or bodily fluids for long-range attacks through her fingers. Moreover, I discovered a shriveled meatball on her heart. The special mutation or ability of the disguised infected may have absorbed the meatball it carried. Su Jin continued to analyze. There are 4 individuals targeting us. The fact that they came together suggests the other 2 must also possess some special abilities. They are not united. These 2 women came out to hunt early, likely indicating they are very wary of the other 2, who presumably possess strength greater than that of these 2 women. Have you discovered the abilities of the 2 who haven't appeared? Sunya inquired. Su Jin shook his head. She just confessed and died, unable to hold out for the next question. Director, did you already realize she was a disguised infected? Chengdu suddenly took over the conversation. Recalling the bloodied scrubbing cloth from earlier, he realized something was amiss. Scrubbing alone had no effect. Now it was clear that the scrubbing cloth wasn't for cleaning dirt, but rather a tool for torturing flesh. That's right. Su Jin nodded. While we were eating noodles, I could roughly confirm that this woman was a disguised infected. How did you discover that? I didn't notice anything at all, Chengdu exclaimed in surprise. Did you strip her down and realize the filth on her body was a disguise? Not quite. Su Jin shook his head. The woman was very thin. Even without clothes she was dirty and had a foul odor. If this was a disguise, I couldn't pinpoint any flaws. However, they overlooked a crucial issue. After 5 days without food or water combined with high-pressure exertion, when we were eating noodles, they exhibited a hunger consistent with their situation. But a normal person's breasts would sag. Among the women in our center, their breasts exhibited varying degrees of sagging. Unless particularly small, they wouldn't maintain a normal state. Just based on this, I could tell at a glance that she was a monster. Later, when she was stripped for confirmation, I was already 100% sure. But what if they were fake breasts? Chengdu questioned. I've heard that wealthy individuals undergo high-end cosmetic procedures where everything can be fake, and what do they call that? Silicone. Indeed, that possibility cannot be ruled out, so I took the risk and personally inspected. They are definitely not fake. The 4 were left speechless. Chengdu pondered for a moment, his expression strange as he questioned. I understand now. You had already seen through it. What? How do you explain that? Unless you wanted to find a woman, I can't think of another reason. Were you spying on me? What did I do? Su Jin frowned. Chengdu puffed up his belly for a moment, ultimately unable to contain himself, covering his mouth. Kobe, Fu Hu and the others were left speechless, exchanging glances with Chengdu. Su Jin smiled in frustration, then turned serious as he looked at Sunya and Weida. Gentlemen, this is another significant discovery. I did it deliberately. I discovered that disguised infected have desires which could lead to one issue. They may have the potential to reproduce. Here are the samples of the infected I collected. Sun Lao, please take them for research. Watching Su Jin pull out a bag of infected liquid samples from his pocket, Sun Yi took a deep breath and raised his hand to dismiss it. This series of events seemed almost beyond human capability. Shally, your discovery is undeniably significant. I admit it is very useful. However, right now I am more concerned about you. You can't be too reckless. Are you suffering from post-evolution syndrome? Don't you fear special infections? Catching a filthy disease would not be good. Facing the skeptical gazes of the others, Su Jin felt bitter inside. Did he not feel disgusted and twisted himself? But there was no choice. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. If the opponent is evil, one must be even more ruthless and powerful to have a chance of surviving with others. In the catastrophe of extermination in the apocalypse, no matter how bitter or difficult, one must overcome. even if it means giving up one's humanity. Don't worry, I act only after being fully mentally and materially prepared. The four were collectively speechless, exchanging glances. Seeing the atmosphere turn cold, Su Jin coughed and said seriously, "A small sacrifice is nothing for the fate of humanity. I willingly sacrifice myself." "So noble, Director Lee," Wada clapped with an expressionless face. "It is my duty." No, that's not right." Chengdu, deep in thought, shook his head, repeatedly scrutinizing Su Jin. "How do you explain stripping down?" "It's simple. After confirming and inspecting the target, I intended to employ torture and dissection, which would definitely result in blood spattering." Su Jin shrugged. "I can't just change clothes every day, can I? I kept some in the wardrobe beforehand to avoid staining them with blood. Also, I haven't bathed in quite some time. So this was also an opportunity to take a bath." The shadows covered the faces of Chengdu and the others. Had he truly not realized just how twisted this was? "Everyone, you are all clear about my situation. What's going on with you?" Su Jin asked the group. "What issues did that child expose that warranted her death?" Fu Hu quickly regained his spirits, looking at Su Jin with shining eyes. "Director, I've discovered my daughter's special ability. She can sense the malice of others." "What a—" Su Jin's heart leapt violently as he leaned in eagerly toward Fu Hu. "Is it true?" "Absolutely true. Of course it is." Fu Hu's voice rose with mounting excitement. "At first I couldn't believe it either. The child was shot dead on the spot by Qingdai herself. She recognized instantly that the boy was a disguised infected. Moreover, Qingdai confirmed our current team is clean. No one harbors ill intent toward her. We can now confidently arm ourselves and distribute firearms. This is truly wonderful. Truly wonderful." Su Jin lowered his head, dazed, murmuring to himself. Days passed, yet grim tidings outnumbered hopeful ones. Though understanding of disguised infected and zombies remained incomplete, each encounter deepened the suffocating weight of despair. At last, a stable, trustworthy team, and a future worth believing in, had emerged. Hope truly resided in Qingdai. The company's choice of her had not been arbitrary. Su Jin suddenly lifted his head. "The remaining two disguised infected are highly likely to appear, and we know nothing of their abilities. A latent crisis loomed in the shadows. Above all, Qingdai's safety must remain inviolable. Though our preparations were not flawless, they were sufficient. I've decided, we wait no longer. Tonight we load all supplies onto the vehicles. At first light tomorrow we depart immediately for the military base. Any objections?" "None." "Good. Let's first visit Qingdai and the little girl, then implement the plan without delay." The group returned to the small tree beside the community activity center. Fu Qingdai was summoned from inside. Su Jin beamed as he gazed upon her. "Qingdai, do you truly possess this ability now?" "Yes." Qingdai nodded vigorously, her smile radiant. "Brother, I sensed it clearly, and unmistakably identified malicious intent. The moment I saw her, even her facial features seemed to warp. I recall you mentioning something felt off about Chengdu earlier, but I dismissed it then." Su Jin's gaze flickered toward Chengdu. All eyes followed his. Chengdu instinctively shrank back. "Hey, don't look at me. Qingdai's just newly awakened, as she's bound to misjudge things." "Qingdai, take another careful look. Examine me closely. Am I suspect?" Qingdai studied Chengdu intently, then shook her head. "No anomaly, nor did I sense danger before, even during my earlier impressions. Perhaps it truly was an error." Su Jin pointed sharply at Chengdu. "You, stay far away from Qingdai from now on. If I detect even a trace of irregularity, don't expect mercy." "Director, that stings deeply. Just moments ago, I was genuinely concerned for you. Yet I swear I'm perfectly clean." Chengdu lamented, crestfallen. "I believe you're clean. That's precisely why I've adopted cautious observation. Anyone else would have been shot on sight." Chengdu's face fell, further sinking into silent despondency. Su Jin approached Ding Ling and drew a small blade toward her forearm. "I'll make a minor incision to assess her muscular density. Those unable to bear it may withdraw." Though the full extent of these premeditated disguised infected's powers remained elusive, analyzing their musculature promised invaluable insight. The girl's physique was unnaturally formidable, her skull capable of arresting bullets, rendering her far beyond ordinary human threat. As Su Jin prepared to cut, Qingdai instinctively covered her eyes, peering through slender gaps between her fingers. The instant his blade pierced Ding Ling's upper arm, Qingdai's pupils contracted violently. That chilling, icy sensation surged once more, clearly emanating from Ding Ling, though markedly weaker than the first time. Without hesitation, Qingdai cried out, "Beware!" Before her warning fully escaped her lips, Su Jin shifted his right hand mid-motion. A single thrust shattered her cervical vertebrae and pierced through her neck. His left palm slashed like a blade, plunging through the abdominal wound to seize her spine. A sharp crack echoed as he wrenched it clean apart. Simultaneously, his right knee drove forward with brutal force, obliterating her pelvic bone. Ding Ling convulsed, her upper, middle, and lower skeletal structures simultaneously destroyed. A torrent of blood gushed beneath her as she expired. In under 1 second, Su Jin's ruthless lightning-fast assault stunned them all into silence. Awestruck gazes converged upon him. What inhuman speed, and what terrifying strength! Fu, who stared upward startled into the blazing sun overhead. He had witnessed firsthand the girl's extraordinary bone density, yet even such unyielding bone had shattered beneath the director's knee. Sunlight blazed fiercely. Was this then the director's peak state? With the foe slain, Su Jin turned his gaze to Qingdai. What happened? I'm uncertain, Qingdai replied after several slow, deep breaths. I fired 7 rounds. She appeared dead, and I sensed no malice. Yet the moment you pierced her with your blade, that sensation returned. Perhaps she wasn't dead, merely unconscious. Perhaps. Your ability's boundaries require extensive validation before mastery stabilizes. Later I'll procure a zombie for testing. If that fails, we'll capture a live infected for you. Su Jin's gaze swept deliberately across the group. This incident, though harrowing, serves a purpose. It reminds us sharply. These uniquely gifted disguised infected defy conventional logic. Henceforth, for absolute safety, always deliver a finishing blow after immobilizing a target. Pierce the heart, sever the head, then verify death beyond doubt. Record this protocol explicitly in our operational manual for all future members. The post-mortem finisher rule is non-negotiable. Not over yet. Sunya suddenly shouted. Shaoli, her arm. Su Jin whirled around, locking his gaze onto Ding Ling's left forearm. Her previously smooth, normal forearm abruptly extruded a fleshy worm-like creature, nearly the length of a human forearm. Moving with blinding speed, it struck the ground and scuttled into shadow, 8 limbs a blur of motion. Su Jin drew his pistol and fired 5 rapid shots. Every round missed. The creature vanished into distance. Elder Sun, Elder Wei, take Qingdai back to the center. Seal every window and door gap. Fu Hu Qingdu, come with me. Su Jin roared, sprinting after the creature while barking orders. Just as hope had begun to rise, reality struck again, problems cascading without pause. This infection entity could split and survive independently. What then was this creature? If it were merely a parasite born of the infected, the threat might remain manageable. But if it retained the host's consciousness, then grave peril loomed. All 3 raised their weapons and gave chase, firing relentlessly as they sprinted 100 meters. The creature zigzagged through shadows, its fleshy hide subtly shifting under dappled sunlight, filtering through leaves. 10 meters farther, it vanished from sight. Su Jin halted, fury burning in his brow. Lost. Utterly lost. That creature possessed mimicry and camouflage. Nothing else explained its disappearance. Director, what do we do? Fu Hu demanded urgently. Return to the center immediately. Tell Elder Sun and Elder Wei, once sealed, no one must touch the walls. Scatter flour across the floor. If movement is detected, Elder Sun fires the shotgun instantly. Fu Hu pivoted and sprinted toward the activity center. Chengdu, you come with me. Su Jin broke off mid-sentence, his gaze snapping from the ground to the rooftop. Chengdu followed his line of sight. A lithe, elegant silhouette stood poised at the edge of the roof, her skirt billowing in the wind, bathed in golden sunlight. Su Jin's facial muscles twitched, his expression hardening into savage, unrelenting fury. Another one, daring to provoke us. You seek death. Another fool has arrived. Chengdu's gaze turned icy and sharp, locking onto his target with unwavering vigilance, while still asking, Director, what do we do? Before Su Jin could reply, her eyes narrowed instinctively. The graceful silhouette atop the building had already begun its descent. Judging by its motion, the woman's body appeared unnaturally light. Her posture bore no resemblance to that of someone jumping to their death. A second later, she adjusted her trajectory midair, landing lightly on the iron-framed flower bed jutting from the 5th floor exterior, then executed a nimble somersault, dropping straight down to the 3rd floor. She bounded off the 3rd floor wall and plummeted toward the ground. As her figure vanished from sight, Su Jin sprinted dozens of meters forward and launched himself into a deep, powerful leap. His leg muscles bulged taut. With a thunderous detonation, he drove into the pavement, unleashing raw, monstrous force. A concussive shockwave rippled outward, tiles shattered and scattered like shrapnel. Before Chengdu's stunned eyes, Su Jin soared skyward, his right arm sweeping through the air, only to land heavily upon the rooftop platform of the Community Activity Center's 2nd floor. My heavens! Is Director really this formidable? Chengdu blinked, dazed for a moment, then hurried toward the activity center. On the rooftop, Su Jin gazed downward, silent and watchful. The woman who'd stood atop the building hadn't vanished at all. Instead, she was hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. In mere seconds, she vaulted across ornamental trees in the residential compound and landed squarely on the platform. She halted at the platform's edge 20 meters away, smiling faintly as she met Su Jin's gaze. He studied her intently. Her features were unremarkable, yet her demeanor radiated unnatural ease, an expression utterly alien to any ordinary human. Even an evolved Esper from the outside world would never wear such an expression. She was unquestionably an infected imposter. He himself could cushion a fall from the 6th floor to ground level, but never with such ethereal grace. Judging by sheer physical power, she fell far short of him. Her strength likely lay in speed and agility. A firearm would be ideal against her, but his silver-tipped pistol was empty and he lacked time to reload. All other weapons seized from the precinct had been entrusted to Elder Sun for tactical deployment. He carried no spare firearms. This would be difficult. Closing in and restraining her was the optimal strategy. Within 2 or 3 seconds, Su Jin reached his decision. You're 4 in total. 3 have arrived. Where's the 4th? Su Jin probed cautiously. The woman's brows arched playfully. Oh, you know quite a bit. Your scent reeks of blood. So those 2 worthless fools are dead. Killed by you, I presume. So you're indeed working together. You all spawn atop that building. That woman isn't dead yet. She mentioned you to me. Su Jin's right hand tightened imperceptibly. Small shards of brick kicked up earlier crumbled instantly beneath his grip. As the woman leaned and listening intently, he flung the pulverized stone toward her face. The dense barrage of fragments erupted like buckshot streaking toward her visage, while simultaneously Su Jin exploded forward, legs coiling with explosive. Without hesitation she engaged. Startled, she recoiled the instant Su Jin moved, but the stone storm struck too fast, and her evasive shift misjudged the angle. A hail of shards slammed into her torso. Her clothes tore open, crimson welts bloomed across her skin. She shrieked. A jagged fragment pierced her right eye, blinding it instantly. Yet the impact propelled her backward faster than before. Half her body already slipped beyond the platform's edge, tilting backward into empty space. Just as Su Jin closed the gap with terrifying swiftness, he lunged low, seizing her slender ankle in an iron grip. With brutal torque, he swung her backward, thud, smashing her hard against the concrete, sending her rebounding violently. She coughed up a gout of blood, splattering her own face. When she blinked open her eyes, Su Jin's right hand still clamped her calf, unyielding, relentless, forcing her legs apart into a full split. His left fist, brimming with lethal intent, rocketed toward her face. In the woman's widening pupils, Su Jin's forearm muscles erupted, tearing through his sleeve. At the very last instant, primal instinct surged. She wrenched. She narrowly avoided the killing blow, but blood sprayed from her temple as one ear was reduced to pulp. Seeing her evade, Su Jin tensed his right arm, preparing to swing again. At that very moment, her entire frame seemed to emit a fragrant breeze. Su Jin's focus wavered, his grip slackening involuntarily. Seizing the opening, she drove both knees upward, kicking hard into his chest. He skidded backward several meters, re-establishing distance. No sooner had she risen and steadied herself than something viscous and wet slapped across her face, blinding her instantly. Su Jin, wreathed in murderous intent, advanced once more. Yet after only a few steps, another wave of fragrance washed over him, freezing him mid-stride. Eyes shut tight, she scrambled backward, wiping frantically at her face. When she glimpsed what coated her palm, her teeth clenched so fiercely they nearly shattered. Her lone eye twitched violently, rage surging to unprecedented heights. Her ear. It was her own severed ear. The bastard had scooped it up and hurled it straight into her face. In less than 2 exchanges, she'd lost an eye and ears, suffered widespread spinal fractures, and even torn her crotch. Was this beast a wolf in its past life? Twice now miscalculations had cost him dearly. Su Jin's nerves tightened. His opponent was far more dangerous than mere speed or agility suggested. Perhaps her ability targeted the mind itself. Were he unaffected by such interference, he could end her without effort. But now she anticipated his moves, and wielded this mental disruption like a blade. One misstep could mean death. Even under the blazing sun, where his physical attributes reached peak amplification, he remained bound by mortal limits. A strike to a vital point would still prove fatal. This was no game. He possessed no bizarre mutations, only the vulnerabilities inherent to the human form. A tense standoff ensued. The woman laughed bitterly. Very well, very well. I'd intended to flee, but clearly that's no longer necessary. Remember my name, Liang Shui. From now on you belong to me, as my dog. Su Jin regarded her coldly. Beaten half to ruin, yet daring such arrogance. Her advantage must be extraordinary. Ha ha ha. You're wondering what power I wield. Very well, I'll tell you. It's simple. Every man kneels before me. Especially one like you. You'll understand. Liang Shui circled warily, maintaining distance. A faint sweet fragrance drifted through the air. I see. So it's olfactory influence. Calmly, Su Jin retrieved a pair of socks, unwashed for over 10 days, from his chest briefcase, tore them into strips, and stuffed them deep into his nostrils. Liang Shui froze, then burst into furious laughter. You are truly depraved and absurdly naive. Su Jin ignored her, stepping forward to deliver swift, decisive violence, yet halted again. Before him, Liang Shui's features shimmered, morphing subtly, while a sudden, overwhelming surge of attraction flooded his heart. His lips parted slightly, the murderous intent within him ebbed, his muscles softening. Glancing downward, he realized, astonishingly, that the one part of him meant to relax had just done precisely the opposite. Director. The door of the rooftop passageway was suddenly pushed open and Chengdu barged in. The scene of the two confronting each other immediately caught his eye. The woman was covered in wounds, clearly no match for the director. Following Chengdu was Fu Hu. Behind Fu Hu were Fu Qingdai Zhongwan Lu Dajia and Old Sun and Old Wei. Chengdu rushed forward to stand beside Su Jin. Fu Hu closed the door of the passageway, and before shutting it he reminded them, don't get involved. It's dangerous here, go back down and keep watch. After saying that he also ran to Su Jin's side. Roar. I thought it was another loser, but it turns out to be a disabled ugly. Chengdu spat disdainfully, showing no manners. But upon looking down his gaze froze, and he slowly raised his head to look at Su Jin, who was blushing. His heart ached. Astonished, he exclaimed, Director, you can't be serious. Damn it, you actually like this kind of person. Or did Jiang you just ignite your interest? Your reaction is way too delayed. He said, what's up with that sock? As he spoke, Chengdu reached out and pulled the sock out of Su Jin's nostril. Stop talking. Don't move. Be careful of that woman. Fu Hu stepped in front of Chengdu and Su Jin, his gaze fixed on Liang Shui. Director, what's wrong with you? I've been affected. Don't look her in the eye. Her ability is to seduce men. Su Jin struggled to speak, caught in a battle for control of his mind. I can't do anything to her. Mental control, I don't know the principle. Scent, vision, both might be affected. Chengdu said, bewildered, looking at Liang Shui with disdain. What scent? How is she seducing men? You're telling me this? I'm getting more and more disgusted by that woman. Chengdu replied, I get it, Director, are you okay? Fu Hu asked. Why is Chengdu fine? Did he bring a gun? Kill her. Damn. Don't worry about me. Su Jin roared fiercely, crouching as he ran towards the distance. It's over. It seems the director is in serious trouble. The two of us are not as powerful as him. We must be cautious. Fu Hu whispered, that woman hasn't approached, yet she must be plotting something sinister. I forgot to reload my handgun. How about you? I came in a hurry. I don't have any either. Chengdu replied softly, but it looks like the director took the initiative and severely injured her. She's still bleeding, and we can't be that ineffective against a half-blind cripple. As they spoke, Liang Shui kept her distance, frowning as she observed the two. These two newcomers' abilities were unknown, but that wasn't the main point. Within their capabilities, why were they unaffected? The person they referred to as the director was already out of commission. A leaving now would be too much of a loss. Having been dealt such a heavy blow, it would be difficult to find an opportunity for revenge later. Observing further, if it really came to it, they would have to retreat. Let's go, Chengdu shouted and charged forward. Flames began to ignite on his body, and Fu Hu followed closely, hardening his heart and fists. Seeing the two rush forward, Liang Shui sneered and took the initiative to meet them. Two useless fellows. Just looking at their speed was already far inferior to that man. Even if she was injured, she was still superior to both. Split up. As the enemy approached, Fu Hu whispered, and the two prepared to flank. Liang Shui was right in the middle, her slender arms striking directly at Fu Hu. Avoiding the iron fist, she struck directly at his chest. Fu Hu let out a muffled grunt, but his body swayed only slightly before continuing to punch at Liang Shui. Meanwhile, Chengdu also began to launch his attack. His flaming arm threw a punch, trailing almost 10 inches of flickering flames. This unexpected strike burnt Liang Shui's bangs in an instant. It smells like burning pig hair. Ugly. Chengdu shouted mockingly as he attacked relentlessly. Fu Hu missed twice and began to feel anxious. The woman was too fast, making it difficult for him to achieve effective results. Rather than that, it was better to let Chengdu take the lead in the assault. With that thought, Fu Hu completely abandoned the idea of injuring Liang Shui and focused on defense. Liang Shui constantly defended and occasionally countered, watching the two's attacks with growing annoyance. These two should have practiced their coordination, she initially thought it would be easy to take them down. But so far they were proving to be more troublesome than she had imagined. The older man seemed to simply enhance his strength, adding a bit of defensive capability with nothing. However, that fire-controlling one spewed flames from both nostrils, his head and body swaying left and right, making it very difficult to handle, especially with that old man assisting. Moreover, he might have other tricks up his sleeve. Why had the other two not been affected until now? Generally speaking, each man has different tolerances to their abilities. The stronger and more robust a man is, the quicker he falls. These two looked quite normal, yet still showed no reaction. Especially the younger one, whose foul mouth kept spewing nonsense. After nearly half a minute of continuous fighting, Chengdu seized an opportunity and opened his mouth to deliver a fatal blow. Just as the flames in his chest were about to erupt, Liang Shui struck first, slamming her palm into Chengdu's chin. The blazing flames that were about to spew forth were instantly pushed back. Liang Shui let out a cold snort. I knew it. You two are only this capable. With those words, Liang Shui quickly retreated, running in the direction Su Jin had disappeared. She had injuries on her body and couldn't take down the two in a short time. Dragging it out would lead to a big problem. The strongest director had already been affected, and his identity was not ordinary. The best choice was to disrupt the formation of these two by taking him down first. Seeing Liang Shui escape towards the direction Su Jin had vanished, Fu Hu and Chengdu immediately understood what was happening and were alarmed. Without a moment's hesitation, they immediately dodged and gave chase. Unfortunately, Liang Shui was faster than the two, and seeing they couldn't catch up, Cheng Du shouted. With a poof, flames burst from his rear, tearing through his pants, and directly spraying nitrogen for acceleration, swiftly surpassing Liang Shui by a position. What? Turning to look at Cheng Du, who had inexplicably overtaken her, Liang Shui was taken aback. In the next second, Cheng Du's punch was already aimed at her face. Liang Shui raised her arm to block, but the flames burned through her sleeve, scorching her delicate skin and leaving a charred mark. Where do you think you're going? Fu Hu shouted loudly as he closed in, blocking Liang Shui's escape. The three quickly became entangled in battle once again. After a few moments, Cheng Du could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Director, are you alright? Where are you?" Fu Hu's heart sank, quickly realizing the issue. Cheng Du's abilities were quite unique and agile, but the consumption was equally immense. Having fought until now, he had been continuously unleashing flames, and he probably couldn't last much longer. If the director could join the battle now, with just a little assistance, they could overcome this woman. Having fought until now, he had been continuously unleashing flames, and he probably couldn't last much longer. If the director could join the battle now, with just a little assistance, after experiencing several exchanges as the three moved, Su Jin's figure finally emerged in their sight. In the shadows beside the rooftop passageway, Su Jin was hunched over, looking anxious as he busily worked. The three looked on with crooked mouths and eyes. In the shadows, Su Jin was hunched over, fighting against the chaos in the most primal way. Su Jin roared, eyes aflame. His mind was muddled by the other party's ability, and he could not suppress it. The blazing sun overhead, which should have bolstered his body, now only compounded the adverse effects. Hiding in shadow should have eased it slightly in theory, but it proved useless. He sensed three figures at his flank, and panic rising. Su Jin half crouched and shouted for them to draw that woman away from him. Get away. One more look, and I'm finished. Cheng Du and Fu Hu shifted positions to block Su Jin. At that moment, fear finally exploded in Liang Shui's eyes. No, this cannot happen. In such a chaotic skirmish, how could he dare such a thing? She knew the nature of her ability. Its effect depended heavily on changes in the target's physiological state. Not everyone could be influenced. If he truly suppressed himself now, it would be impossible to control him later. She would be certain to die. You two are useless. Get away. Liang Shui screamed, ignoring her wounds as she lunged to take Su Jin's life. But the two ahead had already altered their tactic. Fu, who took the main assault, a towering barricade in front of her. The sun shifted in the sky. Su Jin kept summoning strength and glanced upward. He tracked the moving shadow and finally leaned against the iron door of the passage. Su Jin's eyes were bloodshot, sweat pouring from his brow. Another 100 breaths passed. He gasped twice and shook his head violently, trying to shake off Liang Shui's influence. He reached into the pouch at his chest and pulled out his phone. Gasping, he fumbled the screen with one hand, unlocking it and opening the hidden folder on the device. He reached into the pouch at his chest and pulled out his phone. Gasping, he fumbled the screen with one hand, unlocking it and opening the hidden folder. It's fine, this won't defeat me. I still have a way. In the little house corridor, Zhang Wan with the woman Lu Dajia, Sunya, and Wei Da waited anxiously. Did you hear something? My hearing is poor, Sunya fretted. I heard it, the sound seemed louder just now. Someone must have come closer. Fu Qingdai frowned. No gunfire, they did not bring guns. Maybe we should send a gun over. Wei Da murmured. No sooner had he spoken than the iron door thudded twice. No, they are fighting at the door. If we go in now, we will become a liability, Sunya vetoed. Hold on a moment, they'll be ready soon. Su Jin's anxious voice carried through the iron door into the corridor. Fu Qingdai's eyes lit as a plan formed. Brother is at the door, so my father and Cheng Dage should be elsewhere. Get a gun. Sunya hurriedly passed the shotgun at hand. Fu Qingdai took it and shouted through the door, Brother, I'm bringing you a gun. What? Su Jin snapped his head up, cold sweat running down his forehead. He quickly opened an audiobook on his phone and tucked it into his pocket, freeing an arm to brace the door. Qingdai, don't come in there firing. Did you hear what he said? Sunya asked. I didn't catch it clearly. It sounded like Cheng Gu was spraying fire just now. His voice overpowered everything else. Fu Qingdai pressed her lips together. But I clearly heard what my father was shouting. The two others are farther from the opponent's. Brother is at the door, likely alone. Then there's nothing to debate. Push the door, toss him the gun, and we leave immediately. Fu Qingdai nodded and reached to push the door. They pushed twice with no response and looked back at Sunya. He panicked, eyes wide, and barked, What are you staring at? This old door is rusted. Push hard together. Ram it open. With a crash, the rear gate was forced inward. Su Jin's whole body convulsed. He stumbled and fell to his knees, still clutching the gun. He turned slowly, bloodshot eyes looking back, the phone still playing the audiobook. Bing's academic performance was far from ideal. The five stood dumbfounded, their gazes shifting from the floor to his face. Su Jin's lips trembled. A wave of mortified fury surged up and drowned out every other emotion. He roared, What the hell are you all doing? Do you want to get me killed? I told you this was a firefight. Who told you to come in? Fu Qingdai blushed crimson, as if scalded, and dropped the shotgun she held. Brother He raised the gun. At that, Zhongwan grabbed it. The group fumbled back into the corridor and slammed the iron door shut. Su Jin gritted his teeth and rose, straightening his clothes, veins standing out across his face with fury. He shook his head and turned his gaze toward Liang Shui, eyes glinting with menace. After that tussle, he felt strangely clear-headed. In the end, her power was not absolute control, it had been his own lack of self-discipline that had failed him. He guessed he would be struck again soon and had to finish this quickly. With that resolve, Su Jin picked up the shotgun from the ground and rushed at Liang Shui. Both of you get out of the way. His shout cut into Fu Hu and Cheng Du like a blade. Liang Xui's terrified eyes snapped to Su Jin. Seeing him advance with a gun, she immediately closed on Fu Hu to grapple. The other fire breather had little strength left, and the big slow man was an ideal shield. Liang Shui taunted Su Jin, "You are ruthless. The first time I fell to a man I lost, this time I may lose again, but if I die I'll take one of you with me. Fire your gun, let's see if you can aim." Fu Hu bellowed, "Director, ignore this shameless woman. Fire the gun. He'll bet my life against hers. Let's see whose body is tougher." In the corridor, the five exchanged stunned looks, still reeling from what had happened. At Fu Hu's roar, Zhongwan's face went pale. Lu Dajia hurried forward to comfort her. "When you found a man with responsibility. Old Fu is fortunate and long-lived, he will certainly be fine." "Ha ha ha. What kind of man are you pretending to be?" Liang Shui sneered. "I knew from the start why I couldn't affect you. You're nothing but a worthless man. And you pervert, risking lives and still admiring others' favors." "What? Chengdu, you?" "Director, I really did not." Chengdu protested loudly. While grappling, Liang Shui hissed at Su Jin in a dark voice. "I have seen many, this one is definitely secretly in love with you. But today you should thank me. Influencing him is only a matter of time. Shoot now, if there is any chance to kill me it is now. Later you may not get the chance. Your little boyfriend will help me kill you, ha ha ha." Lu Dajia tried to soothe. "One, it's okay. Men at that age are like that, it really means little." Lu Dajia continued to reassure her. "Lu, please stop," Zhongwan mumbled, covering her face. Su Jin sweated at his brow, indecisive with the gun. The shotgun spread was too wide. Even if Fu Hu's hardening could react, the hardened area would be insufficient. If he fired, the chance of friendly fire was enormous. The woman was tempting him to shoot, she might confidently use Fu Hu as a meat shield. He dared not close the distance. His clarity had returned somewhat, but had not entirely dissipated. Her ability must radiate from a core. The closer one came, the stronger the effect. Yet, even without closing in, if this dragged on, he would relapse into his previous. What should he do? As Su Jin hesitated, Cheng Du suddenly blurted, "Director, I smell something." Liang Shui, still entangling Fu Hu, laughed. "Ha ha ha, it's almost ready." Her words kept baiting Su Jin. "Still not firing. If you don't, it will be too late." Su Jin's gaze snapped to Cheng Du, who was glazed and had seemingly withdrawn from the fight. A chill ran through him. He would not hesitate a moment longer and let out a roar that shook the corridor. "Cheng Du, do not be fooled by that ugly creature. I can do this too." At the shout, Cheng Du turned and his eyes cleared in an instant. Su Jin hefted the gun. Somehow his sleeve hung crooked and his jacket lay on the ground. Liang Xui's eyes opened wide in disbelief. "I thought your power was impressive." "This is it. Give up. In looks you cannot beat me," Su Jin said, quickly unloading the shotgun shells and hurling them hard toward Liang Xui's face. "Qingdai, it's fine. The director had no choice, he surely does not like men," Lu Dajia soothed. Two old men watched the three women with unreadable faces. Fu Qingdai's expression shifted unsettledly. She ground her teeth, turned, and ran down the stairs. As Su Jin forcefully threw his attack, the shotgun bullets flew towards Liang Shui. However, Liang Shui had seen through the preemptive disarming action and was already prepared. Su Jin had already dodged in advance and quickly took cover behind Fu Hu. With his strike missing, it became increasingly difficult for Su Jin to employ the same. Cheng Du, recovering from his daze, rejoined the battle between Fu Hu and Liang Shui. The situation quickly fell back into a stalemate, causing Su Jin's brows to furrow as his vision began to blur. Liang Xui's charm stirred within his heart once more. "Huh." Su Jin gasped, unable to care about the large bulge on his body, desperately pinching his thigh. It's difficult. This special type of opponent whose strength was far below his seemed to counter him perfectly in battle. Fu Hu Cheng Du could not die. Was there no other way but to castrate himself? "Qingdai, are you crazy? Don't make it worse." Su Jin broke out in a cold sweat and immediately turned around. He saw Fu Qingdai rushing over with two "Qingdai, are you crazy? Don't make it worse." Su Jin broke out in a cold sweat and immediately turned around. He saw Fu Qingdai rushing over with two bulging plastic bags in hand. Approaching within about 10 meters, she began to spin in place like a little top. Su Jin felt a surge of anxiety and shouted, "Qingdai, what are you doing here? Hurry back." Fu Qingdai remained silent and continued spinning forward. The little top spun rapidly and soon reached Su Jin. Just as Su Jin was about to stop her, Fu Qingdai shouted, "Dad. Chenggu, get out of the way." As soon as she finished speaking, the two bulging plastic bags in her hands were thrown towards Liang Shui like cannonballs. After accelerating through spinning, the bags heavy and fast flew as quickly as bullets thrown by Su Jin. Fu Hu and Chengdu instinctively chose to retreat and dodge upon hearing her shout. Liang Shui glanced at the incoming items, and seeing only plastic bags filled with something, snorted coldly and continued to entangle with Fu Hu. As the plastic bags flew towards her, she immediately punched through both bags. With a splash, the plastic bags burst open. A torrent of filth came pouring down like a torrential rain, drenching Liang Shui and Fu Hu from head to toe, splattering Chengdu as well. All three stood dumbfounded at the scene. Su Jin instantly fell into wild joy, staring in shock at Fu Qingdai. She was the one from the center bringing out plastic bags meant for containing waste. How clever she was. Brilliant. Liang Shui would surely be thrown off balance now. Even if she was a succubus, it wouldn't matter. Well done. Su Jin shouted excitedly, raising his fist to charge at Liang Shui, determined to make her bleed. That's what you get. Fu Qingdai huffed angrily, standing in place to curse softly before dashing back into the corridor. After a brief moment of hesitation, Fu, who was the first among the three to react, he swung his fist, splashing the remnants towards Liang Shui. Liang Shui raised her hand to block the onslaught. As their arms tangled together, Fu, who had been missing his attacks, finally landed a punch on Liang Xui's chin, empowered by everyone's hard work. In slow motion, the sticky punch retracted, splattering liquid everywhere. Liang Xui's face contorted in extreme distortion, her cherry lips wide open, but in a moment of sanity, she quickly closed her mouth. Her face was covered in filth. The exaggerated movement almost caused her to swallow it. Although she was an infected, she still retained most human habits. After all, even zombies wouldn't eat such things. Under the extreme disgust and life-threatening pressure, Liang Xui's alertness skyrocketed. In her hazy vision, she quickly spotted Su Jin. Not daring to waste a moment, Liang Shui struck Fu Hu away, turning to spit filth at Chengdu. At the same time, she kicked the ground hard, splashing a stream of filth towards Su Jin. She never expected her opponent to be so cunning and vicious. The wave of filth crashed towards him, and there was no time to break. Su Jin's eyes widened in horror as he raised both arms to shield his face, but he was drenched all over. Even worse, due to stepping on the filth, his footing was unstable, and he slid forward uncontrollably. In an instant, amidst the pungent wind, Liang Xui's extraordinary performance and despicable tactics directly turned the disadvantage into an advantage, forcing back the three top fighters and carving out a path to survival in dire straits. During the brief pause of the three, Liang Shui shot a deep, hate-filled glance at Fu Qingdai, then unleashed her full power and leaped down the stairs. Kicking off the walls of the activity center, she fell into the distance, disappearing beyond the community. By the time Su Jin steadied himself and lowered his arms, his eyes were already bloodshot and his face was contorted with muscle spasms. Watching Liang Shui vanish in the direction she had fled, he erupted with immense strength, chasing after the scattered remnants along the path. The few people in the hallway stood dumbstruck at the scene before them. Seeing their man in such a sorry state, Zhang Wan angrily tugged at Fu Qingdai's ear, scolding, "You little brat. What were you thinking meddling in this? Look at what you've done to your dad in them. Can't you see your brother is furious?" Fu Qingdai's face turned pale as she shrank her head back, saying, "Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to turn out this way." It's fine. It's fine. The kid had good intentions that just went wrong in execution. Just wash it off, all right." Sister Lu hurriedly interjected to smooth things. After a few minutes, Su Jin returned to the central rooftop platform, filled with frustration and covered in filth. The others had already returned to the first floor, while Fu Hu and Chengdu remained on the rooftop, their bodies gradually hardening into armor. Upon seeing Su Jin return, they immediately looked over. Su Jin shook his head, cursing, "That bitch got away. Damn. Well, this opponent was just too vicious. There's nothing we could do about it," Fu Hu replied helplessly. Sister Lu went to fetch water. "She'll be up soon." Not long after, Sister Lu came up carrying 3 basins of water and a plastic bag of towels under her arm, along with a large bucket of water. She set the 3 basins apart and filled each with water. Sister Lu looked at the 3 disheveled men, swallowed hard, and stepped back a few paces, saying, "Hurry and clean yourselves. There's not much water, but it should suffice for a wipe down. There's plenty of perfume, so feel free to spray some more." Sister Lu hesitated to say more. Su Jin, feeling downcast, said, "Sister Lu, we're all in this together. Just say what's on your mind." Then I'll speak plainly." Sister Lu hesitated for a moment and said, "Director, you should just wear a pair of shorts. I think you need a good scrub." Su Jin felt a mix of anger and embarrassment, exclaiming, "Sister Lu, can you keep it down? Can you please get us a change of clothes? I would appreciate it." "All right." Sister Lu awkwardly smiled and jogged down the stairs. The platform was left with just the 3 men, all of whom wore expressions of despair as they picked up the basins and searched for a spot to clean up. Su Jin glanced at the clothes and briefcase he had discarded on the ground, feeling slightly gratified. Thankfully, he had come prepared. There were still plenty of sodas in his briefcase, so if the water ran out, he could use soda. Soda works wonders for cleaning toilets. It definitely gets the job done. And there's enough spare clothing too. He carried the basin to the passage behind the small room. Su Jin peered out to ensure no one could see, and like a thief placed the basin on the ground. He stripped completely, and then leaned over the basin frantically doing one-handed push-ups. Thanks to my brothers for providing inspiration for this chapter. Half an hour later, three masters, Lu Zhanyang Wei and Tong Sun, sat side by side on the edge of the rooftop, staring blankly into the distance. After a long silence, the one in the middle, Fu, who spoke up in a daze, "Chengdu, why is there no scent on you despite the basin of water? I dried it with fire to kill." "Then what about you, director? Why do you still smell a bit fragrant?" "I washed thoroughly," Su Jin replied expressionlessly. "Why is it just me who smells?" Chengdu hesitated for a long time, leaning his head towards Su Jin, tentatively asking, "Director, you mentioned before. Get lost." Su Jin cursed angrily. "Just perish. Everyone stop living." Chengdu was startled and quickly retracted his head, not daring to speak again. Fu Hu sighed. "Chengdu, when did you catch this disease? Why haven't you been to the hospital?" "Since I was young." "Isn't that a disease? Truly uneducated, isn't it abnormal?" Su Jin helplessly replied, "Going to the hospital. Good people have been turned into problems there. Do you understand me, director?" Chengdu's eyes sparkled. "Get lost." Su Jin scolded again, then turned to Fu, who, "Old Fu, you're just in your 40s. How did you catch this disease? Why haven't you been to the hospital? Hey, don't you have the ability to harden? This ailment can't even be treated with superpowers. It needs to have a form to harden." "Oh, without form, I can't harden a cocoon," Fu Hu said with a dark expression. "Can't you just lean on the parallel bars and wait for them to droop down before hardening? Should I strip outside to find parallel bars and then walk back home? That would only harden a third. I'm telling you, director, can you stop asking?" Fu Hu paused, then began to get annoyed. "My body is quite strong. There's nothing wrong, just a bit out of shape in recent years. I just need to take care of it." "Would changing your wife to Jianyu work?" "Jianyu would definitely work. No, we three are like this today. Does it make any difference if we feel weak or not?" "That's true." Su Jin scratched his chin, and the three fell silent again. After a long time, Su Jin let out a long sigh. "All right, let's talk about serious matters. The situation is too dangerous now. We don't know how many disguised infected individuals are still in the city. We are being targeted by 4 with 2 dead, 1 injured, and 1 remaining. That woman from before probably won't appear again for a while, but I'm afraid she might seek help from the last one. You two notify everyone all supplies must be loaded immediately and prepared to depart. We need to hurry and leave before dawn tomorrow. Director, that large meat worm hasn't been found yet. Our people will be at risk if they move outside." Su Jin rubbed his forehead, feeling a severe headache. He had forgotten about the fight, and still had a meat worm whose whereabouts were unknown. Then this way there are 2 lists with Zhongwan. Let those who lack skills handle these tasks while the useful ones guard inside. After Su Jin finished speaking, Fu Hu and Cheng Du remained silent, not responding. "I know this is very cruel. I don't want to do this, but sometimes we have no choice." Su Jin also lowered his head, feeling a deep sadness. The world has become this way. We must make choices and act accordingly. Talking about equality and peace, our opponents won't give us this opportunity. We must survive and ensure as many people as possible survive. Sigh. Let's act. I won't go in for now. You all handle the matters inside. They'll stay outside to get some air and command while keeping watch. Su Jin clapped his knees, stood up, and jumped down to the first floor. The temporary crisis had been averted, and as the sky was still bright, the mobilization began quickly. They selected more than 70 people collectively, leaving the center to move goods outside. The remaining people gathered in the central hall, and a thin layer of flour was spread over the crowd. Under Su Jin's command, external procedures were proceeding in an orderly manner. The center had limited space, and most supplies were placed on the first floor of the nearest residential building. Thus it was quite convenient to move. The sun had not yet set, and the overall work was nearly completed. Seeing that only some finishing touches remained, Su Jin returned to the activity center. Standing at the door gap, looking inside through the glass, he was met with Fu Qingdai's apologetic gaze. Su Jin smiled and waved his hand, then shifted his gaze to Fu Hu, pointing upwards. Fu Hu understood, stood up, and walked upstairs. On the rooftop, Fu Hu said to Su Jin, who walked to the side, "There are no problems here. The people boarding and the vehicle numbers have all been assigned. We can take the remaining supplies with us directly before departure. Director, there is another issue you need to be aware of. The woman who just came has powers stronger than we imagined, with a far-reaching influence, and she can even pass through walls. When we were on the rooftop, all the men below were affected, but perhaps because of the distance and the wall, the severity wasn't too serious. It caused a bit of chaos below, but Old Sun has calmed them down. Old Wei said that in this situation it's hard to analyze, suggesting we wear an iron basin on our heads. It might help with defense." "Demon X Professor, what is this?" Su Jin muttered in pain, then raised his voice. "Understood. Be careful and alert. The 2 old men are the most professional. Prepare everything according to their suggestions. And there's more. As Su Jin spoke, a sudden scream erupted from the center of the hall. Both Fu Hu and Su Jin's expressions changed drastically as they rushed towards the hall. Su Jin flung open the door, his heart tightening as his pupils contracted. In the crowd stood Wei, his face full of pain, seemingly caught in great struggle, while Sunya was frantically supporting his body. What happened? Su Jin strode in, and the crowd automatically parted. Sunya gritted his teeth and said, "Take him to an isolated room." Su Jin immediately picked up Wei and headed towards his temporary independent office on the second floor. Fu Qingdai and a few close ones followed closely, leaving only Zhang Wan behind to maintain order. Entering the room, inside, there were only a simple table and chairs along with a mattress. Gently placing Wei on the mattress, Su Jin hurriedly asked, "What exactly happened?" "A worm," Sunya said in shock. "That worm appeared and burrowed into old Wei's body." "How is that possible?" "The room was covered in flour, and the distance should have been enough for you to react. The worm came and somehow fell from the roof and hit below." Sunya lamented. "It didn't directly land on old Wei's head, but he was accidentally hit, and I saw the worm burrow into his chest." "Qingdai." Su Jin looked at Fu Qingdai. "Did you not sense anything at that time?" Fu Qingdai, with a serious expression, replied, "I sensed it, but I only realized when the worm attacked. Its speed was quick and very weak. By the time I reacted, it was already too late." Su Jin said nothing further and ripped open Wei De's shirt. As the shirt tore apart, a blood hole the size of a fist appeared on his chest, and his entire upper body was covered in blood-like web patterns. Seeing this scene, Su Jin felt a surge of anxiety. The current situation was beyond what medical resources could handle, especially considering old Wei's age. "Old Wei, how are you feeling?" "It hurts." Wei was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. He grabbed Sun Ya's sleeve, constantly shaking and pointing in a direction. What does he mean?" Su Jin asked hurriedly. "I know, I understand." Sunya held Wei De's hand, tears streaming down his face as he looked at Su Jin. Old Wei feared he might have an accident, so he left notes in advance. The operation methods for those weapons are all written in the notes, and they are at his home. Wei remained silent, quietly releasing his grip on Sun Ya's sleeve. Tears welled up in the eyes of everyone in the room. Su Jin was tense, all over, filled with resentment. He felt he hadn't been thorough enough. So weak. If only he had been more careful back then, this wouldn't have happened. Old Wei is crucial and absolute hero of the team, yet he was still thinking about solving the problem. He couldn't just give up like this. As Wei De's moans grew fainter, Su Jin suddenly opened his eyes wide, moving quickly to search through his briefcase. In the blink of an eye, a small meatball appeared in his hand. He shoved the meatball into Wei De's hand and took out a small knife to pierce it. Moments after the light infused Wei De's palm, he fell into a deep slumber. Sunya exclaimed anxiously, "What are you doing? Will using this on him have any effect? The strange insect is still inside him. What if something else happens?" "What else can I do? A dead horse is treated as a living horse. This is the only way," Su Jin replied in a deep voice. Sunya's lips moved, but he finally lowered his gaze, weakly stating, "What I mean is, you shouldn't waste such resources on him. It's a gamble, and he will hold us back. Neither of us has much time left to live. There's no need to drag you young ones down." He left notes. But who knows if everyone can understand them. He must teach hand in hand. Su Jin sighed. "I know what you mean, but human feelings are deep-rooted. I can't remain rational in every situation. If it were a stranger, I wouldn't save them. Old Wei has been with me from the beginning until now. I won't just watch him die, and neither will you." Sunya sighed. "As well, there's no need to guard against the insect anymore. You all should go out. We need manpower below, and someone should retrieve Old Wei's notes. They'll call you as soon as he wakes up or needs anything." Time flew by, and night fell. Once all personnel were arranged, the guns were distributed to a reliable group according to the daily report. All supplies were loaded, waiting to set off at dawn. In the room next to where Wei De's supplies were stored, Su Jin laid down a simple mat, reviewing the notes left by Wei De in the candlelight. The door creaked open. Fu Qingdai slipped in, quickly shutting the door, and laid down beside Su Jin. Su Jin put down the notes and looked at Fu Qingdai, forcing a smile. "Why aren't you with your parents? Why are you here with me?" Fu Qingdai gently leaned against Su Jin's shoulder, hesitating before speaking. "Will Grandpa Wei be okay?" "He will," Su Jin said succinctly. "You need to have faith. He will be okay, and better than before." Fu Qingdai gently leaned against Su Jin's shoulder, hesitating before speaking. "Will Grandpa Wei be okay?" "He will," Su Jin said succinctly. "You need to have faith. He will be okay, and better than before." Su Jin chuckled softly, reaching out to stroke Fu Qingdai's hair. "You truly saved my life today. Everything else is a minor issue. You did nothing wrong. Fu Qingdai's petite nostrils quivered. Today I killed someone. I knew she was infected, but she looked just like an ordinary child, and I." As she spoke, her voice began to choke up. Su Jin's gaze deepened. After gently patting her back twice, he said, "You had to do it. One must abandon compassion when facing the enemy. Qingdai, your identity is extraordinary. You can't just cry at the slightest provocation. How can you uphold the banner if you keep crying?" Fu Qingdai looked up, her sparkling eyes fixed on Su Jin as she began to speak slowly. If you weren't here, I wouldn't cry. Their eyes locked. Su Jin said seriously, but what if one day I'm no longer here? Where can you go? Fu Qingdai stubbornly stared at him, her hand clutching tightly to his clothing. You said the spaceship crashed. Perhaps someone will come to pick me up, or perhaps I will die. What will you do then? Su Jin countered. Fu Qingdai was about to respond when Su Jin pressed a finger to her lips. Brother isn't unsympathetic. But you must be strong, become the pillar of the team. Sometimes you must use mercy, and sometimes you must abandon it. Managing such matters isn't difficult. With clever people, you must use benefits to bind them. With foolish ones, you must never speak the truth to them. Instead, you must hypnotize them in a religious manner, making them believe what you ask them to do is right. Su Jin spoke slowly. The rest is simple. Befriend the capable, distance yourself from the petty, and appoint people based on trust. There will definitely be those in the team who don't have enough to eat. If someone is useful, you provide them with food to develop loyal supporters. If they are useless, you throw the problem back at them. Just say they're not full because they didn't work hard enough. It's all their own fault, letting them continue to compete and serve you. What I'm saying is very important. You must remember it. You may need it in the future, but this is not comprehensive, and there's more. Su Jin lowered his head, once again locking eyes with Fu Qingdai. The girl's gaze fluctuated, unwavering. Continuing to look downward, Su Jin reached out to push aside the long legs that had unknowingly draped over him. And the most critical thing is, you cannot have improper thoughts about your brother. I am an alien. This is the love of the seven forms. I don't. Fu Qingdai angrily lowered her head, her hands gripping the hem of her clothing, trembling and turning pale. In that moment, as Fu Qingdai looked down, Su Jin clenched his fists tightly, then smiled slightly. What I say? A workplace elite like me is clean, refined, confident, and gracious, always able to make young girls feel relaxed, warm, and comfortable. What about the boys your age? They are unattractive, financially strapped, impulsive, unpredictable in their behavior, and often irritate people. Compared to me, they fall far short. Brother is like opium. While it may bring you comfort, for the sake of future happiness, you must quit. You shameless. Fu Qingdai bumped her head against Su Jin's ribs. After the teasing, the smile faded from Su Jin's face as he gazed at the ceiling, murmuring, to be honest, I have many girlfriends. Fu Qingdai quickly looked up, staring intently at Su Jin. I'm not lying to you. In our mech star, we practice polyandry. I have a whole building of women. As soon as I enter, they line up in groups to see me. If I don't find anyone suitable that day, I switch them out for another batch, sometimes changing several times before picking one. Brother only accompanies one person at a time. Sometimes when friends visit, I even pick a few girlfriends to accompany them. Fu Qingdai's complexion paled, her lips pressed tightly together as she scrutinized Su Jin's eyes for any flaws. Really? I don't believe it. Of course it's true. Don't you remember that we mech people never lie? After saying this, Su Jin no longer dared to look directly at her, immediately pushing Fu Qingdai away. You should sleep now. I'll go check on Old Wei. Fu Qingdai stood dumbfounded, watching Su Jin leave. After a long time, she furrowed her brows, clenched her fists, and struck the wall with force. He lied. Mech people never lie. He hasn't spoken a single truth. Entering the room where Sunya and Weida were, Su Jin gently closed the door and approached. Weida was still deeply unconscious, and Su Jin whispered, Old son, how is he? Is there any change? Sunya shook his head and sighed softly. According to the previous mutation timeline, it should still take some time before he might awaken. The absence of any special phenomena is a good sign. I have checked his heartbeat and pulse, they are still normal. It's very likely that the parasite inside him is but that is precisely the problem. If the mass has also strengthened that monster, then Old Wei might not have any chance of survival. We should wait a little longer. It is still early until dawn. After saying this, Su Jin sat down on the edge of the mattress. Looking at the untouched food on the ground, he turned to Sunya and said, Old son, you should eat. I really can't handle it if you pour me another serving. Although he had no appetite, Sunya did not refuse since Su Jin had suggested it. He picked up the bowl and began to eat slowly. After eating about half of the meal, Sunya paused and said quietly, Shaoli, there are some things I didn't want to mention, but I'm afraid one day I might end up like Old Wei, so he'll just ask you directly. What is it? The two exchanged glances and Sunya articulated slowly, Are you an alien? Su Jin was taken aback and forced a smile. Old son, you're really quite strange. Why do you ask that? Your way of speaking is unique. Oh, perhaps you haven't even noticed it yourself. When communicating with me, you speak with the Longshan accent. However, during our investigation, we encountered many residents in the building. Some spoke dialects, and your accent also carried elements of dialect. Moreover, sometimes you throw in some literary phrases, and occasionally you explain conventional things in a strange way, as if you have a universal translator within you. Su Jin's expression froze. He had never considered that Sunya was so perceptive. Moreover, no one had ever pointed this out to him, and he certainly couldn't have discovered. The company's translation really is. Su Jin had not yet come to his senses when Sunya continued, I didn't start doubting you from here, it was after seeing your communication device. From its appearance according to our observations, it should be a civilian device, and the icons inside are very entertaining, which further corroborates our judgment. Both Old Way and I have encountered cutting-edge technology that doesn't exist in the market and the device you have. This world simply does not have the capability to produce it, nor even the capacity to manufacture it. If you are not an alien, or have not encountered some extraterrestrial technology, then none of this can be explained. Old Way and I have had our doubts, but seeing you busy and running around, we never dared to speak up. Can you give me an answer now, eh? After a long silence, until Su Jin's palms began to sweat slightly, he finally spoke. You guessed right, I am indeed an alien. We are not beings from the same planet, but the species should be similar. Upon receiving a definitive answer, Sun Ya's heart raced. Then you. After a long silence, until Su Jin's palms began to sweat slightly, he finally spoke. You guessed right, I am indeed an alien. We are not. The technology in my world isn't much more advanced than here. Perhaps in another 20 years this world will be identical to my homeland. As for the disasters in this world, I have no clue. I am trapped here and just want to survive to help you survive, that's all. Then how did you come into contact with Fu Qingdai? Sunya continued to ask. It's a sort of sensing. I can see the essence of the gray rain, and she can foresee the future. Perhaps a higher dimensional civilization wants to save this world, so they brought me here. Su Jin lowered his head, feeling bitter. If there really are civilizations wanting to help us, then why don't they take action themselves, eh? Sunya was filled with melancholy. Who knows? Perhaps I misunderstood, and maybe they have no goodwill, and I might have been set up by aliens. If you were set up by aliens, then your previous identity was quite extraordinary, huh? I'm just a salesman living a decent life with some prospects, sigh. Su Jin helplessly closed his eyes and said, let's not talk about it. Noticing Su Jin's low spirit, Sunya changed the subject and said, then tell me what it's like over there, is that okay? Sure. Su Jin smiled, and then took out his phone to begin recounting. I want to talk about the distant past. It's just like primitive people fighting, which is no different from here. Let me mention something more recent. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Perhaps I will die tomorrow, or perhaps the two old men will no longer be in front of me. Secrets, identities, everything in the face of survival have long become insignificant. Sunya listened quietly, his expression alternating between dazed, amazed, and regretful. Just as he was about to ask a question, an unexpected voice interrupted. It sounds like the future development is quite good, but it's not very happy. Haha, as development accelerates, so does desire. Old Wet. Su Jin was startled and immediately looked down at Weida. He didn't know when Weida had already awakened, but he still lay on the bed motionless. He was just smiling and looking at him. Charlie, you truly are an alien. Old Wei, stop saying useless things. How are you feeling? Sunya hurriedly helped him check his body. The dense red blood web on Wei De's chest still existed, seemingly unchanged on the surface. But that worm is definitely not dead, it's still in my body. I don't know if it is asleep or what, and I can't sense. But that worm is definitely not dead, it's still in my body. I don't know if it is asleep or what, and I can't sense its position. If it wakes up, I probably won't survive. What about your abilities? Can you still move? Su Jin asked. Wei De blinked and said, I don't know what abilities I have. I don't have the so-called chi feeling you mentioned. I can't move at all now. My body seems to be regaining strength, but it also feels like it's being drained away, which is why I am like this. Shouldn't we set off? Just take me with you. My notes are not finished while dictate, and you find someone to record it. Su Jin exchanged glances with Sunya. Old Sun, you understand medical matters well. Is there a way to resolve this situation? If a parasite has entered the body, and it's that large, logically removing the parasite should suffice. However, without a sterile environment, even if we operate to test, we might wake the worm inside, and then there would truly be no hope. Life and death are fated. Don't force it for me. I originally didn't have much time left to live. Weida said, find someone to help me continue transcribing the notes. You got that notebook right. Read it to me, and he'll continue dictating. Sunya directly ignored what Weida said, suddenly looking at Su Jin and raising his head. There is a method that can save him, and the feasibility is very high. What can we do? Su Jin quickly regained his composure. Nuclear magnetic resonance. That creature is quite large. We should be able to detect it using nuclear magnetic resonance, pinpoint its location, and eliminate it with one strike. Sunya swung his fist forcefully. Su Jin's gaze quickly dimmed. Don't be foolish, Lao San. Where are we going to find a nuclear magnetic resonance machine? Weida yelled with all his might, stop wasting time. The notes are important. Do you want me to die in vain? Sunya was about to speak again, when Su Jin's deep voice echoed in his ears, Sun Lao. I understand your eagerness to save people, but using nuclear magnetic resonance is simply impossible. There is no electricity, and it has been cut off for too long. Even if I find a machine, will it still work? The hospital environment is certainly severely contaminated now. No, you are wrong. I am anxious, but I haven't become foolish enough to forget that the current conditions don't allow it. Sun Ya's eyes flickered. The hospital won't work, but there is definitely a place that will. Where? Su Jin immediately pressed for an answer. Longlin Tower, the tallest skyscraper in the city. The top 3 floors are not for ordinary people. The 99th floor is for living, the 98th floor is for medical care, and the 97th floor is for logistics. Sonia said, on the 98th floor there is a medical environment that can be considered the best in the country, and even the world. The nuclear magnetic resonance equipment inside is specially made. What? Su Jin was taken aback and immediately asked, but it has been cut off for so long, even if the conditions are good, restarting it would take at least a week or 2, right? The machine needs liquid helium replenishment, and there are currently no conditions for that. Oh, you seem to know quite a bit. Sonia was slightly surprised. I used to sell medical equipment, so I have some understanding. Sun Lao, please hurry and tell me more. Su Jin urged. Sonia nodded. The nuclear magnetic resonance equipment in Longlin Tower is specially designed. I personally calibrated it, and the temperature control structure inside is far beyond military standards. That machine also has power-off protection equipped with a dual helium tank structure and off-grid thermal stabilization system. With top-notch medical personnel, maintaining it, the machine's condition is definitely preserved and likely maintained in a superconducting state. After the Hanxiong was launched, the external temperature dropped below -50 degrees, and the temperature on the top floor of Longlin Tower must be even lower. The flow rate of liquid helium will be much slower than normal, and most importantly, there is a local liquid helium reserve and backup power in the building. Under ideal conditions, it could be restarted for nuclear magnetic use in just 3 hours. Sonia said solemnly, surgery can still be performed on-site, but major surgeries are out of the question. Old Weiss' physical condition should have improved significantly, otherwise he wouldn't be reacting so normally with such a large foreign object in his body. If we find that creature, we can directly kill it with a needle. Even if Old Wei barely survives. My goodness. Who lives there? Su Jin exclaimed, what a big capital owner. Sonia looked at him, raising one eyebrow. Capital? What is that? It's for the elite. How expensive? The most expensive. All right. Su Jin stood up resolutely. What are we waiting for? Let's do it. We don't know the condition of the creature inside Old Wei, and there's no time to delay. He'll drive out to scout the road, lure the zombies away from the street, and then immediately return to take you to Longlin Tower. You two are crazy. Wei shouted angrily. What time is it now? Don't waste time on me. You can't make assumptions based on ideal conditions. What if it is a wasted trip? Old Wei, can't you see Shaoli? If you don't cooperate, he won't let it go. Sonia sighed. Just stay alive, you are still of some use. After saying that, Sonia looked at Su Jin again. Shaoli, we all see your abilities. Scouting is important, but you should go to Longlin Tower first. Although we can safely pass through the fire escape, the upper 3 floors are in a vacant state, but I expect there may be about 20 people inside for maintenance, and these people need to be cleared out before they turn into zombies. I understand, I'll go now. Su Jin rushed out the door. Many people in the first floor lobby were already asleep, and Fu, who was on watch with a few others. Seeing Su Jin rushing in, Fu, who sensed something was off, and stepped forward to ask, Director, what's wrong? Old Wei woke up, but we need to go to Longlin Tower for treatment. There is a treatment environment there. I need to go out to lure the zombies away, and then I'll come back. Prepare a few usable loudspeakers for me, and also bring me a few barrels of gasoline. Su Jin said while walking towards the door. At this hour, if the car lights are turned on, won't the zombies be attracted? Will the loudspeakers be useful? Fu, who asked anxiously. While talking, Su Jin had already reached the front of the car, opened the door, and looked back, saying, I can see in the dark now, though I don't need to turn on the lights. Once I lure the zombies away, I will come back immediately to pick up the 2 elders. I need to take care of both of them and climb the stairs, so bringing Chengdu along is for safety's sake. Let them wait for me on the first floor. You are in charge of the defense here. It's only a few hours, so please don't let anything go wrong. By the time this is over, it will be dawn. We may be a bit late returning. The nearby streets have already been cleared out. Get the convoy ready on the street, and be prepared to depart. This is the last challenge to establish our new home. We will all arrive at the military district safe and sound. Fu, who licked his lips and nodded vigorously. Okay, great. Give me 2 minutes. I will go get the loudspeakers. By the way, what do you need the gasoline for? Forget about that, just hurry. Old son, you are truly crazy. What is the difference between this and gambling? Wei murmured in complaint. It's not worth it. Even if I die, I have nothing to regret. What if we fail? Do you want me to carry my shame underground? Sonia said calmly. As long as you can still shine and give warmth, you must stay alive. The notes you left haven't even finished writing the weapon operations. Once the weapons are used up, what will you have others do? Let them find books and learn on their own. You understand military industry and even production. We will need to restart the factory in the future. We can't do without you. I am not even a fraction as good as you in this area, so you must survive. Wei was speechless, and Sonia continued. We are both getting old, and all our families are gone. Death is nothing but just a matter of giving up. But what about the next generation? Shaoli, he came to our planet from a distant star. An alien with no selfish motives, treating our lives as his own. Ooh, what spirit is this? He risks his life to save you, and you still don't want to live. Do you think you deserve it? Listen to me, the most important thing for you now is to learn to keep quiet and stop interfering with our actions. Wei De's expression changed and he finally gave a wry smile. An alien? He really is an alien. We have truly been saved by an alien. Of course I can tell that what he said is all true. He doesn't even understand how he got here, or perhaps it is fate. Maybe he is our savior. It must be him. Wei De's expression finally relaxed, his gaze shifted to Sunya. Old son, I didn't catch what you said earlier. Please tell me again. I was just about to tell you they have developed nuclear bombs over there. Many countries have them. But there is no weather weapon like Hanqiao. It seems the environment differs significantly from ours. Amazing. What about Su Jin? Did Fu Hu really get turned green by an alien? Did he suffer from alien involvement due to his youth? Damn. Old lecher, you really should die. 40 minutes later, Su Jin drove back to the activity center. Chengdu had already received the news and was waiting alone at the entrance. Upon seeing the returning vehicle, he hurriedly approached. Su Jin did not get out of the car, but leaned out to say, I've cleared the way ahead, hurry and get the two elders in the car and grab 2 spare guns. Director, I'm really moved. I didn't expect you would dare to come alone with me. Enough of the nonsense, hurry up. Chengdu jogged off quickly, carrying Wei De out of the house and getting into the car with Sunya. The vehicle only stopped for 3 minutes before setting off again. Su Jin and Sunya sat in the front seat and Sunya asked, was there any problem on the road? If there was a problem, would I return so quickly? Su Jin replied with a smile. Everything went smoothly. I scouted Longlin building, and there are only a dozen ordinary zombies inside, all taken care of by me. The environment was very clean, and the equipment looked intact, but I didn't dare to check too closely. Sun La, do you know where the emergency power supply is? I know. When I went to check the equipment back, then the owner specially showed me around to flaunt. Sunya sighed. I've been to many good places, but the top floor of Longlin building left a deep impression on me. That's why everyone wants to climb higher. I just took a wrong turn and foolishly mixed into the market. If I had taken a different path back, then I don't know how many people I could have benefited. Then your mind will follow your rear, and you don't want a big house. I'm not greedy. I'm just responsible for living in it. I can do without the house. It's clear that you're indeed cut out for this. In the back seat, Chengdu looked after Wei De, and as the vehicle turned, Wei De's limp body began to lean. Wei La, is this position comfortable for you? Should I adjust it? Don't touch me. Pervert. Wei De scolded. At your age, if you're sick, you should know to go to the hospital. Hey, I'm saying who's sick. I didn't lay eyes on you. Why are you taking it out on me? Trying to be kind, he ended up getting scolded. Chengdu rolled his eyes in anger, crossing his arms and looking out the window. Sunya snorted and added fuel to the fire. Not treating being sick like a sickness, how can a big man likes? What's wrong with that? Liking men, are you living up to your parents? You're unfilial. Hey, enough, you two old men. Really, Chengdu came to help, and you're saying this. Is that a sickness? What outdated societal views? Su Jin mocked while driving. When we go upstairs, you two will still have to be carried. Can you two make it up 100 floors by yourselves? Really? Still looking down on me? Chengdu laughed, reaching over to pat the front seat. Director, you're so thoughtful and open-minded. Shut up, don't talk to me. They drove to the foot of Longlin building. Su Jin and Chengdu got out simultaneously, carrying Sunya and Wei De quickly towards the building. Having scouted the road earlier, the route was clear. The 4 of them made their way directly to the 99th floor. After placing Wei De on the luxurious hospital bed, Sunya jogged off to start the power supply. Chengdu looked out the window and suddenly exclaimed, what's going on? The building across the distance is on fire. The lower levels are engulfed in flames. Such a huge... Are there others in there? Stop shouting, I set the fire myself, Su Jin said while adjusting the bed. Why? Chengdu didn't finish his sentence when the backup power started and the entire floor lit up brightly with a few thuds. Su Jin pointed upwards. What other reason could there be? The zombies react to light as well. If they gather downstairs, it'll be troublesome. Come with me to turn off all the lights on the upper and lower floors. Just leave one on. When Sun La returns, we'll take action. The director is still cautious. I hadn't thought of that. Shut up. Before long, Sunya returned and entered the ward saying, I'm going to the MRI scan room. Anyone who wants to follow can come. Those who don't can stay here with old Wei. Su Jin went forward to accompany Sunya to the MRI scan room. The intact machine was placed in the room and everything around was tidy. As Sunya began to check the machine, Su Jin anxiously waited while observing the environment, feeling awe. This private MRI scan room was much larger than that of a hospital. It was truly spacious to the point of being unused. Quite impressive. After a busy session, Sunya clapped his hands heavily. Good. The magnet hasn't exceeded its limits, and the liquid helium level is still at 36. As long as the temperature control remains stable, we can restart within 3 hours. That's great. The person who ordered the launch of the Cold Sky missile really helped us a lot. The situation is better than I imagined. Su Jin completely relaxed, saying, that's good. Sun La, you stay alone for a while. Chengdu and I will go turn off the lights on the other floors. Alright, you two hurry up, don't mind me. At the top floor, Su Jin quickly moved through the rooms, continuously turning off the lights. Although the world overall was behind, the top floor of Longlin building indeed left Su Jin a local bumpkin in awe. The decor style showed no signs of rusticity, and every piece of decoration exuded luxury. The walls and carpets were all in a red and gold color scheme, and an exquisite crystal chandelier shone brilliantly. It was not until he found a disheveled display cabinet in the huge master bedroom and discovered a fine watch in the corner that Su Jin finally felt satisfied and went downstairs. At the same time, Chengdu also returned to the MRI scan room, holding a basket, looking excited as he approached. Director, look what I found downstairs. Several super large refrigerators connected, all filled with fruits, and they still look as fresh as ever after all this time. It's amazing. Su Jin picked up a familiar fruit and took a bite, his eyes widening as he nodded. Deeply sweet. So damn sweet. After chewing a few bites, he suddenly realized the problem and asked Sunya in surprise, "Wait, how is this possible? The refrigerator should have lost power ages ago. How are the fruits still this fresh?" Sunya calmly replied, "All the equipment here is custom-made. I remember the refrigerator uses a dual-circuit refrigeration system. Besides the compressor, it has added a liquid nitrogen closed-loop and phase-change storage layer. It can maintain below 10 degrees even after a month without power. Such a thing isn't even sold on the market, and you might not see it for another 20 years. I don't understand what you're saying. That's why being rich is good. Oh, we're experiencing the life of the wealthy today." Chengdu happily munched on the fruit. "Rich? Some things you can't play with even if you have money," Sunya scoffed. "Hey, how can that be? I can buy it with money. Some things, if others have used them, you can't use them. Oh, it has nothing to do with money. TCH. I don't care anyway, we've experienced it today." Sunya kept moving his hands while teasing, "Would you rather experience the life of the rich here, or go back to being a security guard in the community?" Upon hearing this, Chengdu slowed down his chewing, gradually finding the taste dull, and sadly said, "If I could go back to the past, even being a stray dog would be I would have died happy if I had died yesterday." Sunya chuckled. Su Jin put down the fruit in his hand, quietly sat by, and closed his eyes to rest. All right. 2.5 hours later at Sun Yas call, the two of them got up. The machine had already started making noise. As Su Jin was about to step forward, he suddenly felt a pulling sensation beside him. He quickly reached out to stop Chengdu, who was trying to check it. "Don't go over there. You're right, I don't get close to the machine. If you have metal objects on you, you'll get sucked in, and all my efforts will go to waste." Sun Yas' warning sounded. "All right, you two prepare, push old way in." After a simple preparation to ensure no metal objects that could be inhaled were on him, Chengdu entered the ward and checked Weida before carrying him into the MRI scanning room. Su Jin stood beside the computer, accompanying Sunya in anticipation of the images. As Chengdu pushed Weida into the machine, the computer screen began to change. After a simple preparation to ensure no metal objects that could be inhaled were on him, Chengdu entered the ward and checked Weida before carrying him into the MRI scanning room. Outsider in medical math. Yet even an outsider like him could tell that Weida's condition was critical. Just as they had imagined, a large flesh worm was indeed lying motionless within him. A massive shadow appeared within the abdominal cavity. The claws of this monster can extend and have already wrapped around Old Wei's internal organs. Old Wei is still alive like this and feels no pain, which indicates that his body has indeed undergone a significant change, Sunya murmured. "The current problem is how to deal with it," Su Jin said seriously. "How to kill this worm. It is not a conventional organism. Can we analyze where its fatal point is?" Sunya shook his head, his expression slightly heavy. Although everything had been tense yet smooth up to now, the most critical step was yet to come. They could only rely on luck. No one had ever seen this creature. Attempting to achieve a one-hit kill carried considerable risk. Logically, the head is often the fatal point. But this creature is likely not that simple. You need to pierce through 3 areas of its body from head to tail at once. This should be the safest approach. Sunya analyzed. If we fail, Old Wei will definitely feel pain. We should still have a chance for a second scan to observe and attempt to kill this worm. "Pull me out and do it as you said. Don't worry about me dying." Weida's voice came from the machine. Sunya and Su Jin exchanged glances. Su Jin said, "Let's take a gamble. We'll do it your way. Help me find the tools and tell me how to stab." Sunya nodded and turned to Weida, who had been carried out by Chengdu. "First, bring him to the operating room." The 4 of them moved to the operating room, where Weida's upper body had already been exposed. To prevent him from moving and causing accidents, he was tightly restrained to the hospital bed. Sunya stood by the bed and said to Weida, "The worm is lying diagonally in your body, and it seems that the head is positioned between your 8th and 10th ribs on the right side. This position is close to the liver and adrenal glands. Once pierced, it may cause severe pain and nerve paralysis. Always just bear with it. Is there no anesthetic or sedative here?" Weida asked, his face pale. "Such things will numb your senses. The most important thing right now is to stay awake. If there's a problem, feedback in time so we can handle it. Just bear it." After finishing, Sunya swapped the tweezers in his hand for a sterile marker and drew 3 circles between Wei De's ribs. After applying some iodine, he looked at Su Jin and said, "You have 3 puncture needles in the tray by your side marked. We are unclear about how tough the worm's outer skin is, so you must thrust the needle with force. It must be decisive. If it fails to pierce it in one hit, the danger to old Weiss life will greatly increase. Remember, the measurement must be 17 centimeters, no more no less. Should you practice first?" Su Jin picked up a long puncture needle from the tray and with a serious face thrust it a few times in the air. Then he slowly exhaled, "I understand. Turn off all the lights. I can be more precise in the dark." "Really, don't you need to practice again?" Wei De hurriedly spoke up. "Better not to practice, that might affect your feel." Su Jin stared at the puncture needle and said, "Just keep your heart steady. I now have ample dissection experience. Even medical students may not perform as well as I do. Moreover, in a dark environment my movements are quite precise. Don't scare me, Shaoli. What you do isn't dissection, and at most it's just mutilation." Wei De painfully closed his eyes. Sonia glanced over at him with annoyance and said angrily, "Shut your mouth. Just clearly express any feelings you have to us at the first moment." I turned off the lights. As soon as the words fell, the shadowless light above the operating table was turned off. The entire room was plunged into deep darkness, and the different breaths of the few people could be clearly heard. Su Jin held all 3 needles in his hands, aimed at the piercing position, and thrust down hard. In the darkness, the measurements on the puncture needle were vividly clear in Su Jin's eyes. He pierced 17 centimeters, not more not less, just right. At the same moment the needle punctured the body, Wei De let out a hoarse scream, and his whole body began to convulse violently. Sonia immediately turned on the lights and looked at the hospital bed, momentarily revealing a look of joy. "Old Wei, how are you? Speak." Wei De could not speak, struggling and roaring continuously, but the dense web of blood on his chest was rapidly receding. The next second, the 3 puncture needles still embedded in his body suddenly flew out, and 3 streams of orange-red blood sprayed straight up to the ceiling from the wounds. The unidentified liquid that shot out splattered all over the ceiling. Fortunately, Su Jin was quick-witted and swiftly grabbed a stainless steel sterile tray beside the operating bed to shield Wei De's wound. The subsequent unidentified liquid was entirely blocked, preventing the 3 from being affected too much. After a few breaths, as Wei De's last groan faded, Su Jin quickly tossed away the stainless steel tray. When the 3 looked at Wei De's face, they found him already in a coma. Quickly send him back for a scan," Sonia shouted decisively. Chengdu, closest to the door, grabbed the hospital bed and ran towards the MRI scanning room, promptly putting Wei De back into the machine. Sonia hurriedly operated the computer, waiting for the images to generate. Soon the images appeared, and both Su Jin and the accompanying Sonia erupted with joy on their faces. "The worm has disappeared." "Yes. It's gone. Was that liquid that just sprayed the worm?" Sonia murmured to himself, "It shouldn't be like this. How did it turn to water? Or did Old Wei develop a superpower that expelled the worm from his body?" "All right, pull Old Wei out so I can check," Sonia ordered again, and the few of them moved to a nearby room. Wei De remained in a coma, and Sonia approached to check the wound, and upon seeing it he was immediately astonished. "Do you all see it? Is it my eyesight that is poor, or did I see it wrong? Why are there no wounds at the puncture sites on his body?" "You didn't see it wrong, there are no wounds." Su Jin's throat moved slightly. Could Old Weiss' ability be self-healing? That's simple, why not just give him a cut to see? As soon as Chengdu spoke, he immediately received disdainful glances from Su Jin and Sonia. Sonia turned and ran back to the operating room, bringing back a knife and handing it to Su Jin. Without saying a word, Su Jin made a superficial cut the size of a fingernail on Wei De's rib side. "Tisk." Chengdu scoffed and rolled his eyes before leaning in to take a look. He saw that the tiny wound just made on Wei De's waist had completely disappeared. Damn, it's really self-healing. I wonder if this old fellow will wake up with immortality. Fortune from misfortune, truly fortune from misfortune. But let's not get too optimistic. Let's wait until Old Wei wakes up. What if he doesn't wake up? That would be a real vegetable. Is it really that hard to wake him up? What should we do? Su Jin asked nervously. Chengdu remained silent and pinched Wei De's nose. Su Jin and Sonia were stunned. In just a few seconds before they could intervene, Wei De suddenly sat up from the hospital bed, his eyes filled with confusion. "See, what did I tell you?" Chengdu crossed his arms, wearing a look that suggested it was to be expected. "Old Wei, how do you feel?" Sonia quickly asked. Wei De swallowed hard, looking a bit dazed. After a moment he asked, "Have you checked? Is that bug still inside me?" "It's already gone. You probably digested it." Wei De gasped, momentarily dazed, raising his hands to check. Muttering to himself, I feel amazing, like I've turned back 20 years. I'm full of energy. Do you know how quickly you healed?" Sonia leaned forward, enviously asking, "I don't know." Wei De replied blankly, "How do you know?" While speaking, Su Jin swiftly drew a knife and made another 5-centimeter cut on Wei De's waist. Wei De yelped in pain. "Shaoli, are you crazy? Look at your wound." Sonia shouted, pointing at Wei De's injury. Wei De looked down. Only 2 drops of blood oozed from the wound, and the external injury was visibly healing. It's really amazing. I feel warmth in my wound, but no other sensations. Wada murmured, why do I have such abilities? When the bug drilled into my body, I was only thinking about getting it out quickly to ease the pain. Did I gain a hardening ability from Symbol Tiger? Is it related to one's thoughts? With this question, Sunya fell into deep thought. That sounds quite reasonable. The ugly creature on the terrace definitely looks like he lacks a manly presence. But Xiao Li Chengdu and that little girl who released the bug. It doesn't make sense at all. It does make some sense. We don't know about that little girl, but Chengdu might be trying to be a man, and after all, men are associated with fire. Chengdu's face twitched slightly as he silently turned away. Old way with talk like that, can you still call yourself a scientist? Sunya scolded. Hiss. That sounds somewhat reasonable, but how do I explain the abilities I have? I can't just say I want to be a Yinyang person, can I? This guess is not reliable. Su Jin shrugged. Hey. Chengdu turned back, looking at Su Jin with excitement. I get it, director. This might mean you can date both girls and boys. Don't make me throw you off the building. Su Jin looked at him with disgust. This kind of thing never happened on Earth, and now it's happening here in space. I can't take it anymore. If I go home, I'm going to quit Sichuan food. Alright, let's not think about it for now. Su Jin said. Since Old Wei is woken up and is in good condition, let's head back first. We can discuss the other matters tomorrow. We can go, but let's not leave empty-handed. There are plenty of good things here. Old Wei can walk by himself now, or someone should take all the valuable supplies from the building. Just as Su Jin nodded in agreement, a sudden thud echoed in the corridor. The four of them froze slowly, turning to look at the door. The corridor lights lit up. You two stay put or I'll go check it out with Chengdu. Su Jin reached into his briefcase and pulled out 3 small balls wrapped in plastic, hanging them at his waist. Taking the gun that Chengdu tossed him, the two exchanged glances and walked toward the corridor. Turning left at the door, they saw a tall figure walking slowly toward them at the end of the corridor. Judging by appearances, the man was likely around 2 meters tall. Dressed in black tactical gear, his physique exceptionally robust. His hands hung down, swaying slightly, exuding an aura of intimidation. The visitor is not friendly, he's not human. Su Jin gritted his teeth. Upon seeing this person, Chengdu's face drained of color, and he involuntarily took a step back, trembling as he said, Gao Tianfang. Who is Gao Tianfang? Do you know him? Su Jin turned urgently to ask, what's his background? Duan Aero Squad. The king of soldiers. Chengdu enunciated each word, then his speech quickened. I heard about him a long time ago. He's simply a superhuman. He carries 25 kilograms of combat gear and can dash 50 kilometers in the mountains in less than 6 hours, including 10 kilometers completed at an altitude of 2,300 meters. He can hold his breath for 7 minutes, is skilled in hand-to-hand combat and various firearms, and has a hit rate of over 90% at a 400-meter nighttime moving target. His record is countless. But I remember he wasn't this tall, he was a short guy. If he's mutated, then he's enhanced even further on top of his original capabilities. The strength is simply unimaginable. What should we do, director? Su Jin felt a chill run through him. The opponent was already like a monster before mutation, after mutation, retaining all memories and skills while being reinforced. It was indeed hard to fathom. Looking at the opponent's physique, it's highly likely he's power enhanced. I don't know if I can defeat him under the sunlight, but in my current state, it's certainly difficult. However, I have a gun, but it's not impossible to fight back. Chengdu, just follow my lead. You take the 2 elders and leave immediately, or I'll deal with him. At night, my speed will definitely be faster than his, more agile. Director, hurry. You must be careful. Chengdu struggled internally, turned back into the room, and quickly pulled the 2 elders toward the other side of the corridor. Gao Tianfang seemed unfazed, continuing to walk forward slowly, but finally spoke. I thought there were no living people around here. I didn't expect to find a surprise now. We seem to have met before. My woman should have carried me to kill you. Since you're not dead, that means you killed my woman. Your woman. Su Jin raised an eyebrow, drawing a steel knife from his waist. Do you even have such a concept between you? Saying this, Su Jin stepped forward. I've killed many creatures. I don't know who you're referring to. But since you asked, I might as well take a guess. Su Jin's voice was laced with murderous intent, icy cold. Are you talking about Jiangyu? The one I gutted, leaving only a skin. Is she your woman? You really killed her? Gao Tianfang stood still, expressionless, watching Su Jin approach. Then it seems you are quite strong. How many zombies have you killed? Do you remember how many pieces of bread you've eaten? The steel knife scraped a long scar on the wall, producing a harsh sound. And there's a little bastard I broke the spine of. Is she your daughter? Su Jin continued, advancing, his gaze locked on Gao Tianfang. You're just in time. I'll deal with you today, as well, letting you 3 vile creatures reunite underground. As a family. With that, Su Jin stopped, raising his knife toward the enemy, entering a standoff. Run, run. In the fire escape, Chengdu frantically urged Weida while carrying Sunya. I'm fine, but I can't compare to you. What's the situation with that person? Very strong. Too strong. It's not daytime now, but the director definitely can't defeat him. Chengdu spoke urgently. I have to get you two over there before going back to help him, or I fear he might die. Then why are you still bothering about us? Don't waste your energy here. We can get down the stairs ourselves. Let me down. Sunya kept patting Chengdu's shoulder. Chengdu continued to dash down, insisting, no, I must personally get you both. There might be zombies wandering downstairs. If anything happens to you two, the director will hate me for life. After Chengdu finished speaking, he glanced back. Weida had already fallen behind him by several flights of stairs. Seeing the old man trembling as he ran down, Chengdu gritted his teeth and set Sunya down. He reached for the zipper at the back of his pants, and with a quick pull, the cloth curtain at the back fell, revealing a complete jujube-shaped bun. Weida swept the flashlight over and immediately gasped in shock. What are you doing at this time? This won't do. Stop talking nonsense. Chengdu moved both hands, lifting one old man in each arm, and jumped straight towards the landing of the stairs. Just as he was about to fall with a whoosh, Chengdu activated his ability, using fire to cushion his landing. Ugh! Under the intense feeling of weightlessness, both old men turned pale in shock, instinctively grabbing Chengdu's hips tightly. What are you doing? Chengdu asked angrily, turning his head. We're just helping you. Hold on, we're afraid you might spray it wrong. In the Talent Activity Center, Su Jin sat on the stairs between the first and second floors, quietly maintaining her bow and arrow, occasionally looking down at that moment, Su, who was leading several team members and firing guns. The plan had already been set. Those firing were the most reliable individuals after daily observation and assessment. But there were basically no women. Given the current food situation, women simply didn't have the qualifications to use guns. After polishing the bow, Su Jin brought her legs together, resting her hands on her knees, propping up her chin, and gazed straight ahead. Soon it would be dawn. As long as her brother returned, they could head towards the military district. Nothing should go wrong in between. Once they reached the military district, everyone's safety would be guaranteed. Sufficient food, water, and weapons. When the time comes, if they were to be assigned housing, they should choose a better location. As if thinking of something, Su Jin's delicate face flushed and her eyes curved. In the tranquil center, only the sounds of guns being cleaned echoed. Immersed in her fantasies, Su Jin couldn't help but yawn and stretch her arms. But at the moment her hands were raised high, a jolt of electricity coursed through her body. Su Jin froze in place, her lips trembling as she slowly looked up. Malice, murderous intent endlessly seeped down from the rooftop. And this aura? Is that the woman from yesterday, Liang Shui? She's back. How is that possible? She was clearly covered in injuries. How could she return to kill so quickly? This is simply unreasonable. Su Jin swallowed hard. What to do? It seems she has no intention of appearing yet. Is she afraid of the people below having guns? No. With that thought, Su Jin's delicate face turned even paler, her eyes filled with panic. Her ability, she can control men. The gunshots have already been fired. If these people are controlled. Su Jin gritted her teeth and immediately stood up, heading downwards. Upon reaching the first floor, she suddenly looked up. The murderous intent above was moving along with her. It seemed the other party was heading towards her. Steadying her mind, Su Jin walked in another direction, and upon reaching the first floor, she suddenly looked up. The murderous intent above was moving along with her. It seemed the other party was heading towards her. Steadying her mind, but how did she lock onto her position from across the roof? Su Jin looked around and finally locked her gaze on the vehicles outside the glass door. The car windows. Everyone in the room was wearing dark clothing, and only she stood out in pure white. The opponent must have locked onto her through the reflection of the car windows, which, although blurred, contained no information for ordinary people. The car windows. Everyone in the room was wearing dark clothing, and only she stood out in pure white. The opponent must have locked onto her through the reflection of the car windows, which Su Jin nervously pressed her lips together, searching for Su-Hu. The opponent might be at the corner, as she couldn't see him in the hall now. Tell Mom. No, she panics too easily. Even the slightest noise might be detected by those above. Better to find Dad. Su Jin stepped forward, but stopped again after just 5 steps. A thin layer of sweat trickled down her forehead, and her heart raced anxiously. The murderous intent that had been following her had not moved. Why has it stopped? Did she notice when she looked at the car window, just now? While pondering, Su Jin scanned the room. Some men seemed to be scratching themselves, as if feeling itchy. Although their movements were not large, this scene, combined with the situation upstairs, was definitely not normal. No more delays. I must think of a way to resolve this. No one here is her opponent. The opponent's abilities have already begun to take effect. Once exposed and fully exerting her power, the people below might quickly fall into despair regardless of whether they have guns or not. There's only one way, the safest way. Let her away myself. Su Jin clenched her silver teeth finally, closing her eyes tightly twice, gathering her courage to walk towards the nearest male team member. Turning her back to the glass door, she squatted down and whispered, "Don't talk to me, give me your gun. I command you, hand over your gun for me to check." The team member didn't understand, but Su Jin words couldn't be refused. He picked up the submachine gun hanging on his chest and handed it over. Su Qingdai nodded, taking the gun and hanging it on her chest, then walked to the next person with an additional shotgun at her chest. With bows and guns ready, Su Qingdai clenched her fists. Biting her teeth, she walked towards the back door. At the moment she pushed the door open, she sprinted towards the nearby residential building. There was no need to look back. Her malicious perception was enough to sense the opponent's position. Her shooting skills were lacking. If the bullets missed, she could only enter the building. In the building's environment, that woman surely wouldn't be as familiar as she was if she had the full capacity to use the terrain to counterattack. The opponent was injured, and unknown combat might not ensure victory. As expected, the opponent followed closely. After running just a few dozen meters, a voice rang out behind Su Qingdai. "You little brat, it would have taken some time to deal with you, but I didn't expect you to be sensible and come out on your own. What a coincidence, I was just looking for you." With that, Su Qingdai turned her body submachine gun already in hand, aiming the muzzle at Liang Shui. "What?" Liang Shui's eyes widened in horror. The gunfire suddenly erupted, firing in a dense barrage. The gunfire erupted incessantly as Fu Qingdai gritted her teeth, continuously sweeping her gun in a horizontal arc. Although her perception of the murderous intent was acute, the malicious intent from her opponent was overwhelmingly dense, creating an immense area of threat. Thus, relying on her naked eyes was the most reliable method. Time seemed to freeze as the moonlight grew exceptionally clear, its brightness increasing significantly. In the faint glow, she could vaguely see the silhouette of her opponent moving frantically in the darkness. However, the magazine was nearly empty, and there were no signs of her opponent's demise. At such a close distance of 20 to 30 meters, how could she still miss her target? This isn't how it plays out in movies. Sweat beads continually emerged on Fu Qingdai's forehead as she retreated into the building while maintaining her fire. Finally, as the last bullet was fired, Liang Shui's furious voice rang out ahead. "You little bastard. You're out of bullets, right? Let's see how you stop me." Fu Qingdai continued to retreat, her right hand reaching towards her back. A chilling, murderous aura surged towards her, closing in at 15, 10, 8, and 6 meters. When the distance shrank to 5 meters, Fu Qingdai suddenly drew the shotgun that had been tossed behind her back and raised it to shoot. Bang! Bang! In one breath, all the bullets were fired, their trajectories adjusted, completely covering the area of lethal intent with steel pellets. In the darkness, Liang Shui let out a resounding scream, cursing in rage once more. "You little bitch, are you seeking deaths? You think you can compete with me? I reckon you've eaten too much shit during the day." With her bullets expended, Fu Qingdai didn't look back as she mocked and turned to run into the building. Liang Shui was certainly not dead, but she must have been injured. The building was where the decisive opportunity lay. Inside the corridor of the dragon-scale building on the 98th floor. "Interesting, truly interesting," Gao Tianfang said, gazing down at Su Jin with a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I've hunted many people, but none have piqued my interest. I hope this time you can entertain me before I take your life. State your name." Su Jin replied with a faint smile. "This might be the last name you'll hear in your life. Remember it well, I am." His words were abruptly cut off. As Su Jin's hands reached behind to discard the steel knife, one hand seized a small plastic ball from behind his waist. The other hand clutched the shotgun's grip tightly. He hurled the plastic bag filled with lime powder directly towards Gao Tianfang. At that very moment, the shotgun was drawn and the trigger was pulled. Bang! A flurry of pellets shot forth, exploding the lime powder towards the enemy. As Su Jin made his move, Gao Tianfang had already raised his arm to shield his face. All the steel pellets struck him squarely, tearing his clothing, yet Gao Tianfang himself remained almost motionless. Was he not afraid of bullets? The joy on Su Jin's face vanished in an instant. "Cunning tricks won't work on me." Gao Tianfang continued to shield his eyes with one arm, while the other hand tore off his black tactical suit. With a ripping sound, his terrifying physique was fully exposed to Su Jin's gaze. Gao Tianfang's body had completely lost all human characteristics, the areas that should have been skin instead covered by large patches of bone armor. Even at the joints there were no weaknesses, they were all covered with plate-like bone scales, allowing for seamless movement. His eyes were his weak point. Ordinary firearms lacked the power needed, perhaps a silver bullet could harm him. After a quick analysis in his mind, Su Jin fired again, this time aiming directly for his opponent's head. Gao Tianfang still held his arm up to shield his eyes, walking steadily towards Su Jin. "You think your eyes are my weak point. I just don't want to get hurt. What other tricks do you have? Show me your abilities." Su Jin quickly retreated, his mind ablaze. His opponent was toying with him, but indeed, as the opponent had said, he was running low on bullets. With this in mind, Su Jin directly raised his gun and continuously shot at the overhead chandeliers, extinguishing the lights one by one and plunging the corridor back into darkness. His retreat quickened in pace. Gao Tianfang's ears twitched, slightly, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "It seems you have a similar ability to mine, but your power is adjusted by light. With even the slightest change in light, your physical condition will also fluctuate. Among all the abilities I've seen, you are the most unstable one." After saying this, Gao Tianfang lowered his arms, revealing a sinister grin. His legs propelled him forward with a strong wind charging at Su Jin like a tank. His exaggerated running style and furious momentum nearly suffocated Su. In a moment of peril, Su Jin decisively stepped onto the wall, suspending his body in midair. Your ability is the most useless. Gao Tianfang leaped up, laughing maniacally as he delivered a heavy punch. The blow struck Su Jin squarely in the chest. With a loud crash, Su Jin was propelled backward, crashing straight into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. His shirt was torn at the front, and the briefcase that had been securely stitched to his chest fell to the ground. Gao Tianfang remained in place, halting his attack. A smirk lingered at the corner of his mouth as he tilted his head, waiting for Su Jin to rise. You think you can fight me using the environment? How naive. You better have some other skills to show me, or else you will waste my time in vain. Su Jin knelt on the ground, coughing up blood incessantly, his gaze becoming unfocused. So strong. Far too strong. If it weren't for the briefcase guarding his chest, that punch could have killed him. He had almost no weaknesses. If all the lights went out, perhaps he could survive by relying on his speed. But if things continued on their current path, he would surely perish. The fact that his opponent hadn't killed him yet likely meant he was interested in studying his abilities. Unsteadily rising, Su Jin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, forcing a bitter smile. All right, no need to rush. I can play with you all day long. Gao Tianfang narrowed his eyes, his head slightly lowering. He was amused. In an instant, Su Jin drew the silver gun from his waist and aimed it directly at his opponent's torso. Gao Tianfang's combat experience and physical prowess were not something Su Jin could afford to mess with. He had a strong awareness of protecting his head. Shooting at the head was certainly the best choice, but the chance of missing was far too high. The torso was the optimal target for shooting. With 2 shots fired, Gao Tianfang's previously unflinching expression changed drastically. The bone armor on his chest shattered, and bone shards flew everywhere. 2 bloody holes were shot through his chest, blood gushing out uncontrollably. Realizing the threat, Gao Tianfang immediately dodged, entering the nearest room, pressing against the doorframe as he asked sharply, "What kind of gun is that?" "The gun that will kill you. Come out." Su Jin, emboldened, stood up and shouted angrily. He abandoned the briefcase and desperately ran towards the fire escape. Just as he reached the hallway, he ran into Chengdu, who was coming towards him with a flashlight. Chengdu exclaimed in delight, "Director, did you kill him?" "Kill him? What are you doing back here?" "Run." Su Jin frantically pulled Chengdu along as they rushed down the stairs. "Who told you to come back? Where are the 2 old men?" "I took them to the car before coming back." "You definitely can't handle Gao Tianfang alone. If I don't help you, you're dead." The 2 hurriedly raced down the stairs. Just as they descended one flight, sounds echoed in the hallway behind them. Su Jin suddenly looked up, glancing back at the stairs. No, they couldn't stay in the hallway. If the opponent caught up, it would be like catching fish in a barrel. With this thought, Su Jin pulled Chengdu and dragged him into the logistics level. 97 floors, no lights illuminated. In the suffocating darkness, Su Jin sprinted at full speed, dragging Chengdu through the labyrinthine corridors. His gaze swept the surroundings as he murmured lowly, "Gao Tianfang's entire body is armored in bone. Ordinary firearms are useless against him, and his strength far surpasses mine. His only apparent vulnerabilities are his eyes, and perhaps his internal organs. We cannot outrun him. To survive, we must kill him." "How?" Su Jin abruptly halted, glanced upward at the sign for the pantry, and shoved Chengdu inside. Dust explosion. "We need flour suspended densely in the air. Scatter as much as you can. I'll take position across the hall and wait for him to enter the trap. Then you ignite it." "Director." Chengdu fell silent for a moment. "Is sacrificing me really necessary at this stage?" "Who said anything about sacrifice?" "Set everything up precisely. Lure Gao Tianfang into the room from the doorway, then hide beside it, and strike the moment he fears this gun. I'll force him in immediately. If he dares emerge, I'll shoot him down. If he stays hidden, we'll incinerate him." Su Jin raised the silver pistol. "Hurry. The main control room's likely next on his list. We still have time, but remember, no fire inside the room until—" "Understood." Chengdu rushed in to locate flour. Su Jin took cover across the hall, pressed flat against the wall, both hands gripping the pistol, poised and vigilant. Clack, clack, clack. Within a minute, the entire 97th floor blazed to life. The central control activated, every light flaring awake. Chengdu, still inside, frantically poured flour from the sack, until the sudden illumination made him freeze mid-motion. His hand slammed onto a nearby metal rack holding bowls and plates, and yanked hard. Crockery crashed to the floor in a cacophony of ringing metal. In the corridor, Gao Tianfang methodically inspected each door, then, hearing the commotion, sneered coldly and charged forward. The thunderous rhythm of Gao Tianfang's sprint echoed sharply down the hallway. Su Jin's pulse hammered against his throat. A sharp rip tore through carpet fibers. He skidded to a halt between the 2 doors facing the pantry. He squinted into the hazy, flour-choked interior, stepping back twice to assess. In that instant, Su Jin seized his chance, flashed out, drew his pistol, and fired. 3 rounds struck true, piercing Gao Tianfang's back directly over his heart. Bone armor splintered, flesh erupted in crimson spray. Instinctively he lunged forward, then rolled sideways, barely escaping annihilation. Ow! Chengdu crouched beside the door, couldn't suppress a startled cry, then vaulted over Gao Tianfang's face and fled the room. Fire! Su Jin roared, eyes blazing. At the command, Chengdu, already clear of the doorway, spun and hurled a searing flame-laced uppercut into the room. His right arm whipped forward. A trail of incandescent flame arced straight into the flower-saturated air. At the moment the fire's tip breached the suspended cloud, the atmosphere compressed to its breaking point. An invisible fuse raced through the dust, darting, weaving, igniting every particle in its wake. Each mote seemed awakened, charged with latent fury, as lightning-fast connections ignited one after another. Boom! The explosion detonated inward, blasting outward in a cataclysmic roar. Fire erupted violently from within, surging forth as a colossal white inferno, warping the doorframe, hurling debris like metal bowls, forks, shredded flour sacks whirled in the conflagration. Razor-edged shards embedded themselves deep in walls. The flames licked the ceiling. Gao Tianfang's silhouette, engulfed in fire, vanished in a single searing flash at the blast's epicenter. Deafening concussions reverberated endlessly. Su Jin and Chengdu clamped hands over their ears, yet invisible shockwaves still lashed their faces raw. Only after 10 seconds did Su Jin snap back to awareness, then bolted, weapon drawn, into the smoke-choked pantry. Finish him. He must be finished. That blast may not have killed Gao Tianfang, but it had certainly crippled his mobility. Thick smoke coiled through the room. Su Jin's eyes darted wildly, scanning for movement. Deep in the rear, a blurred figure stirred upright amid the haze. 2 harsh coughs, blood spattered. Then came a voice, icy and lethal, slicing through the smoke. You 2 vermin. I should have ended you long ago. But it's not too late. Show off. Su Jin raised his pistol and fired at the shadow. A metallic clang. Gao Tianfang wrenched open a stainless steel cabinet door and held it before him as a shield. 2 bullets slammed into its surface. Though obscured by smoke, his movements remained swift, precise, brutally powerful. That alone confirmed his terrifying, undiminished might. Not show off. Panic. Su Jin's chest tightened. He retreated toward the door, firing once more to stall Gao Tianfang. Then seized Chengdu and sprinted. Run. He's alive. Back upstairs. Shouldn't we flee downward? Chengdu gasped urgently. His stamina remains formidable. We won't escape. There are chemical reagents upstairs. We'll poison him. Or die trying. Su Jin snarled, teeth bared. They tore upward, bursting into the lab, frantically overturning shelves, searching vials and bottles. Behind them, Gao Tianfang surged upward like a primordial beast, claws scraping concrete, breath roaring. No sooner had they emerged than Gao Tianfang, black bone armor gleaming, closed in from 10 meters away. Without hesitation, Su Jin and Chengdu hurled every bottle and flask they held straight at his face. The barrage was relentless, nearly impossible to evade. Gao Tianfang shielded his eyes and barreled through 20-plus containers. Unidentified liquids drenched his armor. Acrid fumes and white smoke billowed, but inflicted no visible damage. Su Jin fired again, halting Gao Tianfang's advance. His final shot, expended. 7 meters apart, Gao Tianfang ceased his charge, lowered his arms slowly, and locked eyes with Su Jin. Cold, calculating, merciless. 9 rounds. Based on my knowledge of firearms, your pistol holds no more than 9 bullets. You're out of ammunition. 9 rounds. This pistol doesn't fire bullets. You haven't realized that yet. Su Jin smiled faintly, raising the silver weapon. Gao Tianfang froze mid-stride, doubt flickering across his face. True. This man spoke truth. The weapon was extraordinary, its power immense. His outer armor had been pierced repeatedly, yet no projectile lodged within his body. Then what had it fired? No, this was a ruse. If he truly had ammo, why reveal it? A bluff. A bluff. Go ahead and shoot if you dare. Gao Tianfang barked a guttural laugh and lunged forward. Su Jin and Chengdu paled simultaneously. Su Jin whispered hoarsely, he's bleeding. Internal injury. Fight him now. Agreed. Chengdu gritted his teeth, and together they charged. Moments later the 3 collided, full force. Gao Tianfang kicked one aside, then pursued with booming laughter echoing down the corridor. Like a predator, triumphant, worthless. No bullets left. Daring to challenge me, without grasping the chasm between our strengths. You 2 maggots possess less than a fraction of a % chance to win. Go to hell. Su Jin twisted midair, drew lime powder from behind his back, and flung it straight into Gao Tianfang's eyes. In the darkness, Fu Qingdai crouched hidden inside a civilian dwelling, bow in hand. The interior of the building was nearly pitch black. Though neither could see the other, she sensed Liang Chui's approximate position, and Liang Chui in turn tracked her relentlessly by faint auditory cues. In the living room, Liang Chui kicked over furniture, one after another, voice laced with menace. Little whore. You've run out of bullets, haven't you? I know you're here. I'm not in any hurry. Let's play this slowly. I'll see just how long you can hide. In the bedroom, Fu Qingdai clenched her teeth, slowly drawing an arrow from behind her back and knocking it, then steadily drew the bowstring taut. Halfway through the draw, a shout echoed up from downstairs. Liang Chui's laughter followed instantly. "Little whore, the people downstairs are all searching for you. I understand now. You can sense my location, that's why you suddenly emerged alone. You lured me here deliberately, didn't you? Fine, then I'll defy your plan. Hide all you like. I'll slaughter everyone else first, then deal with you at my leisure." Liang Chui strode toward the living room doorway. Fu Qingdai instantly drew the bow to full tension, then kicked hard at the bed frame. "Found you." The instant Liang Chui opened her mouth, Fu Qingdai released the arrow, aimed precisely at the doorway. Its narrow frame ensured the shaft embedded deep into Liang Chui's shoulder. Hearing the cry, Fu Qingdai launched herself forward, delivering a brutal sweeping kick straight toward the epicenter of Liang Chui's murderous intent, a strike rivaling that of a seasoned weightlifter. Caught utterly off guard, Liang Chui was hurled headlong into the adjacent bedroom. Fu Qingdai, suppressing terror, pressed forward and swung her compound bow like a club, bludgeoning with savage force. After several swings, she gauged Liang Chui's exact posture and position, then lunged, seized the arrow shaft jutting from Liang Chui's shoulder, and twisted violently, while hammering Liang Chui's face with her other fist. "Die! Die! Die!" Fu Qingdai screamed, unleashing raw fear in every syllable. Yet Liang Chui's strength far surpassed hers. After a frantic convulsive struggle, she hurled Fu Qingdai away with crushing force. Fu Qingdai's lower back and occiput slammed hard against the edge of a wardrobe. Searing pain shot through her, yet her hand flew instinctively to her pistol. Liang Chui cursed venomously, advancing to deliver a killing blow, when a sharp click froze her mid-stride. A flicker of dread crossed her face. Does this little whore still have bullets? In the next breath, a gun barrel crashed into her jaw with thunderous impact. Fu Qingdai surged forward again, grabbed Liang Chui's hair in both hands, yanking savagely, while continuing to pummel her face. Only when a thick clump of hair tore free did Fu Qingdai break off the assault and retreat swiftly. "Little whore, I'll tear you limb from limb." Liang Chui shrieked in fury. She'd assumed this girl would be easy prey, yet had been mocked, evaded, and outmaneuvered time and again. Physically inferior in every way, yet gifted with uncanny spatial awareness. This asymmetry was unbearable. "Go ahead and hide. I'll finish you later." Liang Chui spat the words, retreating toward the door, every step guarded eyes scanning for ambush. Shouts rose from downstairs. Every resident of the activity center scrambled frantically, hunting for Fu Qingdai. Fu Qingdai had already slipped into the living room. Seeing Liang Chui truly withdraw, she summoned courage, her sweat-slicked fingers diving into her inner pocket, and leaned sharply sideways, shouting, "Wretch! I thought seducing men required only beauty, but apparently some rely on superhuman tricks. You one-eyed, grotesque, feces-eating monstrosity. You must have been rejected in every lifetime. No wonder you needed such powers. You damn!" A deafening roar filled Liang Chui's skull. Her entire body trembled violently. Fu Qingdai's barb struck with surgical precision, piercing straight to the heart. "I'll kill you!" Liang Chui shrieked, lunging blindly toward the source of the voice. But the strike missed entirely. Fu Qingdai's arms closed around her instead. A thick, fragrant, viscous substance smeared across Liang Chui's entire face. "What is this? My eyes!" Liang Chui screamed, movements collapsing into chaotic flailing. As she thrashed wildly, Fu Qingdai snapped on her flashlight. She locked onto Liang Chui's silhouette and drove her enchanted fists into exposed skin. Each blow left a distinct chocolate imprint. Intense allergic reaction, compounded by total blindness, threw Liang Chui into utter frenzy. Fu Qingdai gritted her teeth. The chocolate paste seared her own hands like molten fire, tears streaming freely, but survival demanded relentless assault. "Ugly fiend! Slut! I'll make you regret every seduction." Her long hair wild, Fu Qingdai screamed as she heaved the sofa, slamming it down again and again onto Liang Chui with every ounce of strength. "You dared seduce our brother, eh?" The sofa shattered Liang Chui's spine. She crumpled, then disintegrated beneath the blows. As Fu Qingdai reached for the coffee table to continue the assault, Liang Chui regained her footing, twisting aside with uncanny grace. Glass exploded as the table shattered, and seeing Liang Chui rise, Fu Qingdai recoiled in shock and fled. Liang Chui's remaining senses remained razor-sharp. She'd already adapted beyond initial blindness. Direct confrontation was now suicidal. If Liang Chui seized and pinned her, death was certain. There remained only one path to victory. Liang Chui was blind, so lure her to the rooftop and cast her down. The battle raged on within Longlin Tower. Gao Tianfeng advanced with unstoppable momentum, while Su Jin and Cheng Du retreated strategically, using rooms and furnishings to buy precious seconds. They had traversed nearly the entire circular corridor. Even so, brief, brutal skirmishes left them both grievously wounded. Su Jin's 3 fingers were fractured. Cheng Du suffered broken ribs. and countless other injuries, internal and external, covered their bodies. What use are you two maggots, other than wasting time? Gao Tianfeng's eyes blazed crimson, his patience worn threadbare. The environment was dim, one moved with blinding speed, the other wielded fire with eerie, unpredictable agility. These two had seemed ordinary, yet somehow endured against all odds. He'd had enough. He'd endured enough. As Gao Tianfeng closed in once more, Su Jin snatched several large reagent bottles nearby and hurled them forward. They collided midair, formaldehyde and alcohol igniting into thick, acrid smoke. Seizing the moment, Su Jin dragged the near-collapsed Chengdu into a nursing station, slammed the door shut, then barricaded it with heavy objects. Kneeling beside Chengdu, she shouted urgently, "How are you holding up? Can you run? Just hold on, until dawn. Dawn is coming. We can still win." Chengdu spat blood, gaze dull and distant as he looked at Su Jin. "Director, we won't win. We can't fight anymore. Run. Now. Don't give up. Listen to me." Chengdu gripped Su Jin's hand tightly, chest heaving. "Director, I've wanted to tell you something for a long time. I've always believed this world holds no hope. My family, my friends, all gone. I was destined to die anyway. Until I met you. Even amid chaos, you never surrendered, never ceased kindling hope in others. Everyone said I was ill. Only you told me I wasn't." Chengdu paused, drew a ragged breath, and pressed on. "Director, I admire you deeply. I began to care for you. Gradually, I realized I would willingly die for you. I'm terrified, even now, but in this world no one matters more to me than you. Not even myself." "Why say this now?" Su Jin broke into cold sweat, eyes darting to the door, just as it exploded inward, debris scattering violently. Blood trickled from Chengdu's lips. He smiled faintly. "I know it's wrong to say this, but if I don't say it now, I'll never get the chance. Leave the rest to me. Go now." The door was finally kicked open by Gao Tianfeng, sending the heavy objects piled at the entrance flying to the other side of the room. Su Jin, witnessing this, lost all interest in dealing with Chengdu and fiercely waved his right arm towards the doorway. His wrist violently scraped against the corner of the deformed bed frame beside him, flesh rolling back. A spray of blood shot directly into Gao Tianfeng's face. Blinded by blood, Gao Tianfeng's vision was momentarily obscured. Seizing this opportunity, Su Jin quickly jumped back, using his legs to exert force. With a low grunt, he leaped horizontally, raising both legs to kick towards Gao Tianfeng's face again. This time he successfully hit. However, such an attack was futile against Gao Tianfeng's formidable physique. He had merely stepped back twice before quickly stabilizing his stance. Just as Su Jin intended to grab the bedsheet to blindfold his opponent, and by time to escape, he hesitated. "Director, run." Chengdu, who had been slumped on the floor, suddenly moved, letting out a painful cry as he stretched out his arms and lunged at Gao Tianfeng. "Chengdu, no." Su Jin's worried expression froze on his face, the unfinished words caught in his throat. In place of his words was Gao Tianfeng's scream of pain. Chengdu intended to tackle him completely, but his strength was severely lacking, crashing headfirst into Gao Tianfeng. Left with no choice, he opened his mouth wide and bit down on the opponent's midsection. Chengdu's eyes were filled with fierce intensity, like a rabid dog thrashing and biting. Taking advantage of Gao Tianfeng's moment of distraction, he reached down with both hands, grabbing his legs and flipping him onto the ground. Then, like a flash of light, they both slid back into the corridor. On the ground, one lay and one kneeled. Chengdu let out another low growl from his throat, firmly holding onto Gao Tianfeng while locking his arms around him. With a loud poof, a thick column of fire shot out from beneath them, propelling Gao Tianfeng to slide rapidly down the corridor towards the elevator shaft. Su Jin rushed towards the corridor with an extremely complicated expression. Chengdu's sacrifice was undeniably touching, but as soon as this move was executed, it left Su Jin feeling somewhat mentally disoriented. "Chengdu, stop!" Su Jin shouted as he chased after Chengdu's sliding figure. However, it was clear that Chengdu had made up his mind, sparing no effort. In his weakened state, he could not catch up. Eventually, he watched helplessly as Chengdu and Gao Tianfeng's figures grew further apart until they crashed through the elevator doors and plunged directly into the shaft. Although it was a private elevator, it seemed someone had used it to escape after the disaster. The elevator shaft was shrouded in deep darkness. A flicker of fire flashed before Su Jin's eyes, falling below. "Cheng!" A deep sorrow appeared on Su Jin's face. Just in the next moment, a scream echoed from the elevator shaft. Chengdu, spewing blood, flew out from within and crashed heavily onto the ground. Su Jin was startled and quickly rushed forward to catch him. Lifting Chengdu, he examined him. The latter's eyes were half closed, with a severely concaved chest, barely able to breathe. "Chengdu, hang in there. This is a hospital. Wait for me." Chengdu was slipping into unconsciousness, allowing Su Jin to carry him into a disheveled hospital room. As soon as he placed Chengdu on the bed, Su Jin felt utterly helpless. What to do? What medicine can treat this kind of situation? Adrenaline. Is there any here? Is there anything else that can be used? Just as he was racking his brain in a frenzy, Chengdu trembled, and raised his hand, coughing up blood, and saying, "Director. He's hanging from the elevator shaft. Not dead yet. Just go. I have no hope. There's still a chance. Let's be brothers in the next life." "Shut up. You're not the one to tell me what to do." Su Jin snapped as he pulled something out of his pocket. Looking at the first aid syringe in his hand, which resembled an inappropriate object, Su Jin's expression was hard to describe. This thing was given to him by the company, and he had always kept it on him. But it felt absurd, as if someone was playing a trick on him. Normal people would never choose to use such a thing. Now there was no other choice. He could only try anything. Stealing his resolve, Su Jin began to turn Chengdu. As he flipped him, Chengdu felt intense pain and became slightly more alert. "Director, what are you doing?" Su Jin gasped heavily and glanced back. From afar, strange noises were coming. In the elevator shaft, Gao Tianfang was looking up, aggressively leaping vertically within the shaft. The surrounding wall coverings and various metal parts continued to fall under his violent stomping, crashing to the bottom with a loud echo. "There's no time. Chengdu, don't speak." Chengdu was completely flipped over. He immediately coughed violently, letting out a scream. "Director, I know you're loyal, and I'm moved, but now is not the time. No, now is exactly the time." Su Jin held the first aid syringe, observing it. Chengdu began to struggle weakly, panic etched on his face. "Hurry up. What are you doing?" No. It's not like this. Gao Tianfang is coming. I can't worry about Gao Tianfang right now. Let's save your life first." Su Jin's hand trembled slightly as he closed his eyes and injected the first aid syringe. The process was both simple and arduous, and it was clear that Chengdu was not lying. Just then Gao Tianfang stormed into the room, filled with rage. Su Jin pushed one last time, and suddenly turned around, locking eyes with Gao Tianfang. Huh. Both of them fell into a daze. Cough. It burned me. What is this?" Chengdu cried out in pain. "You two perverts still have time to. You've got guts." Gao Tianfang's facial muscles twitched as he kicked towards Chengdu on the bed. He had thought these two useless people were annoying enough, and now they were doing something so disgusting. He really should have acted sooner. Every additional word felt like an insult to himself, especially this pervert lying on the bed. Just as he was about to attack, Su Jin had already anticipated it. Quickly lowering his body, he yanked the bed aside, sweeping Gao Tianfang's lower body with his foot. The sweeping kick did not yield any result. Gao Tianfang stood firm, turning to punch Su Jin. Su Jin rolled and tumbled, dragging the bed to continue dodging towards the inner side of the room. Just as Gao Tianfang was about to pursue, Chengdu suddenly flipped over and sat up. His previously concave chest had now returned to its original state. Gao Tianfang stood frozen, eyes wide with confusion. "It's hot." Chengdu fanned his hands, continuously calling out as a large amount of white smoke began to emerge from his mouth. Finally, he jumped off the bed, throwing his head back and roaring. A thick blaze erupted from his mouth, reaching the ceiling and forming a cloud of fire. The transformation was not yet over. The flames spilling from the corners of his mouth began to spread downwards. Su Jin looked up from beneath the bed, shocked by the scene before him. In the end, Chengdu was engulfed in flames, completely transforming into a being of fire, as if the fire god had descended. The temperature in the entire ward skyrocketed. The air became scorching hot. What on earth is this? What could cause such a drastic change in an instant? The enhancement of abilities was all-encompassing, and the power emanating from the opponent was not any weaker than his own. The iron railing of the hospital bed beside Su Jin was glowing red hot. The fabric at the corner of the bed had already begun to ignite. In a moment of desperation, Su Jin hurriedly squeezed out, retreating alone. "Chengdu, how are you?" I feel incredible, with boundless energy, and my strength is still increasing." "Director, what did you just use on me?" Chengdu gazed at Gao Tianfang, clenching his right fist. "Don't worry about that, just go for him." Chengdu raised both fists like a golden hammer, striking it. A massive burst of flames erupted from his chest. Gao Tianfang stumbled back, half a step, his lips curling slightly. "Interesting. I want to see just how strong you are now. You mother for die." Chengdu swung his fist forward, a blaze erupting from his elbow, propelling his heavy punch. The speed of his punch was extremely fast, and Gao Tianfang barely had any time to react before being struck in the abdomen. With a crack, the chest armor shattered, and he was immediately blasted into the hallway. "Awesome." Chengdu let out an excited roar, his legs spouting flames as he flew forward. "What the hell?" Su Jin sat dazedly in the ward. Is this the power of the company's props? Did the manual really understate it so much? This is way too strong, directly evolving into an invincible war god. If I had known it was this useful, why didn't I use it? I ended up taking a beating all night. Regaining his senses, Su Jin quickly ran to the hallway to check the situation. Explosions echoed through the corridor as two black and red figures intertwined in combat. Chengdu's frenzied assaults kept Gao Tianfang nearly unable to lift his head, repeatedly hammered against the wall. In less than a minute, his entire body armor had been completely shattered. However, he wasn't without the ability to fight back. As a soldier king, his rich combat experience before being infected still remained. Moreover, he received all-around enhancement under the ability boost. Chengdu missed too many attacks, only able to create one pit after another in the concrete wall. Gao Tianfeng also occasionally retaliated, continuously pushing Chengdu back, even adapting to the new combat rhythm. But the high-temperature flames on Chengdu's body clearly inflicted serious damage on him. Every time his fists connected, thick black smoke billowed up and a mask of pain appeared on his face. So awesome. Save some for me. Su Jin closely monitored the battle, nervously whispering. Bang, bang, bang. The two continued their fierce battle, fighting from the middle of the corridor to the end, then back again. Su Jin's eyes widened, and he hurriedly dove back into the room. Chengdu and Gao Tianfeng followed, closely engaging in a fierce battle in the room. The sounds of combat were deafening, with fists and bodies crashing against the walls. Especially Chengdu, every time he collided, flames would erupt from his body. Su Jin casually picked up an iron plate to shield his face, hiding in a corner, shivering and pretending to be invisible. Where's that impressive power you had earlier? Gao Tianfeng leaned against the wall, dodging continuously as chunks of concrete exploded around him. Trash! Trash! Gao Tianfeng, is this all you've got? You've disappointed me so much. Chengdu shouted, arrogantly launching an onslaught of volcanic-like attacks towards Gao Tianfeng. Where's that impressive power you had earlier? Gao Tianfeng leaned against the wall, dodging continuously as chunks of concrete exploded around him. Although he could evade the physical attacks, numerous attribute attacks remained unavoidable. At this moment, his face was already burned beyond recognition, his eyes completely blinded. He looked almost like a demon. Throw a punch, or are you just going to defend? Chengdu provocatively continued, attempting to lure Gao Tianfeng into dropping his defensive posture. A fiery hook punch struck towards Gao Tianfeng's abdomen, and the long defensive Gao Tianfeng finally moved. Relying solely on his perception of the wind and hearing, he twisted his body to dodge the attack. Then he completely abandoned defense, abruptly turning and extending his arms to wrap around Chengdu from behind. He raised a leg and viciously kicked Chengdu's knee, knocking him to the ground. Chengdu immediately spat out thick flames, and the powerful thrust brutally slammed Gao Tianfeng against the mottled wall. Gao Tianfeng coughed up a mouthful of blood, yet his movements did not cease. He endured Chengdu's strikes with his face, one hand choking Chengdu while the other reached below. Chengdu felt a chill in his heart. He was left with a sense of emptiness. However, the power of his attack did not wane, and Chengdu gritted his teeth, accelerating the speed of his punches. Gao Tianfeng remained silent, his face burned and sunken, barely resembling a human. In his hand, he gripped the emergency artifact he had snatched from Chengdu, preparing to use it on himself. Gao Tianfeng let out a hoarse cry of pain, unconsciously loosening his grip on Chengdu's hand. Seizing the opportunity, Chengdu broke free, glancing back at Gao Tianfeng in alarm, his face instantly paling. Director, he pulled my connector out and replaced it with his own. What? Su Jin dropped the iron plate and screamed, kill him quickly. Strike at his weak point. If this prop can be used by infected mutants as well, it would be disastrous. Hearing this, Chengdu immediately shifted his fist to a palm and struck at Gao Tianfeng's throat. The palm came down, and Gao Tianfeng's upper body shook as he coughed once, while Chengdu's flames diminished. The second palm followed closely, successfully landing a hit. But this time Gao Tianfeng's body swayed noticeably less than after the first strike. Su Jin was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as if he had fallen into hell. Chengdu was too close, possibly not observing clearly. But from this distance he could see clearly. Gao Tianfeng's armor was regenerating, and the drug's effects were taking hold within him. Once he fully recovers, there would be almost no chance of survival. In a moment of urgency, Su Jin pulled back the curtain behind him to check. The sky was already brightening, and a faint golden glow appeared on the distant glass. The sky has begun to brighten. Chengdu, hurry, let's go. Don't worry about him. Su Jin stood up, grabbed Chengdu, and ran outward. Gao Tianfeng's body was still rapidly recovering, the charred skin on his face peeling away to reveal new skin underneath. Seeing the two escape the room, he immediately revealed a sinister grin and pursued. Where do you think you're going? In the hallway, the two raced for their lives, and Chengdu urgently asked, Director, that was such a good opportunity. Where do we escape to now? Don't ask. You can't kill him. Just do as I say, and when I'm about to strike, you immediately attack his lower half. Su Jin, dripping with sweat, scanned the rows of rooms and finally locked onto one. All right. They quickly entered the room, and as Su Jin stepped forward to pull down the curtain and remove his outer clothing, an extremely fierce figure appeared at the door. Gao Tianfeng's appearance returned to normal, his entire body's armor gleaming with a metallic sheen, still undergoing evolution. Chengdu threw a punch forward to block, but Gao Tianfeng casually waved his arm and sent him flying. Puff! Chengdu crashed against the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood and instantly falling into weakness. Gao Tianfeng did not rush forward, instead a faint smile appeared on his face. I initially thought you two fools would only run away, but it seems you can still bring me a bit of surprise. Tell me what that thing is, and where you got it from, and I'll make it quick for you. Shameless thing just picked up from the secondhand garbage. Su Jin licked his lips, moving closer to the window. Roar. Still stalling for time? The light will change your power. Now that the sun is out, your strength should be maximized. Gao Tianfang said indifferently. You once surpassed my previous state, do you think you still have a chance? No need to stall any longer if you don't speak. They'll make it so you cannot live or die. Is that so? But I don't think you want to know where that thing came from. Su Jin's cold gaze passed over Gao Tianfang's shoulder, looking toward the other side. Chengdu, lying on the ground, squinted his eyes vaguely, looking at Su Jin. The blazing sun rose slowly, casting countless rays of light across the world. At this moment, Su Jin slowly stretched his arms, facing away from the sun, basking in its warmth. The muscles on his back bulged like a fierce beast emerging. A sensation of blood vessels swelling surged toward his brain as extreme power surged wildly through his veins. In just a few seconds, his figure had expanded significantly, with his robust muscles glistening under the sunlight. What exactly is that? Where can I get it? Speak quickly. Gao Tianfang pressed. Go ask your mother underground. Ha ha. Su Jin laughed wildly. You really aren't afraid of death. It seems you have great confidence in your abilities. Gao Tianfang's eyes grew colder, anger rolling in his voice. With only 1 meter of sunlight, how much can that trash ability of yours exert? It'll ensure you die understanding everything. You're wrong. Su Jin raised his hand sharply. It won't be me who dies. Next. To kill you I won't need even a second. Chengdu, unleash your ultimate move. Su Jin roared, leaving 2 deep footprints on the concrete as he charged toward Gao Tianfang. Chengdu took the lead, sliding toward Gao Tianfang. Hearing the ultimate move, Gao Tianfang instinctively raised his foot to attack Chengdu first. Su Jin crouched low, rushing in at high speed, crashing into Gao Tianfang and sending him flying. The two burst out of the room, barreling down the corridor and straight into another room. The room lacked windows and sunlight, but their strength had yet to dissipate. Su Jin gritted his teeth and turned his body once again, kicking off the wall, his eyes sparkling with hope as he looked ahead. The MRI machine hummed low. Such power dares to challenge me. Gao Tianfang's words were cut short as he was tightly embraced and thrown into the machine by Su Jin. A sharp pain erupted from deep within Gao Tianfang's tailbone, as if his entire pelvic cavity had been torn apart by steel hooks. Under the influence of the million-fold magnetic field, the plug was instantly pulled. The two crashed heavily inside the machine. The strange outer material of the emergency plug did not diminish its power, instead it amplified it. Carrying extreme heat, it instantly pierced through the sacrum, and as the struggling flesh twisted, the shattered bones ground against the nerves like a grinding wheel. Gao Tianfang let out an unprecedented scream, his eyes rolling back in a daze, blood pouring from his groin along with loss of bladder control. Su Jin desperately kneed him, causing chunks of flesh and liquid to spray out of the cabin. The pain reflex made him immediately tighten his grip around Su Jin's waist, instantly breaking several of his ribs. Su Jin extended his hands, plunging into Gao Tianfang's eye sockets and stirring violently. Even with blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, he paid no mind to the pain. Instead, his killing intent surged. Can you withstand my Gongsai electromagnetic cannon? Weapons. Kings. On the rooftop, Fu Qingdai quickly pushed open the door. Liang Chui was still chasing behind, but her speed had slowed considerably due to her blindness. Upon reaching the rooftop, Fu Qingdai immediately ran to the edge and looked down. Fu, who stood anxiously in place, waiting while the team members scattered into several groups, each a distance apart, and it seemed some were missing. A glimmer of joy flashed across Fu Qingdai's face. Dad is still downstairs. It seems he has guessed something. The missing group must be looking for her, and some should have entered the building to search. By examining the bullet casings left from the gunfire, they could roughly determine which unit they were in. After a glance, Fu Qingdai reached back to downstairs. Fu, who was panting heavily, his heart burning like fire. His daughter was missing, and the situation was unclear. However, post-analysis could suggest what had happened. It must be an enemy attack. Qingdai is not an unreasonable person, but she must have run out to lure something. The only one who needs her to face them alone is the infected one from the day who could seduce men, could wipe out the entire center on her own. Female team members were useless, and male team members would be directly incapacitated. She can't run away herself and must also manage the defense. Now she can only assign a few relatively reliable team members to enter the building for rescue. The effect might not be great. Zhang Wan stood beside Fu, who looking lost, while Fu, who felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He wanted to charge in. But this large group of people below cannot afford any accidents. Just at this dilemma, an arrow suddenly fell from the rooftop. Fu, who immediately looked up and saw a graceful figure above his eyes suddenly lighting up. Qing. Everyone don't make a sound. Seeing Fu Qingdai raise her finger to her lips, Fu, who urgently raised his hand to signal behind him. Fu Qingdai continuously raised her hand and made 2 gestures, then her figure vanished without a trace. The rooftop door was opened again, and Liang Shui burst in her hair in disarray. With a sinister smile on her lips, "Little bitch, run. This time I want to see where you can escape." Fu Qingdai kept retreating, her right hand reaching again to her back. Liang Shui followed suit. "Don't think I don't know what you're planning, or just because you think I'm blind you want to throw me off the building to die. Naive. My senses are much sharper than yours. I can act, even if I can't see. Soon I'll break your limbs and skin you alive, making you watch as I eat your insides clean." The arrow slowly withdrew from the quiver as Fu Qingdai's cold voice rang out. "At this close distance, one arrow is enough to kill you." "An arrow? You can try to see if I can catch it." Liang Shui sneered, raising her hand to feign a grab. "Getting hit by you before was just lucky on your part. One arrow won't kill me, you'll be the one to die." Fu Qingdai quickly stepped forward, Liang Shui retreating closely, tilting her ear to prepare. "Shoot. What's wrong, scared?" Looking at Liang Shui standing at the edge of the rooftop, Fu Qingdai slowly lowered the arrow in her hand. "You're already dead. Foolish." "What? Shoot." A series of dense gunfire erupted downstairs, and numerous blood holes exploded on Liang Shui's body. Her body fell heavily to the ground below, a bewildered expression frozen on her face. Fu Qingdai slowly approached, standing at the edge of the rooftop, to look down. Liang Shui was completely devoid of life, no chance of survival left. The crowd below looked up, and the sunlight bathed Fu Qingdai, casting a golden halo around her, sacred and indescribable. "Is this really our daughter?" Fu, who held onto Zhang Wan's arm, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Above, Fu Qingdai let out a long breath, gazing up at the sky. There was no joy in killing, instead her mood was complicated and hard to express. Until she fixed her gaze on a strange mass of golden clouds gathering and moving at the horizon. Only then did Fu Qingdai shake off her thoughts, tidying her disheveled hair by her temples, looking at the crowd below, still staring up in amazement, taking a deep breath. "Daylight has come, prepare to set off." Inside the MRI room, there was a pool of blood, and the machine buzzed incessantly. Chengdu limped and stumbled into the room. Upon seeing the chaos with Su Jin and Gao Tianfang both lying in the machine, he immediately felt a surge of panic and rushed to the side. A torrent of blood continued to ooze from beneath Gao Tianfang despite a cascade of blood gushing out. After being violently kneed by Su Jin, his internal organs were forced out, hanging near the exit. The air was thick with the stench of blood and burnt flesh. "Director, how are you?" Chengdu trembled as he approached, forcefully pulling Su Jin out of Gao Tianfang's embrace. Seeing Su Jin with his eyes tightly shut and covered in blood made Chengdu's heart race even more. "Director, hold on." In a panic, Chengdu scooped Su Jin up and staggered quickly towards the room across. Several seconds passed in silence. Chengdu opened his mouth, looking around in confusion. Quickly regaining his composure, he immediately pressed his hands on Su Jin's heart, urgently calling out, "Direct." Several seconds passed in silence. Chengdu opened his mouth, looking around in confusion. Quickly regaining his composure, he immediately pressed his hands on Su Jin's heart, urgently calling out, "Director, you can't die. So many people are relying on you. If you die, how will everyone survive? You can't be so selfish. Director. Director." Chengdu pressed down, shouting and crying uncontrollably, "Director, you can't just pass away like this. Director." The unconscious Su Jin drew a sharp breath, suddenly sitting up with his eyes wide open, only to collapse weakly back to the ground. "Director." Chengdu was suddenly electrified, filled with immense joy. "Get away." Su Jin weakly waved his hand, looking at Chengdu. "What do you mean? Where am I supposed to go? You're blocking the light." Realizing this, Chengdu immediately stepped aside to let the sunlight in, asking with a tearful gaze, "How is your injury now?" "A number of ribs are broken, and it will take some time to heal. But I won't die, and I can still walk. After I catch my breath, we should drive back immediately. The convoy should be waiting for us. Don't keep them waiting too long." Su Jin breathed lightly. "Director, you scared me to death earlier. Your heartbeat had stopped." "Oh, I never thought the term to pass away would apply to me in my lifetime." Su Jin's gaze was vacant. "If you ever say such disgusting things to me again, don't blame me for being rude. I wasn't originally zero, but I gave it all to you the first time. What more do you want?" "Shut up. Find my bag and gun back." After a brief rest to recover, the two supported each other downstairs. Su Jin had extensive rib fractures. Chengdu was not much better off, having also suffered numerous broken bones. Moreover, before Gao Tianfang was knocked down, his heavy leg had still hit Chengdu a little, resulting in a serious ankle injury. Descending the 100-story staircase, each step was painful, as if they were walking in shackles. Finally, after a difficult descent to the ground floor, both felt a sense of relief, as if reborn. "Stay alert, there might be zombies wandering nearby. I have a gun, you cover from behind." Su Jin held his gun and moved forward, keeping a vigilant lookout. Fortunately, the situation was much better than expected, with only 2 or 3 zombies wandering on the street. However, they were all quite far away and hadn't noticed the two. Staggering towards a nearby car, Su Jin began to attempt to start it. The engine successfully roared to life. "Nice. From here on, let's go smoothly. Good things come with challenges. Su Jin smiled as he turned towards the steering wheel. Chengdu also grinned. Moments later, the vehicle started and drove along the road towards the talent community. Outside the talent community, the convoy was already lined up. Fu Hu and several team veterans stood at the end of the line, constantly looking towards the distant road. Fu Qingdai remained silent, feeling anxious deep down. Waita kept checking his watch. It's this late already, they should have returned by now. They wouldn't run into trouble, would they? No, definitely not, Sunya said calmly. Xiao Li's abilities are undeniable, and with Cheng Du helping him 2 against 1 is certainly not a problem. However, they might have trouble finding a car. There are definitely many vehicles on the street that won't start, so it's normal for them to take a bit longer. Don't be anxious. Yes, hey, they're here. Fu Hu suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention to the distance. Upon seeing a vehicle speeding towards them, everyone was instantly filled with joy. Look, they're all waiting here for you, Su Jin said with a smile while driving. Today is a good day. The clouds are particularly beautiful, all golden and shimmering. Where is it golden? Cheng Du poked his head out of the car, puzzled as he looked up at the sky. Right in front, that big cloud glows with golden light. That cloud looks strange upon closer inspection. Oh, why is it different from the others? Su Jin, surprised, began to observe the cloud in the sky. Just one glance and Su Jin was instantly shocked, opening his mouth wide. The golden clouds in the sky parted and a beam of golden light shot straight down from the horizon, vaguely connecting to Fu Qingdai's head, but in an instant it vanished along with the clouds. Mission complete. Please evacuate to the designated location. The company prompt appeared inexplicably, and an obstacle appeared ahead, causing Su Jin to panic and slam the steering wheel. The tires emitted a piercing and unbearable noise, leaving a long tire mark on the ground. Finally, it crashed into a utility pole, sending up clouds of white smoke. Director, how did you drive this car? It hurts like hell. Chengdu cried out in pain. Su Jin, panting heavily, lifted his head to look ahead. The mission completion prompt had faded, replaced by a series of numbers. 005000459 0458. Su Jin urgently looked left, seeing Fu Qingdai and others running towards them with anxious expressions. Looking to the right, not far away at the street corner, a red that was flashing in his sight. Su Jin's expression froze, and his mind fell into chaos. How many times had he awakened from dreams fantasizing about being able to complete the mission and return home? Yet this dreamlike scene was coming true, and instead of joy, he felt only confusion and panic. How could it be? How could this happen so suddenly? He wasn't. Su Jin's breathing grew more rapid, and he suddenly slammed the steering wheel, shouting angrily, "You can't do this. I help you with tasks, and you can't treat me silently, making me do this and that." Su Jin's voice broke, and he weakly rested his head on the steering wheel. Just give me a little more time. I beg you, just give me a little more time at least. Let me say a few words to them. 100005959005958. Su Jin trembled as he thanked, lifting his head. Director, did you hit your head? Are you okay? Chengdu asked with concern. They are coming in. Let's check after we get out of the car. Okay, let's get out of the car. The two opened the car door and got out. Fu Qingdai was ahead, already running about 20 meters in front of them. Seeing Su Jin and Chengdu get out of the car safely, Fu Qingdai's face lit up with joy as she quickened her pace and rushed into Su Jin's embrace. Su Jin let out a muffled grunt and wrapped his arms around her. Chengdu silently walked over to the others. Brother, are you alright? Are you hurt? Realizing something was wrong, Fu Qingdai released her arms and looked up at Su Jin. Su Jin's eyes were red and he smiled faintly, shaking his head. Just a minor injury, I'm fine. Oh, that's good. Fu Qingdai felt relieved and hurriedly added. But that woman came again while you were gone, and I killed her. Really? He finally placed it into Fu Qingdai's hand. Though it's not exactly a great thing, it's the most valuable item I have. Su Jin grasped Fu Qingdai's hand, activated. He finally placed it into Fu Qingdai's hand. Though it's not exactly a great thing, it's the most valuable item I have. Su Jin grasped Fu Qingdai's hand, activated. He finally placed it into Fu Qingdai's hand. Though it's not exactly a great thing, it's the most valuable item I have. Su Jin grasped Fu Qingdai's hand, activated the front camera, forcing a smile, and took a selfie. Fu Qingdai's smiling face was frozen on the screen while Chengdu and the others joyfully chatted in the background. Brother. Fu Qingdai's brows slightly furrowed, sensing something was amiss. Cautiously cradling the phone, she said, "This must be very important, right? What do you mean by giving it to me? I can't make sense of it." Just as Su Jin was about to speak, Sonya had already approached with several others, looking refreshed and exclaiming, "Oh, you're all back. Then don't just stand here. If there's anything to discuss, let's talk in the car. Aren't you and Chengdu injured? Let me check and bandage you both." Su Jin raised his gaze at Sonya. "I'm afraid I can't accompany you on the road ahead." The expressions of the crowd varied, but all were frozen on their faces. Sonya frowned deeply. "Shaoli, what do you mean by that? I have to leave. I need to go home. Someone is here to pick me up." Su Jin's expression stiffened. Everyone was stunned. "Brother." Fu Qingdai suddenly raised her head looking at Su Jin in disbelief. You're joking, right? You said you couldn't leave. I'm sorry I lied to you. Facing the gazes of everyone, Su Jin spoke with difficulty. Even my name is fake, I'm Su Jin. Director Yu. Chengdu rushed forward, but was stopped by Sunya, who wore a heavy expression. Sunya turned to Su Jin and said, Shaoli. I still prefer calling you that. Is it alright if I share your story with them? Su Jin nodded. Sunya sighed deeply and pulled the others a bit farther away. Don't go, brother. I don't want it anymore. I'll give this back to you. Fu Qingdai cried out loudly hurriedly, trying to shove the phone back into Su Jin's hands. Qingdai, don't be like this. Su Jin repeatedly tried to pull his hand back, but was ultimately embraced tightly by Fu Qingdai. Oh. Why are you always crying? How can a leader cry all the time and still expect others to follow them? Su Jin attempted to push away several times, but was still tightly held. With a resigned sigh, he said, This is the last time. You told me before that you wouldn't cry when I'm not around. In the future, when I'm not here, you have to take on the responsibility. Without you, no one else can organize things. Fu Qingdai's grip on Su Jin's shirt tightened, her hands gradually turning pale as she looked up, choking back her tears. I don't want to be the savior, brother. Without you, I can't hold on. Can you not leave? I'm sorry, I have family too. As soon as those words were spoken, all of Fu Qingdai's feelings were suddenly trapped in her chest, and tears flowed endlessly. The two embraced in silence for a long time. The others, having finished listening to Sun Ya's explanations, silently turned their gaze toward them. People in the distant convoy got out of their cars, looking up, and after a while Fu Qingdai sniffled and softly asked, Brother, do you like me? Haven't I told you before? Brother is like opium, you need to quit early. What if I can't quit? Su Jin was at a loss for words. Seeing she wouldn't receive a response, Fu Qingdai continued to murmur, Brother. Will tomorrow be better? I don't know, Qingdai, I don't want to lie to you. Then will we meet again in the future? I don't know. Fu Qingdai tightly shut her eyes, clinging to Su Jin's waist. Su Jin's face turned pale as he quietly said, Qingdai, the person picking me up is waiting for me. I don't have much time left. After I finish talking to everyone else, you can't cry anymore. I need you to order the convoy to set off immediately. Can you do that? Fu Qingdai buried her head in Su Jin's chest, her tears soaking his shirt. After a moment, she gently pushed Su Jin away and stepped aside. Fu Hu and his wife walked up to Su Jin and said, Director, are you really an alien? Su Jin smiled and nodded. Fu Hu forced a smile, his eyes turning red. Well, that doesn't really matter anymore. Will we meet again in the future? I don't know. Maybe. Director, thank you for saving our family of 3. Zhang Wan stepped forward with tears in her eyes. Su Jin shook his head. No need to say such things. Without you, I wouldn't have made it to today. In the future, you need to take good care of Qingdai, who she still has a long way to go with human resources. Fu Hu, a man nearing 50, finally shed tears. Director, take care. Director. Chengdu hurriedly stepped forward, wanting to say something, but momentarily at a loss for words. If you have something to say, hurry up, I don't have much time left. Chengdu tugged at the corners of his mouth, his eyes brimming with tears, saying, I've already told you everything I wanted to say, and honestly, I don't have much else to say. How did you suddenly become an alien? Is this true? This is too ridiculous. Those 2 old men aren't lying to me, are they? It's true. I really am an alien. Do aliens have same-sex relationships? Chengdu pressed, raising his voice. Su Jin's expression was hard to read. Yes, the main base is even named after you. Director, don't joke with me. I really. Woohoo. Chengdu broke into tears and reached out to hug Su Jin. After a brief embrace, Su Jin stepped toward Wei Da and Sunya. You two, being older, take care not to overexert yourselves. Qingdai and the others have big matters to rely on you both to oversee. The 2 elders sighed deeply at the same time. Sunya said, Shaoli, you've said what you need to say. I don't have any more questions. I'm genuinely happy for you that you can go home. If we can't meet again, don't worry too much. Just live your life well. Take care, Shaoli. Wei Da spoke briefly, looking down and laughing bitterly twice before turning to say, If there's a chance, you can come and see us too. I know. Prepare early, you should leave now. Su Jin took a few steps back, his gaze sweeping over the tearful group, finally landing on Fu Qingdai's face. The 2 locked eyes. Fu Qingdai wiped away her tears and stepped toward the convoy. The others followed closely behind her. Everyone in the convoy had already stood on the street, gazing up at the situation here. Seeing Fu Qingdai approaching, the crowd's attention shifted from Su Jin to her. As Fu Qingdai reached the front of the convoy, she stood on an open-top SUV, and everyone's gaze finally converged. Turning back to look at Su Jin's lingering figure, Fu Qingdai's lips moved slightly, but she ultimately withdrew her gaze and looked at the convoy. Set off. The convoy proceeded toward the light, as Su Jin stood frozen, gazing at the street. In his blurred vision, vehicles disappeared one by one. Until the last vehicle vanished from sight, he could no longer bear it. With a sharp intake of breath, tears fell on the street. Clearly he prayed every day to leave this world. But now that the moment had come, There was a piercing pain in his heart. He could no longer protect everyone. What would they do? Will tomorrow be better? Everything is uncertain, and all he could do was pray. As the tears flowed, Su Jin straightened up and wiped away the traces on his face, looking back. He tightened his grip on the silver gun and resolutely walked toward the street corner with his briefcase. The company. He could finally face the company directly. He would find out what kind of monsters had tormented him to this point, and he would know at first sight. At the corner of the street, Su Jin gazed into the shop. The red dot was right before him, and through the glass door, he could see the interior. It was merely a chaotic supermarket lacking any uniqueness. After a moment's contemplation, Su Jin reached out to push open the large door. However, just as his hand extended, the door opened automatically. A cool breeze swept through, causing Su Jin to involuntarily close his eyes. A tingling sensation coursed through his entire body. This feeling was particularly pronounced in his ribs. The remnants of his previous injuries peeled away with the wind turning to dust. When he opened his eyes again, all his wounds had vanished and his energy was fully restored. Astonished, Su Jin took half a step back and raised his gaze to look inside the shop. As the door swung open, the interior transformed into a luxurious 5-star hotel, a completely different realm. He adjusted his breathing, scanned his surroundings, then moved forward with his gun drawn. The hall was empty, and at the end of the corridor there was a door. Is anyone there? Su Jin cautiously approached the door at the end. No one responded as he stealthily reached for the doorknob. He took a quick breath and his gaze sharpened. With a sudden push, he burst into the room. Yet upon entering, he found it completely empty. What met his eyes was a plain, even somewhat dated office with a sofa and coffee table on the left and a star map hanging on the wall. On the right was a large desk with 4 big characters hanging above the wall. Heaven's way rewards diligence. Other spots in the room were filled with various small items and additional wall hangings. Among them, only one portrait on the side wall depicted a man of unremarkable appearance. Overall, the decor resembled that of a nouveau riche landlord on Earth. Su Jin's nervousness eased slightly as he closed the door and began to carefully explore the room. Should I really be this tense in my own office? A deep, steady male voice suddenly echoed, causing Su Jin's muscles to tense instantly. Who is speaking? Come out. As he shouted to Su Jin's astonishment, the man from the painting reached out and stepped directly out of the frame, adjusting his collar and calmly standing before Su Jin. Su Jin's breath hitched, his eyes widened as he raised his gun backward. Are you human or ghost? After experiencing a world, you still want to shout in such a situation? The man nonchalantly glanced at him, walked to the desk, casually leaned back in the office chair, and gestured, saying, Take a seat. You have many questions, and I think we can talk now. After pondering for a moment, Su Jin sat across from the desk. The man then spoke. This building is not the main office of the company, but rather belongs exclusively to you. I am neither human nor ghost, but rather an entity created to serve the master of this building. To put it simply, you can think of me as painting a brick or a robot. Usually the owners here call me the steward. The steward? Su Jin pondered for a moment before stating frankly, I just want to know what the company is about, what this world is like, and why you chose me. No rush, we can discuss each matter one by one. The steward raised his hand. I don't have a clear understanding of the company as I don't serve it directly, but I can give you a general explanation. This is a unique organization, and it refers to itself as a company because it presents itself in a manner you can comprehend. It is composed of top-tier powerhouses from various realms. The disasters in this world are also intertwined with the company. The universe was originally harmonious with order and chaos coexisting. However, by chance the natural order was completely disrupted. The powerful have long sensed the abnormalities in the world, but chose not to intervene, believing that nature would restore itself. But as time passed, things did not develop as expected. The situation has become utterly uncontrollable. Order is on the brink of collapse, and all realms face destruction. Thus, the powerhouses decided to unite against this catastrophe. Your colleagues are all on the front lines combating the root of this disaster, while the issues faced by this world are merely the aftershocks of this war. Wait a moment, let me sort this out. I'm a bit confused. Su Jin felt a headache coming on. Such a simple matter, you actually understand it well? You're just struggling to accept it. The steward smiled slightly. You want to analyze the powerhouses in the company, the source of the disaster they're fighting against, and the form of their existence. These do not hold meaning, even I know very little about them. It's not. What does this have to do with me? I'm just an ordinary person working a job. Am I perhaps the reincarnation of some employee? Su Jin felt a turmoil within. You are indeed an ordinary person, but in certain aspects you are extraordinary. To put it in a way you can understand, your fate is different from others. The clients you save do not possess special talents, but rather their fates happen to resonate with the world they inhabit, allowing the company to connect with the world deeply. The steward stood up and pointed to the star map opposite him. The image surged and suddenly transformed into an ocean. Su Jin turned to look, his gaze trembling. On the infinitely extending coastline, marine creatures with rotten skins surged towards the shore. An enormous tide of corpses was advancing upon the land. Trees fell in large numbers, and the tide of corpses began to flood the streets, sweeping away buildings with ease. This is what will happen in a month, the result predicted by the company. The steward spoke calmly. In fact, no matter how hard the people of this world strive, their demise has become a foregone conclusion. The entire ecological chain has been severed and cannot be restored. But your appearance has changed everything. In your tasks, you continuously accumulate power for clients, providing strength and a safe environment which enhances their fate, allowing the company to maintain a stable and lasting connection with this world. This realm is currently in a semi-takeover state. The company will promote ecological restoration and suppress the escalation of disasters. Of course, the company only provides assistance. They mainly still rely on their own efforts. Perhaps after several generations, this world will be able to return to normal. Since the company is so powerful, why not resolve their troubles all at once if they want to save them? Su Jin frowned and questioned. The core strength of the company is focused on addressing the root of this disaster, so the power allocated to each dying world is limited. It is impossible to directly help them solve all their troubles. The steward tapped the table and looked at Su Jin. Su Jin, it seems you still do not understand the nature of your work. If compared to a business on Earth, your current position is that of the company's cleaner and the only cleaner. It appears to be so at the moment, but do not underestimate this position. Your role is closely watched even by the highest levels. What do you mean by that? Su Jin stared blankly. He had imagined the company as some enigmatic entity, yet never dreamed his grueling, life-draining job would be mere janitorial work. The steward stood upright with hands clasped behind his back and continued, even if thousands upon thousands of worlds perish, such losses are negligible to the company's grand design. Yet afterward, they discovered the situation was far more complex. True masters are forged in iron and blood, tested relentlessly on countless battlefields. Those within the company are even more formidable. Each has emerged from oceans of corpses and rivers of gore. Though they profess to save worlds, deep down they revel in combat itself. Life and death hold little weight for them. From its very inception, the company possessed a mighty central nexus, an omnipresent core linking all realities and orchestrating their seamless operation. As conflicts intensified and prolonged, an undercurrent of primal savagery steadily accumulated, eventually disrupting the nexus's equilibrium. We already wage war against chaos and annihilation. This emergent instability thus poses a grave latent threat to the entire organization, prompting senior leadership to jointly establish this new position internally designated as the Torchbearer. This initiative proved extraordinarily successful. The two preceding torchbearers saved countless worlds. The vitality and order generated by these newly born realms significantly tempered the rising tide of savagery, though both predecessors ultimately fell in battle, which is why the mantle now falls upon you. Why me, just a janitor? Su Jin's scalp prickled. Is there truly no one else across the entire cosmos? Though your innate talent holds no particular distinction, your destiny chart is exceptionally rare, one that resonates harmoniously with nearly every living world. The steward spoke without mercy. You are quite simply the ideal candidate for this mission. Even should you fail and remain stranded within your assigned world, prolonged exposure would gradually assimilate you into its fabric, allowing the company to forge a flawless symbiotic connection through you and your world. So I'm supposedly indispensable, yet merely expendable collateral. Su Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this your first day on the job? The steward turned his gaze. If you possess merit, everyone will recognize it. If not, no one will care, and the company will simply seek another. That said, selecting only one individual across all realms signifies the company's extraordinary investment, a deliberate cultivation of a peerless warrior. Indeed, the Torchbearer is universally acknowledged as the position most likely to ascend to the company's highest executive authority. You truly possess the requisite qualifications. The company's choice of you is no coincidence. Once again, the steward pointed toward the star chart mural upon the wall. The stellar map shimmered anew. Su Jin's expression froze. This time the image depicted himself the night the Hanxiong missile detonated. This chart was left by the second Torchbearer, designed expressly for post-mission analysis. Its contents are accessible only to you and me. That night your psyche underwent profound turbulence, recorded in real time. After your mental collapse, you resumed testing the company-issued firearms performance within just 5 minutes. Within 1 hour you precisely assessed its full operational parameters, then began sharpening blades and preparing gear. Every exceptional warrior endures setbacks, pain, despair, breakdowns, each for different reasons. Yet every one who rises above adversity makes the same unspoken choice almost instinctively in the wake of fleeting desolation. What choice? To prepare for the next battle. You mature with astonishing speed. Your leadership is beyond question. and your mind embodies the steel of a supreme warrior. All else you lack the company will provide, so long as your resolve remains unwavering. Su Jin, this is all I am permitted to disclose. Should you wish to learn more, you must first inherit the title of Torchbearer. The company recruited you, and you passed its trials. Now the choice rests entirely with you. Though I suspect no hesitation is warranted, such an unparalleled opportunity is coveted by mortals everywhere. The steward smiled faintly as he returned to his desk. A contract slid smoothly from the printer beside him. He lifted the document with a warm smile and handed it to Su Jin. No signature required. Mere acceptance in your heart suffices. From this moment, the Torchbearer is your name, and this building becomes wholly yours. Its treasures represent the accumulated legacy of two Torchbearers, so vast they stir envy in all who glimpse them. You cannot fathom their magnitude. Why do you insist on such archaic contracts when you're clearly so advanced? Su Jin frowned, puzzled as he took the paper. A relic of the previous Torchbearer's habits, he cherished refinement and ritual in daily life. The steward's expression stiffened as he watched Su Jin hold the contract. You refuse this inheritance. Su Jin silently slid the document back across the desk. I'm sorry, I'd rather decline. What you've described exceeds my comprehension. I cannot verify its truth, and it sounds suspiciously like a conspiracy. Above all, I simply wish to live as an ordinary man. Conspiracy theory. Do you truly believe an entity like the company would deceive a mortal such as yourself? Frankly, I've always thought only the intellectually feeble obsess over conspiracies, and you possess no means whatsoever to deceive me. Su Jin shook his head, voice resolute. I still choose ordinariness. Humph. How amusing, the steward suddenly arched a brow. Then begone. Countless others will gladly take your place. Go home. You're better suited to being a pile of dog excrement. Su Jin's eyes bulged. How did you turn so vicious so abruptly? I was created by the first Torchbearer. My temperament bears traces of his essence. Were he to witness your conduct, he'd erupt in blistering reprimand. The steward shrugged helplessly. I'm restraining myself truly. Here, take this contract. Per the second Torchbearer's decree, you may return home and reflect at leisure. You have 1 month to decide. Many benefits, and the full reward for mission completion, will only be granted once you formally join the company. Here, take this contract. Per the second Torchbearer's decree, you may return home and reflect at leisure. You have 1 month to decide. Many benefits. Here, take this contract. Per the second Torchbearer's decree, you may return home and reflect at leisure. You have 1 month to decide. Many benefits, and the full reward for mission completion, will only be granted once you formally join the company. Offered him release. And the first, an absolute antithesis, less powerful than his successor, yet 10 times faster in mission execution. How could he complete missions so swiftly despite inferior strength? Su Jin asked, astonished. Disgust contorted the steward's face, because he was a true monster, devoid of mercy. His modus operandi: annihilate the client's entire family at the outset, then assume the role of villain, forcing the client to evolve through sheer terror. Half his clients suffered irreversible psychological collapse. Even the upper echelons intervened, dispatching inspectors to rebuke him. I stand here daily absorbing his scorn. Thank heavens he died early. Su Jin's expression grew unreadable. To be so reviled by one's own creation. That first Torchbearer truly was something else. Su Jin, I honor every choice you make. But out of genuine goodwill, I urge you to consider this matter with utmost gravity. For to witness another's loss is to feel one's own loss. The steward's tone shifted, his countenance smoothed into calm neutrality. What do you mean? Su Jin shot upright, slamming his palm on the table. Nothing specific. I cannot foresee the future. But you are intelligent, and intelligence knows better than to entrust hope or destiny to others. That is all I shall say. With a gentle wave of his hand, a luminous gateway flared into being, enveloping him. Light flashed, then dimmed. In a daze, Su Jin found himself clutching the contract, standing once more inside his familiar rented apartment. I haven't finished my question yet. Su Jin stood in the room, mouth agape. In an instant the scene changed. All thoughts were entirely forgotten, consumed by the familiar sights before him. After swallowing several times, Su Jin's lips trembled uncontrollably, curling upwards. Rushing to the window, he pulled back the curtains and looked out, seeing countless lights and the bustling crowd of the night market in the distance. I'm back. Joy overwhelmed his reason, and Su Jin lay on the bed, covering his face, crying and laughing. Minutes later, as he gradually regained his composure, a small mischievous expression still lingered on his face. His eyes darted around, instinctively reaching into his pocket to check his phone messages, but found nothing. Suddenly recalling he had already given his phone to Fu Qingdai. The thought of Fu Qingdai caused his emotions to sink again, and the corners of Su Jin's mouth slowly drooped as he fell into deep thought. It felt just like a dream. He had no idea where they had gone now, whether they had reached the military district or if they had already set up camp. However, there was nothing more he could do. Looking down at his hands, he noticed one was still tightly gripping the company's employment contract. Intent on moving his body, Su Jin began to look around. His abilities remained, and his body still felt incredibly light. But he didn't know when the briefcase and pistol had disappeared, they must have been retrieved by the company. Aside from that, he felt as if he had forgotten something important. What could it be? Sitting on the bed, Su Jin fell into contemplation. After a while, surprise crossed his face, and he suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn! He had lost his... He came back without taking any money. The company had currency exchange. He had planned to take a bag of gold from the jewelry store before leaving, but everything had happened so suddenly that he didn't take anything. He had completely forgotten about this, only thinking about returning home. There were some local specialties in the briefcase, but they were all food items which couldn't be exchanged for much money. Moreover, the briefcase had been taken back by the company, so whether he could get the money back was uncertain. He was completely broke. With this thought, Su Jin began rummaging through his belongings. After failing to find cash, he pulled out a bank card. He ran down the stairs like a madman until he reached the nearest ATM. Trembling, he inserted the card to check his balance. Upon seeing the number that popped up on the machine, Su Jin let out an excited hum. 1059237. 1,059,000. The company's exchange really came through. 1,059,000. Where did this money come from? Su Jin frowned slightly. Having money is certainly a good thing, but a sum of nearly 106,000 was quite large. It didn't make sense that he had anything worth that much. After careful reflection, Su Jin suddenly realized. The watch. The one he picked up in the Longlin building, he had put it in his bag when Chengdu was packing to... Moreover, that watch had its face smashed during his battle with Gao Tianfang. How could the company exchange such a broken watch for nearly 100... Goodness! How much would a new watch be worth? Coming to his senses, Su Jin glanced at the time on the ATM. He calculated that it had been over a month since he left, almost the same amount of time he had spent in another world. Fortunately, his time away hadn't been too long. Su Jin pulled out his bank card and began to ponder. He had no mood to think about company matters now. Having been gone for more than a month, he didn't know how much news had piled up. As long as his family didn't report him missing, he needed to buy a phone quickly. It was only 7 o'clock. There was still time to go. With that thought, Su Jin pulled out his SIM card and quickly made his way to the commercial street where the phone stores were crowded. An hour later, after much deliberation between a Huawei phone and a Xiaomi, Su Jin decisively bought a flagship Redmi K80 and also purchased 2 Xiaomi 15 as backup phones. Having not changed his phone for many years, he lost interest in digital evaluations after starting to earn money following his university graduation. Although he was not well versed in phones, it was evident that the sales clerk of a certain brand was trying to fool him, constantly switching applications to prove the phone's impressive performance. Even without engaging with digital products, he could tell this was all a hard sell. Buying Xiaomi was more reliable. After setting up the phone, Su Jin quickly dialed home. After a few rings, a familiar female voice came through. Son, what big project are you busy with? You haven't even sent a message, and now you think to call. Su's mother immediately fired questions. Are you done? If you don't send a message soon, your dad and I are going to call the police. Su Jin felt a lump in his throat. Mom, it's a big project. Definitely a big project, and I'm done now. I earned money over $1 million. At this declaration, the people in the Xiaomi store turned to look, some with admiration, others with sympathy, mixed with a few whispers. Such a filial beggar is rare to see. This beggar has parents. Keep your voice down, or he'll scratch you. Look at what kind of person uses this. Who the hell buys Xiaomi? Switch to another brand. This is just too embarrassing to show off. Anyway, I'm not exaggerating. Tell my dad that he'll be home in a couple of days. If there's anything, just call me. Let's leave it at that for now. Hanging up the phone, Su Jin felt a wave of relief wash over him. He stood still for a moment, allowing others to admire him before heading towards the night market with his bags. The corners of his mouth practically reached his ears, unable to be restrained. The value of life could only be highlighted in the face of death. Such an ordinary scene now delivered a continuous and intense impact to his spirit, causing all worries and distractions to fade away. What company, what apocalypse? Only the bustling crowd. Su Jin wiped away a tear and found a noodle stall to sit down. Boss, 2 bowls of noodles, 1 wide and 1 thin, add extra noodles, and 2 eggs, more chili, and 2 chicken legs. He'll take a big bottle of iced tea too. Pay first. After scanning the code, Su Jin sat at the table, happily breaking apart his chopsticks. Before long, the meat noodles were served. Smelling the aroma of the noodles, Su Jin couldn't help but start grinning, eagerly lifting the thick noodles to his mouth. The familiar rich fragrance filled his taste buds, and Su Jin leaned back with excitement. He then began to devour his food hungrily. A display of the actions and expressions of eating after returning from the apocalypse. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Su Jin's emotions calmed down significantly. As he continued to eat, he took out his phone to make a repayment and then logged into WeChat to check. A flood of unread messages popped up. A quick glance revealed that many were from former colleagues looking for him. At the forefront was his former boss, Old Lee, whose messages had piled up to 99. Moreover, as he opened each message, Old Lee's emotions were clearly escalating in fury. From initially commanding him to return and apologize, it escalated to severe threats. Su Jin, damn you. Do you really think you can justify yourself? The company has been completely dragged down by you. Don't play dead, hurry up. Reading down the list, nearly all messages were curses and venting with some sent even 3 days ago. Su Jin smiled as he read. He could guess the general situation. That idiot client named Wang couldn't find trouble with him, so he began taking it out on Old Lee. Old Lee seemed to be suffering quite a bit, otherwise he wouldn't have lost his composure so easily. The table was spotless and Su Jin relaxedly scrolled through his phone, a faint smile lingering on his lips. It was time to tidy up and return home to recuperate for a while. Before leaving, it was necessary to go to the company one more time. This time, I will reclaim everything I lost. Lally, I'm here to collect the half-month salary and commission you owe me. Settle up and we'll be square. In his former employer's office, Su Jin sat before Lao Li, impeccably dressed and wearing a serene smile. How dare you show your face here? Lao Li slammed his fist on the desk, fury blazing across his face. Su Jin, you've ruined me. Wang Yuntong dumped all his rage on me. The company's operations have ground to a halt. That man's a thug. He's practically extorting me. What does any of this have to do with me? Su Jin shrugged. Don't try to shift blame. I acted with righteous courage. Was I wrong to intervene? Righteous courage. Lao Li stretched his neck forward, his face crimson. How shameless can you possibly be? Are you the only one with backbone? Did you just step out of the womb into this world? You can't stand up to Wang Yuntong, and neither can I, but could Xiao Jing. She came from the countryside. What choice did she have but to submit? You're nothing but a clown. If you'd had the wit to preserve evidence back, then I'd have stood shoulder to shoulder with you, even at great personal risk. But you brought nothing yet still strut about like a king. Don't drink my tea. Su Jin took a slow, deliberate sip. Enough talk. The matter's settled. Just pay me my salary and commission. Haha. Lao Li's vision blurred with rage, his voice trembled. Su Jin, the company's operations have collapsed because of you, and yet you still demand wages and commission. Do you have even a shred of conscience? Who brought you into this company? A mere graduate from some ordinary university. Who first took you to that business karaoke lounge? Did you ever feel gratitude? Slapping his palm against his other hand, Lao Li raged on. This whole affair could have been so simple. Fine. You struck someone without leaving evidence. So what? A modest settlement and apology would have resolved it instantly. You've been under my mentorship for years. Surely you've amassed hundreds of thousands in savings. You actually have the gall to raise this. Su Jin raised an eyebrow. Let me tell you plainly. I have no savings at all. And you know that well enough. Entertainment allowances approved by the company never included me. Expenses incurred at lounges were never reimbursed. I paid out of pocket to serve the company. At that spending level, do you truly believe I could have saved anything? At its core, this mess is entirely your fault, your own doing. You should have corrupted me with money sooner. I wouldn't have had to live with such rigid. Have you forgotten what you did? Lao Li spat, utterly incensed. We reimbursed those expenses for 2 years. Why did we stop? Don't you have the faintest idea why? Clients left by taxi while you lingered there ordering. Not 1, but 2 rounds. Why on earth should I reimburse that? So next time I shouldn't bring clients at all. Su Jin replied coolly. Someone has to test the offerings in advance for new hires. Lao Li paled, staggered backward, and pointed incredulously at Su Jin. Where did you get trained? Did you leave your dignity at the door? Huh. Lao Li, we deal strictly by the book, one matter, one settlement. Spare me your false camaraderie, capitalist. How many years have you exploited me? Su Jin narrowed his eyes. I've served this company for years. Surely it's time for promotion. Why am I still chasing clients? With your abilities, how exactly could I promote you? Ah, so you've finally spoken your truth. I knew it all along. Su Jin jabbed his finger toward Lao Li, exhilarated. Exactly. No flaw in that logic. Lao Li shot back, eyes blazing. I treated you as beast of burden, worked you like 3 men. Felt fantastic. What of it? Impressive. Truly impressive. Su Jin laughed bitterly. But don't think I'm unaware of your sordid affairs. The new secretary last year crawling beneath your desk like some lipstick-smeared, cardiary-shaped titan. You aren't worried about infection. Let me remind you. I covered for you when your wife came checking in. Gave you face, Lao Li. And yes, I understand her too. Those wrinkles on her face look like layers of soy sauce pancake. I'll strangle you. Humiliated beyond endurance, Lao Li roared and lunged at Su Jin. Su Jin casually shoved him aside. Lao Li stumbled dazed into his chair. Realizing his frail frame stood no chance, he silently lit a cigarette. Su Jin pulled out his own cigarette and lit it. Smoke hung thick and silent between them, until a faint sound echoed from the corridor outside. Though the office was well insulated, Su Jin's hearing had grown preternaturally acute. He clearly caught the voices beyond the door. Director Wang. Director Wang. Director Li isn't in today. May I assist you in contact? Step aside. I need to speak with your Director Li. Su Jin tapped the desk and fixed Lao Li with a gaze. Lao Li, Wang's here. Is he really trying to extort? How did you know he'd come? Lao Li glared upward, suspicion etched across his face. Su Jin said nothing. Instead, he transformed into a master of desk clearance. He surged upright, swept his arm across the desk, files, ornaments, everything clattered to the floor, and bellowed, "Lee, pay me what you owe, today, or this ends very badly. You want me dead? Let's see who falls first." The office door burst open, revealing a portly, greasy-faced, middle-aged man frozen in the doorway. It was Director Wang Yuntong. Upon recognizing Su Jin, his expression twisted into venomous fury. "You little runt. You've finally shown your face." Veins bulged along Su Jin's neck as he pointed first at Wang Yuntong, then at Lao Li. "You conspired with Lao Li to demolish my home. Listen well, Wang. You two plotted to kill me." I. Su Jin's eyes darted wildly across the floor, then seized a glass trophy and charged Wang Yuntong. "I'll kill you first." Lao Li erupted with sudden strength, tackling Su Jin to the ground. "Director Wang, get out. Leave this scoundrel to me." Good. Lao Li, you're solid. "Scoundrel, you dare strike me. Just wait." Wang Yuntong's jowls quivered violently as he stormed from the office. "Damn it, I'll slap you senseless." Lao Li Wilde delivered a thunderous backhand, only for Su Jin to lift his leg, sending Lao Li flipping sideways onto the floor. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Su Jin sneered, "Lao Li, I just saved you again. Don't think this earns you my gratitude." Lao Li puffed, furiously jabbing a finger at Su Jin. Su Jin flashed his payment QR code. "Pay up, salary, and commission. Company transfers take forever. Hand over a pack of cigarettes, or I'll march right back and fetch Wang." Lao Li grunted in place for several seconds, scanned the code, then threw his head back with a long, despairing sigh, yanking a cigarette pack from his drawer and hurling it at Su Jin. "Get out, and never let me see you again." "Lao Li, truth be told, I've missed you terribly these past few weeks. Get out." Down the building's stairwell, Wang Yuntong stormed downward. "Hey, Lao Lu, send people now. Remember that scoundrel I mentioned last month? He's back, daring to challenge me again. If I don't cripple him, I'm done in this world." "Yes, that's right. Bring more men, immediately." Successfully collected my salary. With a light heart, Su Jin descended the stairs, wandering aimlessly on the street with a cigarette between his lips. Although he had nothing to do, a faint joy lingered in his heart. After walking a short distance, Su Jin paused and glanced back slightly. A plump figure was secretly following him, and had been for some time. No need to think too much. Just listening to the footsteps, he knew who it was. Su Jin scratched his head and chuckled. That bastard Wang Yuntong was truly peculiar, still clinging like a stubborn plaster after so much time had passed. Not one to easily hold grudges. However, he really didn't feel like dealing with him right now. After all the chaos of the tumultuous times, it seemed he had nothing he couldn't accept. He felt no anger at all. Not one to easily hold grudges. However, he really didn't feel like dealing with him right now. After all the chaos of the tumultuous times, it seemed he had nothing he couldn't accept. Perhaps it was time to buy a car. Today he would tidy up, go out for a nice meal in the evening, and find a good bar for some drinks. Tomorrow he would return home. Now that he had quite a bit of money, he had to buy a good car, a luxury car, a sports car. "Sir, among all these models, this one meets your needs the best. It has great power, is fuel efficient, and offers ample space. How's the off-road performance?" Su Jin pondered while stroking his chin. The salesman chuckled. "Come on, do you really think this Jin Bay can handle off-roading? Plus it's only 50,000. Are you hauling goods or something else? I can recommend another model. I just want something spacious and adaptable to various terrains, durable and reliable for travels around the world, something that gives me a sense of safety while driving." Su Jin contemplated. "Bro, are you trying to become a travel blogger?" The salesman asked, his expression peculiar. "Then you should buy an RV. A decent one costs more than just a few thousand. However, our model isn't bad either, and modifying it would definitely catch the eye. Look at this chassis. Thanks, I'll take a look around." Su Jin casually replied, and turned to leave the car dealership. Not long after departing, he plopped down on the steps of a nearby shopping mall. He pulled out the company's employment notice from his jacket pocket, staring blankly at it. While he was certainly happy to go home, the sword of Damocles hung overhead. Clearly wanting to buy a sports car, he inexplicably ended up purchasing a van instead. What was his subconscious really thinking? Still instinctively preparing for a crisis. Deep down, did he truly want to join the company? But if he really wanted to, why did this paper evoke no reaction, seeing others' failures as his own? What will this world become in the future? Su Jin looked up at the sky, his already murky thoughts once again shrouded in gloom. Sigh. After feeling lost for a long time, all interest in buying a car dissipated, and Su Jin continued to wander the streets. As night fell, he had eaten 5 different street foods at the night market, and was heading home with a bag full of snacks. Upon exiting the night market, the surrounding lights began to dim. Seeing a narrow alley appear before him, Su Jin turned directly into it. Before he could reach the end of the alley, several dark figures had already followed closely behind. Su Jin turned around, and a few individuals shone flashlights directly at his face. "Hey kid, you usually stroll where there are crowds during the day, but at night you sure know how to pick your spots." Wang Yuntong pushed past a few people in front, and stepped up to Su Jin, his eyes glinting with menace. "President Wang, Su Jin trembled, feigning panic. What are you doing? I'll remind you, this is a society governed by law, so don't you dare act recklessly. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. You poor loser, do you think the law applies to me? Wang Yuntong grinned wickedly as he advanced. You little brat, I've been in this business for many years, and it's the first time someone dares to lay hands on me. Today I'm not letting you go without taking a leg as compensation for this. Don't you dare touch me, there are cameras here. Su Jin bluffed. Cameras? There are no cameras, I checked for you. Kneel down for me. Wang Yuntong barked, and behind him 8 lackeys surged forward. Su Jin glanced around the corners, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. There really are no cameras, President Wang. In fact, I've already forgiven you. Why are you being so relentless? This matter has long passed. Huh, did you all hear what this kid just said? Wang Yuntong asked his lackeys in surprise. I heard it, boss. This kid said he forgives you. Looks like he's had a few drinks, maybe he's a bit disoriented. Wang, stop wasting time with this idiot. Let's break his legs first, and then go eat. The surrounding lackeys began to threaten Su Jin. Wang Yuntong sneered, still not kneeling. Bow your head a few times, and I'll let you suffer a little less. I must say you hold a grudge quite well. When we were doing business, you weren't so abstract. We got along fine, didn't we? Su Jin frowned slightly. Oh, you call me brother, and you really think of yourself as a person. Wang Yuntong raised an eyebrow, pushing his greasy face closer, arrogantly declaring, you hit the nail on the head. Ooh, I've always held grudges. What was that term again? Super grudge, Wang Gu, one of the lackeys reminded him. Right? Super grudge, I've been super grudge since I was a kid. Or else how would I have gotten to this point? Ah! Wang Yuntong cried out in pain, covering his crotch as Su Jin retracted his foot and calmly donned a pair of plastic gloves. The surrounding lackeys stepped back in shock, shining their flashlights at Wang Yuntong. Just now Su Jin had delivered a kick. Half of Wang Yuntong's QQ was uninstalled. As the thugs were still bewildered, Su Jin struck again, landing a blow to Wang Yuntong's abdomen. Wang Yuntong crashed to the ground, followed by a loud pfft and a scattering of, do you think that's a good word? Stupid dog. With gloves on, Su Jin flexed his fingers, shifting his gaze from Wang Yuntong to the group of thugs. Super grudge has been cured, now it's your turn. Damn it, Wang Gu, he made you shit yourself. Get him. The thugs shouted. 8 men moved in unison, and in the dark alley Su Jin moved like a swift wind. Targeting the knee of the one in front, he delivered a fierce kick. With a crack, the thug's knee bent backward, instantly transforming into a real dog leg. Before the second thug could approach, Su Jin's heavy fist had already struck, shattering the nose. Both men fell to the ground almost simultaneously. For an ordinary person's physical condition, the gap had become too great to be bridged by mere cold weapons. In the midst of Su Jin's agile movements, all 8 punks had their legs broken and jaws dislocated, now continuously groaning for mercy. Looking at the chaos around him, Su Jin felt some. While these useless punks posed no real threat, it seemed he had exerted too much force. If the police were called, it would still be a problem for him, even though there were no cameras in the alley. But outside, cameras were everywhere, making it easy for someone to trace back and uncover some information. With this in mind, Su Jin looked at Wang Yuntong, who was still groaning and covering his crotch on the ground, helplessly shrugged, and took out his phone to start recording. Half an hour later, a group of naked thugs with yellowing corners of their mouths crawled out of the alley like zombies. Half a month later. Get up. Get up. Stop lying around, hurry up. Su Jin felt a chill as his mother yanked the blanket away. All you do every day is sleep and eat. Can't you do something else? The delivery has arrived, you bought canned food, but aren't eating it. The nagging voice lingered in his ears, and Su Jin furrowed his brow as he groped for his eye mask and put it back on. Turning over, he mumbled with a muffled voice, ugh. You really can go on and on. Hurry up. The RV you bought a couple of days ago has even made your dad furious. His mother stood with her hands on her hips, glaring. You've spent all that money. What exactly do you want to do? You want to find a partner, you're not going to class, just lying around the house or buying random things. If you lie around for so long and don't go to work, how can your boss have a good impression of you? Ugh. Su Jin curled up with his pillow, covering his head tightly, a look of pain on his face as he muttered, Mom, I beg you, can you stop nagging? You're really going to drive me crazy. Why bother sleeping? It's a holiday. Slap. A heavy hand struck Su Jin's waist. You're lazy, you think you can get by. I earn money for both of you. Don't mention that. Your dad and I don't need your money. Just take care of yourself. When you get married, don't ask us for money. We'll be thankful enough. You think you can just buy everything outright yourself? That sounds great. Then your dad and I will have some face when we go out. Su's mother chuckled, then continued, with your spending habits, I doubt you can save any money. Hurry up and return the RV and the canned food. Listen to your dad and stop wasting money on nonsense every day. I can't return them, it's all for the future. If the apocalypse comes, you two better not eat my canned food. You're crazy. I've made you breakfast, hurry up and eat. The noise gradually faded away, and Su Jin put down the pillow, stretching out his limbs as he lay back down to relax. This half-month had been extremely peaceful, and there had been no response from Wang Yuntong's side, especially since he had recorded the group playing in the snow. If this matter leaked, it would be impossible to navigate any social circles. After that, it was time to return home for a family reunion and rest. However, comfort didn't last more than a week before he began to be reproached and disturbed by others. He himself was foolish, uncontrollably wanting to buy an RV for some doomsday preparations. Essentially, he was caught in a cycle of sleeping, eating, and scrolling through his phone every day. He himself was foolish, uncontrollably wanting to buy an RV for some doomsday preparations. Essentially, he was caught in a cycle of sleeping, eating. Hey, it's Lei Dong. Are you still sleeping? My mom saw your mom yesterday and said you're back home. Are you at home now? Lazy, aren't you working in Nanjing? I took leave to come back home. Let's go out to eat, and later we can drink and get a massage. They'll treat you. All right, the usual place then. Su Jin exhaled a breath of stale air and got up to wash up. Lei Dong had been his close friend since high school, and they had kept in touch after graduating from college. Opportunities to meet had become scarce, so now that a familiar face was in front of him, naturally he would welcome it. He went back to his room to get dressed and glanced at a long-neglected notification on the table. Su Jin sighed helplessly and eventually picked it up from his pocket. Hey Lei Gu, I heard you made a lot of money. In the hot pot restaurant, Su Jin was dipping meat slices and looked up at Lei Dong with a smile. Who told you that? I heard it from my mom, she was bragging while doing square dances. Lei Dong raised an eyebrow and smiled. She said after your mom finished, the other old ladies were all envious, and someone even tried to introduce you to a partner. How much did you earn? Over 100,000, I suppose. What the hell? How did you earn that much all at once? Lei Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. I took on a new project for a hospital and sold quite a bit of equipment. It's not easy money. After this project, I'm planning to quit my job and stay at home. Stop kidding. What can you do in this small city? You can't expect to live off that 100,000 for the rest of your life, can you? Lei Dong's expression was clearly skeptical. It's not impossible. Working as a waiter or delivering food could be pretty good too, Su Jin replied earnestly. Have you been stimulated by something? Lei Dong leaned forward suspiciously, asking. It's not money earned from selling yourself, right? Did you suffer? If I could really sell myself, I would have accepted that job is worse than selling oneself, Su Jin scoffed. Enough about me, how about you? Still working at the observatory. Of course the salary isn't high, but it's stable. I'll need family support in the future, Lei Dong said, taking a sip of his drink with a sigh. What do you want? A great scientist. Many envy your working environment. What great scientist? You sound just like those ignorant old ladies. I work in image processing, making graphics. I'm not a major in astronomy. Different fields are like different mountains. But working alongside a group of scientists sounds high-end. Is that interesting? What's interesting? Lei Dong smiled bitterly. Every day is the same repetition, but before I came back I did hear a couple of interesting stories. They were quite strange. Oh, tell me about it, Su Jin said casually while dipping the meat. Specifically, I'm not clear, but at the observatory in Lijiang there were a couple of people observing space when they went crazy. Not only in the country, but also abroad. A few people at observatories went crazy and started attacking others. Isn't that too coincidental? It's like something out of Cthulhu. You know what Cthulhu is, right? Also, some celestial bodies that were clearly observed before are now nowhere to be found. No one knows if they were blocked by something or disappeared. Isn't that strange? Su Jin's body trembled slightly, and he paused with his chopsticks, slowly looking at Lei Dong. Really? Whoa. What kind of look is that? You look like a murderer. You scared me. Lei Dong's expression was a bit awkward, then he said, really, why would I lie to you? This has already made the news. I saw it on Douyin. Some stupid marketing account is spreading it like a ghost story. That's how marketing accounts are, Su Jin interjected, continuing to eat. Lei Dong squinted and said, Lei Gu, I think you actually have something going on. What kind of setback did you face? You made a lot of money, but aren't happy. You need to perk up. Oh, whatever happened to that spirit of yours? I feel a bit lost about how to move forward in the future. Su Jin took a deep breath, looking intently at Lei Dong. Lazy, if you had a choice, would you prefer to be a coward for life or be a hero just once? Su Jin took a deep breath, looking intently at Lei Dong. Lazy, if you had a choice, would you prefer to be a coward for life or be a hero just once? The two clinked their glasses and downed their drinks. Outside the window it started to rain, and soon the rain intensified, creating a noisy din. Su Jin turned his head to look outside, feeling a chill in the air, and his stomach churned slightly. It's raining. Let's go play billiards later. By evening the rain should. I'll measure. Lei Dong began to say, then hurriedly grabbed the trash can and turned towards Su Jin. Finally, hearing the sound of rain, Su Jin's stomach spasmed, uncontrollably churning violently. Fortunately, he managed to suppress the nausea. Lei Dong put down the trash can, inhaling sharply. What's wrong with you? Everything seems off. Cough. Huh. Su Jin wiped the corner of his mouth and forced a bitter smile. It's just some after effects. I've been feeling a bit unwell lately. Can you drive me home? On the balcony at home, Su Jin held a cigarette, gazing at the sky. The heavy rain continued to pour down. Glancing back at his parents sitting in the living room, watching TV, Su Jin turned his gaze forward to the myriad of lights in the distance, his mind drifting. For over half a month he had tried to forget the past, trying to numb himself. But his body and actions were entirely out of control. Seeing others' mistakes felt like his own. No matter how unwilling he was to accept it, reality had already shown signs. His eyelids slowly drooped, and his consciousness seemed to transcend into another world, the scene before him fading into desolation. When he opened his eyes again, Su Jin reached into his jacket pocket. Fear is a reaction, courage is a choice. He had already conquered his fears and made choices. This time he should not delay any longer, nor deceive himself. The repeatedly folded company notification had yet to unfold before it transformed into flickering sparks drilling into the back of his hand to form a flame-like mark. 3 generations of fire. Welcome to the company. 2 hours of preparation time. This is the countdown to return to the office for the next task. Su Jin stared at the time, hesitating for 10 seconds before turning back to his bedroom. He took down 3 large boxes from the top of the wardrobe and opened them one by one for inspection. The first box contained 2 110-pound compound bows, the heaviest available on the market, along with half a box of penetrating alloy arrowheads. The second box held a custom-made Longquan sword and a folding spear with alloy tips already privately sharpened. Additionally, there were 10 cans of wolf deterrent spray, 3 drones, 2 bottles of paraquat, a telescopic baton, 2 portable entrenching tools, and a small chainsaw. The third box contained a tactical backpack, a bulletproof vest, spare bulletproof plates, tactical gloves, knee pads, arm shields, and an emergency resource pack. All of these had been personally collected by him from the delivery station, hidden from his family. After checking everything and adding some necessary clothing and other miscellaneous items, Su Jin finally found a pair of imported German Loa military boots in the wardrobe to change into before leaving the bedroom. His parents were eating fruit, looking dazed as they watched him carry 3 large boxes out. Su's father asked in confusion, "What are you taking? Where are you going?" "It's pouring outside. I got a message from the company. I need to rush back. I don't have time. I'll drive back now," Su Jin replied as he walked. "Even if the company is urgent, it's raining heavily at night. Can't you take your time? Are you really going to keep that old RV?" Su's father asked, puzzled. "What can I do? I already bought it. There's no returning it. The company's matters are very urgent. I can't catch a train. You haven't packed the canned food and instant noodles on the vehicle. I usually keep them for busy work," Su's mother complained as she walked toward the refrigerator. "All that money wasted. Eating that junk food every day. There's some dumplings in the fridge. Take those and bring some fruit along. Be careful on the road." "Exactly. Don't waste money when you're out." Su's father walked toward the door. Su Jin nodded, picking up his phone to operate it. "Don't worry about me wasting money. I still have around 200,000. He'll leave you 20,000, and I've transferred." Su's mother picked up several large bags filled with plastic bags and grabbed 2 umbrellas as she walked to the door. "Old Su, our son, can't carry everything. You take this. He'll hold the umbrella and see him off." Su's father slipped on outdoor slippers, took the umbrella and various foods, and the father-son duo went downstairs together. The RV was parked not far from the building. As Su Jin settled into the RV, his father sighed. "Next to the window, this old car is a must-keep. You could buy a decent one. What girl would notice you driving this old RV? You wouldn't even get a good price selling it secondhand." "Got it, Dad. It's just small money. He'll make more in the future. Let's go. I use the company's phone for my projects. I have too many phones. I can't see the messages you send. Just wait for me to call." 13029. 13028. 13027. Su Jin sat in the vehicle, glancing back one last time at the lights of his home before 13029. 13028. 13027. Su Jin sat in the vehicle, glancing back one last time at the lights of his home before starting the engine. The RV slowly started and drove out of the community, turning onto the main road. Once he was on the right path, Su Jin shifted gears, his expression neutral as he stared ahead. Each light gate that transmitted him was of a human size. With no cars around, Su Jin spoke in a deep voice. "No need to count. Open the door." As he finished speaking, a huge light gate suddenly appeared ahead. With no cars around, Su Jin spoke in a deep voice. "No need to count. Open the door." As he finished speaking, a huge light gate suddenly appeared ahead. Su Jin slammed the brakes, using the momentum to drive the entire vehicle into the gate. When his vision normalized, he found himself outside a grand and magnificent hall. The butler had surprisingly changed into a suit, standing beside the vehicle with a beaming smile. "I knew you would come back, and you brought a vehicle." The butler had surprisingly changed into a suit, standing beside the vehicle with a beaming smile. "I knew you would come back, and you brought a vehicle." "Once a warrior has tasted blood, they can never return to their previous life," the butler continued. "Peace will be the greatest torment for you. Only in danger can you find tranquility. What if I don't come back? Will the company take away my abilities? No, if you abandon the identity of the flame, you will become insignificant, and the company will completely ignore you. You can stay on Earth and be a Superman, but I suspect it won't be that easy. You are not strong enough to be invincible. If discovered, you might be captured and studied, ultimately dissected for analysis. The company is quite generous." Su Jin smiled bitterly. "I received a piece of information that I wanted to verify with you. There have been many astronomers on Earth who have gone mad observing the universe. Is this related to the disaster?" It should be related, but you don't have to worry too much. The universe is very dangerous right now, and it may unexpectedly affect certain individuals who have directly seen fragments of the disaster, but we are still far from causing a catastrophe. I am now connected with the company, so Earth should have protection, right? Theoretically, that can be understood, but I don't know the company well enough to make any definitive statements. The apocalypse is a manifestation of the intensified influence. No one can guarantee 100% whether it will occur. I know you have many questions. The apocalypse is a manifestation of the intensified influence. No one can guarantee 100% whether it will occur. I know you have many questions, but there are also many surprises waiting for you. Follow me. Stepping into the office, Su Jin felt a moment of daze. The current office looked completely different from the last time. The minimalist style featured black, white, and gray tones with a light-colored wool carpet on the floor and abstract paintings and metallic clocks hanging on the walls. In the center stood a custom walnut large table with wireless charging modules and hidden lifting interfaces embedded in the edges, and a temperature-controlled wine cabinet and hidden bookshelf built into the back wall. The only unchanging thing was the 4 characters "Heaven Rewards Diligence" and the starry sea map across from it. Why has the office changed so much compared to the grand hall outside? It's like this, every time a world descends, the style changes. This was a design left by the second generation of the Flame. The only unchanging thing was the 4 characters "Heaven Rewards Diligence" and the starry sea map across from it. Why has the office changed so much compared to the Su Jin ran his fingers across the tabletop before finally sitting upright in the main seat. This place has finally welcomed its 3rd master. From now on, I will wholeheartedly serve you and provide you with assistance to the best of my abilities. The butler smiled. You can ask me anything, I will tell you everything. What do you like me to call you? Master or Lord? Any title is fine. Just call me by my name. The times have changed, we no longer adhere to that. Su Jin raised his hand and smiled. The butler chuckled. This place can connect to Earth's network. It seems you all value hierarchy quite a bit. Fisk, are you looking at history? That's all ancient history. We don't say it like that anymore. Do you smoke? Su Jin took out a cigarette and offered it. The butler declined gently. Let's discuss the main subject first. The company may issue tasks at any time. Once you've finished your questions, they'll share other matters with you. When can I go to the company headquarters to meet my colleagues? I'm afraid it won't be possible for a long time. It's not that you lack the qualifications, but rather the strength to go. The butler said the first generation of the Flame never went there, while the second generation did. According to his description, it was a nice place, and the colleagues were very friendly, but the environmental pressure was extraordinarily terrifying. With the last strength of the second generation of the Flame, just resisting the environment drained all his energy. He described himself as no different from an ordinary person without any abilities at the company headquarters. Su Jin slowly tapped his fingers on the table, and after a moment of contemplation asked, "Are all my colleagues human?" No, various beings in the universe have the opportunity to become your colleagues. Once one's strength reaches a certain level, they will be summoned and invited by the company, or they may possess the ability to sense the company's existence and join voluntarily. In the face of a catastrophe that threatens to annihilate everything, almost no strong individual would refuse to join the company. In other words, the company encompasses all the top powerhouses of myriad realms and is always growing, waiting for others to join. Hearing this puts a lot of pressure on me. I seem to be an exception. Is there anyone weaker than me? Su Jin pouted. No, you are indeed an exception, but that is only for now, the butler said with a faint smile. However, there is nothing to be disappointed about. Behind you stand countless top powerhouses. If you happen to encounter colleagues in the task world, they will definitely spare no effort to assist you and help you solve your problems, even directly helping you to enhance your strength. Are you sure? Su Jin questioned. Since we are not familiar with each other, would anyone in the wilderness be against? You represent the hope of countless beings and are destined to leave a spark for numerous worlds. The company holds you in high esteem. Strong individuals also come from the mundane world. They love to fight, but haven't forgotten that they are saving the world. To help you poses no cost to them. Even if someone dislikes you, they would not act against you. Because of your identity as a carrier of the Flame, even if you are just an ant, they will still show you the minimum respect and consideration. The second generation of Flame carriers experienced 2 significant boosts in strength due to coincidentally encountering colleagues, including many parts of this office building that were transformed with their help. I can responsibly say that by choosing this place, you have already become one of the most distinguished individuals across the myriad realms to a certain extent. Su Jin blinked, still somewhat unable to process it. After a moment, he said, "All right, that sounds quite beautiful. I have my elder brother looking out for me." But what you said? You are mistaken. You do not have an elder brother watching over you. The company's intent is to save the world and cultivate you, but aside from assigning tasks, the company will not interfere with you. Of course, the overall intent does not represent individual action. Speaking of which, I recall something that happened during a task. I suddenly received a message. I don't know if it was an illusion or if the company was communicating with me. Is this situation normal? Su Jin asked. The butler countered, "What message?" Do not ask what the company has done for you, but rather what you have done for the company. Illusion, the butler replied without hesitation. It is quite common for people under extreme pressure to experience hallucinations, and I can assure you this was your illusion. Firstly, the company does not have anyone who would interfere with your actions, especially since you had not fully joined the company at that time. Secondly, the messages you received were all relayed from the central command. There are no more than a handful of people capable of interfering with the central command's orders, and each of them is in the highest echelon. You are still far from reaching a level where they would even notice you. They would not engage in such trivial matters. Well, during my first mission, the company hinted to me that I could recover special samples upon encountering them, and then changed my GANs. After that, I could no longer exchange it. Oh, what was that situation? The butler pondered for a moment and said, in fact, considering your foundation, the difficulty of the first world you experienced was indeed not low, it was even beyond the standard. In the future, you will also go on to save other worlds. Although the root of the disasters is the same, the different worlds will evolve these disasters into various forms. The butler pondered for a moment and said, in fact, considering your foundation, the difficulty of the first world you experienced was indeed not with the groundwork laid by the previous 2 generations of flame carriers, you will not have such opportunities every time, or in fact, it is quite difficult to encounter them. As for what you mentioned about the GANs, I think it might be an emergency potion used by the Sita people. They are an alien race with double-socketed waists. When going out to battle, they would insert biological stabilizers and nerve release plugs in advance. Perhaps the company discovered that you could also use. Well, after all, the physiological structures are different, so there is no way around it. The company only considers practical matters in their actions. They will not take your face into account. Su Jin pondered for a moment and then asked, you previously told me that you were created to only operate here. Is what you said about the company accurate? Yes. The butler nodded. I cannot guarantee that everything I said is correct, but it should be accurate overall. All the information was provided to me by the 2nd generation of flame carriers, and over time some of his friends from the company have also appeared here. Perhaps in the future you will meet some of his old friends visiting. What about the 1st generation? The 1st generation was a madman, as I have told you. He created me to handle menial tasks. In his era, this place was just a bare building with nothing. The butler recalled, after completing a mission, he would immediately dive into the next one, going through dozens of worlds in succession before returning once. Upon returning, he would throw me a pile of junk and treasures to organize, and then immediately rush off to the next world, so I had very little interaction with him. A workaholic, Su Jin said incredulously. Was he pushed by the company to do this? The company will not force anyone. He has his own workload to manage. The 1st generation was only focused on missions, had no regard for life, drank, do, and slept wherever, and relied on robbing for the things he needed, the butler said, frowning in recollection. Although I was created by him, I truly do not understand this person. With his abilities, I feel he should not have died on a mission. It feels more like he became tired of his tasks and chose to end his life, as he saw no future. Indeed, a ruthless individual. Su Jin nodded in agreement. I have 2 last questions. How is the time counted during my missions? Each planet must have different time flows, right? Also, can I revisit the worlds I have been to before? Let me first answer your first question. The butler raised a finger, and the spacious living room floor sank, revealing a strangely styled bronze device. At first glance, it resembled a bronze tree, with 10 circular bronze plates extending from the tips of its metallic branches. The first bronze plate emitted. This is a device created by the company along with the flame carriers known as the return balance table, specifically designed to accelerate missions. Each time you save a world, a light will illuminate on the bronze plate. Using the world of your birth, which is Earth, as a reference point, it will force a time alignment, allowing for alignment of up to 10 worlds at most. Out any more will sequentially replace the previous ones. After completing a mission, you will receive a certain number of contribution points. These points can be used to open dimensional bridges, which connect all worlds, including your office. If you can establish connections between the worlds and facilitate mutual assistance, the speed of their recovery will significantly increase. The tools given for such a position in the company can actually manipulate time. What kind of thing is the opponent? I cannot comprehend how the company could lose. Su Jin was completely astonished. The butler spread his hands and said, order and chaos. The company's opponent can be said to be 2 sides of the company possesses abilities that the opponent also has, and they can use them even more recklessly. The concepts we can understand cannot adequately describe the company's battlefield, which must be very abstract. It is like how mortals cannot comprehend the divine, or perhaps only by slowly climbing to that position can one truly understand. Well then, Su Jin sighed and turned to continue asking, what is a contribution point? When you help the company connect a world, the company naturally benefits, and the central command will calculate and allocate. To put it simply, it is like the salary the company allocates to you from the profits, and you should be able to see it with the mask you are wearing. I cannot see it, Su Jin replied in confusion. Sorry, I forgot interns do not receive salaries. What else can contribution points do? Su Jin pressed for more information. The butler replied, the only remaining option is to exchange the treasures left for you. Su Jin found it utterly absurd. You said I inherited it, didn't you? You did inherit it, but what I mean is that no one else besides you is qualified to exchange the items within. And there are parts that you fully inherit. Are you kidding me? Inherit what? A mop or a broom? The butler reassured him, you shouldn't feel discouraged. Being able to exchange for the interface bridge is already very powerful. Every world you complete will become your support, and your future tasks will become easier. I haven't finished yet. Alright. Speaking of the interface bridge, Su Jin perked up. What other benefits are there? The butler raised his gaze, revealing a faint concealed smile. Everything you need can be found in the treasures of the flame. Whether it's cultivation, magic, superpowers, or technology, all the paths to power you can think of are hidden in this building, and the corresponding resources are definitely sufficient. Wow, is there a system or something? The old salesman teased casually. System. The butler raised an eyebrow and gently pushed towards the star map. The entire wall swiftly receded the space, transforming abruptly, expanding into a long corridor with door after door continuously appearing on the walls. Su Jin wore a dazed expression, numbly following behind the butler, who had stood up. Arriving at the first door, the butler opened it and smiled back. Hold steady, don't celebrate too early. As the door opened, a pure white space was revealed with thousands of colorful bubbles floating and hovering within. Stepping inside, Su Jin marveled at the spectacle and asked, what is this? The system you wanted. The butler casually grabbed a bubble. Each of these bubbles is what you call a system, each connected to an enormous resource pool capable of enabling an ordinary person to rapidly ascend to power in a very short time. This one allows you to gain strength by checking in at unfamiliar locations. This one makes you stronger by dreaming, and this one even allows you to gain strength by sleeping with a woman. In that instant of grasping the bubble, the essence contained within surged into Su Jin's heart terrifyingly. His nostrils flared and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. If you had this thing, why didn't you say so earlier? What's there to be conflicted about? Unfortunately, you can't use these. Not only you, but the company strictly prohibits all employees from using them. The butler lightly coughed, interrupting Su Jin's sweet dream. Su Jin felt a blockage in his chest. I have to spend money to unlock the inheritance, and I can't even use the items inside. The items here are not treasures collected by the flame. Rather, they are tools crafted by the company to cultivate employees by gathering early-stage strong individuals in various worlds. However, those cultivated through these means are utterly ineffective and have caused significant trouble for the company. The company invested resources to cultivate a cultivator only for him to masquerade as a mentally challenged male college student going to school to deceive women. The one who could eavesdrop on thoughts ended up listening to women daily and ultimately became impotent and psychologically disturbed. There were indeed serious cultivators, but without exception, they all sought to exert power and commit slaughter. There were too many failures. It is said that those who proposed making these systems in the company went insane, and in a fit of rage they sent everything here for storage. The butler said helplessly, although you can't use them, you can still exchange them for clients to use. Moreover, you have significant operational authority over these systems. You can even play the role of guiding clients through the system. You can also use clients to extract the resources inside. It's just a bit of a detour. The company has still left you a backdoor, otherwise it wouldn't have been specially placed here. There's some truth in that. It's not completely free. Su Jin's eyes lit up once more. Follow me. The butler turned and exited with Su Jin closely following. Entering the opposite room, he opened the door to find a dark and profound space filled with countless points of light hovering. The butler casually picked a point of light and handed it to Su Jin. Each point of light here represents a powerful enemy that has been tainted by chaos and fought against the company. Unable to salvage them, the company ultimately stripped their souls, erased their memories, leaving only the inheritance part, rewriting their memories to transform them into living techniques. Isn't that just like the old man passing down inheritance in novels? Exactly, but the items here, like the systems, are also prohibited from use. Su Jin was about to ask, but the butler had already started explaining. The company chose to abandon these items and seal them because these aids provide too much certainty on the path to growth, while true strong individuals grow amidst uncertainty. Therefore, the company only advocates for strong individuals who emerge through natural struggle and effort, completely discarding such methods. However, just like the systems, you still have significant control authority. After exchanging, you can impersonate the old man passing down inheritance to guide clients. As for the techniques inside, there's no need for you to learn them. I'll take you to see. Suddenly, a melodious bell rang throughout the entire office space. Has a task been issued? The butler turned to look at Su Jin. In 2 hours, you will be transported to a dying world. Please contact and protect the client to safely navigate the early stages of the apocalypse. Looking at the concise message and the 3 numbers in the upper right corner of his vision, Su Jin frowned deeply. I've already started working, and the task description isn't even as detailed as the internship. There's no prompt at all, and what does the 180 mean? The company's prompts have always been like this. It's more convenient for you to ask the client directly. That number is the countdown to the apocalypse. You have a whole 180 days to prepare. The impending disaster could be extremely severe. The butler hurriedly ran outside while speaking. What are you doing? Su Jin shouted. Only 2 hours left. The entire flame inheritance is only completely free for you in the waste material store. I need to use the waste material to modify your RV to increase your chances of survival. The world you're going to may lack gasoline and roads. Without modifications, it's completely unusable. Those rooms are quite dangerous. You still don't fully understand. Don't wander around recklessly. The company's rewards should be issued soon. You can start researching on your own. The butler's voice and figure gradually faded away. A mechanical muffled sound echoed as the Guiheng platform originally in the center of the office slowly descended. Su Jin suddenly felt his face flush and couldn't help but lower his head to cover his face. After a moment, he regained his composure and raised his head to see 3 platforms slowly ascending in the spot where the Guiheng platform had disappeared. On the first platform lay a long, pure silver, glistening blade. On the second platform, there was a ring. On the third platform, a set of cloaks was stacked. Su Jin's eyes sparkled with joy as he quickly stepped forward and grasped the handle of the sword. As his hand touched the sword, a wondrous sensation flooded his heart. The blade trembled slightly in his grasp, quickly condensing and reshaping like a metallic creature. The blade shed, and the gun body was outlined. Su Jin suddenly turned around, and in an instant a silver handgun materialized out of thin air, aimed directly at the end of the corridor. Wow, what a good 100 chapters. The new book has reached 100 chapters. A milestone for the new book. I'm moved to tears. Thank you, brothers, for accompanying me all the way. Somewhat. At midnight, Shen Yufeng was drenched in sweat, struggling to rise while pressing his forehead. On the east wall hung a landscape painting the artist's name unreadable. In a corner, a sword rack stood empty. Crouching down to wipe Shen Yufeng's sweat, she whispered, "Young master, did you dream again?" Shen Yufeng snatched the towel and wiped his face haphazardly. After putting down the towel, he pressed his right hand against the treasured sword by the bed and weakly said, "Go inform Butler Lu to send someone to search for me. Make sure nothing is overlooked." "Yes." The maid replied softly and quickly exited the room. Soon a commotion was heard outside. "You all, go to the eastern courtyard and do not separate, and you search outside the manor. Leave no stone unturned on the streets." Hearing the noise outside, Shen Yufeng's trembling breath steadied considerably. He rose and walked to the corner of the room, taking down a suit of silver armor adorned with beast patterns to don. Just then, Butler Lu pushed the door open. Upon seeing Shen Yufeng in full armor, he immediately expressed concern. "Young master, why not rest a bit longer? This has been troubling you for over half a month now, without any respite. At this critical juncture, you must rest well. The lord and lady are also concerned about you." Without replying, Shen Yufeng grasped his sword and walked to the door. "The day before yesterday, I had my father fetch some documents from the Disaster Symbol Bureau. They should be in his study. Go and deliver those documents to my study and inform everyone below not to disturb me." "Young master, how can I go to the Lord's study at this time?" "I said go and you go. I will explain to him when day breaks." 2 hours later, as dawn broke, Shen Yufeng remained hunched over the desk in the study reading the scrolls. The large table was covered with numerous documents and Shen Yufeng occasionally picked up a brush, making notes on a blank sheet, until Butler Liu's voice once again broke the silence of the study. "Young master, the lord and lady are calling you for a meal." "Got it." Shen Yufeng sighed softly, set down his brush, cleared the clutter from the desk, and finally blew out the oil lamp before heading to the main hall for dinner. "Father, mother." Shen Yufeng nodded in greeting and sat down at the dining table under the strange gazes of his younger siblings. Shen Yuan wore an old robe that had faded from washing, its collar neatly fastened, and the scar on his face looked lighter in the morning light. He said nothing, merely picked up a bowl of porridge and slowly drank. The sound of chopsticks tapping against the dish was soft. The dining table was filled with a faint sense of oppression. The other family members naturally did not dare speak much and silently ate their meal. After breakfast, the servants came to clear the dishes, and Shen Yuan looked at Shen Yufeng and finally spoke. "There's no need to clean up, yet everyone else can leave and do what they need to do." As the head of the family, he naturally held absolute authority. Soon only the father and son remained at the table. Shen Yuan took a sip from the freshly poured tea and looked up, saying, "You dreamed again. What was it this time?" "It was the same as before." Shen Yufeng sighed. "Father, that was no ordinary dream. It felt too real. The entire world was submerged in a tide of demons, and I saw that man clearly this time." "What kind of person was he?" "He had a handsome masculine appearance, a proper build, dressed unremarkably, but his combat ability seemed quite impressive. Moreover, his hair was very short, and besides that, there was a voice telling me that he would come to help me." Shen Yufeng continued, "Father, I looked at the records from the Disaster Symbol Bureau. The demon spring has been erupting for 500 years without change, but in recent decades the phenomenon has noticeably diminished. In the past, I would have thought this was undoubtedly good news. However, ever since I had this dream, I can't shake the feeling that this matter is not so simple. The search within the manor has gone on for so long, perhaps there truly is no lingering disaster to mislead me. Under the Emperor's feet, how could there be any lingering disaster to invade? Could the demon spring be gathering strength underground? Is this world truly on the brink of destruction? Enough! Shen Yuan suddenly slammed the table in anger, then leaned towards Shun Yufeng with a serious expression and asked, "Did the Emperor order you to guard Jiuzhou City? Are you afraid? Are you afraid?" "I am not afraid of death. I just have doubts that I cannot express." Shen Yufeng stood his ground, staring directly at his father. Shen Yuan leaned back, slightly not angry. Instead, there was a hint of appreciation in his voice. "Actually, when I was young, I always felt this world had no hope. The demon spring continues to erupt, and it is beyond human capability to resist it. 2 of the 5 great dynasties were destroyed before I was born, and our Su Yuan tightly allied with the other 2 nations, still merely delaying the pace of an eye. But after your birth, the situation has been improving. The entire nation believes the demon spring has dried up, and I also believe so. Even if things take an unexpected turn, I don't think it can get worse. The world may be destined to perish, but it will definitely not fall at the hands of your generation." "My son," Shen Yuan sighed deeply, "I have watched you grow since you were little. I know your character. You are brave and diligent, having already reached the level of a 4-pattern master at such a young age. I believe you are not afraid of death. But it seems I've seen too many brave individuals who, without experiencing true peril, cannot see through the depths of a person's heart. During your 5 years guarding Jiuzhou City, you will undoubtedly encounter the demon spring's eruption attacking the Great Wall. Aside from commanding the troops, you also need to govern the people. That will be the true test of whether you are a hero or a coward." "Father, I understand all that you are saying," Shen Yufeng said helplessly, "but we are currently discussing my dreams. It is either your own fears or the lingering disaster's influence. I believe there is no other possibility." Shen Yuan's voice turned calm. "If you truly are unafraid, then it is a matter concerning the lingering disaster. The occurrence of lingering disasters has increased over the years. It would not be surprising for one to appear under the Emperor's feet, and both the Tianyu Temple and the Xuanzhou army are increasing their efforts to capture them. But I don't understand, what significance does the lingering disaster have in influencing me? I haven't been affected in any way." Shen Yufeng frowned. "Who knows what those lingering disasters will do? After all, those enchantresses deeply resent the country. Perhaps due to your status, they dare not influence you too deeply, but merely create fear to drain your energy. In any case, you need not think about this matter any further. I have fought for a lifetime and earned the Emperor's trust. Now he has placed this trust in you, so you must cherish it." Shen Yuan said, "Yesterday, I went to the palace. The Emperor worried about the long journey and feared it would not suit you, so he specially bestowed a wind demon Qilin to escort you. In 2 days, the wind demon Qilin will arrive, and the customary gifts are waived. At that time, you must set off immediately without delay." "Yes, father. The vehicle has been repaired for you." The steward glanced at his watch and strolled back to the office with an air of calm ease. Seeing Su Jin wearing a cloak and repeatedly summoning and stowing items from his desk with a ring, the steward smiled. "That ring is your upgraded briefcase. Its spatial capacity has expanded considerably, hasn't it?" Su Jin paused mid-motion and tugged at the cloak trailing behind him. "It holds 20 cubic meters. That's reasonable. Carrying a conventional briefcase was terribly inconvenient. Now I can even store the vehicle inside the ring." "What then is this cloak for?" "It's the Tianyan cloak issued exclusively to full-time employees. For now, its sole function is camouflage. Wherever you go, it seamlessly transforms into local attire. Spare you countless complications." The steward added, "You've already tested the weapon, haven't you? It should have assumed alternate forms by now." "Oh." Su Jin casually drew a silver spear from his thigh, inspecting it closely. "Does this weapon have a name?" "It's called the Xinhua set, but beyond that I know nothing." The steward spread his hands. Since the birth of Xinhua, the mask, the ring, and the weapon appeared together. Not mundane artifacts, but divine relics that evolve in tandem with your cultivation. Rumors say the 2nd-generation Xinhua spoke highly of these 3 artifacts. They're legendary within the company. On his first day, their colleagues gathered just to catch a... They were forged by the company's most elite artificers using peerless materials and supreme craftsmanship. So their pedigree is indeed formidable. Yet I've worn this mask continuously. Just now it grew warm. Has something changed?" Su Jin asked. The steward shook his head. "You'll need to discover it yourself. The Central Authority forbids me from revealing much about ability activation. The Central Authority is a confluence of sovereign consciousness and transcendent power. Its edicts balance mission success with employee advancement. That's precisely why so many restrictions were imposed upon Xinhua's legacy. One day, when your strength surpasses the 2nd generation, Xinhua's the legacy may unlock itself unconditionally. Time grows short. I'll show you the vehicle first." The steward turned toward the grand hall. Su Jin followed closely behind. Inside, the motorhome stood pristine, as if freshly purchased. The steward opened the driver's door and took his seat. With a light press of a button, the vehicle's silhouette shimmered blurred and dissolved into perfect harmony with its surroundings. Su Jin blinked, stepped forward, and reached out to touch it. The motorhome remained physically anchored, but now possessed a camouflage function. Novel, yes, but hardly flawless. At first glance, the vehicle seemed to vanish, yet scrutiny betrayed its presence. The steward rolled down the window and pointed to the control panel. I've installed an optical camouflage layer and a noise-dampening module on the exterior. Though both are substandard relics, they'll suffice for field concealment. The engine and chassis have been fully replaced. Power source shifted from fuel to electricity, augmented by a near-dead nuclear battery sufficient to sustain your operational needs. I've also reconfigured the living quarters. Most crucially, I've embedded surveillance devices between all zones and the cockpit. The rest is trivial. Explore at your leisure. A decommissioned nuclear battery, no radiation leakage, right? And surely it won't detonate. Su Jin subtly stepped half a pace backward. Its casing bears minor fractures. Detonation remains improbable, yet not impossible. Still, it's far safer than lithium batteries or fuel tanks. The steward spoke matter-of-factly before leaping from the vehicle. Are you certain that's responsible advice? Su Jin's face paled slightly. Imagining himself seated atop a live nuclear device, he found himself utterly unwilling to trust my craftsmanship. The steward flashed a grin of gleaming white teeth. I transformed this vehicle in 90 minutes. Surely that warrants your confidence. No terrestrial automaker could match this efficiency. Granted, I used discarded components, but discarded only by company standards. To you, they're black tech. How did you achieve that? Su Jin turned astonished. I possess a unique, anomalous ability, implanted during the second-generation Xinhua's final mission. Oversight left it unretrieved. I'll transfer it to you before your departure, but only once. Should the Central Authority detect it, mandatory recall will follow immediately. You have 20 minutes. Your prior assignment requires correction, and any lingering questions are welcome. They resumed their seats. The steward gestured toward the star chart mural adorning the wall. For access. You have 20 minutes. Your prior assignment requires correction, and any lingering questions are welcome. They resumed their seats. The steward gestured toward the star chart mural adorning the wall. No major flaws, but certain details merit attention. The projection shifted. Su Jin's expression froze. There he stood on the rooftop, flushed and flustered, hurling GI across the sky. The scene unfolded with visceral fidelity. Next time such a situation arises, castration is the optimal solution. The company will heal every wound. No need to squander time. The steward spoke with serene composure. Wouldn't castration cause excessive blood loss? Thank you. Su Jin accepted the elastic band, offered, his face devoid of expression. The image shifted again, this time to Su Jin administering therapeutic serum to Chung, details long since faded from memory. Hurry. What are you doing? No, that's not right. I haven't washed yet. I'm not down there. It's reversed. Everything's inverted. It can't be reversed. This isn't what I imagined. Why are you? Ouch. At least moisten it first. Gawk off. Scalding. What is this? The steward cleared his throat. Remember, if future acquisitions arrive via the Central Authority, especially pharmaceuticals, test them on yourself first. Never let outsiders benefit. Before you say anything else, can you delete these recordings? Su Jin's face darkened like scorched iron. I command all systems here, a privilege granted by my predecessor. Now you hold sole supreme administrative authority over this entire structure. Focus your intent. You'll perceive your dominion over every brick, beam, and breadth of this building. Su Jin steadied his breath, concentrated, and the architecture revealed itself crystal clear in his mind's eye. With a single pulse of will, space warped violently, corridors and doors flickered into being, then snapped back to stillness. Simultaneously, the steward collapsed into a flat, paper-thin silhouette, sliding silently onto his chair. Su Jin opened his eyes, willed again, and the paper figure swelled, reshaping into the steward seated as before. Effortless, isn't it? Once you revoke my authority, I become mere illustration. This sensation, truly ineffable. Su Jin lifted a finger toward the star chart, and a faint smile touched his lips. Within the display, a narrow chamber now glowed softly, candlelight trembling upon its wall. There he was, sneaking a photo of Fu Qingdai asleep, grinning mischievously into his phone. Clients are transient wayfarers. Perhaps you'll meet again, yet parting is inevitable. The second-generation Xinhua suffered profoundly over this truth. The steward cautioned gently. You overthink. Su Jin waved dismissively, restoring the image. My next mission spans 180 days. If I complete it before the countdown expires, can I avert the apocalypse? Do not harbor such thoughts. A disaster is bound to occur. Until the end of days arrives, your clients will remain in a state of unease, and the central system will not choose. Moreover, the company needs to rejuvenate these worlds and restore order to nourish itself, but without enduring severe losses there can be no new beginnings. Protecting a world in a state of equilibrium beforehand brings no benefits to the company's overall landscape, but how cruel. Su Jin sighed deeply. Cruelty exists both externally and internally. Your colleagues are constantly falling in battle. I've heard that. How cruel. Su Jin sighed deeply. Cruelty exists both externally and internally. Your colleagues are constantly falling in battle. I've heard that even the top-level managers are almost incessantly engaged in combat. For the future of the myriad realms, this grand game must consider the core and the overall situation. These are all choices made out of necessity, sacrifices that must be made. All right, let us not dwell on such heavy matters for now. Suppressing his emotions, Su Jin continued to ask, there's a crucial question I've been wanting to ask you. How can I enhance my strength? Should I still rely on physical training? Look at the ember mark on your hand. The steward pointed to the back of Su Jin's hand. Su Jin raised his hand to inspect. That mark will significantly aid in enhancing your foundation under certain conditions. The first method is the oldest through arduous cultivation, constantly challenging the limits of your mind and body, though this progress is very slow. The other method is to challenge foes stronger than yourself, continually breaking your limits, though the risk of death is extremely high. If there comes a day when the mark can no longer assist you, even in the company headquarters where strong individuals abound, you will still be able to become an elite. This path is not an easy one, but it is a smooth one. Additionally, this mark has a rather strong side effect. All treasures that can permanently enhance your strength will become completely ineffective for you. Instead, their effects will be converted into equivalent healing capabilities. What if I poison someone with a gun? Cunningness will not work. The mark can detect whether you have made progress in breaking your limits through arduous battles. Then should I learn some magical skills or something? As for combat skills, you can only practice them yourself, but with your high foundational qualities, you will quickly master anything. Moreover, the stronger your foundation, the more your abilities will be amplified. Merely hearing me say this is of no use. The power belongs to you, and you must experience and explore it yourself. Can I return to the office midway through my mission? Su Jin asked. Of course not. The office is anchored on Earth. Only after you complete your mission will the central system transport you back. However, there is one thing you will be pleased to know. I can pose as you to call your family and friends, keeping them at ease, and I can even remotely solve some minor trouble. That is indeed good news. Su Jin smiled, feeling a great weight lift from his heart. Well, speaking of transportation, I always arrive here in a brilliant light. What happens if a passerby, and when I arrive in other worlds, will my sudden appearance not be very conspicuous? Not at all. The central system will help you rationalize it, as long as you do not act strangely, those around you will not find you odd. The steward glanced at his watch and quickened his pace. There are 2 minutes left. You must prepare yourself mentally and not rely too much on your previous experiences. Your clients merely have unique destinies that facilitate the company's connection. This does not mean they are necessarily extraordinary individuals. Rather, they come in all shapes and sizes. Some will cooperate with you, some are mediocre, and some may even cause you trouble. If you are fortunate enough to encounter a client of exceptional strength, he may realize the danger and connect with the company without you needing to intervene. Your last client was of decent quality, and you did one thing very right. What thing? Your task is to save the client and establish a connection with the company, but what you are saving is never just one person but a group. One person cannot save the world. The steward said completing the connection alters the client's destiny. Besides, the client's innate talents, a safe and stable environment, as well as the influence of those around him, are crucial. In simpler terms, it requires the right timing, geographical advantages, and harmony among people, none of which can be lacking. Only by fulfilling these requirements can the task be considered complete. The light gate slowly opened, and as the steward spoke, he took out a ball of light from within and tossed it to Su Jin. Su Jin looked down at his chest, and the steward spoke urgently. This item is incredibly powerful. You'll have to explore it yourself. After this mission, the central system will definitely reclaim it. Remember not to overly rely on your previous experiences. Every world is distinctly different. If you truly encounter problems, think of the wisdom of your ancestors. Su Jin stood up and walked towards the light gate, asking, what wisdom? If you cannot win, then apologize and kneel. It's fine to lose face outside, but you must always maintain dignity at home. The steward shouted. Su Jin gave a thumbs up and vanished through the light gate. A complex and pungent smell of sweat and odors surged into his nostrils. Su Jin opened his eyes and shook his head to dispel the momentary daze, only to suddenly realize he was standing on a street. Surrounding him were a crowd of people dressed in coarse clothing, many of whom were quite dirty. Clusters of firecrackers exploded loudly. A group of people crowded the streets as if celebrating some event. Looking down, Su Jin noticed that his outfit had transformed into a coarse cloth robe. The clothing had indeed changed, but in terms of sensation, he still felt as if he were wearing tactical gear. It was likely just a layer of disguise, not an actual change in substance. Looking up again at the surrounding street, it was straight and wide with red-painted wooden buildings on both sides adorned with flying eaves and bracketed roofs and intricately carved window grills. Red tiles covered the roofs, and the sunlight reflected off them like fire. Red lanterns hung at the alley entrance, swaying gently in the breeze. Ancient times. An ancient world. Su Jin bit his lip, feeling a slight tingle of unease in his heart. Though it was his second time executing a mission, and he had some preparation, being suddenly transported to ancient times was still a strong shock. Moreover, the subsequent cultural discomfort would undoubtedly cause many troubles. Fortunately this time, he had enough time for the mission. First, he needed to locate the client, confirm the type of disaster, and then formulate an action plan. With this thought, Su Jin squeezed through the crowd, starting to glance around. My son, even if you venture forth today, a day spent outside is akin to a day on the battlefield. Shen Yuan forcefully patted his son's shoulder. Outside the National Defense Office, Shen Yufeng was fully armored and looked gallant. Soldiers clad in cold, gleaming armor flanked the road, while a massive monster with wings crouched in the central space. At this moment, it was snorting and occasionally raising its eyes to look at Shen Yufeng. You must bear not only the mission of His Majesty, but also the face of the Shen family. So many common people have come to see you off, but do not disappoint your father. Rest assured, father, I will not disgrace my mission. Shen Yufeng glanced at the crowd obstructing the soldiers, then turned to the wind demon Qilin. Mounting the Qilin, Shen Yufeng soared into the sky, quickly disappearing from view. The surrounding onlookers went wild, screaming in excitement, as another round of firecrackers began to thunder. Ah, farewell, young master. The young master truly is a hero. Su Jin tugged at his hair, his features gradually twisting in despair. He looked up at the sky as it grew smaller, the red, finally vanishing, unable to hold back a breakdown scream along with the crowd. Ah, there's a monster. The client has flown away. I've lost the client. The client's figure has completely vanished into the horizon. Su Jin felt like a puppet jostled around by the bustling crowd, his heart already plunged into an icy abyss. Just as he was beginning to comprehend the situation, he instinctively sensed something was off when he caught a glimpse of the client through the gaps in the crowd. Pushing his way through, he didn't even have the chance to meet the client. The client was referred to as the young master, undoubtedly of exceptional status, with so many people sending him off. He must be departing for a long journey. But not. Now that the person is gone, what should I do? Su Jin felt utterly lost. This was his second mission, and it started off with such a tough task. Just as he quickly collected his thoughts, Su Jin was jostled, his eyes suddenly flashing with ferocity. These worthless fools! While the client drove off in a luxury car, what were they so jubilant about? If it weren't for these people causing a ruckus, he might have already made contact with the client, and could have even been a distinguished guest himself. Su Jin reached out and grabbed someone nearby, who immediately shot him an annoyed glance. What do you want? I'm sorry, brother, I mistook you for someone else. Releasing that person, he turned to grab a seemingly timid individual who looked easy to bully and fiercely asked, tell me, who was that person who just flew away? The honest man, taken aback, replied in a fluster, who doesn't know that? It's the young master Shen Yufeng of the State Preservation Office. Do you know where he went? To Jiuzhou City. Big brother, what exactly do you want? How far is Jiuzhou City from here? What is he going there for? It must be 3,000 to 4,000 miles away. Oh, of course, he want to take office in Jiuzhou City. Everyone knows that. Big brother, can you just tell me? Get lost. After tossing aside the honest man, Su Jin squeezed through the crowd, his face filled with anger. 3,000 to 4,000 miles. This time it's really life-threatening. If the mission time weren't so long, I could have just found a place to end it myself. Thankfully, I brought a vehicle. Even if the road conditions are poor, I should arrive in half a month. There is still a chance to salvage the situation. Finding the client gives me at least over 100 days to prepare. Since the client flew away on a beast, I can't chase him midway. Oh, I can only find him at the destination. The most important thing now is to quickly understand this world. The densely packed crowd on the street gradually dispersed, and Su Jin observed the clothing of the crowd as he stealthily slipped into an empty alley. Confirming that no one would disturb him in the short term, he touched the spot where his ring should be concentrating his mind. He was aware of the various items hidden within the ring. Aside from essential identification, there were several ingots of silver in the space. Su Jin focused and took out one ingot, then cut a long knife into several small pieces to tuck into his coat pocket. Just as his hand withdrew from his pocket, he paused, standing still, lost in thought. At the same time, a flash occurred outside as his casual clothes transformed into a complete tactical outfit, and then back again. The Tianyan cloak could also be controlled by thought. It looked impressive, but merely added a layer of clumsy, illusionary disguise. Once his body was touched, abnormalities would still be detected. He needed to quickly buy a set of local clothing for safety. Moreover, there seemed to be an abundance of impoverished individuals here. Silver is the currency, and wearing the ring on his hand was simply unsafe. After a brief thought, Su Jin took off the ring and stuffed it into his pants. Back home, he had developed an acute awareness of apocalyptic risks, and he had long since replaced all his underwear with anti-theft versions for emergencies. The anti-theft pockets even had zippers, which were now quite handy. The essential survival kit for apocalyptic living. After a thorough check, Su Jin stepped out of the alley and began to stroll down the dusty street. There were still quite a few pedestrians on the road, and numerous vendors were actively peddling their wares. Listening intently to record every snippet of conversation from passersby, Su Jin finally halted outside a ready-made clothing shop. Listening intently to record every snippet of conversation from passersby, Su Jin finally halted outside a ready-made clothing shop. Give me a few sets of clothing, 2 sets of good quality, and 2 sets of ordinary. I won't try them on, just use your judgment. If you pick well, the rest is yours, understand? Su Jin shook a small silver piece. All right, please wait a moment. The servant's demeanor immediately brightened. After circling around Su Jin and carefully inspecting him, he quickly selected 4 sets of clothing. 1 set of black brocade robes with cloud patterns, black satin shoes with cloud patterns, and a carved high-crowned hat. 1 set of blue and white interwoven robes, and the other 2 sets of light gray coarse linen clothing, along with 3 pairs of cloth shoes, a headscarf, and a belt. Sir, are you satisfied? The servant eagerly asked, would you like me to wrap them up now or deliver them to your residence? Not bad, you have earned a tip. Su Jin tossed him some silver. Find me a place to change clothes, then go about your business, and don't— Sure thing. The servant replied, leading Su Jin to the back hall. In a small room, after studying how to wear the clothes, Su Jin quickly changed into a standard civilian outfit. He tied a belt around his waist and wrapped the headscarf for a distinctly local look. Finally, he stuffed the remaining clothes and shoes into his pants. Feeling steadier, Su Jin, now properly attired, stepped out. As a person of wealth on Earth, his purchasing power in this world still remained formidable. He should have brought more local specialties from Earth. Exchanging for money should be quite easy. Yet he realized his experience in traversing worlds was still lacking. He needed to be more mindful next time. Su Jin stood calmly on the street, continuously analyzing his surroundings. The sun was shining in the sky, the temperature suggested it was summer, and the gravity seemed comparable to that of Earth. Soldiers in armor were patrolling the street. In the distance, he could see tall city walls, a city within a city. Is that the Imperial City? While scanning around, Su Jin squinted, locking onto a vague black shadow floating in the sky far away. A mountain. Is that a mountain? A mountain suspended in the sky. This is not an ordinary world after all. The beast that the client rode earlier was of enormous size. By common sense, such a creature shouldn't be able to fly. To overcome gravity, apart from mystical explanations, it can only mean that the beast possesses extraordinary physical strength. In a world reminiscent of ancient times, to tame and ride such monsters, the people must also be extraordinary. It seems I need to find someone to inquire for more useful information and quickly understand this world. Su Jin stroked his chin deep in thought. This isn't difficult. There are inns along the way, and the street food doesn't seem strange. There are also steamed buns with a diet primarily consisting of carbohydrates. They are all mammals, and the diet is highly similar. In the evening, randomly pulling someone for a drink should prove useful. He had brought quite a bit of wine with him. After getting the target drunk, he should be able to quickly extract useful information. First, I'll wander the streets to understand the local customs. That night outside the Yunlai Tavern, Su Jin crouched in wait across the street. After a day's investigation, he had nearly grasped the price levels of this world. Now he just needed to wait for the final real person-to-person inquiries for deeper understanding. This tavern is a budget establishment. Although it is affordable based on observation, ordinary folks wouldn't opt to eat out, and the illiteracy rate is quite high. Therefore, the patrons here are somewhat well off and possess some level of education. Conversing with middle-class individuals would be the best choice. After waiting for a long time, a man of mediocre looks, dressed plainly and exuding an ordinary aura, walked alone towards the tavern. The common folk on the street exhibited a complete lack of decorum, staring intently at the man with hooks, occasionally accompanied by fits of laughter. Before the man could grasp the situation, Su Jin had already yanked him by the hem of his pants. In a moment of panic, he got caught, and the man bent over, groaning in pain. Hey, what the hell, are you sick or something? Su Jin hurriedly exerted more force, and with a jerk the edge of his pants cleared the obstacle. Return. Big brother, I'm really sorry, it was not intentional. I stumbled because I wasn't watching where I was going. You see this? Su Jin hurriedly apologized. The man adjusted his belt, turned to glare at Su Jin, and said, You little brat, don't you watch where you're walking? Big brother, I'm really sorry. Su Jin quickly tried to soothe him. How about this? Since we got off on the wrong foot, let me make it up to you by treating you to a meal. What do you say? Get lost, brother. If you say that, I must treat you. Otherwise, you can take my pants. I've never owed anyone anything. Su Jin shrugged his waist. The man inhaled sharply, looking Su Jin up and down, finally expressing his impatience. You're really something. Go away, don't let me see you. Big brother. Su Jin spoke earnestly, assisting the man toward a tavern. Let's not discuss anything else. I have to treat you to this meal today. The man pushed back and refused repeatedly, but he couldn't withstand Su Jin's strength, who forcibly brought him inside. Waiter, find us a private room. The man being dragged into the private room only settled once. Su Jin pressed him onto a chair. With his anger mostly dissipated, he looked at Su Jin with a complicated expression. What exactly do you want? Brother, if I were to strip you of your pants in public, that would be too embarrassing for both of us, Su Jin said sincerely. I've read books, one must keep their dignity. I must treat you to this meal. Brother, let's just say we're acquaintances now. You can order whatever you like since you're here to eat, it's on me. The man sighed, then raised an eyebrow. Really? Su Jin gestured for him to order. The man, no longer polite, called the waiter and began to order 6 or 7 dishes. Su Jin sipped his tea, and the man asked, "What's your name, little brother? What do you do for a living?" Wu Zihao, my family runs a small business selling cloth. What about you, big brother? Xiaoyong, the foreman at the Li family workshop. Xiaoyong, the foreman at the Li family workshop. Su Jin was about to respond, blinking, swallowing his words. Xiaoyong had been speaking to him normally, but suddenly a line of subtitles appeared right beneath his eyelids. The subtitles indicated that this was a new function of the mask. It seemed a bit useless. It hadn't appeared before, possibly due to a lack of concentration, as many things in the company were controlled by thought. Well, little brother, are you alright? Could it be that you look down on me? Xiaoyong spoke up. No, big brother. You're overthinking it. I just suddenly remembered something. It seems the Li family workshop had dealings in the past. Is that so? Not me, but my parents. I don't recall the specifics. 20 minutes passed, and the food and drinks were served. The two chatted while eating, with Su Jin guiding the conversation and occasionally responding with some generic phrases. Meanwhile, he picked at the meat dishes on the table with his chopsticks. Although he had prepared a script earlier in the day, asking common-sense questions remained difficult. Once asked, it would be easy for others to notice something was off. Who knew what the situation was in this country? If he accidentally said the wrong thing, he could be treated as a traitor and have his nationality revoked right then and there. For now, he only knew the country he was in was called the Siyuan dynasty, along with some vague social knowledge. To inquire quickly and deeply it was impossible, without the aid of wine to dull his senses. Xiaoyong had a large appetite, and was enjoying the meal, having long forgotten any previous displeasure. He kept calling Su Jin brother. Taking advantage of the lively atmosphere, Su Jin discreetly pulled a bottle of liquor from his pants. Earlier in the day, he had exchanged some small change on the street to buy a small jar, having transferred the liquor from a glass bottle to the jar, mixing in a bit of medical alcohol. Holding the bottle under the table, Su Jin interrupted Xiaoyong's boasting, leaning in mysteriously. Brother, do you know what I came here for today? What else could it be besides eating? Xiaoyong asked curiously. True, eating is part of it, Su Jin said with a mischievous smile, but I've got something good. I dare say no one in the royal city has ever tasted something this good. I came here today intending to order a feast to savor it alone. I feel like we've really hit it off in our conversation. I won't hide it any longer. Let's try this rare item together. As Su Jin spoke, he picked up both their teacups and emptied them. Pulling the cork from the liquor jar, he filled both cups. The rich aroma of the liquor wafted through the air, causing Xiaoyong's eyelids to twitch, his lips to quiver, and he even began to stumble over his words. Little brother. Little brother, is this liquor? Of course it is, and it's top-notch liquor. Not to mention, ordinary folk, even nobles, can't get their hands on this. Su Jin raised his teacup to his lips and took a hearty sip, grinning. This stuff is truly not cheap. I bought it at a high price from a merchant. Xiaoyong's throat bobbed as he hurriedly stood and walked towards the door. After closing the door, he returned to his seat, breathing heavily. Little brother, you really have guts. If I had this, I'd definitely hide it at home to drink. I can tell from the scent that this liquor is extraordinary. How much did you buy it for? Su Jin raised a finger. 1 tael, 10 taels. My heavens. Xiaoyong pressed his hand to his chest, eyes wide. That's way too expensive. What's expensive or cheap? Isn't it pointless for us brothers to talk about that? Su Jin said, glancing sideways and taking another sip of liquor. Drink up, brother, what are we waiting for? Xiaoyong took a deep breath, deliberated for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth. All right. For such an expensive liquor, little brother, I'll honor your gesture. I can't refuse to taste it now. With that, he raised his cup and took a large gulp. Cough. Cough. What kind of liquor is this? Why is it so spicy? Xiaoyong looked at his cup with a crooked expression. Have I not drunk in a long time? It's not that you haven't drunk in a long time, but it's because this is a premium liquor, you know. Dilute it with 2 jars of water, and it's still fine wine. After drinking this jar, you won't need to drink anything else for the rest of your life. Su Jin smiled. Drink slowly, that last sip could cost you several coins. Several coins. Xiaoyong felt a pang in his heart, licking his lips clean and carefully starting to sip the liquor again. Such expensive liquor is still being treated. Even if it's bad, he must force himself to drink it. He must have just not appreciated it earlier. Su Jin continued to boast about the liquor's quality and price, while discreetly observing. It seems Xiaoyong's alcohol tolerance wasn't great, which made things easier. As the liquor continued to flow, Xiaoyong's cheeks gradually flushed. His gaze also began to grow hazy. As a seasoned salesperson, Su Jin remained composed. Seeing the right moment, Su Jin finally asked, Brother, I've been interested in politics and the military since I was young. I can see you have deep experience. Could you tell me about it from the beginning? Ch. Xiaoyong slurred and raised his cup. Little brother, you've asked the right person. I know a lot about politics, let me tell you about a relative of mine. Xieyong's voice became indistinct, but thankfully the subtitles provided clarity. To prevent any missed information later, Su Jin silently took out his phone and started recording. Revelry painted Xieyong's face, as Su Jin kept pouring wine and pressing questions the man's paternal know-it-all disposition. Although Su Jin's questions were childish, and even when brushed off casually, Xieyong still answered with painstaking detail. The outline of the entire society began to form in his mind. Su Jin's expression turned as grave as still water as he watched the animated Xieyong. His thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. This world harbored deep problems. Centuries ago, a great crisis had arisen. From the earth gushed malignant springs that steadily ate away at living space. Where the springs spread, nothing grew. The remaining waters warped into poisonous marsh monstrosities that drove those who touched them mad and to death. Of the 5 great states, 2 had vanished. The remaining 3 joined to establish a bureau of calamities to analyze and resist. In the Su Yuan dynasty, divine and imperial power were fused, and its core instruments of coercion, the Tianyu sect and the Xuanjia army, oversaw cultivation in this world, the arcane path under Tianyu sect and the martial path under Xuanjia army. Strength was certified by garment sigils, 7 sigils supreme, and cultivators thus far exceeded ordinary mortals. Besides investigating and resisting the spring blight, both bodies suppressed rebellions and hunted the so-called Suzai. That term, once the tangle of details Xieyong provided was stripped away, referred simply to women born with anomalous abilities. The Tianyu sect held periodic pyrorituals offering the Suzai to heaven to suppress the malignant springs. Xieyong continued on with boundless enthusiasm and chatter. Su Jin rubbed his face and sighed heavily. Xieyong did show some knowledge. He knew that a century ago the Suzai were called Lingnu. Over these decades, as the spring's fury waned, the Lingnu had been stigmatized as Suzai. No organization acts without purpose. Either the rites bolstered theocratic and imperial authority, or they hunted the Lingnu to furnish cultivators with growth, which was far likelier. After all, rulers have many means to preserve their power. Slaughtering gifted oddities is hardly efficient. A century ago the springs raged and needed Lingnu aid. Now it seemed they were no longer necessary. It was little more than a witch hunt by another name. Yet these matters were not the most urgent. More pressing was that he was 80% certain the springs were at the heart of an apocalyptic crisis. That spring blight, long thought near exhaustion, might be gathering for a catastrophic surge. If the whole world were to be engulfed by the springs. Timing, terrain, and unity. Timing lay with Shun Yufeng, a man of sterling reputation and rare talent, so he could be set aside for now. Unity among the people could be forged, but the terrain. The land itself might be gone. The task was daunting. A fire rose in Su Jin's chest. After downing a cup, he asked, "Brother, I thought I saw a mountain floating above the city. What is that? Did I missee it?" "A younger brother, your tolerance is poor. I'm more sober than you even when drunk. Why do you keep asking questions everyone already knows the answers to?" Xieyong laughed heartily. "Isn't that the Tianyu sect? Tianyu mountain." A twist. Su Jin's eyes brightened, and he pursued, "What is the relationship between Tianyu sect and Zheng Guofu?" "Tianyu sect and Xuanjia army have never gotten along. Both compete to capture Suzai. Zheng Guofu has deep ties to the Xuanjia army. Do you think their relations are friendly?" "So no other place floats in the sky besides Tianyu mountain?" "No. Tianyu mountain was created by the nation's whole strength. His Majesty conducts heavenly rites atop it." "What principle makes a mountain fly? Why does it rise into the sky?" Su Jin asked anxiously. "Who studies such things?" "That's the very question. Who would dare to research it?" Xieyong tilted his head, sucking on a toothpick, sinking into metaphysical speculation. Su Jin clicked his tongue in disdain and turned his face away. It seemed little would be learned on that front. Though the solution remained unclear, there was at least a way forward. "Brother, to be frank, I want to go to other regions and do business. But I have no papers or permits. Can I go?" "Huh? What are you thinking, little brother?" Xieyong slapped the table. "It's all uncertain. Don't your parents have a business? Why not work with them?" "While I'm young, I want to strike out. I thought the same when I was young, and look, I'm still forging iron. I'm an old hand now. The spring blight isn't the real problem. The good days lie ahead. Cut the nonsense. Just tell me whether it's possible." Su Jin snapped. Hearing the disrespect, Xieyong's face fell. "Possible, my ass. Without credentials, where would you go? You want past the city gates, they'll detain you. Where then can I get them?" Before Su Jin finished, the door was kicked open with a crack. 2 soldiers rushed in with spears, the waiter close behind. The waiter stood with hands on hips and declared, "Officers, it's them. Bringing their own wine. This establishment has nothing to do with it." "You two have some nerve," the lead soldier snarled, pointing his spear at Su Jin with a murderous glare. "Daring to openly defy the imperial ban on alcohol. Rise." Su Jin was struck pale and froze. A ban on alcohol? No wonder Xieyong had seemed off when drinking earlier. That bastard thought he was clever, but had done nothing. A thought flashed through Su Jin, and without hesitation he pointed at Xieyong. Sirs, it wasn't me who drank. I'm perfectly sober. I didn't touch a drop. The soldiers entered to find Xie Yong sweating cold. Hearing Su Jin shift the blame, Xie Yong snapped awake, pointed at Su Jin's nose and cursed. Wu Zihao, you filthy beast. Didn't you buy me the drink? Officers, hear my explanation. At a drinking gathering, whether you drank or not is treated as a crime. Enough talk. Take them away, the lead soldier ordered. The other stepped forward, producing a cord to bind their hands. By imperial decree, first offenses are detained 3 months. A second offense earns 20 strokes and 6 months detention. A third is death. If you dare conceal anything before the presiding official, your penalty increases another degree. Moved. Dazed Su Jin and Xie Yong were let out. At the door, the soldier shoved the rope into the waiter's hand and returned inside. Seeing another soldier toy with the wine jug, the waiter whispered urgently, and he left. None, not a drop. You came too late. The aroma is so strong. This wine must be no ordinary brew. Those two greedy swine. Wronged. I am wrong. In the black cell, Su Jin gripped the wooden grating and knelt, shouting in sorrow and rage. A commoner has grievances to report. I'm innocent too. His cry was taken up in rising chorus by the other prisoners. Their cries full of bitterness. 3 jailers appeared in the corridor, clutching short clubs and wearing grim faces. Su Jin leaned forward. Wait, listen to me, I am innocent. Wait, listen to me, I am wronged, another prisoner sobbed. I merely ate a few rotten fruits by mistake and was accused of drinking. Have you no conscience? Everyone in town knows I'm a beggar. To accuse a beggar of buying illicit wine on the black market is absurd. Brothers, I just met the presiding official. Su Jin spoke again. Brothers, my teacher is the presiding official. I only took a sip. If Lord Chun learns you treated me this way, you will not be spared, another prisoner shouted. Damn you. Now you try to drag the presiding official into this. The head jailer darkened, and with his men stormed into the cell, raining blows. The 3 returned to the corridor, clutching bloodied clubs. The head jailer roared. I tell you, anyone who shouts another word won't be given food at mealtime. And any who keep mouthing off will have a leg left behind. The cell fell utterly silent. The head jailer approached Su Jin, tapping the door with his club. You made the most noise. Anything more to say? Sir, I am truly wronged. I admit I wanted to drink, but I hadn't had time to buy any yet. Su Jin said, offering the silver in his hand. The jailers exchanged grins. The head jailer seized the silver and replied coldly. Thought alone is guilt. Bribing an official worsens the crime. Yet for your apparent remorse and the fact the deed was unconsummated, confiscate the silver and reduce your sentence by 10 days. Su Jin murmured thanks and shrank into a corner, recalculating. Misfortunes came one after another. The bribery route had passed its prime. These men's appetites could not be satisfied, and the origin of the silver could not be plausibly explained. The 2 soldiers who had taken them were ordinary men, but attempting anything in the street was unwise. If a master answered the call, security could not. The prisoners here were petty offenders, the jailers, ordinary folk. He had noted the prison's layout and defenses when brought in. The local bureaucracy's lower ranks were already corrupt. The upper ranks were likely no better. Obtaining travel permits would be time-consuming and difficult, so that plan was abandoned. He decided to wait until the guards slept, and then think of. The cell was deep and dark, with a musty smell of mold mixing with the scent of blood and human waste in the air. A few pitiful lamps flickered intermittently, and the sound of iron chains echoed from the depths. Su Jin was crouched by the door, peering toward the other end. To make a move, he had to wait until most people fell into a deep sleep. It was still too early. In addition to his phone, he had prepared a few Casio F91W watches, which he had calibrated once by looking at the sun during midday. Although it was impossible to calibrate precisely by sight alone, especially on an alien planet, it was sufficient for planning his actions based on his makeshift timetable. It was now around 10 o'clock in the evening, and there was still ample time. He needed to wait until around 2 or 3 in the morning to act. Rather than waiting idly, he might as well study the environment. He was located closest to the main door of the cell, where only minor offenders were kept. However, upon entering, he had noticed a long corridor inside, separated by metal gates. This prison seemed to have 2 security systems, and continuing deeper might lead to another one specifically for serious offenders. Perhaps there were also skilled individuals among them. After observing for half an hour, aside from the occasional groans and the clinking of chains, nothing else unusual had occurred. Su Jin retreated to the wall, and leaning against it, pulled out a rough sketch. The sketch was a simplified map he had noted while wandering the streets during the day, with particular emphasis on the city gates. He had never been to this prison, so he had no records, but he could complete the map based on the route he took earlier. Since he could not ascertain the situation deep within the cell, he planned according to the highest standards. At the very least, he needed to prepare 2 escape routes. Su Jin took out a pen and began to draw and strategize. In no time, he had roughly outlined 3 escape plans, with the tip of the pen finally resting near the city wall. The city wall appeared to be 12 meters high, and choosing the middle section was the best option, as the patrolling soldiers would also be able to observe from below. There were hooks and nylon ropes in the space, and with some modifications to the arrows, he might just be able to reach the 12-meter wall. If that doesn't work, he would need to kick off the wall to shorten the shooting distance. The hooks should be wrapped in some straw to reduce noise. Perhaps it was possible to scale the wall. However, there would be no time to change shoes midway. The cloth shoes he was wearing had poor grip, which significantly affected his efficiency. He had previously used modified socks to climb walls, and this time, he had also prepared some rubber anti-slip patches to stick on the soles. Su Jin paused, his brow furrowing slightly. He had only violated a prohibition on alcohol. The wanted level for escaping from prison would definitely not be high. As long as he didn't consider unexpected circumstances, there should be no insurmountable obstacles in his plan. But the problem was, where exactly was Jiuzhou City? Today he had asked a dozen or so commoners on the street. There were many illiterates, and the vast majority of information was based on hearsay and subjective fantasies, which were completely unreliable. Once he left the city, he would only know the general direction with no precise target. The wasted time was unimaginable. The only option left was to risk traveling along the official roads and ask the merchants for direction. However, based on common sense, merchants were likely to have some official background, and many of them were probably officials themselves. This world was entirely different from the last. He needed to integrate his understanding of society, and the time spent on that was not comparable to urban society, especially with the completely unfamiliar martial arts and Taoist practices involved. Without native guides, the more strangers he encountered, the greater the unpredictable risks. But for now it seemed he had no choice but to take it one step at a time. After sketching and erasing for several minutes on the scrap paper, Su Jin put away his pen and paper, then closed his eyes to concentrate. For now he would stick to this plan and adapt as needed. He still had a special gift from the steward on him. He might as well try to check it out within himself. According to the characteristics of the company's items, he should be able to control and view it with focused intent. As Su Jin concentrated his mind, the strange sensation in his chest quickly intensified, as if it were a mass of energy. Focusing his spirit into a point and applying it to the sensation, Su Jin suddenly opened his eyes. He tremblingly extended a finger and touched the ground of the cell. His coiled legs slowly lifted off the ground. With just the strength of a single finger, he surprisingly lifted his entire body into the air, and it felt remarkably effortless. Su Jin retracted his finger and revealed a smile. The steward had truly been of great help this time. Although he didn't know whether this was a supernatural ability or some kind of enhancement buff, it was immensely beneficial for his current situation. The amplification effect. Under normal conditions, he could also support his entire body with just one finger, but he could never achieve such ease. His overall capability seemed to have nearly doubled. It was unimaginable if he were in a daytime state. However, the consumption was also quite alarming. He could already feel a noticeable drain on his stamina from just that brief moment. The legacy of the Ember Fire truly had profound roots. Such an extraordinary item was casually given to the steward to help him with menial tasks. But it probably wasn't that simple. Perhaps this thing was no longer useful to him, and only a novice like himself could benefit from it. If it were truly useful, wouldn't everyone in the company have one, instantly doubling their power? Su Jin chuckled, lifting his collar to conceal it with one hand, while reaching to his chest with the other to pull out a glowing orb. The special ability had separated from his body, but it still retained a subtle connection to his The amplification ability might still be given to others to use. He could control it, making it quite flexible. Su Jin slightly turned to the side, raised his gaze toward the prisoner opposite him, and then completely let go of his covering, extending the glowing orb toward the other person. The prisoner across from him still sat there, dazed and unresponsive. Very good. It seemed that when he took it out, he could do so openly. Others couldn't see it. After studying the amplification ability for a bit longer, Su Jin took out the hooks and arrows crouching in the corner to begin his covert modifications. A few minutes later, a commotion echoed down the cell corridor. Su Jin quickly stowed away his items, lying sideways on the ground to look toward the corridor. The clear sound of chains clashing with metal armor reached his ears. Two tall soldiers in black armor were dragging a barely conscious little girl wearing a collar deeper into the prison. Su Jin narrowed his eyes, focusing on the black-armored soldiers' mouths. Their lips moved as if speaking, but no sound could be heard. Just as he leaned in to listen closely, subtitles began to flash beneath his eyelids. This little one is temporarily detained here, shall be transferred to the dungeon tomorrow. Isn't it problematic to leave her here? What's the problem? This little creature has no abilities if she can't go anywhere. Lu Mingxian saw us. I'm worried that someone from Tianyu Temple will forcefully take her away. Oh, it's so hard to catch her. We haven't finished the capture yet, just keep her here for a night. Traveling to the dungeon is too far. Tomorrow notify the brothers to come here for a shift. This prison will serve as a transit point in the future. The internal iron door was opened, and the two figures vanished, causing the subtitles to disappear. Su Jin's heart began to race slightly. The functionality of the mask was far from useless. This subtitle listening was incredibly useful even down to the punctuation marks. Truly impressive. Those two soldiers in black armor must be from the Xuanjiao army. That child is likely the fabled disaster spirit girl. Su Jin's gaze flickered in the darkness. What a stroke of bad luck for such a small creature to be shackled. Tomorrow, as the prison rotation occurs, if the Xuanjiao army takes over, escaping will become significant. It seems I must leave tonight. I can't afford any mistakes. Restoring my energy is crucial. I need to recover fully. With that thought, Su Jin reached into his pants and pulled out a ball. During breaks between sips of coffee, he occasionally pulled out snacks from his pants to munch on. After more than 20 minutes, there was movement in the cell again. A considerable number of people came down this time. The head jailer, accompanied by 2 guards and 2 elegantly dressed young men, appeared in the corridor. They reached Su Jin's cell, and the head jailer opened the door with a smile, saying, "Young master, do please. The conditions here are poor. This room is considered spacious and clean." Su Jin thought to himself, this is bad. It's over. The single room has turned into a double room. Future actions may encounter trouble. The leading young man had sharp brows and a heroic appearance, dressed like a chivalrous warrior. Upon hearing the head jailer's words, he entered the cell with an expressionless face and sat cross-legged. After a moment of silence, he raised his gaze toward the accompanying youth, saying, "Lu Mingxuan, are you here just to watch me make a fool of myself?" Lu Mingxian had a handsome face, but was cursed with a pair of peach blossom eyes. Upon hearing young Master Du's words, he immediately arched his brows, adding a few degrees of lewdness to his expression, and spoke in a teasing tone, "Do one drinking and causing a scene in public, and everyone avoids you. Yet here I am bringing you here, and you treat me like this. Do brother, drinking is just a trivial matter. If you plead with me, I can take you out. What do you say?" Lu Mingxian smiled. "Lu brother, while we don't get along, well, you don't need to kick me when I'm down, do you?" Du Wenin raised his gaze. "What great feud do we have? If you have something to say, just say it. Stop hiding like a petty person." "Humph." With those words, Lu Mingxuan's expression turned cold. "Du brother, I actually admire your style. There's no significant feud between us. However, I heard you've belittled me in private, saying among the younger generation that you think I, Lu Mingxuan, can't compare to Shen Yufeng. Did you say that?" "I did," Du Wenin admitted calmly. "Among the younger generation, Shen Yufeng is the best in the Xuanjiao army, while you are the best in the Tianyu temple. However, in my view, you are far inferior to Shen Yufeng. He is a refined gentleman, calm and composed. What about you? Relying on a bit of talent, you flit about like a bird of prey, lingering in banquets." The head jailer and the guards exchanged nervous glances between the two. "Ha ha ha, well said." Lu Mingxian laughed, his anger barely concealed on his face. He rushed into the cell and kicked Su Jin in the butt. "What does this have to do with me?" Su Jin covered his, but feeling a pang of sorrow. "Damn it, this day has brought me nothing but unhappiness. Lying here honestly, and I still got kicked. You tell me." Lu Mingxian glared at Su Jin. "How do I compare to Shen Yufeng? What's Shen Yufeng to anyone? How dare he compare with young Master Lu?" Su Jin forced a fawning expression. "I have admired young Master Lu for a long time." Oh, another kick from Lu Mingxian sent Su Jin sprawling to the ground, rolling over. "Kiss up." Hypocritical flattery. Lu Mingxian scolded angrily. "How could Shen Yufeng, such a person, be compared to me?" Su Jin dared not say another word, silently lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. "Enough," Du Wenin said disdainfully. "To embarrass a commoner, what kind of skill is that? I heard you've never fought with Shen Yufeng, so you must know the truth in your heart. Avoiding his brilliance shows some wisdom." Avoiding his brilliance. Lu Mingxian turned to Du Wenin and coldly said, "Your insults don't matter. I am magnanimous and do not care. But what I represent is the Tianyu temple. Insulting me is an insult to the Tianyu temple. Today you are unfortunate to fall into my hands." Lu Mingxian mocked. "Do you really consider yourself a person of significance? You have no strength, no family background. The nobility invites you to assemble merely for your literary talent, treating you as a plaything, provoking the Tianyu temple. I wonder who will dare to invite you in the future." After saying that, Lu Mingxian exited the cell, addressing the head jailer. "Young master, Du must not be neglected today. Whatever others eat, he eats too, and he must eat cleanly. Do you understand?"